Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Empire by Yvonne Cal, narrated by Phil Thron. Chapter 1. Collapse. The ground was shaking as the towering forms advanced through the holes in the walls. The last bastion of the kingdom of Veritas had fallen. The defense of the city had failed. King Strar watched from the wall surrounding his palace, seeing the burning buildings inside his city. His army was dead, and his people would soon follow. He didn't even know how things had ended up like this. It felt like it had only been yesterday when life had seemed so boring, when he had sat on his throne and ruled, when the most he'd had to deal with was arguing about trade deals or appeasing the crafter guildmaster. Now, the end had come. The kingdom of Veritas was a small one, but also a respected one. They held 7 respectfully sized territories deep in the mountains. With only a few passages into their territories, his grandparents had been able to keep everything when the greater nations and factions had risen, as it had been too costly to pursue a war in Veritas's mountains. And so the kingdom stood for hundreds of years, wealthy because of their marble and a few other precious stone quarries. They attracted artisans of all kinds, those who wished to pursue their art and level, improve over a longer period of time. They had made a business of it, catering to them, providing homes and anything else that they might need in order to keep them inspired. The greatest pieces of art came out of Veritas, but the ones that were at the top remained in the City of Marvels. Statues were all over the city, on the streets, in great squares. Legendary sculptures that captured moments, ideas, emotions. Veritas had survived on its wealth, on its art, and on tourism. That was only proper, as a high-tiered artist could craft a piece of art that could help a cultivator find inspiration, that could turn sadness into joy, that could change opinions. Now it was all rubble. When it had started, Strar, like most of the rulers and leaders around his kingdom, dismissed it, called it a fluke, or a terrible strike that didn't concern them. The night of loss, as it was called, the night when millions died, along with hundreds, if not thousands, of the strongest and most influential people in the Infinite Realm, was a tragedy. But it had also been an opportunity for many. Veritas was isolated enough that they weren't affected by what happened next. When wars broke out, when neighbors turned on one another, seeking to gain more territories, Strar had kept his people inside his mountains. He had sent crafters to the tournament, but they had been a minor player, and his people had gotten out at the first sign of trouble. He didn't believe what the others said. It had been fine. They cried about doom and end times, but the world had kept going. The ensuing chaos. That was just what people did when they saw weakness. With the deaths of so many high rankers, of leaders, it was only natural that old enemies would strike, that those whose great warriors had survived would try to take their place at the top. A year of war, a year in which the cries for unity against these monsters had fallen on deaf ears. Strar himself had ignored them, for why should he fight against a foe that didn't threaten him? The core was a vast place, filled with billions of people, and so an army of a few million monsters seemed like it was nothing. Others could take care of it. Veritas had no need of weakening itself, not in a time when everyone was seeking to get an upper hand and fill the vacuum left by those who died. Perhaps when armies had been assembled and sent against the tournament city by the factions surrounding it, only for them to not be heard from again, they should have panicked. Yet it had been almost unbelievable, and so it was easier for them all to think that it was just a plot by those who had lost so much of their power on that night to wrestle some of it back. They were wrong. So very wrong. Too late had the core realized what they had left to fester. Too late had they seen their mistake. And now, as an army of corrupted monsters and people, of horrors that were almost unimaginable, marched through Strah's city, he realized that they all should have listened. Arrogance has killed them all. He tried to hide. He didn't know what else he could do. Covered shapes moved through the darkness. They walked into the village and began capturing everyone in the middle of the night. They entered the homes and pulled people from their beds, dragging them across the streets. He knew that he should have signaled the alarm. That was his job, and the little bell hung above him within reach. All he had to do was reach out, even now, and it might save someone who hadn't yet been caught. But he couldn't move. Fear gripped him, and his mind felt heavy, as if something was pressing on it. He heard whispers, speaking in a language that he didn't know, yet somehow he felt that if he could only concentrate, he could understand it. It didn't matter. He couldn't move. He was paralyzed. He could only listen to the screams of the people in the villages, to their cursing and threatening, and then to their begging. He heard no sound from those who had entered the village. He didn't know how long it had been since everything started happening, but after what seemed like an eternity, everything stopped. He tried to listen carefully, but he heard nothing. He remained hidden in his guard tower, huddled beneath his blanket under the table. It took him hours to gather enough courage to leave his hiding place. By the time he moved, the sun had started to shine in the night as night turned into day. He crawled out, slowly climbed down the stairs of his guard tower, then walked into the empty village. The whispers in his head were gone. High Lord Marxus Re Palan stood with his hands leaning on the table in front of him. A large map of his territories was rolled over it, with pins representing his troops as well as those of his enemy. The attack hadn't been unexpected. Ever since Forest Walker and Cloud Splitter had died in the tournament city, his faction had struggled. Losing 2 high rankers would have been bad enough, but they had also lost most of the leadership. It had been only chance that Marxus hadn't been at the tournament. His pregnant wife had been close to birth, and they couldn't travel. With the invention of viewing screens, it didn't seem that important for him to make the trip as well. He still didn't know if he was one of the lucky ones, or if those who had died were. Their neighbors had turned on them once they sensed weakness. All of their best had been at the tournament, and without his greatest warriors and generals, Marxus was left with those who were merely good enough to hold the fort, not those who excelled. The war had pushed them hard. They had lost 4 territories on the eastern and northern sides of their lands, and had managed to hold off the attackers from the west. Thankfully, there were no attacks from the south, or at least there hadn't been in the last few months. The Barkenfield Kingdom had joined in the attacks initially, but then they had been attacked by their own neighbors and were forced to retreat. The core was in chaos, with thousands of little wars ignited across it. The big factions remained mostly intact, their alliances solid, or else they had pressed the smaller factions that were weaker into doing their bidding under the threat of war. But the rest, they were all fighting. He read through the reports, seeing that his enemies up north were preparing for another push. He grimaced at that. His forces were spread too thin, and he knew that they couldn't hold for much longer. "High Lord," one of his attendants interrupted as he walked into Marxus's tent. "What is it?" Marxus asked. The man walked over and put a scroll on the table. "More reports from down south." Marcus blinked, then reached over and skimmed through the missive. 2 more villages disappeared. "Yes, High Lord. There was a witness this time. His account is in the 2nd report," his attendant said. Marxus looked down again, reading more carefully. The account wasn't anything useful. A guard had hid while someone attacked the village and took all the inhabitants. This was the 12th village that had disappeared in the last 3 months. None of them were large, a few thousand inhabitants at the most. They were unimportant, but it was still an issue. Their neighbors in the south were the only possible suspects for the raids, but his spies in the Barkenfield kingdom told him that they were too busy fighting on other fronts to try something like this, as most of their army was engaged on the other side of their territory. Marxus wished that he could send a few legions south to investigate and catch whomever was kidnapping his people, but the reality was that he couldn't afford to. The loss of those villages was acceptable. "Send orders to the local cities. Have them increase patrols," Marxus ordered. That was as much as he could do. For now, he had to focus on the war effort. His legions were close to their breaking point, and if they faltered now, then a few missing villages wouldn't matter at all. The kingdom of Leun will endure. Iho, the blade of 1,000 cuts, moved through the battlefield unopposed. His 4 swords slashed all around him, killing the screen warrior forms by the dozens. The Blue Forest Hive had picked the worst possible moment to restart their age-old war. With the loss of their leader and one of their high-rankers, the oceanside kingdom of the Cretan people had been left vulnerable. The screen had taken advantage. The Blue Forest Hive was one of the few independent screen hives, most of the others having joined with the Grey Horde long ago, but that did not mean they were weak. The Blue Forest Hive forms were powerful, their warriors utilizing nasty defense-based classes which made it hard for any army to deal with. Iho was one of the few that could destabilize a battlefield for long enough that their army could push the screen back. Yet, he was barely used. He understood. His queen did not wish to risk him, as he was their last remaining high ranker, and one of the most powerful warriors in the entire kingdom now. With the loss of the others and the king, they were barely holding on. All of their landlocked territories had been conquered, and millions had died. The only reason the war was still being fought was because screen were terrible on the water, and they couldn't touch their underwater cities or their fleets. Now, as he charged across the sand of the beach, Iho whirled like a storm of death and metal. His curved swords carved a path through his enemy, heading straight for their siege weapons. The large cast cannons were glowing with formations, a clear sign that they were purchased and not built by the hive. Screen were terrible at cultivation, and so the only way they could get those was by buying them from others. If he was able to take them down, they wouldn't be able to repair or even replace them easily. And they needed to go down. Their range was greater than that of the fleet on the water just off the coast, and without the support of the fleet, the screen would overrun them soon. Iho did not wish to drown in bodies today. He created a path for himself and reached the cannons. With an effort of will, he triggered his greatest perk and danced. Crescents of blue light flew in all directions around him, cutting anything and everything they touched. The champion form's screen guarding the cannons tried to defend against one and was cleanly cut in half. All the screen around him died with him. The cannons were hit next and fell to pieces. His mission complete, Iho turned around before the screen managed to counterattack and overwhelm him. He was the most powerful being on the battlefield, but anyone could get drowned in numbers. There was no need to risk that. The fleet would be able to get back into range, and soon the screen would face the bombardment. As he made his way back to his side, he wondered how everything had changed so quickly. It was only a bit over a year since the terrible attack on the tournament, and now everyone was at each other's throats. He was even hearing whispers that whatever monster army that had been unleashed on the city was moving again. He wished that they had dealt with it before, but he knew that he couldn't have abandoned his people in their time of need, not when enemies lurked in the shadows just waiting to pounce on them. He pushed those thoughts out of his mind and focused. His battle was here. The night was quiet, unnaturally so. There were no sounds of animals in the air. Even the wind seemed to be silent. Havara had crossed a lot of ground, utilizing all of her perks and abilities to arrive without being detected. She had spent her entire life in the shadows. A member of the Thieves' Guild, she had gone through her share of dangerous situations. She was likely the highest-tier person of the guild at this point, and certainly the strongest. If she hadn't acted only in the shadows, she most certainly would have been named a high ranker. There was no one who was her equal at what she did. It was because of that, she assumed, that she was hired for this job. She cursed herself for accepting, but the reward had been enough to convince her, despite the state of her own treasury. Besides, a part of her was intrigued. She had heard whispers from the people living in the territories near the tournament city for the entire first year following the attack. Attacks in the night, monsters invading and taking cities, even entire territories. And then, those whispers were drowned in the chaos that had erupted inside the core. With the wars, the backstabbing, the new alliances, the map of the core was being redrawn daily at this point. At the same time, the core's center was growing increasingly more silent. She hadn't even realized it, but several factions had just dropped off the map, and people had stopped coming out of the core. Now she wished that she had asked for a larger reward. Her travel had been uneventful. She had passed through ghost villages and towns, all empty and looking as if they had been abandoned months ago. In some she would see signs of battle, whereas in others it would look as if the people had just walked out of their homes on their own. Then came the cities, which were empty, without any signs of life. The strangest thing was that there were no monsters either. She had run into signs of life only when she had grown near the tournament territories. She had encountered patrols, groups of people with all black eyes, walking alongside monsters with eyes that looked much the same. She observed them for a while, seeing how strangely they moved, how in sync they were. It was possible that those monsters were pets, controlled by a Beastmaster class, but the more she looked at them, the more she realized that was unlikely. Then she began encountering the other kind of monsters. She recognized them from the few reports and accounts that she had been given of the invading horde. Black and monstrous, those monsters were clearly far more dangerous. She had encountered several cities, their walls covered in black growths that pulsed. She had nearly tried to infiltrate one, but had decided to go deeper in. Her mission was, after all, to reach the tournament city. It took her weeks of dodging patrols both on the ground and in the air, and the closer she got, the more the landscape changed. The ground itself became covered with a black material that looked almost like dust. She didn't know what it did, and she didn't inspect it too closely. She hadn't felt any of the signs of mental attacks that she had been warned about, for which she was thankful. It meant that the masterwork item that protected her mind worked. She had wondered. Finally, she reached her destination. She crawled on top of a nearby mountain and looked through her magnifying glass. The tournament city had been a massive settlement, capable of housing millions of people. Now it was spilling out of its boundaries, having nearly doubled in size, and all of it was covered in black growths. Monsters flew in the air above it in a circle, creating a dome above it that kept the sun's light from ever touching the ground. In the city, she saw a horde that numbered far more than what her reports had indicated. She saw people, human, Demacy, Drakes, and all the other races, walking among the buildings almost mechanically, as if they were being controlled. She saw monsters of all kinds doing the same. The invading horde had taken control of both people and monsters, adding them to their numbers. In one corner of the city she saw a large pit, and it took her a moment to realize what it was as she zoomed in. She saw piles and piles of corpses being thrown into the pit filled with dark ichor. She saw tendrils pumping out of that pit, feeding into a large bulbous building near the wall of the arena. She didn't know what it all meant, but one thing was for certain. This horde was multiplying itself, and they were taking control of people and monsters. For the first time in a long time, she felt fear. She closed her glass and turned around, heading back. She had learned enough. Chapter 2. Years. King Karsum walked over the blue grass, his long, slim tail swishing gently behind him over the tips of the grass strands, letting them tingle his skin. On a hill just outside of his city, under the midday sun, he was deep in thought. He had no escort, for he rarely needed one. He was the most powerful person in his kingdom, and the territory was surrounded by a curtain of mist that disoriented anyone who entered it, aptly named the Curtain of Confusion. There was only one way in and out of the territory, which was monitored closely. This territory was the heart of his kingdom, the safest place that he could be. And so he walked alone, trying to gather his thoughts and make a decision. 2 years ago, the world changed at the tournament with the deaths of the majority of the high rankers and the leaders of the great factions. Karsum remembered when he had received the news, a day after it had happened. It took a while for everyone to really learn what had happened, and even now Karsum wondered about what he still didn't know. At first, he, like most of the world, saw what had happened as an opportunity to grow, to expand without the fear of reprisal. How wrong he had been. Chaos erupted quickly, and everyone realized just how much they needed those on top, those who were the strongest, to keep the peace. The swiftness at which everyone turned on one another was incredible. Karsum himself had managed to conquer 2 territories from his less-liked neighbor. For over a year, things were looking up for his kingdom, despite the war. The rest of the core was tearing itself apart, and the fact that the main hub of his kingdom's power was protected by the Curtain of Confusion meant that few tried to attack them. And then, things started to go wrong. Since the beginning, there had been calls for cooperation, for a joint attack on the tournament city to take care of the monsters that had invaded it through the portal created by the Speaker for the Blind. But few saw any real danger in that. Karsum himself doubted the reports. Yes, he was worried about what this dome meant, as he was about the fact that apparently there were more of them out there, but in the end, not many monsters could have passed through the portal before it was closed. Even if 10 times their number had gotten through, it was nothing compared to the size of armies in the core. Cut off from its leader, everyone assumed that this strange swarm would not pose a threat for long. Everyone assumed that someone else would take care of it. Reports came in about skirmishes with strange monsters, but nothing truly concerning, until, suddenly, the entire region went silent. 12 territories, all claimed by these monsters, and then there were no more reports coming out. Scouts sent in were never heard from again. Sigmund Otensen had been the loudest voice among those who had tried to push for a joint attack on the monsters, with Celia Hajan being a close second, despite her sect having problems that, at the time at least, had seemed severe enough on their own. Now Karsum had received another invitation, a plea, really. They wanted him and his armies for their 3rd attempt. 2 armies were sent into the enemy territories by Sigmund, and neither one had been heard of since. Once the scouts stopped coming back out, Sigmund had assembled a small army and sent it in to gather information. When that one didn't come out, he had doubled the numbers and sent the second one. He didn't plan on playing around this time. They had no information, so his plan was to drown the monsters in numbers. Karsum had read through his initial plan. It called on 100 factions in the core, aiming to assemble an army of millions led by the most powerful people in the core. He wanted a ceasefire among all of them for the duration of the campaign. It was a good plan, but he didn't know if it was a smart one. He didn't know if the others were going to agree. Yet, he had reason to accept, just like many others had. There had been reports of strange sightings and missing people all over the territories surrounding the tournament territories. Karsum had been reading reports citing entire villages missing, looking as if every single person inside of them had just decided to get up and move. That was what had been assumed at the start, which was why it had been months before he had been told. Now, almost 2 years had passed since the night of loss, and the big players had already grabbed what they could in the confusion. The wars had cooled down to skirmishes and slow pushes against entrenched opponents. Karsum knew that these wars could last for decades, even centuries, but while there was chaos, he didn't think there was ever going to be a better time for them to try and deal with this other threat. He came to a stop on top of a hill, looking out at the waves of blue grass and the cattle that grazed it. All of them were specially bred monsters just for that purpose, and Karsum had high-level breeders on staff taking care of it all. He took a deep breath and then released it slowly. "The world is heavy sometimes," a voice spoke, startling him. Karsum turned to see a figure standing next to him. In one gloved hand was a crook staff made out of brown wood. Immediately he relaxed as he realized that the person was a herder, there to watch over the cattle. His long yellow robe was strange, but Karsum felt his mind calm. That detail didn't seem important enough, despite the figure having their head completely covered with a hood. "My apologies." The figure inclined their head. "I did not mean to interrupt you, Your Majesty. It just seemed like you were in need of a conversation." Karsum opened his mouth to refute that, and then he closed it slowly as he realized that the herder was right. He was conflicted, and somehow it seemed like a good idea to listen and hear what one of his subjects had to say. After all that he did for them. "Yes," Karsum said slowly. "You are right. I am worried." "I'm glad to hear that," the herder said. Karsum blinked. "What do you mean?" "You are a king, are you not?" the man asked. "If you didn't worry, I would be the one worried. The people like to know that our leaders worry about us." Karsum nodded. That seemed reasonable enough. "Yes, well, He paused, nearly telling this simple herder everything. Then he thought about it. Nothing that he was thinking about was really a secret. It wasn't as if he, a simple herder, would be able to do anything with the information. Somehow all of that made perfect sense to him. "I've been invited to a joint coalition, one meant to fight and clear the territories surrounding the tournament territories." "Ah," the herder said. "I've heard something about it. That notification? Monsters, right?" Karsum nodded. "Yes, a test from the framework itself. It was initiated early, and though only a fraction of the monster's power is in the core, the threat has only grown stronger as it was ignored. I understand this, though I still don't think that it is something that all of us need to worry about. After all, what can a fraction of this monster swarm do, even if it is intelligently led?" "So you are not certain if you want to participate, my king?" the herder asked. "I am trying to decide. We've gained much in the past 2 years, but ultimately this threat is not something that is immediately relevant to my people. There are thousands of other factions in the core closer." "Of course," the herder said. "Well, I do not know what you should do. I am a simple herder, and all that I worry and care about is tending to my flock." Karsum blinked. Something about those words struck him as important. He realized that In a way, he was like this herder, and his people were his flock. The herder was right. It all made sense to him suddenly. He didn't know how he hadn't seen it before. What did he care about the others? He needed only to make sure that his people were safe. Karsum turned to thank the herder, but found that he was alone on top of the hill. The yellow-shrouded figure walked across the land, searching for the next soul in need of advice. Fetham Starseeker of the Unchained ran across the forest floor. He was exhausted. For 15 days and nights he had been running away from a mysterious pursuer. He didn't need to rest often, but this pursuit had done a number on him. He didn't know who his pursuer was. He had been staying away from him, trying to keep him at the edge of his senses. During the day the pursuer kept up, gaining distance as Fetham ran, but as soon as night fell his pursuer slowed, just maintaining the distance that he had gained during the day. It was strange, and that fact had been nagging at him constantly. At this point it had been impacting his mental state more than his overall tiredness was. He had been on a mission for Kale, far away from any support. He couldn't call for backup, nor did he want to lead whomever this was to any of their hiding places. The entire Corps was on the hunt for them, and had been for every single day of the last 2.5 years, when Kale unleashed a dome and so many in the Corps died. They had attributed the crimes of others to them, but in the end that didn't really matter, as they had done what they had wanted. The chaos that had filled the Corps had not yet reached its peak, but the signs were there. Great factions had started to fall. The Unchained had been in hiding. They didn't want to give them anything that could unite them again, like catching Kale. So Fetham ran, because all it would take was one slip-up, and they would have entire armies coming down on their heads. Near the end of the night he reached the edge of the forest and came to a stop in the open. His build was best when he had the room to use it, and he had grown impatient. He needed to deal with this before he was too tired to fight, or his mind turned on him. His pursuer kept coming, narrowing the distance between them until he finally reached him. He stopped in the shadows of the forest, being just a shadowy form that Fetham couldn't quite make out in the pale light of the moon. "Tired of running, little rat?" the shadow spoke, his voice carrying across the distance. "Who are you? What do you want?" Fetham asked. "I want to know where your leader hides, and by the time this is over, you will tell me." "Nothing that you can do will make me betray him. You must know that," Fetham said. "We shall see," the figure said, as finally the moon's light turned from pale blue to pale yellow, announcing the start of the day. The figure stepped forward into the now yellow light, and Fetham saw him fully. He recognized him. Wearing a simple vest that left his muscular and deep-red limbs bare, his chest was tanned, but of a different color, just as his face was. It was a side effect of his birth, of carrying the lineage of 2 different races. His golden hair was slicked back, and 2 small horns rose from his forehead, though nowhere near as large as those of full-blooded Demacy. His eyes blazed with orange light, and he raised his eyes up to gaze at the sun. "Ah," he sighed as the light of the sun landed on his face, the air around him trembling as a haze shrouded him. "You will tell me what I want to know, Starseeker. By the time this day is over, I will know where my family's killer is hiding." Fetham knew now why he had kept his distance, why he had only tried to catch up with him during the day. Fetham knew that he was fucked, because one did not fight Heor Darkhoof, the beloved of the sun, during the day. chi blazed out of his core, and he prepared to meet his foe. Erasmus walked through his fortress, anxious and disappointed. He had just gotten word that the Grey Horde had arrived to her main territory. Her journey across the settled territories had been too long, and she had been forced to go ahead of her army. She could have arrived sooner, but as the wars broke out, it became impossible to use the teleporters that connected everything. Most of them, at least. Every faction that was engaged in wars had shut theirs down to prevent any infiltrators. It had taken years for the Grey Horde to get back to their territories. She had gone to her own territory with her strongest champions, leaving the bulk of her army to travel through the Under, along with his undead. He didn't have any more teleportation scrolls. It took too long to make them, and they were too expensive anyway. He made a mental note to try and make some that were able to transport just a single person across the same distance. Erasmus had spent the last 2.5 years fighting off invaders, depleting his already depleted forces. Thankfully, he had spent 1,000 years fortifying his territories, and he had never held that many of them in the first place. After the clash with the third iteration, his main army had been reduced to barely 1/5 of its power, and while he had made new undead over the last 2 years, it wasn't nearly enough. His army was in the Under. It would be months still before it could arrive in the core, and a bit more for the Grey Horde's army. His undead could walk without stopping, though the terrain and the threats in the Under did slow them down some, but her army needed to rest. Everything was falling apart. No one had listened to their warnings. Every single one of the people they reached out to in order to gather an army to attack the tournament territories had refused them. Enough so that Erasmus had grown increasingly suspicious. There had been people who owed him favors, whom he believed to be honorable, that had broken their word to him. Too many for it to be a coincidence. Something else was going on, but he didn't yet know what. He didn't know what they were going to do. They were too weak at the moment. The core had lost nearly all of their high rankers and the leaders of the great factions, and many of the mid-sized factions that had had representatives at the gathering when the reaction engine hit had lost a lot of power too. Urala and Rayella were dead. Zenker and Urel were presumed dead. Dracael had retreated to the island of dungeons, trying to keep the adventurers from tearing themselves apart as 100 different factions appeared following Vengi's death. Sigmund had spent 2 years smashing down every invasion against his factions, and was now too weakened to attack the tournament territories on his own. Erasmus had enough undead to protect his own power base, but until his army returned, he could do little. The Grey Horde had arrived to the core to find her faction attacked from a dozen sides, everyone taking advantage of her absence to carve a small piece of her territories for themselves. Without the bulk of her army, she was losing, and until her army arrived, she wouldn't be able to help either. Their newest member, Celia Hajan, was in the worst position. The Zhenxuan sect had been hit arguably the hardest. Despite their having more powerful individuals than most, they were getting overwhelmed. There was no one left who could focus on the threat in the heart of the core. And the worst part was that Erasmus knew that they were doomed if they didn't deal with it soon. His spies in the Third Iteration Empire had told him what had happened there. Half of the empire was gone, overwhelmed and rolled over by the endless armies that could multiply. The only reason they still held was because they were paranoid beyond comparison, because they had prepared for the entire world to be turned against them. Their great wall, in the center of their empire, stretched across the entire length of their territories. It had been intended to protect them from an attack coming from the north, and instead they had been hit from the south. They'd lost most of their preparations in the south, their food-growing farms and caches, but they were still holding. He had even had one of his spies attempt contact with the third iteration's leadership. He needed better information, and he needed to lay the foundation for the future. They wouldn't have long, he knew. There was no time for waiting. They needed to take care of the monsters in the core, and then all march south to help the third iteration empire. Yet, Erasmus knew that it would take years for the matters in the core to settle, for anyone to even be willing to listen. He just didn't know what to do. Celia Hajan watched from her mount, sitting at the edge of a cliff, as the fire spread far in the distance. Her home, the mighty fortress city in the mountains, had fallen, and with it the Zhenquan sect. Too many enemies, and not enough allies, had led to this outcome. Before all of this, she had believed that the Zhenquan sect had many allies, but now she realized that most of them had just been opportunists, leeching off of them and waiting for a chance to strike. The few sects that had stayed loyal had paid the price for that loyalty along with her sect. She glanced to her side, where Iari Jivan stood with Riki. They had fought by her side for years now, and she was grateful for them. Erdania stood on her other side, her eyes focused on the burning mountain. The two of them were more powerful than anyone else in this conflict. Alone, they had been able to take down entire armies, but what did it matter when there were a dozen more ready to take their place? They had been overwhelmed, ground down over time, by an unending attack from all sides. She had tried to negotiate, to offer compromises, because she knew what the real threat was, because she knew that they couldn't afford this. It had only served to make everyone believe that they were weak, and in the end, they had lost. "What do we do now?" Erdania asked. Celia closed her eyes. In the back of her mind, she felt another presence, one that had become ever present since the night of loss. She had spoken through their link only sparingly. She hadn't really known what to say or do. She wasn't equipped to handle whatever their link was, not quickly at least, and she had no time to pause and think as she fought wars. She and Erdania had talked about it, but for the most part they ignored the link, trying not to bring attention to it. The emotions she felt through it were muted now, the distance making it harder to read. But now, they didn't have anywhere else to go. "We leave. We grow strong enough to take everything back," Celia said. She knew that Sigmund had the League working on trying to find what was happening in the tournament territories, even while he worked with what was left of the Cabal to gather people together for an attack. She wanted to help, but in the state they were in, with just a few thousand people left under her command, there wasn't much that she could do. She needed to talk with Erdania, and then, perhaps, she would reach out through the link inside her head and see what other choices she had. Chapter 3. High Ranker. Jelkin kept low as he and his squad looked at their target. The small border village had no real defenses. There wasn't even a simple wall around it. It was a farming town, and, from what his scouts had told him, there were no high-realm cultivators present. The highest realm they had seen was the Lord realm, and according to his scouts, she was clearly young. He didn't know what a prodigy like that was doing in a border town, but he would take advantage of it. His sect was fleeing the chaos of the core, and they needed a place where they could settle down. They had been a minor sect in the core, but that only meant that they would be better than anyone here on the frontier. It should be easy for them to take over a few territories that were already established and take over the people living in them as well as settle their own. Some of his sect had called for them to go beyond and settle unclaimed territories, but after years of fighting and losing, they just didn't have the resources to go into the unknown. It had been 3 years since the core had erupted into thousands of wars, tearing itself apart, and there was no sign of the core calming down any time soon. They had to flee. This raid was both for them to gather more information about this area as well as to create a base of operations. The bulk of the Bluestone Peak sect was days behind them, and Jelkin had to find and build a place where they could settle and explore beyond. He wasn't worried about the sect that they planned on attacking. Their strength was most definitely greater. They would be able to take over without much fuss, as the sect rules of war meant that the strong ruled. If they defeated them without killing any of them, that would only make their supremacy greater. Toward that goal, Jelkin had been granted 2 of the sect's immortals, which was a bit too much, in his opinion. He himself was an immortal as well, and he had been sent along with 4 heavenly and 6 monarch realm cultivators for this mission. His sect was mostly Ravzer and Korora, with 2 of his warriors on this mission being Korora and the rest Ravzer. As he looked at the village, he devised a plan. He understood the need for demonstrating their might from the start, since it would mean a clean transfer of power. "We are ready, Master," one of his people said, and Jelkin gave the order with a nod of his head. The Heavenly and Monarch Realm cultivators rushed out, heading for the village. Jelkin and his 2 immortals remained in their hiding spot, watching. His people entered the village and in quick order started forcing everyone who was willing to fight into submission. It was the way of the sects. Rarely did they have the kind of wars that killed people. It brought more honor to defeat your opponents than to kill them, depending on the circumstances. Though he had heard about some of the wars now being fought in the core that were getting bad, which was why they had gotten out of there. The combat in the village ended quickly, as there was no one of the higher realm there to put up a fight. He had seen the Lord Realm cultivator still standing defiant, holding a spear in her hands. She had no hope, but it spoke well of her that she didn't give up. In time she might grow to be an asset to the Bluestone Peak sect, but now it was time for her to understand her position. He had remained back with his 2 warriors because it would have been unfair, in a way, for immortals to walk into the village and demand submission. There was no way for those people to fight them. This way, at least, they had the illusion of choice. The 3 of them walked into the village and came to a stop next to the rest of their people in the village's main square. The denizens of the village stood at the edges of the square, most of them Demaci and human, with a few Ravzer and Cretan here and there. There was barely 100 of them, and all of them were behind the single warrior that was still on her feet. The Lord Realm cultivator glared at them, while a few Foundation Realm warriors pulled back in various states of being injured. Nothing major, though. Jelkin wanted to rule over these people afterward. "I am Jelkin, of the Bluestone Peak sect," he said, introducing himself to everyone. "My sect has decided to move here from the core. We will be taking these territories for ourselves. Serving us will be in your best interest. We are not cruel. With our sect, you will have the opportunity to grow stronger." He waited for them to drop to their knees, to submit, but nothing happened. He frowned and turned his eyes to the warrior in the middle. His warriors had orders not to injure anyone too much, so they had taken it easy on her. Still, she had some injuries, including some cuts on her body and face. The ground around her was covered in a thin layer of frost, indicating her aspect. "You must know that you stand no chance," Jelkin said, tilting his head at her. Something about her unnerved him, and then it clicked as he looked into her eyes. He saw no fear in them. She was young. It was clear both from her appearance that still had that youthful charm, and her eyes that looked inexperienced. She was a human, green-skinned and tall, muscular. She opened her mouth to speak, and then a voice spoke before she could. "You don't need to feel bad." Jelkin and everyone else turned their eyes to the side and up above them. A man sat on a black block of chi in the air, with his feet dangling over the edge. He wore a black and violet robe, and had one of his hands leaned on his knee, while the other scratched almost absent-mindedly at the beard on his jaw. He had 2 lines across his face, as if his skin was cracked, and violet and black mist rose from it gently. His attention was on the young Lord Realm warrior, and before Jelkin could say anything, he continued speaking. "You've done well, and your power will only continue to grow in time. Soon enough, people of this level will be no better than dirt beneath your feet." Everyone around Jelkin stiffened at that. He couldn't feel any chi from the man, but he didn't seem too bothered by Jelkin or his warriors. Jelkin was taken aback by his words, feeling insulted, certainly, but also confused. The box beneath the man turned to mist that dissipated, and he dropped to the ground. Just before he reached it, he slowed and landed gently. He walked to the young Lord Warrior and placed his hand on her shoulder. "It's okay. You did great. The more you push yourself against those stronger than you, the faster you will grow." The girl looked him in the eyes, having to tilt her head down since she was taller than him, and then finally she sighed and started walking back to the rest of the villagers. Only then did the man turn his eyes at Jelkin and his people. His eyes were black orbs surrounded by white, eerie, almost seeming like they were looking straight through him. "You are trespassing in this territory," the man said simply. "I see that you are here with the intent of conquest. I will give you a single warning to turn around and leave. If you wish to have peaceful relations with us, return again, and you will be welcomed." Jelkin blinked at that, and then shook himself. The man's arrival had unbalanced him, but even if the man was an immortal himself, he was outnumbered, and Jelkin came from a core sect. A frontier sect should not be able to compare. "We are the warriors of the Bluestone Peak sect. We've decided to settle in this area. We will be taking this territory. The only question is the manner in which we will accomplish this." The man tilted his head. "The strong rule, yes, I understand that," the man said, and Jelkin sighed. He had heard that there were some crazy people in the sects of the frontier who didn't surrender when faced with greater strength. Before Jelkin could comment, the man continued. "How about this? We fight until one side no longer can continue the fight. If I win, you leave and forget about your conquest. If you win, well, you are welcome to take this territory." "There are more of us," Jelkin commented. The sect rules were a bit flexible on fights that were not proper duels, and the man hadn't suggested anything like that, which suited Jelkin fine. Still, there were limits to what the people would accept. Sending an entire army against a single person and winning would not earn anyone any honor. "It's been a while since I had a challenge. Come one at a time or all at once, it matters not to me," the man said with a shrug. Jelkin blinked at the arrogance, but this was no worse than what he had experienced in the core. Still, he hadn't expected it from a frontier sect warrior. He was fairly certain that the man was an immortal, if he felt confident that he could win. Jelkin glanced to the side where his second-in-command stood. Verker had orange and black fur and wore a slim piece of armor that was both incredibly tough and flexible. He was a blade master. His build focused on fighting with a sword. There were many build archetypes in the Infinite Realm, but the blade master was perhaps one that was more well-known, and that was for a reason. A great blade master was a terror on a battlefield and in a duel. "Verker," Jelkin said simply, and the other immortal immediately understood his meaning. He stepped forward, while the rest of them pulled back. The man didn't move from his spot on the other side of the square. He simply gazed at Verker. "I am Verker Vahil of the Bluestone Peak sect. Give me your name, warrior, so that I may know whom I have defeated." One side of the man's lips turned up in a half-smile. "Defeat me, and perhaps you will be worthy of knowing it." Jelkin's eyes narrowed at the sheer arrogance of the man, but he didn't comment. Then, in an instant, Verker moved as he activated one of his techniques. He flashed across the distance, and Jelkin was barely able to follow his movement as the sword on his hip left its sheath and cut upward in an arc. The man had moved a step back, his eyes opening slightly as if in surprise as he gazed at the stump of his right hand. Verker pulled his sword back to his chest, keeping the tip pointed at his opponent. Jelkin felt the exhilaration that came from knowing that he would soon be a step closer to accomplishing his mission. A violet and black mist was leaking out of the cut at his elbow. It indicated a pretty strange body, but Jelkin didn't have the time to wonder. In an instant the mist surged and formed a hand, and then his cut-off body part reformed faster than Jelkin had ever seen someone regenerate. It took Verker off guard, too, because he acted a moment too late. The man swung his left hand, and mid-swing a large hammer appeared in his hand that smashed into Verker's raised sword. Jelkin heard bones cracking as the hammer didn't slow, and instead picked Verker up and sent him flying to the side. Jelkin watched as his warrior smashed through the wall of a building on his left, the sounds of impact coming out of the now collapsing building. Jelkin glanced at the man, who let the hammer disappear again as he tisked to himself. "Damn it." Jelkin bent his knees and got low to the ground as he prepared his own techniques. "Master." His other immortal warrior put a hand on Jelkin's shoulder, stopping him. "What?" he hissed in a whisper. "I think I recognize him," the man said. Jelkin blinked, not really understanding. "From the tournament. He competed in the high division," the man whispered back as the man in front of them just looked back silently. "I don't remember him," Jelkin said. He had watched the semifinals and the finals. His sect hadn't had enough resources to send anyone to the tournament, so they had watched through the new remote windows. They managed to afford only one of a small size, so they rotated people that watched. "Master," his warrior started, his voice tense. "I think he is the undying void." It took a long few seconds for Jelkin to process what he had heard. Then he remembered. The Night of Loss had seen the end of many, but the high rankers' ranks had been decimated. Nearly all of the 100 on the list had died. In the following years, new names were added to the list as their feats and names became known, but a few had been added before, just after the Night of Loss. The Undying Void, currently number 17 on the high-ranker list, was one of them. Jelkin didn't remember much about how he earned a spot, only that it had happened that night, that he fought against the invading monsters and had proven himself during the battle. He froze, wondering what a high-ranker was doing here. He didn't know much about him. There was too much other stuff in the last 3 years for him to worry about. He simply didn't have the time to learn about every new name on the list. "Ah," the man sighed. "I guess that it's going to be one against you all." Jelkin didn't even have the time to speak before the man appeared in front of him and a fist had broken his jaw. Cree watched with intense attention as her teacher demolished his opponents. The first immortal hadn't come out of the rubble, so she assumed he was unconscious. Ryun was fighting all of the others, 6 monarchs, 4 heavenly, and 2 immortal realm cultivators. Not that those numbers were helping them any. He was only using his mantle and was fighting with his fists. To the unfamiliar eye, it might look like he was playing around with them, but Cree knew better. He was moving with a fluidity and grace that she only rarely saw from him. He was fighting using a martial art. It was a strange-looking one, with his body almost gliding around the square. He evaded some attacks and blocked others, but let them move him around before bleeding the momentum quickly. It looked like he was moving through the water, only sped up. No, he wasn't playing around. He was training. It was all that he did since he and the others had returned from the tournament. Every day, without stop, sleeping only every week or so, and for barely an hour. He would spend most of the night in the void plane, cultivating before coming down with the sun turn and studying cultivating with Tally, and then he would practice his techniques. He had even taken up crafting. But lately, most of his time was spent practicing martial arts. He sought out anyone who knew even the tiniest bit of martial arts, both in the Twilight Melody sect and all of the surrounding ones. He fought them all, learned from them, and had begun devising his own style. Cree had heard Tally say that it was a waste of time, and that he wasn't that good at it, yet what she saw in front of her made her feel like her other teacher might not know everything. It was clear that the others were better, as far as martial techniques went, than him. They just moved better. But Ryun was practicing, using them to learn. His boosted stats and his regeneration allowed it. They were hitting him far more than he did them, but it didn't matter. Every cut healed in an instant. His limbs were cut off and reappeared a moment after they were gone. She saw a blade hit his neck, and he smashed his fist into it, redirecting the blow down into his chest, preventing it from decapitating him. A moment later he pulled the blade deeper and smashed his opponent into the ground, cracking the stone beneath his feet. Techniques and powers were being used constantly. His opponents didn't seem to have a unified path, but rather a few different ones. She was keeping track, and had seen wind-based powers, earth-based, and some self-enhancing ones. This was her training, watching, learning. She couldn't see everything. They were moving too fast for even her Lord Realm stats to be able to keep up, but she had been training her mind to fill in the gaps. She was satisfied with her results, and she felt like she could understand most of what was happening. The battle's outcome was never in doubt. The other warriors tired themselves out long before Ryun's regeneration even reached a point close to running out. Finally, the end came with his opponents on the ground, unconscious. He looked at them, his robe cut to pieces, and a few dozen small wounds on his body leaking void as they slowly closed. He shook his head and pulled the rags that remained on his body off. Then he equipped another identical robe. "That was disappointing," he said with a sigh. He turned around and walked back to her. "So, what did we learn today?" he asked. The two of them were patrolling their sect's territory, mostly fighting monsters and training in the wilderness. At their last check-in, they had been informed that this part of their border had been infiltrated by unknown scouts, and that there was a chance of an invasion. It was why they had made their way here. "We learned that people shouldn't mess with you?" Cree said with a weak smile. Ryun narrowed his eyes at her, then knocked her on her forehead. "Hey!" she yelled as she rubbed the spot. It felt like her entire head was ringing. "What did we learn today?" he asked again. Cree grimaced, still rubbing the spot on her head. "I don't know. That you are more powerful than 3 immortals and a bunch of their followers?" Ryun rolled his eyes and shook his head. "Close enough, I guess. We learned that power matters, and that we should always take any opportunity granted to us to train and get more powerful." Cree sobered at that, and then nodded. "Good," he said, as warriors of the Twilight Melody sect entered the village. They had remained outside, hidden and waiting in case that this turned out to be more than what it ended up being. She knew that there was another lesson here. Ryun had put her alone in the village to defend it. He had to have known that she would lose, that she had no chance, and yet she would need to think more on why he had done that. Her teacher liked to make her think and come to conclusions on her own. "Come, We should head back. Your mother is probably worried sick, Ryun said and started walking. Kree grimaced, but followed behind him, thinking about what more she was meant to learn from this experience. Chapter 4. Neha. Stonecloud Peak Dungeon. Neha prowled through the shadow thrown by the peak of the mountain. She was just beneath the peak, on a large plateau where the final boss of this dungeon perched most of the time. The dragon was large, at least twice her base form's height and 4 times that as long. It was a lesser dragon, which didn't mean that it was weak, only that it wasn't as smart as its more powerful kin. Still, a dragon was a dragon, and it satisfied Zack's quest condition. She walked on all 4 of her Shadow Stalker form's legs. The reason why she used this one was simple. It was large, powerful, and it made her skill of Night Walk and Shadow Strike greater. It was a form of the Shadow Stalker, a Tier 10 monster that had fur which leaked shadow. It was a quadruped, resembling a cat-like monster. In this form she had sharp claws and a short snout filled with teeth made for tearing flesh. Her primal form perk allowed one unique trait of the original monster to be retained in her form. As monsters had their own framework system, it wasn't quite a perk, but something similar. She'd had to kill a lot of Shadow Stalkers to get what she wanted, since the trait that would be retained was always random. Her skill, combined with Silent Hunter Shadow Camouflage and the Shadow-Stalking Chimera perks, along with the form's shadowy fur, meant that she was nearly undetectable. She had also used her mold power to shift her inner workings and adjust her stats, focusing more on strength and dexterity. Her monster form was powerful. She had a lot of perks that passively boosted her stats when she was using her shape-shifting perks or abilities, too. She had leveled all the way to 359 over the last 3 years, but her skills were what made her truly dangerous. She had achieved 8 Tier 6 and 1 Tier 8 skill, which meant that her power was technically on the 13th tier of power. Though, since most of it came from Tier 6 skills, she couldn't quite measure up to some on the same tier. She watched the battle on the plateau from the shadows, waiting for her time to join it. Through her true link, Zachariah Gardner, she could feel the flow of the battle, so she knew that the time was soon. She felt anxious, as she always did when they did this. "Careful," Eloise's voice spoke inside her head. "You don't want to jump in too soon." She knew that, of course. They had researched and tested the limits of Zack's quest fully over the last few years. They knew exactly how much they could push it. It wouldn't count if they fought in a group larger than 5, or if Zack didn't do at least 80% of the damage to the monster, and his teammates were more than 3 tiers of power more powerful than the monster. Fortunately, they hadn't yet found a dragon-type monster that was lower than Tier 12, so they didn't need to worry about that. So, Neha waited and watched as Zack fought. The dragon was gray in color, with rough scales and wings stretching from its back. It was also a stone dragon, which fulfilled the elemental part of the quest's conditions. The ground was shaking as Zack soared through the air around it, his blade and sword hitting the monster's tough scales. He had done some damage. His attacks had managed to get through and cut the skin beneath. Dark blood was leaking out of the monster, splattering on the stone below. Zack's green metal armor was glowing with arrays that did various things aside from providing protection, like letting him regenerate stamina at a higher rate. Despite that, she knew that he wouldn't last for much longer. He had physical wings on his back from his ability, but she knew that they weren't nearly as good as those of a natural flyer. More often than not, Zack had to rely on his wind-based perks to augment his flight, since they didn't allow him to fly that fast or maneuver especially well. So she knew that he was tiring himself out. He had 15 seconds in the air before needing to come down and wait for his cooldown. The battle had already been going on for several minutes, enough that he had been able to use his wings 4 times. It was obvious, despite his being able to avoid the monster, that he was slowing down, and that it was only a matter of time before it managed to land a lucky blow. He had gotten a lot better with his skills and overall use of his build. It was a testament to his will that he was able to fight a mythic monster that was stronger than him on an equal level for so long. The dragon didn't breathe fire, and it was slow, but it was tough and strong. Its roar sounded like 2 pieces of rock grinding against each other, rough and loud. In place of a breath attack, it could shape stone spikes and throw them through the air. Zack was doing a good job of dodging them in the air as the dragon created them around his head. He twisted in the air and kicked off one of the spikes that was flying at him. Flying further away from the dragon, chains sprung from his outstretched fist, wrapping themselves around the dragon's wing and tangling it up, making it start to tumble toward the ground, just as Zack's wings winked out. He was pulled down along with the dragon, spikes forming and flying in his direction as they fell. Zack flashed forward, his weapons slashing all around him as he used his planar whirling wing. His blades did physical damage, but he also had his hunger blade form, which sapped the dragon's stats and increased his own. It was why he had been able to keep up despite tiring himself. The monster was getting weaker. As they reached the ground, she saw him blink away before he hit the ground. The dragon couldn't stop itself, and so it had hit the ground with a resounding crack. Everything shook, and Neha readied herself, her right paw tensing as she prepared Ilui, who was in a form of a clawed gauntlet, sheathing her form's already formidable claws. It had taken some effort, acclimating to running around in a 4-legged form, especially with something like this attached to her limb. Her increased bond with her awakened weapon had resulted in it being able to take more forms. Not a big change, but a significant one for her now. Zack dashed toward the dragon as soon as he came out of his blink, and she saw the flash that announced him using his Hunger Blade's ability to increase his stats, just as she felt her own stats increase through their true link. He switched his blade to Venom Blade and stabbed it through the hole in between the stunned dragon's scales, right through its shoulder. She saw his blade blur and knew that he had used his Rending Strikes skill, as he hit it several times in the same spot. It wasn't the first time that he had hit it with the Venom Blade, and she knew that it all added up, making the monster weaker. It roared in pain and anger, then slammed its claws against the ground, stone spikes shooting out of them, seeking to impale Zack. He stepped to the side with spatial evade, evading one, but then more started coming out and he blinked away. Neha grimaced. That was his last blink for this fight. They needed to bring this to a close quickly. Their plan was for her to come in at the end so that they didn't risk her doing more damage than she was supposed to, but she was also supposed to jump in if he couldn't handle his opponent and there was a risk of death. The dragon pushed itself back to its feet, stone spikes appearing around its head and flying at Zack. She saw him evade, but he was slowing down and one had nearly hit him. Dashing forward, he pulled his blade back behind his opposite hip, and then, as the dragon snapped forward with its open jaws, he slashed forward. Neha saw a white crescent fly forward quickly. It couldn't travel far, but it was enough. It passed through the dragon's neck harmlessly, and then Zack jumped to the side to dodge. As the dragon's head hit the ground, she saw the spike above it crumble mid-formation. The sealing crescent slash had sealed its power, not for long, barely a second, which was more than enough time. Zack's blade was sheathed with crackling lightning as he dashed forward. As the dragon recovered, he shouted in its direction, sending a blast of concussive energy that weakened the area around it and staggered it long enough for him to get close. His blade stabbed into the dragon's open wound, cutting and widening it even as he unleashed his lightning strike. The dragon visibly shook from the attack, its claw swiping at Zack and forcing him back as it tried to get away. Then it suddenly turned, its tail lashing out and catching Zack unprepared, the blunt, rock-like tip of it smashing into his chest and sending him flying back. Neha jumped forward immediately. With her of night walk and shadow strikes, she surged out of the shadows, still undetectable. She focused her mind and activated both her powerful strike and primal strike, making her next attack deal 8 times normal damage. Then she used her perfect unseen stab. Her attack had gone undetected, which triggered her shadow stab perk, increasing the damage by an additional 200%. Her right claw, sheathed with Ilui in his claw gauntlet form, slid straight through the scales of the dragon's neck. With a twist in the air, she rent half of its neck apart, landing with all of her limbs on it and digging in deep. Dark blood flowed freely all over her, and the dragon roared. She had opened up a large gash on the side of its neck and had cut important arteries. The dragon was effectively dead, but it wouldn't go down immediately. It was bucking, trying to throw her off, but she used primal bite and chomped down on its neck, holding on as it tried to throw her away. Then Zack came back, wings on his back beating once and sending him flying toward the dragon's face. His ethereal sword stabbed through one of its eyes, and he used it as leverage to wrap his legs around the dragon's head and neck. She saw spikes made out of stone form above them, clearly intended to pierce them from above. But then Zack raised his blade, intent on stabbing through the gap between the scales. Then the dragon's body trembled, and a moment later Neha was thrown off with a strange sensation of pain. She hit the ground before she even realized what had happened. She glanced down at her body and saw 100 wounds with tiny sharp things impaling her. Over to the side she saw Zack in a similar state, his armor filled with shards that had punched the metal. She saw the dragon in the middle, glaring at them. Its body was bare, without any scales protecting it. She realized that it had somehow cast off all of its scales in an area attack. It roared again, and she saw stone filling up the wound on its neck, stopping the blood flow. Spikes formed around it, and she jumped away with perfect shadow disengage, her form becoming a shadow that surged away. Zack did the same with his spatial evade. They avoided the attack, and then Zack pointed his blade at the dragon, activating his venom burst. The dragon staggered as the venom inside of it was consumed, and it suffered critical damage. It lost its footing and slumped to the ground. Zack dashed forward and then dismissed his ethereal sword. As soon as it was gone, he reached out with that hand, looking as if he was grasping at something, then pulled. A moment later, the air right beneath the dragon exploded as he used his forceful rift and blasted open a weakened spot in space, creating a rift to the air and wind plane. The maelstrom of air ripped out just next to the dragon. Neha was always surprised when she saw it used that way. Many would consider air to be weak, and yet the storms that air and wind were capable of were astounding. This high up, the plane was probably a mix of air and wind, perhaps some stone or rock, as the ground shook from the rift opening. The power of the storm of air cut the now unprotected dragon apart, the blast of wind sending even Neha rolling across the ground, despite most of it being absorbed by the dragon. Pieces of the dragon boss rained down all around them, along with droplets of black blood. Neha could feel Zack through their link, so she didn't worry about him. Instead, she just shifted back to her base form and remained on the ground, covered in blood as she gathered her breath. A while later, they were sitting in a clear part of the plateau, washing themselves with water from a barrel that they had brought with them to the dungeon. They had learned a lot during the last 6 months since they had arrived at the Island of Dungeons. One had to be prepared to dungeon dive, or climb in this case. As they washed in silence, she looked over the edge at the sights around them. They appeared to be on top of an impossibly tall mountain, surrounded by forest. It was not the landscape of the island of dungeons, but rather just some illusion unique to this dungeon. She didn't know if it was real, but she knew that they couldn't go there. The limits of the dungeon were just a short distance around the mountain itself, a solid and invisible wall keeping them from getting out. The Stone Cloud Peak dungeon was a closed type, or rather a respawning dungeon. The two of them had been lucky to have been able to enter it, since only a few teams could enter at the same time, though each would have their own instance of the dungeon, so they couldn't interfere with one another. The fact that their team of two had managed to get in was a testament to the state of things here. She knew from her past that its entrances were tightly regulated by the Adventurers Guild. But, since that night, 3 years ago, everything had changed. The leader of the Adventurers Guild was dead, and his son, Haor Darkhoof, the beloved of the sun and the second in line to lead it, had disappeared, some said seeking revenge for his family's losses. Regardless, the guild had collapsed into various factions, each seeking to gain more influence. The Warden's Guild was technically a part of the Adventurers Guild, which was why they were allowed access. The Wardens were one of the few factions that had managed to remain more or less whole. There were issues, of course. They had lost their leader, but there had been more than enough work for them in the core as wars broke out. Wars inevitably allowed criminals a looser leash, and almost everyone had wanted Warden services. Zack and Neha were those of the few more visible of their number now. The adventurers on the island wanted to gain the support of the Wardens, and so they had courted them. Neha didn't complain, and though she knew Zack had some hang-ups about using them, she had none. Zack and Neha had spent most of the first 2 years on assignments, fighting daily, sometimes hunting down several bounties each day. Both of them had achieved the master titles and had earned the right to do as they pleased. As soon as they had been able to, they had headed here, seeking to help Zack finish his quest. She glanced at him as he washed. She knew that he felt like she had left him behind because she had advanced while he hadn't. It wasn't that he couldn't. Over the last 3 years, he had unlocked a few class evolutions for himself, but he didn't want to pick any of them. She understood the sentiment. He wanted to follow his own path, and he didn't feel like any of his choices really fit him. One of them was a Warden Master class, a faction-specific class that would make him a better warden, and another was a Dark Portal Master, the class that he had gained after shutting down the portal that spanned the distance across the known world. But in the end, it was his choice, and she wouldn't press him on it. "What is it?" Zack said, startling her. She realized that she had gotten lost in thought and hadn't seen him notice her looking. "Nothing, just thinking," she said. The dragon's death had counted toward his quest, which meant that he was 1 dragon away from finishing it. Unfortunately, finding dragons that they could take on was hard, which was why they had come here. "About what?" Zack asked. "Nothing, everything," she shrugged. She started walking over to him. Her new base body was the same height as he was, being female and more powerful than any other of her normal forms. It was a result of her unique form perk. It had allowed her to fashion a unique body for herself from all of her available forms. It was a mix of many races, but the baseline was principally human and Demacy. Her skin color was pale pink, like that of her quell form, and she had a tail and 2 sets of horns on her head. Her teeth and eyes were Ravzer, allowing her to tear flesh and to see better in the dark. Her face was human, along with most of her torso and waist area. Her hands and legs were those of a drake, with black scales and sharp claws at the ends of her fingers. She was muscled, imposing, and she always felt powerful in this form. But the best part of it was that Zack liked it. Not that he had ever had any problems with any of her forms. It made her happy to know that no matter what skin she wore, he would still love her. As she stopped next to him, he put his hand around her lower back and pulled her close. "Are you sure about that?" he whispered against her lips. She smiled at him. "It wasn't important," she said, and he leaned down for a kiss. She sighed into it, feeling the tension inside her body leaking away. Most of the side effects of her madness had gone away, but still, after battle, after moments of intense fighting, she felt stressed, agitated. Sometimes, though far less often now, she would still feel the need to tear into something, but her class evolutions had led her away from that. Her current class was that of a primal metamorph, so she instead got the urge to change to become something else and new, which was why she tried to get new forms as often as possible. Still, as they kissed roughly, she felt herself calming down. The two of them knew exactly how to deal with her now. The loot from the dungeon was forgotten as they lay down on the cold stone. It would still be there after. For now, she needed her urges to be satiated. Nehemasa Character Sheet Chapter. Name: Nehemasa Plane Runner. Race: Ravzer, Great Plain, Iteration 5. Titles: Adventurer. Hunt more than 100 monsters. +5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. Hero of Promise. Save more than 10 people with a single action. +5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. First to 10. First person in the world to reach level 10. +10% to all stats, 10,000 essence. One against many. Fight against more than 10 opponents and win. +5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. Beloved. Be loved by more than half of a world's population. +50 to all stats, 100,000 essence. True Understanding 8. Evolve a skill to Tier 6. 8 skills evolved to 6th tier. +20 to all stats, 20,000 greater essence per Tier 6 skill. Lord. Reach the Lord realm. +5 to all stats, 500 greater essence. Murderer. Murder more than 10 people with whom you had no connection and who wished you no harm outside of a war or feud. +2 to all stats, 10 greater essence. Cannibal. Kill more than 5,000 people of your own race for their essence. +10 to all stats, 50 greater essence. Torturer. Torture a person for more than 3 months. +2 to all stats, 500 essence. Class Evolution 5. Evolve your class for the 5th time. +60 to all stats, 50 greater essence. Bloody Hands. Murder more than 100 people with whom you had no connection and who wished you no harm outside of a war or feud. +10 to all stats, 10,000 greater essence. Burglar. Steal more than 10 items that you have no right to. +2 to all stats, 10 greater essence. Cruel Mind. Torment more than 100 people with whom you had no connection and who wished you no harm outside of a war or feud. +10 to all stats, 5,000 greater essence. Thief. Steal more than 100 items that you have no right to. +15 to all stats, 1,000 greater essence. Skill Lord. Evolve 3 skills to Tier 6, 8 skills. For every 3 skills evolved to Tier 6, gain +2% to all stats. Apprentice Bounty Hunter. Wardens. Complete 10 faction bounties for people no more than 2 tiers of power below you. +5 to all stats, 1,000 greater essence. Alchemical Tester. Use more than 10 alchemical concoctions to improve yourself. +2 to intelligence, 500 essence. Journeywoman Bounty Hunter. Wardens. Complete 25 faction tasks that are no more than 2 tiers of power below you in difficulty. Plus 25 to all stats, 5,000 greater essence. Elite Bounty Hunter, Wardens. Complete 100 faction tasks that are no more than 2 tiers of power below you in difficulty. Plus 50 to all stats, 10,000 greater essence. Beyond Understanding 2. Focus and specialize your understanding of a Tier 6 skill. 2 skills. Plus 250 to all stats, 100,000 greater essence per focused skill. Combined Understanding 1. Combine 2 of your Tier 7 skills, 4 skills. Plus 50 to all stats, 100,000 greater essence, -1 skill slot per Tier 8 skill. Master Bounty Hunter, Warden. Complete 200 faction tasks that are no more than 2 tiers of power below you in difficulty. Plus 100 to all stats, 100,000 greater essence. Perks. Hunter's Nose, class perk. 5 times per day, magnify your sense of smell by a factor of 10. Greater Partial Shift, class perk. Change a body part into a different shape. Can only shift into shapes of animals that you have personally killed. Can sustain 3 changes at the same time. Shape change lasts for 20 minutes. Silent Hunter, class perk. Your movements don't disrupt the air around you, making you nearly silent. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Shifting and Malleable, Bond perk. As long as you are bonded with greed and change, you are no longer affected by stat imbalance or sickness. Hunter's Stamina, class perk. Plus 40% to stamina pool. Greater Devour Life, class perk. Executing attack. Once per year, kill a person to steal 1/5 of their remaining life and add it to your own. Works on people up to 2 tiers of power above you. Greater Form Shift, class perk. Devour a part of any type of corpse and gain its form. You can completely shift into that form and stay in it indefinitely if it is a chosen form. If it is an animal form, it will last as long as you have the mental stamina to sustain it. You retain all your stats and powers. Your full screen will change to reflect the identity of your new form. You may have 8 forms saved at a time. Adding a new form beyond the last slot will destroy the oldest form. Greater Reflex, class perk. Your reflexes are enhanced by 100%. Speed of response equal to twice your dexterity. Powerful Strike, class perk. Once per combat, your next attack deals 3 times damage. Rapid Regeneration, class perk. Once per combat, increase your body's regeneration by a factor of 10. Shadow Step, skill perk. Your My Shadow as Night itself allows for blending in shadows. 5 times per battle, and unlimited outside of it, you may step through one shadow and come out through another as long as the distance is no longer than 10 meters. Gain plus 10% to dexterity. Shadow Stab, skill perk. Your My Way in the Shadows allows for attacking from shadows. All attacks made from the shadows while undetected deal 200% damage. Gain plus 10% to strength. Mold Power, class perk. Once per day, you may shift your inner workings of your flesh in such a manner that you are able to move your stats around. You can only move your base stats. Flesh Eater, class perk. Eating raw meat heals you, and you gain 500% increased benefits from eating high-tier meat. Primal Strength, class perk. Increase your strength by 15%, stacking up to 3 times for partial shifts when you have a partial or full shift active that is based on a monster form. Primal Blow, class perk. Once per combat, your next attack deals 5 times damage. Primal Form, class perk. Gain plus 25% to all stats when you shift into a monster form. Your monster forms will retain one unique trait that the original possessed. Primal Channel, class perk. Once per combat, you may channel the power of one of your forms while in another form. Shadow Camouflage, class perk. Any shadow-related form you have is harder to detect. Shadow Fighting, skill perk. Your of night and shadow strikes infuses the way you fight. Fighting in darkness increases all of your stats by 15%. Gain plus 15% to dexterity. Chimeric Resistance, class perk. Your body becomes resistant to all kinds of poison, venom, and disease-type essences. Current resistance, 45%. Unique Form, class perk. You can shape a unique form by taking parts of any of your currently available forms. This form doesn't count toward your maximum and becomes your baseline form. Shadow Stalking Chimera, class perk. Any forms or shapes that come from monsters that had shadow-related essence are 20% more effective. Primal Metamorphosis, class perk. You can shape a unique monster form based on the monsters that you have killed. This form will retain all the unique traits that the originals possessed. This form's stats will vary depending on the final form, but the final stats will not be higher than your total stats combined. The only thing that can be different is stat allocation. The form lasts for 1 hour or until your mental stamina is drained. Shifter's Resilience, class perk. While any type of shifting power is active, gain plus 20% to your vitality and endurance. True Link, Zachariah Gardner, class perk. Allows you to make a link with Zachariah Gardner and enter a linked state. While in the linked state, you gain awareness of Zachariah Gardner and you gain a bonus of plus 5% of his stats added to your own. Allows for the activation of True Link perks. Picking this perk will make it impossible for any other mind-linking perks with other living beings or contract perks to be learned. Depth of awareness depends on your bond with Zachariah Gardner. True Link, Soul Resistance, class perk. Through your link with Zachariah Gardner, you gain 80% of his soul damage resistance. Class, Primal Metamorph, Mythic. Level, 359. Combat ability, Primal Bite. Movement ability, Primal Charge. Support ability, Greater Metamorphosis. Additional ability, Primal Mind. Additional ability, Primal Strike. Evolution Attunement Bonus. Fleshcraft. All regenerative powers have their effectiveness increased by 20%. Greater Shifter. Your body transformation speed is doubled. Your shape-shifting forms gain plus 10% to all stats. Improve your abilities and relevant shape-shifting perks. Change plus 10% to vitality and intelligence. Chimera. Your body is that of a chimera, taking on the multiple parts of monsters to use as your own. Able to have as many transformations at the same time as you want without doing any harm to your body. Plus 20% strength of shape-shifting powers. Minus 10% cooldown for all shape-shifting abilities. Plus 10% vitality and intelligence. Metamorphosis. Your body is used to change. All body transformations are 50% faster, and all power requirements are lowered by 50%. Changes abilities and perks. Passive skills. Perfect Danger Sense. Of Night Walk and Shadow Strike. Mind Resistance, evolved to Greater Mind Resistance, evolved to Clear Mind, evolved to Greater Clear Mind, evolved to Stalwart Mind. Night Eyes, evolved to Greater Night Eyes, evolved to Night Vision, evolved to Greater Night Vision, evolved to Darkness Sight. Trained Body, evolved to Greater Trained Body, evolved to Flexible Trained Body, evolved to Greater Flexible Trained Body, evolved to Adaptable Trained Body. Power Sense, evolved to Enhanced Power Sense, evolved to Insightful Sense, evolved to Greater Insightful Sense, evolved to Capability Awareness. Weakness Sense, evolved to Greater Weakness Sense, evolved to Vulnerability Sense, evolved to Enhanced Vulnerability Sense, evolved to Fatal Flaw Sense. Active Skills. Perfect Lacerate, Perfect Imitation, Perfect Spatial Step, Meditation, evolved to enhance meditation, evolved to focused meditation, evolved to greater focused meditation, evolved to singular mantra. Perfect unseen stab. Perfect shadow disengage. Strength 2126. Dexterity 2091. Vitality 2649. Endurance 1406. Intelligence 1860. Wisdom 2013. Chapter 5. Rayla. The Wall. It was the middle of the night, but everything was painted in an orange light. The shadows danced in the firelight, playing tricks on the already weary defenders. Even Rayla had trouble keeping her eyes on the shadows in the distance, because every once in a while the shadows would move in a way that would make her see something that wasn't there. It made her remember the endless tide of monsters, the fighting and the stench of blood, the scents she had never smelled before, but now couldn't help but smell all the damn time. The monsters from the dome had been grinding the Empire to fine dust for years. The only reason they had survived was because of their preparations, and even then it had been a close thing. The army had been away when they'd first struck at the cities in the south, when they'd rolled over them like it was nothing. What few defenders were left tried to fight back, but the most they'd managed to achieve was a fighting retreat. Rayla hadn't been there to see it, but she had heard the stories. Everyone was forced to fight, strong or weak. They had no choice. So many had died that Rayla didn't know if the Empire could recover from it. By the time the army returned, the monster tide had nearly reached the Wall, their last defense against possible invasion by the settled territories, in case that they were discovered too soon, or if their attack didn't go according to plan. The Wall had never been meant to protect against an attack coming from the south. Nearly all of their food production had been in the south, behind the Wall, as well as most of their greatest mining and crafting houses. They'd had everything that they needed to survive an invasion there. And now it was all lost, taken over by an enemy that they were unable to defeat. The tide seemed endless. No matter how many they killed, their numbers didn't seem to decrease. There were always more coming, relentlessly. They had barely held the Wall before the army arrived, and since then they'd been fighting a battle that was draining them every day. Her father was somewhere behind the Wall, replanting and expanding the few farms that they had in the north, making sure that the Empire could survive. The war itself was eating their resources, and they were reaching the point where they could deplete everything, where what they consumed would outstrip what they could produce. Nearly all of the survivors in the north who weren't at the Wall were working toward expanding their production in one way or another. Their biggest issue had been the Wall itself. Their great forts had been placed on the southern side, and were all hugging the Wall from the southern side. They had lost nearly a third of them before they had been able to raise new walls to protect them, but they couldn't match the hundreds of years of preparation and protections that the Wall itself held. "A long night," a voice from her side said, and Rayla glanced at her brother. Emrys stood next to her, holding his red staff in his hands, leaning on it. The two of them had been through a lot, but gotten very close. "Yes," she said. They had spent every night of the past week on this Wall, standing guard. The Wall was under constant siege, but not always the same section of it. The enemy was testing it, having sent armies against different parts of the Wall in an unpredictable sequence. It had been 5 days since the last attack on this part of the Wall. "You've heard the news?" Emrys asked. "No, I was training with Mother today," Rayla answered. "Well, the word around the mess hall is that the coast was hit pretty bad yesterday. A couple thousand managed to get through before the head of the Visor family arrived to help." Rayla grimaced. They had been struggling to hold the Wall. Their strongest warriors, the Empire's high-ranker equivalents, were moving constantly from one side of the Wall to the other, going where they were needed and where the attacks were the hardest. Of course, they couldn't be everywhere, and the wall was nearly 12,000 kilometers long, so they were spread out, always rushing to the nearest place where the enemy pushed a stronger attack. The wall stretched from the coast in the west all the way to the mountain range that was the Empire's eastern border. Those 2 points were what worried the Empire the most. The mountain range was hard to traverse, and it stretched all the way up to the northern border of the Empire, which made that side pretty safe. They had patrols in the mountains, and while they had seen some monster scouts, there hadn't been any real push for them to try and circumvent the wall that way. The mountains were filled with powerful monsters and narrow paths. An army would have a hard time getting through there. The coast was of much greater concern. There had been some fears that the monsters could go around the wall by simply using the ocean. Fortunately, they had yet to see them even attempt to go through the water. Still, they were still attacking the fort at the end of the wall. The fort was half in the water, and while one of the largest ones on the wall, it had already been hit hard 3 times, each time to the point of nearly falling. For some reason, the enemy was interested in passing through there in particular. They had been sending their flying scouts over to map the Empire's territory, though the Orders had done a good job of keeping their eyes open and taking those scouts down. "Mother left for Fort Kilos," Rayla added. "There have been some increase in attacks on the western front." Rayla and her brother were currently protecting the piece of the wall a short distance away from the Fort Oasis, a fort protected by the Orn family and their guards. The army was spread thin. They had lost too many over the years. Each family was forced to add to the defense effort, with many taking larger roles, like Rayla's family. "I don't know for how long we can hold here," Emrys said after a beat. "We keep losing people, and nothing we do seems to even be slowing down the attacks. Their numbers aren't decreasing." Rayla knew that the enemy had a way of growing more monsters. Their scouts had found their breeding grounds, former cities, corrupted and turned into fortresses where they bred more horrors. So far it seemed like the Empire was able to kill the enemy at about the same rate that they were breeding replacements, but the opposite wasn't true. The Empire was losing high-tiered people with every attack. More than 1 billion people had died, or worse, during the initial attack and subsequent retreat beyond the wall. Not to mention the rest of the Empire, which was struggling just to stay alive. They were not going to last for much longer. "I've heard some rumors," Rayla said slowly as she looked around, seeing that the nearest other guard on the wall was sufficiently away that they wouldn't be overheard. She wasn't sure if she should speak. She was pretty sure that she wasn't supposed to know what she knew. But the war had made everyone tired. Her mother hadn't kept as tight a lid on things as she should have. On the rare occasion that her mother returned and trained with her, Rayla had managed to glimpse at and overhear a few things. "What kind of rumors?" Emrys asked. "I think that the higher-ups might be thinking about marshalling a counteroffensive," Rayla whispered back to him. "Again?" Emrys questioned. "The last one didn't end all that well." Rayla closed her eyes, remembering. The last attempt had been made nearly a year and a half ago. An army had been assembled with the intent of taking back one of the cities beyond the wall. The plan had been to take back a large area of land directly in front of the wall, create a buffer zone, then slowly push and retake more and more ground. It succeeded in its first objective. They managed to take back one of the cities and killed a general in the process. They burned the breeding monster to ash and purged the black growths that overtook the city. In the end, though, it didn't matter. Within 2 weeks, the monsters retaliated and butchered the army. Barely a fifth of their ranks managed to escape back behind the wall. "The plan is different this time around," Rayla said. I think that they want to go after the leader, Hastur. Emrys blinked. No way. We haven't even seen it since the strike at Sandstorm City, he said. I caught a glimpse of some reports that suggest that some of our scouts might have been able to locate Hastur's hiding place. We don't know what killing it will do, though. From what I gathered, the hope is that without their leader, the monsters would lose cohesion, that instead of one synchronized force, we would be fighting 100 smaller ones led by the generals. Emrys nodded. That could work, but I don't see how we can get an army through all of this. He waved his hand beyond the wall. Rayla shrugged. I don't know what they have planned, not really. I've only gathered bits and pieces. Well, Emrys said, we do need to do something. This is unsustainable. We are losing slowly, but we are losing. Rayla grunted in agreement. The last 3 years had taught her a great deal. She had seen horrors and battle nearly daily. She had been forged in the conflict, surrounded by battle and death, had trained with her mother every time she was able. And still, she feared fighting these monsters. I'm sure the higher-ups know that too, Rayla answered. Right, Emrys said. They settled into a comfortable silence, both keeping their eyes on the darkness in front of them. Then she frowned. Something in the distance caught her eye, but she wasn't sure what exactly. Her greater night vision let her see better in the dark, so she tried to focus, leveraging her will to make her sight even better. Emrys saw the same thing at the same time. He turned and slapped his hand at the array plate on the side of the wall. Immediately an alarm sounded across the wall. Rayla placed one hand on a medallion hanging around her neck and spoke, her voice amplified. Taken incoming! Everyone to the walls! The sound of the camp behind the walls waking up was immediate. People ran for the stairs leading up to the 4-meter-tall walls, putting their equipment on quickly and readying themselves for the battle. In front of her, Rayla could see the horde of people running in their direction. She recognized them quickly. Their bare bodies and simple weapons meant that these people used to be slaves before. The black lines traveling all over their body identified them immediately as the Taken, those who were unlucky enough to be captured and corrupted instead of killed. They didn't know how many of the people in the south had been turned into the Taken. The enemy threw them at the wall from time to time. There were several different types of the Taken. Most were mindless puppets that just rushed at anything in front of them. Their stats were the same as they had been in life, but they felt no pain, knew no fear, and could survive wounds that would kill them before. However, they couldn't use any of the powers that they had in life. The second type were those who had retained their previous powers and intelligence. These were the worst to fight, since they still resembled people. They spoke, and they fought intelligently, but they were fully under the command of the enemy. The last, and the rarest of the Taken, were seldom seen, and were called the Empowered. They retained all of their power and gained more than what they had in life. Rayla had never seen an Empowered before. Only a few people had. Apparently they were as tough to take down as a general. From the look of the Taken rushing toward the wall, these were only the mindless ones. She glanced to the sky, trying to see if they had brought any of their flying monsters, and found none. The wall filled up with soldiers wearing Orn family colors, and in the distance Rayla saw Vanessa standing on a tower, taking command. All of their parents were away, the same as Eric, who had left 2 days ago to help another part of the wall which had weathered a heavy offensive. The mindless charged the Fort Oasis walls, and the soldiers on the battlements opened fire. The fort was lying against the wall, with newly erected walls surrounding it. Rayla and her brother watched as arrows and powers slammed into the first line of the Taken. Then, a few moments later, Soldiers around her opened fire from the walls. The focus of the attack was on the fort. It was the weak spot, since it hid a gate that led through the wall. Emrys raised his staff and started sending bolts of fire at the charging Taken. Among them she could see larger shapes moving, the small-type monsters of the enemy horde. They reached the front of the fort and moved out of her sight line, so she focused on the monsters in front of her. The night had turned into day with the light of all the powers being thrown around. Then out of the darkness, huge shapes surged forward. Tall monsters flew through the air, and everyone on the walls immediately moved to focus them down. It didn't matter. They reached the walls, their tough hide protecting them, their flat heads smashing into the stone wall, triggering the defensive arrays. They didn't do any damage to the walls, but that was not their purpose. They lowered their posteriors, creating a platform from the ground to the wall. The aptly named bridge types were difficult to deal with since they were seemingly made to take a lot of punishment. The Taken and monsters started climbing over their backs, and Rayla readied herself. The first mindless near her lost its head with one swipe of her spear. She tried not to look at their faces, tried not to think that they had once been people. They had captured Taken and tried to help them, but nothing had worked. She told herself that killing them was a kindness. As the first black monster with a forest of tentacles for limbs climbed up, she felt a dull noise in the back of her mind. Her mind sphere protected her from the worst of the mental fear, but she knew from experience that long exposure made things worse. She also knew that there were people behind her, in the camps, getting ready to rotate with people who were exposed to the mental attack enough to feel its effects. With her perfect fire, dance of dawning light, my dance, fire and dawn, she moved on top of the wall, her brother behind her providing support as she cleaved through any monster that climbed the wall next to her. The fire from the towers and other ranged users were focused on the bridge types, trying to bring them down. As more and more monsters climbed up, she activated her Dawnfire immolation, and orange flames surrounded her. Quickly, she realized that there seemed to be no end to the monsters, and she started to burn her cooldowns in a panic. She triggered her Spear Trance and Valkyrie's Might, then released her Valkyrie's Shout, stunning every enemy on the wall around her. Her spear blazed with orange fire as she focused her will into her perfect flaming crescent. She cut down every monster on the wall around her, but a moment later more replaced them. Then she felt her stats rise, and then a moment later rise again. She saw a person glowing with dawnfire nearby, holding a shield and a golden spear that twisted as if it had a will of its own. Then she turned into a tall woman made out of dawnfire. With Naira on the wall, everyone around them had their stats increased, and Rayla raised her spear to the sky, using her beacon of dawn. The light was blinding for a moment, making the monsters pause. With the pillar of light around her, all of her abilities that were stronger in the day gained their bonuses. Her beacon allowed her to summon the light of dawn, meaning that even at night she could benefit from dawnfire. With both her and Naira's powers now boosted, they continued to fight, pushing the monsters off the wall and taking down a few of the bridge types. Even with a moment of respite, however, there didn't seem to be an end to the enemy horde. And then a curtain of blue fire fell on the ground beyond the wall, scorching everything in its way. Rayla finished the monsters around her and then looked to the sky. Her brother Eric had returned. Rayla walked the battlements, making her way across the dead bodies. Quickly she reached her destination, a small group of people standing above the bodies of 3 guards of the House Orn. Naira was kneeling next to them, hand touching one of the bodies. "Naira," Rayla said as she approached. Looming nearby were the 4 guards of House Orn, Naira's ever-present companions. Seeing them made Rayla grimace, but she tried to ignore them. Naira ignored Rayla's approach and greeting, making her sigh in defeat. She had tried to speak with her, to try and fix their issues, but it was hard to accomplish anything when Naira hated them all. "Please, Naira, I just want to talk," Rayla said again. Her sister raised her head and met her eyes. "There is nothing to talk about." Rayla closed her eyes. Naira had been kept under close guard for months after Eric brought her back. Only once the enemy pushed and forced everyone to the wall had she been allowed to fight. When Naira had first fought, Rayla had hoped that it was a good sign, but in the end, while Naira might understand the threat that their enemy posed, she didn't care about the Empire or their family. She only fought because that meant that she was allowed to leave the camp, and because she could grow stronger by doing so. Naira stood up, and then with one last look, filled with anger and frustration, thrown at Rayla, she pulled the space in front of her apart and stepped through into the ethereal realm. Rayla sighed and turned around. Her sister had been given permission to try and help the souls of those serving House Orn, as her class embodied. Despite the things between them being as they were, Rayla always felt anxious seeing her cross into the ethereal realm. She knew that Naira couldn't escape. She could only exit in the same place she'd entered, and not even she was crazy enough to try and escape through the ethereal realm. Rayla walked away, heading in the direction where she'd left Emrys. She needed his advice. Things couldn't remain this way between her and Naira for much longer. Chapter 6. Naira. Cage. Naira watched as the soul she had been escorting stepped into the light that would take it to afterlife. She had managed to reach 3 souls, just 3 out of all those who had died during the attack. Of those 3, she had managed to escort only 1. Death was not an easy transition. Even with her perks, it was hard to convince the souls to come with her. And the fear effect of the monsters transferred into afterlife, making the souls skittish. Beyond that, there were also the malevolent spirits that attacked them. She had lost souls to them before. Even with all of her power, it wasn't enough to keep them safe every time. She glanced to her screens and found the perk that she had gained. She didn't smile or feel any sense of accomplishment, even though she had earned the perk. The only thing that she felt was anger. Even in death, the souls held to their loyalty to her family. Every perk that she had gained over the last 3 years had been decided by her family. Every person serving in the Orn family had agreed to give Naira a perk in case that it was possible, and each perk had been chosen by her family's tutors. It went against what the contract should be. The soul was who should make the choice, not someone outside the 2 of them. But she didn't protest. She knew that it was pointless. She was caged. It might be a nice and comfortable cage, but it was still a cage. For a moment she considered, not for the first time, to just leave, pick a direction, and walk through the ethereal realm. She knew that there must be other exits. Perhaps she would get lucky enough to find one. But in the end, like always, she pushed that thought away. She needed to survive, needed to get strong and live. She grimaced and turned around, walking back through the ethereal realm, heading toward the exit. Naira's spear stabbed forward, only to be parried away by her opponent's spear. She dashed forward, swinging with her shield and the blade attached at the bottom of its edge. Her swing met nothing but air as he stepped back. She grimaced and pivoted, swinging ere Ishi Rasav in a wide arc. She was angry, as she always was when she fought him. A part of her wanted to activate her skills, her perks and abilities, but she fought with herself, keeping to the rules of combat. No active powers. Her spear passed near his neck, and she knew that with a mental command, Ishi could twist and stab into his exposed flesh. But she did no such thing. His spear came down and battered her awakened spear away. He then surged forward, and, before she could react, he kicked her in the chest. She went flying, then hit the ground hard. She remained on the ground for a few moments, just breathing deeply and gathering her breath. She was getting better, she knew that. It was why she suffered through this, why she kept her anger under control. She understood what an opportunity it was to spar with someone as skilled at the spear as her brother. Eric walked over and stood over her, his expression calm, with just a hint of a smile. She hated that look, and obviously her expression had to have expressed that because his smile grew. "Still haven't forgiven me, little sister?" he asked, the same way that he asked every time he came back. This time he had been away for a few months, fighting on other fronts alongside the wall. Naira narrowed her eyes. She had screamed at him when she first woke up, after he took her. She struggled, trying to escape for their entire trip, wanting to go back. She had seen him burn Onrush and Airclaw, along with her warriors, to take her away against her will, back to the Empire. He didn't want to hear anything that she said, and even when she finally made him listen, he dismissed her words as the rantings of a child. She remembered him telling her that the core was about to collapse, that there was nothing that she could do to help them. He only told her that they were needed back home to defend against the same monsters that had attacked the city. It had taken her a while to understand what he was telling her about the domes, the fact that the one that was open was near the Empire itself. In time, she realized that she wasn't strong enough to escape, and so she accepted her fate. She didn't know if Onrush had survived. Her brother's flames burned the soul, but she didn't know if she was dead either. She only had her hope. As she looked at her brother, leaning over her as if expecting an answer, she remembered his words from before. "Love, little sister? You knew her barely for a year. You have power, potential. You will live forever, and in time you will forget and forgive. In time you will look back at this moment and see only a child throwing a tantrum. Our family is tasked with a greater purpose, to protect all of the Empire against the monsters released from the dome. And no matter what your ideas about life are, Naira, the way you want to live your life will be put on hold. You owe our family this service. We've been called, and every Orn will answer. Prove yourself strong, and then you can do whatever you want to do." She had hated him more than anything then, and a part of her still did, because she did see a part of his point. She had seen the horde that they were fighting against, and she knew that they needed everyone to fight. She had moved on, decided that the Empire was not where she wanted her home to be, but that didn't mean that she wished to see them all dead. She feared for her people on the frontier, and she hoped that Onrush was all right, that somehow she had survived. But when one saw the horde marching against the wall, one realized how small all other conflict was. In time she would escape, and she would get back to her true home. But for now, she could learn and grow strong here. "No," she said as she stood up. "No matter your reasons, you attacked and killed my people." She saw his expression turn into a grimace for just a moment, an instant where she thought that she saw some other emotion in his eyes. But it was gone before she could truly identify it. "Come, little sister. Vanessa's meeting is starting soon." He turned around, fully expecting her to follow. It wasn't like she had much choice. She didn't even need to glance behind her to know that 4 guards were walking behind her. Not that they mattered all that much when Eric was around, or when Daria had her soul-tracking mark placed on her. It wasn't like she could get far even if she did run. "The reports from other forts are not encouraging," Vanessa said, continuing with her presentation. All of the Orn family members who were currently in the camp were present, which meant just the 5 of them: Naira, Rayla, Emrys, Vanessa, and Eric. The rest of the room was occupied by the head of the Orn family guard, the commander of the Warbringer Order force that was present in the camp, and one of the army strategists in charge of the Empire's soldiers who fought under the Orn family. "We lost another 4 forts, and an unknown number of the enemy monsters have managed to get over the wall," Vanessa added. "The rest of the forts are struggling. The enemy seems to have the ability to hit parts of the wall at just the right times. Even last night, they hit us with a relatively low-threat attack, but with numbers that just kept coming. Eric was drawn here to help, while the enemy struck somewhere else, seemingly knowing that he wouldn't be there to help. It was how they managed to get monsters over the wall and into the north." Naira grimaced. A few thousand monsters weren't that much of a threat, but the issue was that they could and would capture people and turn them into the Taken. They had learned that the hard way, when a group of monsters got over the wall and managed to turn 6 villages before it was discovered. If it had gone on for longer, they could have had hundreds of thousands of Taken behind the wall, wreaking havoc. "And there have been whispers of treason. Some of the wall commanders have been acting on faulty orders. Communications have been lost, orders changed just enough that they seem legitimate, and yet when looked at with all the other orders, issues start to arise, and we can't find any leads to point us in the direction of the culprit or culprits." "Any word from the orders?" Commander Greenstone asked, his large head turning in Eric's direction. Her brother met the Minotaur's eyes and nodded. "I've spoken with Lord Commander of the Order of the Mines, and there isn't any sign of mental manipulation, though they've only just started their investigation. The Order of the Defenders started on their project. Secondary fortifications are being set up in the territories north of here, so that we have places to retreat if we need to. And the Order of the Hunters is still looking for the enemies that managed to get behind our lines," Eric answered. "This is not sustainable," General Voth said, his Cthulhu tone vibrating strangely in the air. "The Emperor cannot leave Brak-Anor, or the enemy forces will get through. But without him, or our other big hitters, I don't know how we can do anything but lose." While the enemy made attacks on the entire length of the wall, there were a few places where the fighting was highest and constant. It was where her mother and father spent most of their time, fighting against the enemy in those key places. They barely had time to visit, and when they did, they didn't have much time to spend on Naira. She had a few conversations with her mother, and those conversations were part of why she wasn't trying harder to leave. She had never expected to have such conversations with her mother, to find understanding. She hadn't punished Eric or anything like that. She did want Naira here, but she was remorseful, and she had promised Naira that she would eventually be allowed to go back. A part of Naira that had always sought her mother's approval relished that, and she did want to prove herself. Hearing her praise her for making her own path, for picking what she wanted to do, was everything that she had wanted as a child. Now, there were so many things all mixed up. The war on the settled territories, the Dome, her family, Onrush, and the sect. She was being pulled in all directions, and she had barely been able to keep herself sane. Her current goal was simple. She needed power, the strength to be able to do whatever she wanted. "Brak-Anor will not fall," Vanessa said, pulling Naira out of her head. Brak-Anor was the capital of the Empire, the city that was in the center of their territory and the central hub of the wall. The walls there were the highest and most defensible in the Empire. It made no sense for the monsters to attack Barak-Anur, and yet they had, and it was working in the enemy's favor. Their constant assault of it had kept their strongest people there, occupied with the defense.
"It won't matter if everything else falls,"
Voth said. He was a mid-tiered general in the Empire's army, and if he was openly criticizing the Emperor and his strategy, it told Naira a lot about the state of the war.
"We have a plan,"
Eric said.
"We just need a bit more time to put it into motion."
No one said anything after that. A few moments later, Vanessa continued, listing the casualties of the last night's attack and her recommendations for the future. Naira tuned her out. It wasn't like any of that impacted her. If there was an attack, she was allowed onto the walls, as her perks boosting everyone around her made her an invaluable asset. And the more death there was, the stronger she got. She had earned a lot of essence over the years, and she had grown in strength. Aside from a few of her skills, though, there was no real change in her sheets. Aside from the perks she gained from the souls she escorted to the afterlife. She had spent the time she had working on herself, learning how to use her build together and how to fight better. She pushed her limits and found just how much she could push her power. And she had spent her time working on her cultivation. She had cycled the full 6 times that she knew she should, and had done what she needed to advance. She had changed her techniques, all on her own. Her family had even provided her with a room filled with steam, a close enough essence type for her to make use of. She was happy with her progress, knowing that she had been able to achieve something on her own. Yet, she had no one to really share it with. "Naira." The voice startled her, and she raised her head, realizing that she was alone in the room with Rayla, the meeting already over. "Can we talk, please?" "I've already said that I have nothing to talk with you about," Naira said slowly. She couldn't stand being in the same room as her sister. Seeing her standing there next to their siblings, as if they were now somehow a true family when they had been strangers in the past. Everything had changed for Rayla. She had advanced, and she had stepped into the place where both of them had dreamed to be one day. But Naira had that already. She was respected and loved by her sect. She had warriors who served under her, whom she taught the spear. And it was her brother who had taken that away from her, the family that Rayla now seemed a part of. Naira knew that it was unfair, perhaps, but she couldn't look at her sister without seeing her family. Despite all that her mother had said, despite the fact that they had treated her fairly and had tried to help her advance, she wasn't fooled. Naira cared about her other family, about the sect that had taken her in and given her a home. The Orn family cared only about themselves, and Rayla was a part of that family. Naira couldn't afford to let her guard down around her. Besides, Naira was still a sect leader, and her time among cultivators had taught her how to keep her pride. Her screens still showed her as the sect leader of the Twilight Melody sect. The sect survived. She also knew Ryun well enough to know that he did not appreciate others taking what was his. Whether Onrush had survived or not, in time Ryun would come looking for her. Of that she had no doubt. "Please, sister," Rayla said. "Can't we at least try to fix this thing between us?" Naira opened her mouth to tell her off, and then closed it. "What is it that you want, Rayla? For things to go back to the way they were before? With you leading and me following? That will not happen, sister. I am a sect leader of Twilight Melody sect, and I have people who look up to me and care for me. I will not be left in another's shadow again." Her sister stepped back, looking uncomfortable. "No, I don't want that. I mean, the family only wants what is best for us." "Family this and family that." Naira shook her head.
You do not think for yourself, Rayla, and I am saddened by that. I have experienced true freedom, the freedom to do what I want to do, to advance on my own terms. And all that you do is follow someone else's ideas about who you should be. Once I thought that we would walk together forever, but I see now that our paths couldn't be more different. I want to lead, to fight alongside people whom I trust and who trust me. I want to advance for the sake of it, for the rush and thrill that I get when I realize that I have managed something that is unique. My sect gave me that, and our family can never match it. You can get that here, Rayla insisted. We can talk with Mother. She doesn't agree with how the family had been run in the past. She didn't have the time or the opportunity to change things before the dome was opened, but
Naira shook her head.
I've talked with Mother, and yes, I can see that she wants something different, but it is too late for me and the family. Eric stomped on any chance of that when he attacked my people and burned the woman that I love.
They stood there for a long moment, just looking at each other. Once, Naira would always feel like she was looking into a mirror when she looked at her sister, and now she saw a stranger. A few moments later, Rayla sighed and turned around, leaving her alone in the meeting room. Naira sighed, too, and closed her eyes. She only needed time to grow strong, or time enough for Ryun and the sect to find her. Yet she didn't try to run for another third reason, because she had seen the enemy, and she knew that she could help. Sometimes there were no good choices. Naira Character Sheets Chapter. Naira Orn. Race: Human. Infinite Realm. Titles: Third Heritage. Born to rankers of the third iteration. Plus 5% to all stats. 500 Greater Essence. Great Feat. Kill a Tier 1 monster with at least 10 times your total stats without help from someone with Essence before obtaining a class, cultivation path, or skill. Choose a legendary class, cultivation path, or skill. Gain a unique perk. Adventurer. Hunt more than 100 monsters. Plus 5 to all stats. 500 Essence. Hero of Promise. Save more than 10 people with a single action. Plus 5 to all stats. 5,000 Essence. One against many. Fight against more than 10 opponents and win. Plus 5 to all stats. 5,000 Essence. One against Horde. Fight against more than 100 opponents and win. Plus 10 to all stats. 10,000 Essence. Class Evolution 5. Evolve your class for the 5th time. Plus 60 to all stats. 20,000 Greater Essence. All evolutions total. Lord. Achieve Lord Realm. Plus 5 to all stats. 100 Greater Essence. Monster Hunter. Kill 5,000 different monster types. Plus 50 to all stats. 50,000 Greater Essence. Soul Guide. Guide more than 10 souls to the afterlife. Plus 100 to all stats. 500,000 Greater Essence. Perks. Twin Link. Unique perk. Your mind is linked with that of your twin, allowing you to speak to each other regardless of the distance between you. Valkyrie's Descent. Class perk. Once per combat, jump high into the air and then descend toward a targeted area and stab your weapon into the ground, releasing a shockwave around you. Intensity of effect depends on strength. Heat Resistance. Class perk. Your body is resistant to heat. Gain plus 20% passive heat resistance, as well as an additional 1% heat resistance for every 15 points of endurance. Currently 34.4%. Goddess of Speed. Class perk. Once per combat, double your dexterity for 2 strikes. Body of the Greater Wolf. Path perk. Your body utilizes your endurance more efficiently. Your stamina is counted as if your endurance is 2.5 times its base. All stamina-draining costs are reduced by half. Gain plus 10% to endurance. 1,000 cuts. Class perk. Every injury you inflict that draws blood heals 20% slower and bleeds for 10% more. Rapid recovery. Class perk. Once per combat, heal a non-lethal injury. Speed of recovery equals twice your vitality. Valkyrie's Avatar of Fire. Class perk. Once per day, transform into an avatar of fire, doubling your size and doubling your total stats. Every kill you make while in this form grants you double essence. Valkyrie's Swiftness. Class perk. Once per combat, double your speed for 30 seconds. Ferry the Soul. Class perk. Create a contract with a recently departed soul, carry it to the ethereal realm, and provide it protection until it reaches the afterlife. Fulfillment of the contract will permanently grant you a boon in the form of one of the soul's perks. The perk gained depends on the soul, as the soul will lose the perk it offers. Valkyrie's Shout. Class perk. Once per combat, release a powerful shout that stuns nearby enemies. The effectiveness of the stun depends on your opponent's resistances. Valkyrie's Stamina. Class perk. Once per day, fully recover your stamina. Valkyrie's Might. Class perk. Once per combat, double your strength for 30 seconds. Dawnfire Wings. Class perk. Wings made out of dawnfire grow out of your back, allowing you flight. The wings last for a maximum of 3 hours and will stay on cooldown for the same amount of time that they have been used. Dawnfire Blink. Class perk. Once per combat, teleport to any place in a 20-meter radius around you. Upon arrival at your destination, release a blast of dawnfire that hits everything in a 3-meter radius. Valkyrie's Call. Class perk. While in the ethereal realm, summon any recently departed soul to your location. The soul is not required to answer. Vaporizing Cuts. Class perk. Every attack that draws blood sends a blast of heat into the wound, vaporizing a tiny portion of your opponent's blood. Greater Steel Mind. Path perk. In combat, your mind is highly focused. Reading your opponent's movements comes easier to you. Mental attacks made against you are 15% less effective. Effect depends on your intelligence stat. Gain plus 10% to intelligence. Fortified Core. Path perk. Your core is fortified, increasing your core capacity by 25%. Gain plus 20% to chi speed and plus 10% to wisdom. Scorching Mist 6 Chi. Aspect perk. When using techniques, your inner temperature rises, increasing your heat resistance by 25%. When Scorching Mist Chi courses through your body, your heat-based attacks deal 20% more damage. Gain plus 20% to wisdom and vitality. Blazing Conduits. Path perk. Your chi conduits are developed for great bursts of chi and are able to handle a greater volume of chi moving through it at the same time. You are able to unleash techniques without the need for a breathing form and are able to use up to 2 techniques at the same time. Gain plus 10% to wisdom. Quick Steps. Bonus perk. You gain plus 10% bonus speed when in combat. True Body. Lotus-Born Cloud. Path perk. Your body has been reforged into your true self, adopting attributes to reflect your path. Your path is that of one untouched by impurity, of pure heart and mind. As such, your body is forged in that image. Your cultivation is no longer affected by the impurity of essence you use and always grants the most benefit. Your movements induce dreamy forgetfulness in those who gaze upon you. The power of the effect depends on their mental resistances. Physical changes. Your body retains all the abilities granted by Lotus-Born. Lotus-Born Cloud is your truest self. Your body is soaked in Scorching Mist Chi, and you may assume the state of Scorching Mist. While active, your body becomes a cloud of the Scorching Mist, giving off the essence of the Scorching Mist, increasing the effects of your Scorching Mist Chi-based techniques by 20% in your immediate surroundings. While in the Scorching Mist Cloud state, you gain a plus 80% increased resistance to physical attacks, but you also become 40% more vulnerable to special attacks. You are immune to mental attacks, and anyone caught in your cloud will suffer a moderate mental attack that induces forgetfulness. While the full Scorching Mist Cloud is active, you have none of your physical senses. Running out of chi while in cloud form will result in death. Entering into your cloud form, when surrounded by essences related to mist, will allow you to use them to heal yourself. Gain plus 10% to wisdom and vitality. Dawn Spirit Cry, class perk. Once per combat, release a cry that will increase the soul protection of everyone around you by 50% for 15 seconds. Great Lunge, class perk. Once per combat, lunge forward and reset the cooldown of one of the abilities of your choice. Valkyrie's Mantle, class perk. Passively gain plus 20% essence from every kill you make, even when Avatar of Fire isn't active. The bonus is added to that of Avatar of Fire when it is activated. Dawn Stun, class perk. Once per combat, send a blast of dawn flame all around you that will damage and stun anyone caught in it for 1 second. Time varies depending on the target's resiliencies. Battle Trance, class perk. Once per combat, enter a battle trance for 2 minutes. You gain increased awareness of the battle around you. While in this trance, you gain plus 20% to all stats, and your cooldowns are additionally reduced by 20%. Death Sense, class perk. You are able to sense the nearly departed in a radius around you. You may gain insights about the causes of the departed's deaths. Radius depends on wisdom stat. Death Empowerment, class perk. You gain increased stats depending on the amount of death around you. Gain plus 1% to all stats per recently deceased body in a radius around you. Radius depends on wisdom stat. Lady of Battle, class perk. Once per week, you can inspire every ally around you, increasing their strength, dexterity, endurance, and vitality by 10% for 1 hour. Shield Focus, bonus perk. You gain plus 15% to endurance when holding a shield. Minor Strength. You gain plus 5% to strength when in combat. Minor Endurance. You gain plus 5% to endurance when in combat. Grace of the Commander. Once per day, you may use Grace of the Commander to bolster the morale of everyone around you and increase their stats by 5%. Greater Endurance. You gain plus 15% to endurance when in combat. Greater Defense. You gain plus 15% to physical resistance when in combat. Soldier's Gambit. When you are critically injured, gain Gambit. For 10 seconds, your stats increase by 25%. Brawler's Strike. Once per combat, make a strike dealing damage equal to 2 times your strength. Minor Reflexes. Your reflexes are enhanced by 20%. Speed of response equal to 1.2 times your dexterity. Riposte. Once per combat, gain the ability to execute a lightning-fast attack after being damaged. Speed of returning strike equals double dexterity stat. Class. Heart of Gunner, Mythic. Level 359. Combat ability. Dawnfire Mirage. Movement ability. Shimmering Burst. Support ability. Dawnfire Immolation. Additional ability. Dawn Dash. Additional ability. Ethereal Cross. Additional ability. Unassigned. Evolution Attunement Bonus. Shepherd for the Souls. You are able to see souls. All ethereal-based powers are 20% more effective. All special attacks deal 1.5% of total damage dealt as soul damage. Gain plus 10% to strength and wisdom. Dawnfire. All fire-based powers now create Dawnfire, an intense fire that is extremely hard to put out and burns more intensely during the day. All fire-based powers are 20% more effective. All special attacks deal 1% of total damage dealt as soul damage. Gain plus 10% to strength and wisdom. Dawn Spirit. All Dawnfire abilities gain 50% more effectiveness in the ethereal realm. Your soul regenerates 2 times as quickly as it otherwise would. Gain plus 10% to strength and intelligence. Gunner. Your stats are increased by 20% in battle. Any person you consider an ally gains 10% to their stats while fighting with you. Your base ability cooldowns are reduced by 20%. Souls of warriors think of you as kindred. Gain plus 15% to strength and dexterity. Cultivation. Path of the Lotus Dance. Uncommon. Stage. Peak Lord. Aspect. Scorching Mist. 6. Base Technique. Mesmerizing Illusion. Branch Technique. Mist Dance. Fruit Technique. Curtain of Scorching Petals. Cultivation. Path of the Final End. Mythic. Stage. Mid-Lord. Base Technique. Mantle of the Scorching Mists. Branch Technique. Scorching Burst. Fruit Technique. Arrival of the Scorching End. Passive Skills. Combat Mastery, evolved to Spear and Buckler Mastery, evolved to Enhanced Spear and Buckler Mastery, evolved to Enhanced Spear and Buckler Mastery. Heat Sense, evolved to Greater Heat Sense, evolved to Thermoception, evolved to Enhanced Thermoception. Pain Tolerance, evolved to Greater Pain Tolerance, evolved to Toughness, evolved to Enhanced Toughness. Active Skills. Block, evolved to Greater Block, evolved to Shield Wall. Swipe, evolved to Enhanced Swipe, evolved to Arc Swipe. Throw, evolved to Greater Throw, evolved to Hurl. Strength, 1780. Dexterity, 1254. Vitality, 581. Endurance, 533. Intelligence, 801. Wisdom, 791. Chapter 7. Ryun. Growing Sect. Ryun raised the hammer and then smashed down with all of his strength. He had his mantle activated, and stats switched fully into strength and endurance. The black hammer in his hand looked as if it was made out of the night sky, but with every strike on the metal, it blazed with white light. With every swing, he was drawing out the metal. It was a relaxing task, at least for Ryun. He settled into a rhythm, not really thinking about anything. It was only when he was doing this that he could rest his mind. In between swings he turned the metal, presenting a new side, then struck again. Over and over he did the same thing, drawing the metal into a longer piece. The metal was an alloy of dark iron and skystone, which, despite its name, was not actually stone. The alloy was called sky iron, and it was fairly easy to shape, which was why most beginners used and practiced their craft on it. Ryun had no skills or perks for blacksmithing, but that didn't mean he couldn't learn anyway. Tali had said that if he ever had an empty slot and wanted to learn a skill related to smithing, it would come easier to him if he was already familiar with the craft. Still, without any framework power related to smithing, he was sadly limited in what he could do. Finally, the shape started to take form, and with a couple more strikes of the hammer, he was done. Ryun pulled the metal from his anvil and placed it into the quenching bath. The stone walls ignited as formations triggered, and the sizzling sound filled the room as steam rose from the oil. It was done in less than a few seconds, the formations hardening the metal and controlling the heat transfer perfectly. Ryun pulled the dark blue blade out and walked over to one of the walls where he opened a door on something that resembled an oven covered in glowing symbols. He placed the blade inside and closed the door for a few seconds before reopening it and then taking the blade to a workbench where the handle already sat, ready for the blade. Quickly he assembled it and then looked at his work. It was a simple blade, straight and without a guard, around the same length as his forearm. A prompt appeared in front of his eyes with the framework name for it and an option for him to rename it. He dismissed the window, leaving the name as it was. The sword was of uncommon rarity, a sword of minor strength, which was the highest rarity that he could make, not because of his own expertise in crafting, but because of his awakened item. "It's trash," Bright Star informed him. "Forgive me for not being a master smith," Ryun threw back. "Ha! I should have never bonded with you. I should have waited for a smith," Bright Star said. "A smith would have been able to create better things, but I doubt that they would have been able to give you things to dismantle as I have." "True," Bright Star said. Over the years, he had fed a lot of items to the awakened item, and they had developed a solid relationship. He had increased his bond with the forge twice. Both times, his original perk and abilities had improved, and the second time the bond had gotten another ability. He could now pull the Anvil of the Stars out of the Starforge's scape. That was the only reason Ryun could even make an uncommon item. Anything made on it was granted +5 to a stat based on its material. In any case, Ryun wasn't doing this to make some great weapon. It was just a hobby that allowed him to relax and helped deepen his bond with Bright Star. Despite what the Starforge said, it did appreciate his effort. He placed the sword he had made in a pile in the corner of the room, then pulled the smithing hammer and the anvil back into his soul. He walked out of the small private forge and into the large room. "Thank you for letting me work, Forge Master," Ryun said to the soot-covered man with bulging muscles, who was wearing a black apron. "Of course, Sect Head." The man bowed his head, though his eyes barely moved from his underlings rushing around the great forge. Ryun just shook his head and walked out, leaving the man to his work. The Twilight Melody sect had grown a great deal. They had expanded to another 8 territories and had nearly quadrupled their population. They had filled many different positions which had been empty before, positions that a sect of their size and standing had to have, like that of a forge master. Recruiting them all had been interesting. Ryun had gathered a lot of wealth from his trip to the core, and he had used his reeve often over the last 3 years to supplement the sect's income, though the sect itself was earning a lot now. The chaos in the core meant that there was demand for all kinds of things. The Twilight Melody sect exported hearthstone, foodstuffs, monster materials, and weapons, all of which were being bought up as soon as they hit the markets. The sect was prospering, which made Ryun nervous. He knew what was in the core, and he knew that they had to be ready. They had been fortifying the sect's territories since they had returned, but Ryun knew that it probably wasn't going to be enough. All that effort would probably serve to defend them against other factions when the core became too inhospitable. It was already happening. People were moving toward the frontiers. He had been trying to prepare himself. He trained and cycled, tried to learn how to use his powers better. He was learning martial arts more effectively, though he knew that he was never going to be some great master. Still, knowing how to move with the way his body worked was worth the time he put into training. Ryun shook his head and pushed those thoughts away. He walked out of the forge and into a long corridor that led outside. Lesametrius stepped up to his side from his position near the door where he had been waiting. The Ravzer had become Ryun's shadow over the years, serving at Ryun's side for a long time now. "Anything pressing?" Ryun asked. Getting to know Lesametrius also meant that, with his sense, he could tell when he had something to say. "Nothing too pressing," Lesametrius answered. "We've gotten another message from the Midnight Rain sect. They wish to meet with you." Ryun grimaced. "They know I don't do meetings." "They've been told, which is why it isn't pressing." Ryun sighed as he pushed open the doors that led outside. Immediately upon pushing it open, the cold air hit them. The snow covering the mountain was being blasted around by the harsh wind. The fort, built on the side of the mountain behind them, shielded them from the worst of it, but it did nothing to prevent the cold. The source of the cold was a shrine just across the courtyard. The absolute cold shrine had been reinforced, as it was one of their greatest strategic assets. The fact that the fort housed their main forge was due to the high-tiered essence that the shrine released. The cooling formations worked significantly better with it as a source. He saw cultivators sitting around the shrine, cultivating the essence. The sect had opened up the source to their warriors. Only a few were using it so far, those who hadn't picked an aspect yet, or those who had gained access to the framework recently. Most were pretty far away from the center, but one of them was sitting near the edge of the shrine itself. He recognized her immediately. Cree spent nearly every free moment she had here, sitting and drawing in the essence. It was admirable to see. He did the same. He had spent nearly every free moment he had in the void plane, expanding his core. It was now nearly double its previous size. He was still at the mid-immortal stage, though he was thinking about advancing soon enough. He had started to feel like the increases from cycling were getting smaller, but he did feel like his chi was getting stronger. He wasn't quite sure what the best word to explain it was. "Meet me down below," Ryun said. He sensed and heard Lesemetrius's protest, but he was already moving. He walked toward the cliff, then stepped off, shaping cubes as he leapt down the side of the mountain. He moved quickly and reached his destination in record time. The city of Wolf's Grove had expanded. It was their capital, despite not being the largest city. It was more because of the location of the territory. With the dungeon and the shrine, it had become important for them to fortify and develop the territory. The city had extra walls now. The original town was now the inner city, and the outer walls had been raised around the bottom of the hill. It was still not the largest city that they had, but it was well defended. Ryun made his way to the inner area and landed in a courtyard. The street was cobbled stone, and the buildings had all been expanded on and improved since the first time he had arrived to this world. They were tall and made out of stone. His mansion was still there, surrounded by a smaller stone wall and filled with activity, with people coming and going. It had become the headquarters of the sect, so it was always that way. He didn't go there, however. Instead, he made his way to a large building that hugged the walls, one that had stone pillars in front of it, in the style that reminded him of old Greek buildings from Earth, with steps leading up to the entrance. This building might be the most important place in their entire sect. It had 3 separate wings, one dedicated to scholarly pursuits and learning, another with large training rooms, and the last which held their vault and a few other secrets. The reasons for it being all in the same building was simple. They couldn't afford to build more than one building that was heavily defended with formation wards and arrays, so they had put their most important places all into one building. He walked up, and people bowed to him as he passed. Most he recognized, but there were always unfamiliar presences these days. There was no way for him to know everyone. He entered the building and intended to make his way to the other side of it, but then his sense caught something that drew his attention, and he changed his direction. He turned left and made his way through the building, coming into an area with several closed rooms. He leaned against the wall next to the closed door and listened to what was being said inside.
"Be vigilant, my yet-to-be child. This is your test now. The cold air bites and the sun burns. You must hold tight to true form that for our great home yearns. The oceans deep wait for thee, and in time all will be." The woman standing in front of the class finished reciting the poem and then spoke to the class filled with children. "This is a song that the caretakers of the Deep Folk sect sing to their offspring, or rather their yet unborn offspring. You see, the Deep Folk sect specializes in true bodies that allow them to live underwater. But obviously their children are not born with these true bodies. They hold a single town on the surface where they give birth, and then leave the offspring in the hands of the caretakers who guide them until they gain their true bodies. This sect shares their Lord Realm inspiration and raises the children upon them gaining access to the framework, which does impede their future development. No one really knows how much, though. The Deep Folk sect doesn't really interact much with the rest of the surface world, except through their surface city, from which they trade with the rest. Their true bodies make it hard for them to survive for long on the surface. They live beneath the waves, on the bottom of the ocean. They interact only with the few Cretan sects that live the same isolationist existence as they do. The song is sung as a lullaby to the offspring, and it is supposed to be a comforting one, something for them to hold until they could finally begin their lives and be accepted by their parents and sect, the woman said. Ryun was very much interested in what the woman said. It had become something of a thing for him to come and listen to the lessons given to the children. He hadn't grown up in the infinite realm, and so his knowledge was lacking. This way he could learn as well. Creating a school system, as well as bringing high-level tutors in, had been one of the best decisions that the sect had made, in his opinion. They had a school in every major city of the sect, with thousands of children being educated. The education didn't reassemble what Ryun knew from Earth, of course. It was focused on advancement and cultivation, but they did learn history and about other different prominent sects in the world. They also had fighting classes and instructions about how to cultivate. Usually this kind of training and schooling was reserved for the heirs of great houses, the children of sect leaders, and influential individuals in a sect. But in the Twilight Melody sect, they allowed it for everyone. A ringing noise snapped him out of his thoughts, and he stepped away from the wall as the woman inside spoke over the noise and the children shuffling around as they stood up. Tomorrow we will discuss the different ways that true bodies impact a cultivator's development. Ryun waited next to the door and looked at the children as they walked out. As soon as they noticed him, they slowed down, bowed, and murmured, "Sect head," as they hurried in the opposite direction of him. He scared them, and he understood why, though he didn't even interact that much with them. The only things that they knew about him were stories and rumors of what happened in the core. The settled territories had named him a high ranker, being number 17 on the list, known as the Undying Void. That alone had given him a lot of leverage and influence to expand his sect. Dealing with mid-sized core sects became easier, all because someone thought that he was powerful. After the room was emptied of the students, Ryun walked inside. Their teacher sat behind her desk and raised her head once he walked in. "Sect head?" She inclined her head respectfully. "Valthua," Ryun said in return. She was a Cthulhu, tall, with purplish skin and tendrils over her mouth. She had some kind of a scholar class, along with skills that helped her disseminate information. She wasn't really a teacher in the traditional way. He didn't know much about her, only that she used to be part of a faction in the core that was called the Seekers of Knowledge, and that she had been thrown out of it for her beliefs. She had arrived in the frontier after the core was turned on its head, seeking for a place to live. She found the Twilight Melody sect when she heard that they were accepting new members into their faction without them needing to be cultivators. She was the one that set up their schooling system and was something like a headmaster, though the terms of her service were that she was allowed to conduct her research uninterrupted. Ryun didn't particularly care what one thought or believed in, and as long as she didn't endanger the sect, she could do whatever she wanted to do. "What can I do for you?" she asked. "I've finished it," Ryun said as he pulled out a book from his storage that she had lent him. It was an old one, written with ink, which was the only way he could read them. Anything created with powers was blank for his eyes. "And how did you like it?" Valthua asked.
Ryun glanced down at the book in his hands, The History of the Divide, Volume 2. It was a supposedly historical account of the divide between the first and second iterations and the third iteration. Ryun had been trying to learn as much as he could about the conflict and everything surrounding it. "I think that it is somewhat biased," Ryun said. Valthua nodded.
"Of course it is. It was written by the victors. All history is biased. Events are twisted to fit narratives that the winners wish them to represent. The enemy is painted in the worst possible light, while they are painted in the best possible one."
Ryun sighed and shook his head. "Well, that doesn't help me much."
"But it does. The truth is still in there, between the lies and fabrications. You just need more pieces to come to your own conclusions."
She stood and walked over to a shelf behind her. She placed a hand on the side of it, and the entire row of books shimmered, the books changing. It was a spatial storage of some kind, one that could swap entire rows of books in an instant. She looked through the books and pulled an old-looking tome tied with strings and monster hide.
"Here,"
she said, offering the other book to him.
"This might help a bit."
Ryun glanced down at it and read the title, Journal of Hazak Redtail. He raised his eyebrow at Valthua in question.
"He was a third iteration ranker,"
she said, answering his unspoken question.
"He died 30 years before the war started, but I think that his journey will show you the events and thoughts leading up to what happened."
Ryun nodded. "Thank you. I'll get it back to you as soon as I am done."
"No problem, Sect Head."
She pressed her hands together and inclined her head. Ryun waved and walked out, storing the book inside his storage. There was so much to do, and so little time to do it. He made his way through the building, heading into another wing, his original destination. He reached a guarded hallway leading down beneath the building. The guards inclined their heads as he passed into the stairway, which was lit with glowing blue gems. Once he reached the bottom, he felt the wards test him and then let him through. The room he reached was filled with 12 guards, 6 of them standing at attention against the walls, while the other 6 sat around a table and played some kind of game that he wasn't familiar with. They greeted him, and he just nodded at them as he walked by the large vault door and entered another room beyond it. His senses were muffled in this place, so he didn't know who was inside. Once he entered, he was surprised to see 2 people sitting in the brightly lit room. He had expected only one. Tali sat on the left, her now healed eyes closed. In the center of the room was a large spike-shaped item with a 6-pronged base. The item was priceless and was worth more than their entire sect. He felt its effects as soon as he entered the room. It made him feel refreshed, restored in a way. The item was an incredible thing, and it was also their greatest secret. The totem of spirit and soul restoration was a gift given in return for a promise. Ryun hadn't been able to fulfill that promise, but he still acted in the spirit of what he had agreed to. Zenker, the wandering drake, had given it to him when he had asked for something that could help heal a crippled soul. His first recommendation was the healer, but after Ryun had explained the extent and the time frame of the wounded soul, the drake had thought about it some more. Ryun still didn't know exactly why he had given it to him. To be fair, it was never supposed to be permanent. The item was meant to be a loan, something that the drake would come back for later. The only thing that Zenker had said was that it was useless to him and that he didn't like selling such items to others, which Ryun didn't quite understand. It was too much, and the only thing that Zenker had asked in return was for Ryun to listen to the offer of his organization in good faith and something else to be named later. Ryun didn't know what the drake had wanted, and since he'd died, nothing came out of it. Whatever Zenker's organization was, they had bigger things to deal with than trying to recruit Ryun. Ryun knew that they sought to help and keep the infinite realms secure and peaceful. And while he alone couldn't do anything against what was happening in the core, he had done what he could on the frontier. They had expanded and accepted anyone running from the core to the frontier who was seeking shelter. They made peace and alliances with other sects, and he put down 2 sects that had tried to encroach on weaker sects in the region. He felt like he owed it to the Drake for his gift. He took in Tali's appearance, his eyes unable to see the full extent of her scars, but he knew that they were still there. She wasn't healed, not yet at least. She had only regained her eyes a few months ago, and only one of them was able to see, though she said that her vision was blurry still. She had regained some of her passive skills and perks, but nothing else yet. But after 3 years of sitting in the same room as the totem, it was progress. She had hope that she would recover. The other person in the room was Onrush. Ryun had hoped to delay seeing her for a few more days, until he managed to figure out what he wanted to say. She turned her head in his direction as soon as he entered, then stood up and limped her way across the room. Ryun debated trying to run, but then sighed. Onrush's immortality had worked. She had been restored. But her soul had been hurt, though not to the same extent as Tali's was. Regardless, she didn't have access to many of her powers. In the beginning, she hadn't been able to move her legs or right arm, and she had been covered in burn scars. The totem had helped her faster than Tali, though it seemed that the time the injuries persisted on the soul factored in the amount of time needed for them to heal. Onrush had been injured for a relatively short period of time. Within a few months, she became able to move her arm and walk, and within a year she had regained some of her powers. She was quick to tire. She still had burn scars, and her right leg wasn't back to 100%. Now most of the scars were gone, but her right leg was still making her limp. He knew that she was frustrated by all of this, and he had seen her getting more and more impatient over the years.
"Ryun,"
she spoke, her eyes holding his.
"We need to talk."
Ryun already knew what she wanted to talk about. They had gone over it 100 times, but he had given her a promise. So he sighed and nodded. "Fine," he said at last. In the back of his head, he felt a tiny thread, a presence leading to someone that he had drawn blood from before, leading somewhere far in the south. Let's talk. Chapter 8. Onrush. Sect Leader. She looked at Ryun, seeing how he shifted his weight back. He always did that when he wanted to avoid speaking.
"You made me a promise,"
she said simply.
"The last time you went away, you said that we would discuss our options when you came back. You've been back for a week."
Ryun nodded. "I did, and you know that I want her back as much as you do. Her sister owes me service, and I do not think Naira would stay away if it was her choice. But I am one man against an unknown number."
"You promised,"
Onrush said again. He sighed. "And I will fulfill that promise. I do not think I am ready yet." None of this was new. They'd had this conversation 100 times over the years. She understood and agreed with him. The only thing that they knew for certain was that someone had taken Naira, someone who had looked similar enough to have some familial relation to her. Onrush remembered the man's blood-red hair, the same as Naira's, and the use of fire spoke to that conclusion as well. Onrush knew some things about Naira's family. She had told her things, which was how she knew that they were a large family made up of many powerful people. She did know that Ryun alone couldn't just go and rescue her, just as she knew that they couldn't take Twilight Melody Sect's warriors against them. But with every passing day, she lost more and more hope. At first, Onrush had hoped that Naira would find some way to send a message back, or even escape. She had to believe that she was being held against her will. Anything else would be too hard to think about. They knew that she was alive because Ryun could sense both Naira and her sister somewhere far in the south, where her home was supposed to be. They didn't know anything else. That far away, the only thing that Ryun could tell was that they were alive. He only perceived a general direction, but at least they knew that she still lived. The deal for a trade of weapons that they had with the faction that Naira had belonged before coming to their side had not been honored. The shipments had stopped coming around the same time the events in the core had taken place. They had not seen any of their people snooping around either, and they had looked hard for them. She didn't even know a lot about what happened with Naira, or rather she hadn't known. It had taken her a while to remember the fight, to remember Naira's protests to the man who had killed their warriors and nearly killed Onrush. Airclaw had died as well, though they still didn't know if his immortality had triggered. Ryun said that it wasn't something that they could check, although he still had the bond perks that he had gained. They just didn't know if that meant something. They didn't have the knowledge about contracts such as theirs, and they had no way of finding out. The only people who could know were in the core, and that place was filled with war and death. But if Onrush's immortality had triggered, perhaps his had, too. When Onrush had woken up on the cold stone on top of a mountain with only Ryun next to her, she had remembered only pain and the stench of burning flesh. She had continued to be in pain for months after that. She didn't remember much of the trip back to the sect. She had gone between blissful and painless unconsciousness and the agony that were the few moments of wakefulness. She remembered Ryun talking a few times, but not his words. The first time she had woken up and felt a tiny bit better was in a cave, with Ryun's item placed near her. Over the next few weeks she had improved, but her first real moment of wakefulness was when she was back in the sect. She still remembered Cree crying next to her bed. Her daughter alone was a big reason why she hadn't pushed Ryun to go after Naira. She had nearly left her daughter an orphan, despite being an immortal. They all needed to get much stronger. Onrush had lost most of her powers for a long time. The framework was tied to the body and the soul, and both of hers had been gravely injured. Even now she still wasn't back to her full form. Her leg was still aching and limping, and she didn't feel like she had full access to all of her stats just yet. But she could feel that she was recovering faster now. "We can't wait forever," Onrush said after a few seconds of silence. Ryun nodded gravely. Then she heard a shuffling sound from behind her and a tisking sound.
"I've told you before."
Onrush turned to see Tali get to her feet. Her face had a lot less scarring now. Her eyes had regrown, and her hair looked fuller. One eye was still milky white, while the other was a dark gray in color.
"You are still thinking about this all wrong,"
Tali said. Onrush grimaced. She knew that Tali's experience with the third iteration was substantial. She would have been more open to listening if the woman wasn't so difficult. She very rarely spoke plainly, and when she did, she kept things back. Her advice was sound, but ultimately there was a reason why they hadn't listened to it.
"They do not have much love for people living in the settled territories,"
Onrush said.
"Everyone hates everyone else in the infinite realm. We thrive on conflict. They might still hold grudges, but they have bigger issues to deal with now."
From what Ryun had learned, the dome that was opened was at the edge of the third iteration's territory. They, of course, didn't know what was happening there, but Tali seemed to think that they were certainly in trouble.
"Everyone wants something,"
Tali said.
"Find something valuable that they will want and trade it for your sect leader. No need to fight."
"If only it was that easy," Onrush said.
We do not have the wealth to buy something that might interest a faction of the size that Naira's family has. You have a high ranker now, Tali nodded in Ryun's direction. All kinds of doors should be open to you.
I've said it before, Ryun added with a hard tone to his voice. I will not be looking to trade with people who kidnapped one of mine and who harbor an oath-breaker. That was the second reason why they didn't try anything else. Onrush sighed. Ryun had gotten better over the last few years, but some things never changed. He had his own views on honor and obligation, and despite him saying that he didn't understand sect laws, he understood something very similar to them. Tali shrugged.
Then you will die.
I just need to be powerful enough that fighting me will cost them more than they would gain by keeping me from Naira.
And what if she doesn't want to come back?
Tali asked.
She is a prisoner,
Onrush answered immediately and with certainty. She had no doubts about that. Tali gave her a look that almost seemed pitying, but Onrush had learned to ignore the old crone. She thought herself more knowledgeable than she truly was. A bit more time, Onrush, Ryun said. She closed her eyes and then nodded. Her own frustrations had led her to ask him again, despite knowing the answer beforehand. She sighed.
Fine. Come, I need to talk with you about a few more things.
With a glance at Tali, she added,
In private.
The Damacy woman rolled her eyes and turned around, walking back to the item in the center of the room. Then the two of them walked out, Ryun adjusting his pace to match her limping gait. Onrush stood in the center of the training yard, her armor protecting her body. She held Kagehime in one hand and her shield in the other. The armor was something that she had purchased a bit over a year ago, legendary armor that increased her strength and endurance, and had an extra effect that allowed her to absorb a solid chunk of incoming damage. It was pale green in color and made out of metal plates that overlapped with one another. It was full plate armor, which she was accustomed to using by now, despite not being able to utilize it to its fullest extent quite yet. 6 of her opponents surrounded her, their spears raised and ready. They were all Heavenly Realm cultivators on the path of the Spearmen as their main path, the same path that Ierv had used to follow as his secondary. They were old members of the sect that had been there when the Black Viper sect had existed. Their advancements had been recent, but they were all solid fighters. They attacked her in a coordinated effort, their spears extending forward, seeking to catch her off guard. She activated defensive stance and saw their attacks coming. She evaluated which of their attacks was the strongest and moved, using her deflect to push away the strongest of the attacks. With one attack blocked, she moved forward as Chi moved through her body. Arctic Onslaught increased her strength, but she still felt sluggish. Thankfully, she remained faster than her opponents. She pivoted and evaded one strike while she used greater block to catch the other. Kagehime lashed out with a fighter's strike, and she cut the shoulder of one of her opponents. Through her greater threat sense and greater echo sense, she sensed the attack coming from behind her, and so she turned, raising her shield to block it. She placed her foot to the side and felt it give out as a sharp pain lanced through it. She grimaced and missed the block. The spear caught her in the shoulder, and she lost her balance, tumbling to the ground. She remained on the floor for a long few seconds, just trying to get her breathing under control. The bout hadn't even been that long, and yet she was winded. She knew that she needed to take it slow, to let herself recover fully, but she couldn't just spend every waking moment in that small room with Tali. She would go insane.
"Sect leader?"
One of her warriors interrupted her thoughts, and she pushed herself to her knees, then up on her feet. "I'm fine. Set up for one more." She needed to keep practicing, and fighting while injured was good training. A while later, Onrush sat in her office, a pile of papers to one side and an equally large pile on the other. Across from her, in a chair, sat her fellow sect leader Embesh, now a peak heavenly realm cultivator. The man had achieved his realm all on his own, an achievement to be sure. There were 2 more sect leaders who had been given the position out of necessity. The Twilight Melody sect now held 17 territories, a great deal more than what they had before, and they needed people to help manage all of it. However, Onrush and Embesh remained the first and second among equals, respectively. The sect had expanded in many different directions. They produced their own weapons now, they had a thriving trading economy with neighboring sects, and they even sent caravans toward the core. They had opportunities that came with having a high ranker as a sect head. Sects wanted to interact with them, to build relationships. They were lucky enough that there were no high rankers in their vicinity who could threaten them. Sure, some had numbers, and if a few of them conspired together, there was no chance for the Twilight Melody sect to fight them off. Ryun's reputation, however, was enough to hold everyone back. Rumors about him and the Spear of Sorrows holding off an entire horde of soul-reaping monsters had spread. He did have a suitably impressive title as well. Few wanted to try and take out someone who was called the Undying Void. Plus, Ryun had put an end to a few conflicts in their neighborhood in his usual manner, with overwhelming force. That meant that they were pretty safe. The only issues they had were with the few scouting parties from the sects in the core who didn't really care enough to investigate who they were trying to bully.
"So, how are things?"
Onrush asked.
"Well enough. I've managed to grow a new kind of fruit that grants a one-time permanent bonus to heat resistance to whomever eats it. It is a small bonus, barely 1%, but I've gotten a title, which means that it is a unique strain," Embesh said. Onrush immediately thought about what they could do with that. Everything that gave such bonuses usually worked once, or it lost effectiveness the more one consumed articles of the same type. Even if his new fruit gave the bonus only once, it was valuable. "How many can you make?"
"I have 1 tree for now, and it needs constant cultivating, so I can't do more than that for now. The first batch had around 12 fruits, and I don't expect the next one for about a year at least. However, I can try and encourage the tree to grow more fruits and maybe increase the bonus slightly," Embesh added. Onrush thought about it. Embesh was a farmer at heart, his cultivation path dedicated to improving plants. Unlike a classer, he couldn't just use perks that encouraged growth or that instantly made a plant bear fruit. Instead, he had to constantly feed a plant and nurture it with his chi. Using techniques just didn't have the same versatility as what a classer was capable of. Still, Embesh could be more precise on a smaller scale.
"Even a dozen of them can be sold for quite a profit,"
Onrush said, already trying to figure out how much something like that could be worth. She would need to check the auction for similar items and see how all of it would work.
"Of course. I'll keep 20% of the yield, though I need to see how I can improve them, and perhaps I can grow more trees if I can teach my students how to do it." "No problem," Onrush said. "And, as I said, I received a title, a faction-based one," Embesh said. "Pioneer Twilight Melody Sect."
Onrush raised an eyebrow, then smiled and pulled out a piece of paper from a drawer.
"What were the requirements and rewards?" she asked. "To do something that no one else in my faction has accomplished in my field. I gained +30 to all stats and 150,000 greater essence."
Onrush wrote it down next to all the other faction titles that they had unlocked. Their sect had advanced over the last 3 years, and they were finally a faction of sufficient size that they had faction-based titles. Onrush herself had a few, but it had served most to help push their population forward. They could issue faction quests now through the interface, as long as they followed the framework's rules. The quests had to be sufficiently challenging to count, though, and there was no way to game the system.
Good. For now, focus on getting a larger yield of the fruit. Having specialty goods to trade will help us a lot,
Onrush told him. The Twilight Sect was growing, but most of what they earned they put back into it, by building forts and walls at the edges of their territories. Ryun wanted them ready to defend against any threat, though both of them knew what he really wanted to protect them all from. He did not have faith in the core factions to take care of the monster horde that was in the tournament city, and if Onrush was honest, neither did she. The core powers had allowed the enemy to grow and entrench themselves just so they could fight their wars. Nothing that they had done in the past 3 years had instilled any kind of confidence in her. In the end, they would have to worry about themselves. As the day turned into night, Onrush forced herself away from the never-ending reports and documents to be signed. Running a sect had always been a tricky issue for her, but with her injuries there was little else that she could do that would be useful. So any time that she wasn't spending in the soul-healing room, she was spending in her office working. She stood from her chair and made her way through the mansion to her room. The guards bowed as she passed, but she barely noticed them. She was too tired. Somehow she managed to remove her clothes and then fall on the bed, grabbing the sheets and pulling them over herself, more out of habit than the fact that she was cold. But despite her tiredness, her mind didn't want to let her go quite yet. Her thoughts turned to Naira, the same as they did every night. She missed having her near her, feeling her touch, hearing her voice. She cursed herself for being too weak, for failing to stop her kidnapper. Intellectually, she knew that it wasn't her fault, that there was little that she could have done against someone who was that strong and likely much older than her. Yet she had spent time with Ryun. She knew that age did not always correlate power. When she had been a young girl, she had dreamed about being a powerful cultivator, someone like a high ranker who could fight anyone, whose very name was feared and respected. The more time passed, the more she realized that she would never be that. She was a leader, yes, and she had the respect of her sect. The people had followed her despite her injuries, which made her feel confident, but she hated having to rely on someone else to do things she couldn't. If she was powerful enough, she would have already gone after Naira. The fact that Ryun, with all of his power and arrogance, was hesitating only served to make her more worried. She didn't doubt his word. He would go after Naira, and they would find her. But a tiny part of her worried that Naira had decided to stay where she was instead of returning. She tried to push her mind away from such unproductive thoughts, but she failed as they kept coming. Filled with worries, her mind slowly drifted into sleep. Chapter 9. Ryun. Inspiration. Ryun sat across from Tali, both gazing at each other intently. She was healing, albeit slowly. Her scars had retreated, and her eyes had largely regenerated. She was stronger now, having had some of her passive powers returned to her. Beyond that, she also carried herself better. She looked healthier, though her face was still somewhat scarred. To Ryun's eyes, the essence inside her body was getting healthier too. Tali was many things to him, a teacher in some ways, and an example, or perhaps even a warning, in others. He did not deny that she had done a lot for him, that she had shared a lot, that she had taught him many things that had ultimately helped him. Yet he did not agree with her on some things, perhaps even most things. He was so tired of having to defend his views. Everyone seemed to think that his method of advancement was somehow wrong, as if they were the greatest experts on the topic just because they had reached a destination beyond his, because they had done it in a way that differed from his. Ryun knew that there were countless roads to the same place. He did not need to walk in their footsteps. In fact, he didn't want to. His path was his own, and no one else's. He would rise on his own or not at all.
"You are going to do what?"
Tali asked. He doubted that she hadn't heard him the first time, but he indulged her and repeated himself. "I am going to attempt achieving inspiration for the evolved realm," Ryun said calmly. Tali's single functional eye bore into him, and he could almost see her disapproval.
"That's a mistake. It is too soon. You've barely been an immortal for a handful of years, and you don't know what you need to do. You will cripple yourself."
And there was the crux of their disagreement. Time. She believed that time was something that he needed, as if it was some magical currency that made people greater. No, Ryun didn't believe that. He was disappointed in those who did. It was as if someone had taught them that time was so precious when they were children, and now they preached about what they had been taught long ago, without really understanding the matter themselves. Time was important, but no more than all the other things that made a path. Talent most definitely also mattered, as did understanding what you wanted to do and be, the will to persevere and push oneself forward with no regard to what anyone else said. Ryun advanced through strife, through battle, through his sheer inner willpower, through his own understanding of his path. It was what the framework was made for, to give shape to actions, feats, understanding, and instinct. A class changed based on what one did in the world. A cultivation path changed based on what one accomplished with their body, and a skill changed based on one's understanding of it. Time might be of use for that, to some, but it was not a requirement, not by a long shot. "I disagree," Ryun said simply. Tali narrowed her eyes at him.
"Do you think that I know nothing? That I would try and hurt you somehow? Do you think that my wisdom is worthless?"
Ryun laughed, surprising her.
"You laugh at me,"
Tali said slowly. Ryun shook his head. "Not at you, Tali. At what you said."
"Can you enlighten me, then? What was it that you found so entertaining about my words?"
"I trust you, Tali, with my life, with my advancement." Ryun placed a hand over his chest and smiled at her. Then he took a deep breath and shook his head. "Everyone seems to think that somehow age equals wisdom, that time makes people smarter and better. It doesn't. It is a lie, a delusion that most seem to take for the truth. It was the same on my old world, on Earth." Ryun remembered how it was before the framework and even after. It was a human failing, the fact that they took the words of their elders as truth. He didn't disagree that they could have wisdom. He trusted Tali, after all, but that wisdom of theirs had to be taken carefully. Their wisdom was tempered by their understanding, their learning, the things that they had experienced. A man that was brought up in a world that shunned all technology would obviously not be able to give advice on its use. Tali had grown in a world where time and careful advancement was accepted as the only way. But Ryun didn't agree. He didn't think that it was.
"How so?"
Tali asked, her voice tense. "Do you know how many wise and old people there were on my world? People with positions of power, who guided the world and made its rules? Countless. But in truth, most of them were just old and stupid, people left behind by time, making decisions for generations coming after them into a world that they didn't understand. What was their wisdom? Experience and age? Fuck that. They were not better equipped to tell others what to do just because they were old, Ryun said, heat entering his tone. They believed in things that they were taught as children, things which shaped their growth to adulthood, and rarely did they change enough in their age. A man who had lived a long life filled with many experiences was somehow supposed to be wise, but in truth he was just a man set in his ways, preaching advice based on things that he knew. Do you know how many such old and wise people I met in the Corps? How many times I had someone look down on me without even knowing who I am or what I had done simply because they were old and wise? They did not look with their own eyes. They did not seek to learn more, but only to make judgments based on things that they believed to be true.
You think that I am the same as these people?
Tali said slowly. No, Tali, I do not believe that you are like them. I am sure that some people are truly wise, but they are not so because of things that they know. It is because they are open to things that are not in their experience.
Yet you don't want to listen to anything that I have to say,
Tali told him, almost triumphantly. I listen to everything that you say, Tali. I take all of your advice. I just do not act on all of it. I am not a follower. I will never just do something because someone else has told me to. I walk my path and no one else's. Wasn't that exactly what you yourself had done in the past? She leaned back at that, almost as if she hadn't considered it.
What I did works. We refined the process over a long time. Why are you so against merely listening?
To what end? How many of you have reached the final realm of a path? You all have received your own inspirations in your own unique ways, and then you pushed those ways onto others, showed them things, let them take their time to figure it out. I don't need time. I never did. It is not about time for me. It is about something that I cannot quite put into words. Ryun closed his eyes and tried to find the right words to explain. Finally, he sighed. It is no use. I cannot explain it to you. It would be as if I was trying to describe colors to a blind person. I understand what they are. I can use words to describe it, but ultimately the blind person has no concept of color in the first place. Tali looked pensive for a few moments, and then sighed as well.
I just worry that you will do something that will cripple your advancement. You don't even know what you need to do for the next...
She paused as she saw Ryun's smile. She had refused to tell him what he needed to do for the next advancement, but Ryun had a pretty good idea. Each realm's inspiration followed a certain logic. It was all about improving one's path, about improving cultivation. I don't need your hints. You think that everyone should have them, yet you did not have anyone teach you what you needed to do. You did it on your own. I have it easier. Your presence alone is enough for me to understand. She looked at him, and then he saw her face twitch.
You are that confident that you understand what the next step is?
I know my path, Ryun said. Cultivation is my life. Tali nodded.
Do as you will. It isn't like I can change your mind or stop you from doing anything.
She paused, and then her expression turned grave.
You have a lot of talent for cultivation, Ryun, more than anyone I have ever met. I know that you listen, that you take what you think is useful and discard the rest. I just worry that a day will come when you disregard something that is important.
If that day comes, I will not despair. I will follow my path in my own way, no matter what. Ryun floated inside of the void. The 9th tier of the void was still enough to hurt him, even now, though it happened very slowly. He focused inward, his divided mind active. He was still in the mid-immortal realm, but inspiration could be achieved at any time, even before the realm it was necessary for. Regardless, he felt like he had gotten all that he could as far as benefits for his core were at this stage, and he planned on advancing to peak immortal soon. He had given much thought to inspiration and what it meant. Each inspiration had 2 parts. One was an action that had to happen, an improvement on the cultivator's path. For the Foundation realm it had been proficiency with using techniques, and a willingness to use them to further the precept of one's path. It was a simple inspiration, though some might struggle with it. For Ryun it had never been an issue. Advancement to the Lord realm required cycling and changing at least one technique. This was a demonstration of willingness to devote oneself to a path, to understanding the subtleties. Each person did so in a different way, which was why inspiration was different for every person. The Monarch realm required changing all techniques by oneself, in a demonstration that one wanted to understand and improve upon the path, that one wished to leave their path greater than it had been at the start. It required one to believe that they had something of worth to add. Again, it was something that Ryun had always understood. The heavenly realm had required the forging of conduits, a further improvement in the way that one used the path, improving one's ability to utilize their path and accepting who they were. The immortal realm had been about forging a body, about tempering it in the aspect that shaped the path. And for him, it had been about what his power was to him. And now he believed that he knew what inspiration for the evolved realm was all about. In the core, he had been around people who were in the evolved realm, Celia and Erdania. Here he had Tully, who hadn't told him what her realm was, but he was fairly certain that she was at least evolved. But there was a certain logic to all inspirations, and in the order in which one gained perks. The peak heavenly realm forged a body and aspect. It changed the way a person lived, in preparation for the immortal realm, when one became ageless and difficult to kill. What had changed for Ryun was simple. His body was now made out of the aspect of void. It only pretended to work in the way that his old body on Earth did. It didn't truly work that way anymore. Here in the void, he couldn't breathe, he couldn't feel anything, and yet he survived. And that was what he believed the evolved inspiration to be: acceptance, coming to terms with the fact that his body was no longer anything like his mortal self. He had no need to breathe, as doing so did nothing for him. He had no air inside his blood that fueled his cells, as he had none of those anymore. Air didn't do anything for him. Breathing was just a habit. In battle he had found himself breathing deeply, but that was just a symptom of his body getting tired. And so he focused his mind, trying to accept the fact that he was no longer mortal. He forced his body to stop feeling the need to breathe, pushed at his mind, bending his willpower to it. He focused on the second small core inside his body, the one that he filled with void as sustenance. He tried to replace the sensation of need with it, because that was what his body now ran on, not air or food or anything else like that. He had known about this ever since he had changed his body with his forging perk, and he had tried to improve on this aspect even before the tournament, though he had only really given it more effort after he had returned to the sect 3 years ago. None of the other evolved realm cultivators Ryun had seen at the tournament needed to breathe. Oh, they pretended. It had taken Ryun a while to see it, but in battle against the monsters in the arena, he had felt them fight. Tali was no different. She pretended like she needed to do it, but she too had no need. She sustained herself some other way. He didn't know how exactly, but it felt similar to the way that Erdania had done so, which made him think that her aspect had something to do with gravity. He hadn't had a lot of time to truly investigate, however. He felt like that was the key to evolving further, entering the next realm as a being evolved beyond what he had been before. Time passed, and he lost any sense of it. A part of his mind was aware that he had long since passed the point where he usually felt like he was suffocating, but he didn't stop. He continued sitting inside the void, pulling essence inside his core as he focused on feeling the void inside his body. But he also tried to focus on what the rest of his inspiration was, because it wasn't just an act, it was also more than that. And that always came down to something about a path. He had decided that it was going to be about witnessing the end of things, waiting for that one moment where all things came to an end. It was about survival, about enduring until all else met its end, witnessing it all. And he was void, and void endured. All things have an end. Nothing lasts forever. All things will return to oblivion. Reality is all, and it is nothing. He could feel it clicking into place. He was void, and even if all things came to an end, they would just return to oblivion, a nothingness that had been there before and would be there after. A moment later, he felt as if he could truly feel his body for the first time. There were deeper secrets there, but he didn't understand them yet. A notification flashed in his vision. Body and aspect boundary overcome. Congratulations, you've overcome the body and aspect boundary. Reward. Gain +50 to intelligence. Reduce your sustenance consumption rate by 50%. He smiled as he read through the notification, and then he started pushing himself out of the void. Ryun sat high in the air, just outside the void boundary. He felt the cold air on his skin, but it didn't touch him the same way it had before. His body had been pretending to act like it had been before, but now the cold was something that he mentally noticed, but no longer bothered him. He wasn't breathing, and he had found that it didn't make him feel weak or as if he was suffocating. He had achieved what he believed to be his inspiration for the next realm. Now, he only needed to test that fact out. His core was full with void essence, and he triggered his advancement. The essence in his core trembled and pushed at his core, improving it and the quality of his chi. As soon as the change finished, a notification appeared. New path perk available. Greater Swift Mind, path perk. Your mind is swift. Your thoughts travel at increased speed. Gain +500% to thinking speed. Increases the ability to alter your perception of time by 200%. Gain +15% to intelligence. Like stamina and core perks before it, this one, too, had no choice. It was the result of his previous perks, but he was satisfied with what he had gotten. It improved his passive thinking speed and buffed his other mind perk. Being able to increase his thinking speed and basically slow down time for himself had saved him countless times. It wasn't a flashy or greatly powerful perk, but it was exactly what he needed. Once he had finished reading the new perk, he pushed the window away and then pulled out his full screens. He moved through the windows until he reached his cultivation. He made his way to his primary path and looked at his core. There, he saw what he had been looking for. The prompt to advance was there, though it was not available now, of course, since his core was empty. but its presence meant that he could advance to the evolved realm. He had been right about what the inspiration for the evolved realm was. Now, all he needed to do was cycle and improve his core as much as he could. And then he could enter the next realm. Chapter 10. Zack. Seeking Knowledge. The White City spread out before Zack and Neha as they made their way among the people walking about. Unlike the many other cities in the world that bore the same name, this city was actually white, because it was a city carved out of bones. No one knew how it came to be, but when people first discovered this island, they had also found the remnants of a being that they simply called the Titan. The bones were the size of a mountain even now, after centuries of them being carved and used for building. By now it was hard to even tell what kind of a shape the Titan had in life, and no one had ever seen anything else like it. Though there were many massive creatures in this world, none were as towering as what the Titan had to have been in life. The city was situated in a large basin that was filled with a large forest of blue-leaved trees, which made for a stark contrast to the city bustling inside what had once been a body of the Titan. Zack had heard many ideas and theories about the creature, from those that said that it was fake and had in fact been created by some powerful rancor who had abandoned the core long ago, to those that believed it to be a remnant for the vessel of a godlike being. Some believed that the entire basin had been ground zero for a great battle that had taken place a long time before any had ever set foot here. The bones' existence, though, implied many different things. If they had in truth belonged to a real being, they gave clues about the nature of the infinite realm itself, gave to it a history before the arrival of the iterations. Few cared about that, really, but there were a few factions obsessed with learning about such things. As they walked down the streets, Zack saw many figures wearing deep red robes, members of a deal-maker cult that had a presence in the city. They were studying the bones, wondering if their presence was a message from the being that they considered the voice of the creators. Some who were more zealous stood in squares, preaching about sins against the infinite realm to crowds that ignored them. Adventurers were generally not people who cared about anything other than killing monsters. Others wore black robes with an emblem of an open eye on their breast and masks over their faces. The seekers of knowledge had a large presence here, unsurprisingly, if one knew what their purpose was. They were, as their name indicated, seekers of knowledge. They sought to learn everything that they possibly could. Their branch in the White City dedicated itself mostly to the knowledge about monsters and monster types, as well as learning about new powers and their requirements. Being near adventurers was a perfect way for them to achieve that. Zack saw a few wardens walking down the street, nodding in his direction when he and Neha passed. It was still strange to him to see people he didn't recognize know him. He returned their nods and continued walking. Their jobs were the same as they were everywhere else: keep the peace and hunt down criminals. It was a job that was not made any easier by recent events. The wars had made the relationships on the island itself tense. The few factions that had representatives here were constantly making trouble, though no one had escalated the troubles. The few wardens on the island were attempting to keep that peace, though that was made difficult by the cultists and their constant provocations. The White City was the main and the only true city on the island of dungeons. This was impressive, because while everyone called this place an island, it was the size of a small continent. There were many smaller outposts, as well as some towns, but only one great city, the hub for all the different factions trying to gain riches and power from the dungeons that lined nearly every part of the island. Most of the people here were adventurers, previously united by the Adventurers Guild, but now fractured into 100 smaller factions. Then there were the cultists, of course, trying to discern some secret about the world from the clues they believed were left here. But there were other factions, too. The Wardens, of course, had a presence. Until recently it had been a major one, but now there were only a few of them here, if one counted Zack and Neha. There had been battles between different factions, though principally they were small skirmishes. Despite the tensions, the island had managed to avoid a war, though everyone could see that if things didn't change soon, a war was inevitable. It was why Zack and Neha needed to finish his quest here as quickly as possible. They didn't want to get involved in a war. They had already seen plenty of it on the mainland. The years after the tournament had been rough. The Wardens had floundered for a while. The loss of the Warden commander had hit the organization hard. Bera had held them together until the other high-ranking Wardens returned to the Citadel from their assignments. Then they had held a vote to elect a new leader. Zack had no horse in the race, so he and Neha had spent their time on assignments in the Corps. They'd been hunting criminals who had tried to take advantage of the growing chaos. In a way, having something to do had helped them. It made them forget the things that they had seen and knew lurked in the Corps, ignored by everyone. Zack knew that the horde of monsters had to be taken care of, but he was just one warden. His personal influence had grown with the tournament. People had seen him fight, and word had spread that he was the one who had closed the portal. But he was not yet immortal, no matter what they called him and how they respected him. The word of the Warden's Tempest was not enough to accomplish anything. Zack and Neha had realized that quickly, and so they had focused on what they could do, and that was to grow stronger and finish his quest. They had completed nearly everything. He had found powerful and unique planes and stayed in them, experiencing new things, pushing his mind and body. They had hunted criminals, and in between missions hunted for places and monsters that he needed to finish the quest. They had explored the ethereal realm and killed spirits and shades. Neha had advanced her skills, while he had improved a few, but he hadn't focused on them that much. No, he had trained with his powers, mastering them and their use, learning how to manage all his resources to the utmost of his ability. He had improved, there was no doubt about that, even if his screens had barely changed. As they walked through the city, he saw people glancing at Neha. The reactions to her appearance were always varied. Most immediately assumed that she was a half-breed. She looked like a cross between a human and a Demacy, at least at first glance. Her skin was pinkish, the same as her quell form, with a face that had more human features. 2 sets of horns were on top of her head, slender and long, curving backward to frame her black hair. He had seen many people sneer at her, or look at her with expressions of disgust, and then they noticed the rest. Her hands were covered in black scales, the arms of a drake and a long drake tail trailing behind her. Then they saw her cat-like Ravzer eyes. They saw how her body was muscled, more than an average human's was. They realized that she wasn't what they believed her to be, but the silent judgment still remained. Even if she wasn't a half-breed, most assumed that she was a cultivator, that her appearance was the result of a true body. It was ironic that the more secluded and judgmental people, those from the sects, were far more accepting of such great physical changes. It didn't matter to him, and it didn't matter to Neha, which was more important. It was frustrating for him in many ways. Her new body was great, but it was also a constant reminder of how far she had come. To see Neha advance and change while he still remained the same was hard. He loved her, so he tried so hard not to let those feelings fester. He talked with her about everything, his insecurities included. It was something that he worked hard on achieving, being completely honest, and she was the same with him. He couldn't imagine what his life would be like without her. Zack glanced at his screens as they walked and pulled out a few windows. He had access to 3 classes, 3 immortal advancements that he had unlocked through his feats. One was an advancement that he had gained through his factions, the Warden Master class. It was a mythic class, so not an improvement. Also, it was a strength and dexterity combat class with an attunement that would help him fulfill his duties as a warden by allowing him to see through lies, to sense the truth. It was a powerful attunement, but it was not what he wanted to do or be. The other 2, though, were more tempting. The Dark Portal Master was a class which he'd had access to since the moment he closed the rift in the Tournament City, and it was Relic class. He had nearly taken it back then, when he had seen the Horde and had fought in the core. It would have helped him, of that he had no doubt, but in the end he hadn't chosen it for 2 reasons. The class would focus on things that he didn't want to, for one, but the attunement was the more pressing reason. It was powerful, but also terrible. It gave him great power over portals and rifts, but at a price. His portals would drain people who passed through them, leeching power out of them. He had no doubt that it was powerful, but he knew that he had gained the class because of his feat when closing the portal and because he had drained power from other beings before. His soul weapon was more than enough for him. He didn't need another thing that could do something like that. But there were other considerations as well. With that class, he wouldn't be able to take Neha with him through them without weakening her, and that was unacceptable. The last class he had gained only recently, when they had killed the 5th dragon for his quest, the Dragon Hunter class. Despite being another mythic class, it was more tempting in a way, mostly because it was something that he could see himself utilizing. A simple fighter class that focused on killing dragons and empowering the classer. But, despite all those choices, he knew deep down that he wasn't going to pick any of them. He knew a lot less about the Lord of the Aspects class, but it was difficult to explain other than to say that he felt like it was going to be a better fit. "We are here," Neha said, interrupting him, and he dismissed his windows, then looked up. They were in front of a large building carved out of a rib bone, which curved and towered above them. The stone had been added to the base in order to expand the building, but he could see the windows on the side of the bone walls. Zack took a deep breath and then took a step forward. The 2 of them walked into the building occupied by the Seekers of Knowledge. There were a lot of people walking around, some of them seekers, but most adventurers. That wasn't surprising. The Seekers bought and sold knowledge about the dungeons, and a good adventuring team was always prepared for their dungeon dive. They waited in the line to speak with the attendant at the large counter, but it didn't take long for their turn to come. "Greetings," a masked individual spoke as they stopped in front of their table. "How may the Seekers of Knowledge help you today?" "We wish to speak with an advisor," Zack said. "We are interested in information about dungeons." "Ah," the Seeker said. "What categories?" "General dungeon locations with knowledge about inhabiting monster types, estimated dungeon power levels, preferably as up-to-date knowledge as possible," Zack answered. The Seeker nodded and looked at something behind the counter. "You are in luck. We have a qualified person available. The price will be 100 celestial essence." Zack grimaced, but placed his hand over the small remote interface and paid the price. The price varied, depending on the Seeker one spoke to. Some were more knowledgeable than others. Still, it wasn't too high of a price to pay, not for Zack, at least. Spending 3 years in constant conflict without spending any essence on advancement had given him a lot of it to spend. The Seeker placed a small tablet on the table with a number on it. "Here you go. May your quest for knowledge bear fruit." "Thank you," Zack said, and then turned, following the signs that directed him to the room with the same number as the one on the tablet he had been given. They found the room easily and entered. It was a room with only a simple desk in its center, and it was empty when they arrived, so the two of them took their seats at the table.
"You think we will be able to find another?"
Neha asked. Zack grimaced. "I don't know. I hope so." They were here to try and learn a simple piece of information, the location of another dungeon that had a dragon-type monster inside of it. His quest was made all the more difficult by the fact that dragons were rare, and elemental dragons even more so. He needed to defeat dragons of an element that he hadn't already encountered as well. The issue was that they had already fought against the most common dragon types. Fire, water, earth, and air were the most common, but they had gotten lucky and had found a dungeon that held a sand dragon. It had taken them months to find dragon-type monsters which weren't of an elemental aspect that they had already fought. The door opened, and another black-robed and masked individual entered. "Greetings, knowledge seekers," the seeker said. Both Zack and Neha inclined their heads in greeting. "How can I help you today?" the seeker asked as they took their seats. "We are searching for a dungeon, or rather a certain type of monster," Zack corrected himself. The island of dungeons was best known for its many dungeons, but it also had monsters outside of them. It was home to both respawning and wild dungeons, but there were also territories filled with wandering monsters. "What kind?" the seeker asked. "An elemental dragon," Zack said. That is a rare sight indeed, but not prohibitively so. There are several well-known dungeons that have them. I assume that you have some additional caveats?" "Yes," Zack nodded. "It cannot be a dragon of the fire, water, earth, air, or sand element. And it needs to be no less than 3 tiers of power above me. My tier of power is 8. His tier was public knowledge, for the most part, since he had competed in the tournament. That part of the requirement was rarely an issue here, though. Dragons were generally never below tier 9. "I assume that this is a quest requirement, yes?" the seeker inquired. "Something like that," Zack said. "Well, that disqualifies most of the dungeons on the island. The great majority of them are of the 4 main elements." The tier of power is an issue. I know of no dragon-type monsters in any dungeon that is suited for your tier of power." "I can fight on the level of tiers higher than mine," Zack said. "If you know of any dungeons, just tell us." The seeker took a long look at Zack, then spoke. "Sadly, even with taking that into account, I know of no dungeon that would fit that criteria." "What about monsters outside of a dungeon?" Zack asked. The seeker remained silent for a long while. Zack and Neha waited patiently, knowing that this was their best chance to find another dragon. Searching on their own, they had little chance of success. Dragons were solitary creatures, and pretty rare in the infinite realm overall. Finally, the seeker spoke again. "There are a few territories where there have been dragon sightings, but with all the complications between the factions on the island, there hasn't been any organized effort to look into it. There were a few reports that spoke about things that could indicate an elemental dragon, though nothing is confirmed. I do not know if it even is a dragon. There are many reports of people going missing and caravans vanishing, and only one report that speaks about a winged and flying monster." "Can you tell us where these reports come from? We'd like to look into it," Zack said. "The issue is that there isn't a verified estimated power on the monster.
The unofficial one is saying Tier 14, since that was the estimated fighting power of one of the squads that disappeared.
Zack grimaced. That was 6 tiers of power above him. He glanced at Neha, and she met his eyes. She herself was on the 13th tier of power, which would help them a lot. He knew that he could punch above his weight, but they also needed to be careful. It was only an estimation, not a verified number. They could be walking into something that they couldn't handle. He tried to see what Neha thought, but he saw nothing but trust and support in her gaze. He knew what the two of them were capable of, and in the end they were both capable of escaping quickly if things went south. Zack turned to the Seeker and spoke. "Tell us where." Chapter 11. Zack, Monster Hunting Expert. "You sure about this?" Zack asked as they reached their destination. Neha nodded.
"Fighting monsters in respawning dungeons is one thing. For the most part, they have only an animal-like intelligence. Fighting a dragon in the open world that has probably killed Tier 14 capable adventuring teams? That's another thing entirely."
"We've done well enough so far," Zack argued, though in truth he didn't disagree. They had been fighting monsters, true, but they had relied on Neha's knowledge about them and their mastery of their power to outclass them.
"We have," Neha said, "but it would be better if we at least tried to be less arrogant."
Zack chuckled and shook his head. Both of them were confident in their power, and they had both gone through a lot, had overcome a lot. There was little that Zack was afraid of facing while at her side. They walked into the inn, and Zack cast his eyes around the room. The building was made out of white bone on the outside, as most buildings in the White City were, but the inside itself was lined with wooden planks. That gave the room a cozy feeling. The inn's common room was spacious and filled with tables occupied by all kinds of people.
"There he is."
Neha pointed at a drake sitting at a table in the corner, alone, leaned over a small book. The two of them made their way across the room and came to a stop next to the table, where a red and black scaled drake was furiously writing something down.
"Adventurer Fuse Scorch?"
Neha greeted the drake. The drake raised his head from his book and then blinked, and a moment later he grinned at them. His teeth were sharper and slightly longer than those of most drakes. In fact, his whole body was slightly exaggerated. He had longer claws, sharper scales, and a narrower snout with wicked teeth. "Ah, wardens!" The man greeted them loudly. "You are right on time." Zack inclined his head in the drake's direction. He remembered him. Adventurer Basthik Fuse Scorch, a monster hunter, though they hadn't met before now. The drake had taken part in the tournament in the same category as Zack, though he had been a solo entry. From what Zack remembered, the drake had gotten pretty far in the tournament, though Zack didn't remember how he had placed in the end. Most of what happened before the invasion was a blur in Zack's head. The fighting and closing of the portal was what he remembered the most, and then the fighting retreat. The people around him who had lost family and friends, people who had looked at him and the other wardens to protect them, those things stuck in his mind a lot more than the tournament itself.
"Of course,"
Neha said.
"We wouldn't want to keep you waiting."
The drake nodded and closed his book, then wrapped it up carefully before flicking his hand and having it disappear, probably storing it inside a spatial item. "Well, then, I've taken the liberty of reserving a private room. Right this way," he said, his voice still just a bit too loud. Zack suppressed the desire to grimace at that, and they followed after him. The drake led them to the back of the inn and to a small private room. Zack noticed the standard privacy formations on the walls of the room. Most places, such as this inn that catered to adventurers, had things like this. Places where people could talk in private were important, especially for cities like this one.
Thank you for meeting with us, Adventurer Fuse-Scorch, Neha said as all three of them took their seats. Neha and Zack sat on one side and the Drake across from them.
"No problem. You are paying me, after all," the Drake said with a grin. "And just Bastek is fine."
Bastek, then. I am Warden Nehamasa Plainrunner, and this is my partner, Warden Zachariah Gardner, Neha said.
Bastek tilted his head as he looked Neha over. "A shifter class?"
Yes,
Neha answered. You have the Chimera attunement, right? And your body means that you have unique form, a very rare perk. I am envious. It is better than mine. Though I think that monster shifting isn't your primary focus, or it wasn't until recently."
"I've shifted focus recently,"
Neha said. "Interesting. Perhaps we could spar sometime," Bastek said with a grin, then turned his head to look at Zack. "And I am, of course, familiar with you. Warden's Tempest, it is an honor. Your fights in the tournament were incredible." "Thank you. Your fights were great as well," Zack said, though he didn't remember much. For a few seconds the Drake remained silent, and then he spoke again. "The rumors say that you were part of the attack on the portal, and that you were the one to close it." "I was the only one available with a power that could be of use. It was fortune or misfortune, depending on how you look at it," Zack told him. "Ha!" The Drake laughed again. "Misfortune indeed. I fought on the wall. I saw just how horrible those monsters are." "That they are," Zack confirmed grimly. "Enough about that." Bastek waved his hand. "Let us focus on why you wanted to speak with me." Zack glanced at Neha, then motioned for her to speak. They had been making an effort to have her interact with other people more in her base form. She was fine when she needed to pretend, when she played a role. Being herself, that was harder. Bastek, we wanted to talk about your trade, obviously. More precisely, dragons, Neha said. "Ah!" The Drake laughed at that. "Of course, it is only natural for you to come to me. I am, after all, the man who is going to be the greatest monster hunter in the world." The truth was that he was the most qualified person that they could get to on short notice. He was not affiliated with any of the major adventurer factions, which meant that he was a free agent. The big factions probably had stronger and more qualified people, but getting to them or having them agree to help was close to impossible in the current climate. Everyone was protecting what they had, keeping the dungeons they owned and the knowledge about them close. They had tried to get to a few of the people in them for advice and had either been turned away or asked to join their factions in return for knowledge. Of course, neither Zack nor Neha were going to tell that to the monster hunter. "Your expertise, as far as monster hunting is concerned, is well known," Neha agreed. "We have fought dragons before, but always in dungeons. We are in need of information, and, if you are willing, help with tracking and taking down a dragon in the wild." Bastek's expression immediately sobered. Well, that is another thing entirely." Neha tilted her head. "What do you mean?" "Well, you've paid for a consultation." The Drake raised a hand and scratched at his snout. "You are wardens. Am I right to think that you have little knowledge or experience with fighting monsters?" "We've fought monsters before," Neha said. "But you are correct in thinking that we are not specialized monster-hunting adventurers." "Yes, that is... I guess I should start with the basics, then. What do you know about this dragon you plan on hunting?" "Not much, unfortunately," Neha answered. "We know the general area where it was sighted,
And we know that several caravans and a couple teams have vanished in the area.
I've not heard anything about that, but it is unsurprising. The island is large. Do you know how strong the teams that vanished were?
The information that we got indicated that at least one was a Tier 14 capable team,
Neha told him. The Drake grimaced. Do you perhaps know what team it was? Their ranking in the guild?
No,
Neha said. The guild had its own ranking system, the same way as the Warden's Guild had. Their badges were color and material coded. Zack and Neha had both earned platinum badges over the last 3 years. Then that doesn't tell us much. Being a Tier 14 rated team means that they had taken down a Tier 14 monster, but that can mean a lot of different things, as not all monsters of the same tier are equal. Rarity, age, size, a lot of things go into it. A named monster is significantly stronger than the same type of monster on the same tier of power. A common monster might not have aspected powers, but it can still be incredibly powerful. The greater the rarity of a monster, the more powers and special abilities it will have.
Zack nodded in agreement. A monster's power couldn't be summarized just by their tier of power. It was something that he had learned early on.
Many adventurers die because they overestimate their own capabilities, Bastek continued. A team could kill a Tier 10 monster easily and then die to a Tier 6 one. Knowing your prey, the way that they fight, their strengths and weaknesses, that is half the battle. Being able to adapt and fight well as a team also helps. It is how adventurers take down far more powerful monsters. But dragons, they are difficult.
They are strong, but we've been able to deal with them fairly well,
Neha said. Bastek met her eyes. You fought them in the respawning dungeons?
Yes,
Neha answered. Yeah, well, you can forget everything you think you know. A wild monster is nothing like those in the dungeons. Not everyone can tell, especially if they don't go through the same dungeon multiple times, but monsters in the respawning dungeons are simpler than those outside.
How so?
Zack asked, intrigued. Well, for one, they will always act and react in the same manner. They are, I guess you can say that they act based on predetermined triggers, as if they are on strings, with someone else making them move. It doesn't mean that they are weak, but they aren't as dangerous as monsters in the wild, or wild dungeons, for that matter.
Zack and Neha exchanged looks, and then she spoke again. So, what would you suggest that we do?
Not hunt dragons, Bastek said.
We need to, Zack said simply.
The Drake looked at him. You're going to be doing this no matter what I say, right?
Zack shrugged. Finding dragons is hard, and we cannot afford to wait and search for another that might be weaker.
Well, what is life without challenge? Bastek laughed.
After barely trying to convince them to abandon their quest, they negotiated a price for his help with tracking and fighting the dragon.
I would suggest we find 2 more people, if that is the limit you have, Bastek suggested as he got ready to explain what he knew about dragons. Fighting without information on your foe is dangerous.
We can look around for other independents, but I am the one that needs to deal most of the damage to the monster, Zack said.
Bastek nodded. So, control specialists, then. I know a few who might be interested, though they will require a lot of essence for this.
Zack waved his hand. It wasn't really a concern. Both he and Neha had been well compensated for what they had done in the tournament city,
and then they'd earned even more during the last 3 years of taking contracts almost daily. Well then, the first thing you should know about dragons is that there are many different types. Most of them have some kind of associated aspect, and they are very good at using it. The most common types are dragonlings, which are the smallest of their variants, but are extremely vicious and cunning. Some can fly, but most don't. Usually they fight in small packs of 6 to 10 monsters. I doubt that we are dealing with this type, as your report doesn't support that.
Yes, the reports are about only one flying monster, one big enough to cast a large shadow on the ground,
Neha said. That means one of the bigger variants. Without more information, it is nearly impossible to know which one, but I would put my essence on it being a wyvern.
A wyvern?
Zack asked. Yes. They are large, territorial, and generally wickedly hard to deal with, mostly because of their size. Their mastery of their aspect is not great, but they make up for the lack of finesse by brute force. Dealing with one of them would involve finding its lair and laying a trap. Most wyvern types make lairs in caves, so fighting there would eliminate its flying capability. Zack nodded. That did make sense to him.
And if it is not a wyvern?
Neha asked. Basthek grimaced. This is why I don't think we should make any real plans now. First, we need information. The usual way that these hunts go is that we take a couple of days to gather information about our prey, and then we make a plan before returning to our base and resupplying with everything we think we might need, and only then do we engage the monster. If we make a plan for a wyvern, and it isn't one, a wyvern is significantly different from a lindrum or a worm.
But you think that we can do this?
Zack asked. Basthek didn't answer immediately, but took a few seconds to think about it. The truth is that we are not a team. If you want me to help with this, then you will need to trust me. Knowing what our powers are and how we fight will go a big way toward making this mission a success. If you can't do that, then we can part ways here. Otherwise, yes, I think we can. From what I saw of you in the tournament, you are very strong. If we manage to find 2 more control specialists, taking down even a Tier 15 dragon is possible, assuming, of course, that it is the right type of monster and that we can ambush it.
The right kind of monster. Zack knew that it all came down to that. The difference in power could be incredible, even between monsters on the same tier of power. He had fought Tier 6 monsters that had been harder to take down than Tier 9 or 10. He knew better than to underestimate monsters. It was the same as with people. Different people, even on the same tier, could possess vastly different amounts of power.
"All right," Neha said at last.
"If you can reach out to those people you think might be interested in joining us, we can start preparing for the trip."
"Of course," Basthek said. "You should take as many supplies as you can now, and make sure that your gear is in top shape. There is a small city near this dragon's territory, but with the way things have been between the factions, you might not be able to get the same level of service there as you can get here."
"Will do," Zack said as all of them stood up. They shook hands and agreed to meet in a couple of days to allow him time to contact other adventurers. A few hours later, Zack and Neha were back in their room at the inn they were staying in.
"What did you think about him?" Neha asked. Zack thought about it for a few moments. "He is boastful, but I think he is capable," Zack answered finally. Neha nodded in agreement.
"I've asked around a bit. He comes well recommended, and I am certain that the people who recommended him were being truthful with me."
Zack nodded, then stopped and looked at her. "You didn't," he said. She froze for a moment, and then tilted her head as if she was confused.
"What do you mean?"
Zack glared at her. "We've talked about this, especially in places like this where there are so many powerful people. It's a risk we shouldn't take."
"I've been doing this for long before you came along, Zack,"
Neha said with a sigh. "I know." Zack put a hand over his face. "I know. I just worry. People generally don't react well to someone else impersonating them." He knew that it was a good way to get information. They had done it quite a few times in the past. Neha had her forms, but she also had abilities that allowed her to shapeshift into people that she just saw on the street. With her perfect imitation, she could fake being someone for short periods of time fairly well. But about a year ago, they had run into an issue with some less than forthcoming guards of a small city where they had been hunting a bounty. Neha had impersonated one of the guards and infiltrated them. She got the information they needed, but one of the other guards had a perk that let him see through her disguise. They had been forced to flee the city. She was registered as a shapeshifter in the Wardens, but that information wasn't widely known. As far as most people were concerned, when they saw her, they assumed that she was a cultivator or someone like Bastek. The biggest issue with her doing things like that was her madness. She was getting better. She hadn't had issues in a long time, but shape-shifting and impersonating people, things that she used to do before, it made her remember. It made her get closer to who she used to be. It was why she had pushed her evolutions into monster shifting. He just didn't want to have her get into something that could lead to her getting hurt, because he knew how she could react. Her temper was much improved, but there was no need for her to risk a relapse. 100 years of living life imbalanced and mad didn't go away in just a few years. And he had nearly lost her when they had attacked the portal. If it hadn't been for Ryun, Zack felt her hands on his skin, and he let her pull his arm away from his face. He looked up, only to see her face a handbreadth away from his. Her touch on his skin was soft. Her palms weren't covered in scales, but just smooth skin.
"Don't worry, Zack. I'm not going anywhere."
He pulled her close and put his arms around her, holding her in a tight embrace. Chapter 12. Zack. Dragon Hunt. Zack and Neha sat in the room at their inn, going over their gear. They had changed their equipment a lot over the years. Zack had entirely new armor, not a set, but unique pieces that were a lot more powerful than what he used to have. He had even had some of the pieces upgraded and painted green so that it at least looked the same. He looked over his chest piece, a half-plate that was made out of bone of a powerful monster. Behemoth breastplate, plus 170 to strength, plus 170 to endurance. The Behemoth breastplate allows you to mitigate 15% of all incoming physical damage. Equip. Repair. It was the best piece of armor that he had. The damage mitigation was something that helped him a lot. He had perks that did the same, but any little thing helped. His endurance and vitality were his lowest stats, as he usually relied on not getting hit, but it was always good to have some extra protection. The few other pieces of equipment that he had were his bracers and boots. Force Strike Bracers. Plus 50 to intelligence. The Force Strike Bracers allow you to release a wave of force that is equal in power to 50% of the last attack that hit you. Slow Fall Boots. Plus 50 to dexterity. The Slow Fall Boots allow you to slow your falling speed by 50% once every 3 hours. Overall, those 2 items weren't that strong, but with all of his other powers, they were quite good. He also had a custom cloak made, which allowed him to use his wind powers to move through the air. It wasn't really flying, but it was added mobility. Garissa's Cloak of Dexterity, plus 25 to Dexterity, reinforced cloak with attachments for arms. It wasn't the best thing around, but it was crafted to his specifications. He could attach the hooks on his arms to it, and one to his waist, which then allowed him to glide pretty well. It hadn't cost him much, either, since he didn't need anything really special added to it. He still had his ring of privacy, and had upgraded a scanning ring. His soul weapon was his main offensive focus, and the rest he filled up with his perks. He didn't like relying on items too much, but he did understand that they could be powerful additions to anyone's build. Neha had gotten a lot of gear, too, more than he had. Her cloak was new, and it was her best item. He saw it draped over in the corner of the room. Greater Cloak of Deep Shadow, plus 200 to Dexterity, plus 150 to Intelligence. This cloak brings shadow wherever its wearer goes. It helps the wearer blend in more deeply into shadows, and keeps the wearer hidden from all powers that are lower or equal to Tier 3. In light, it can obscure the wearer's features. Equip, repair. It fit well with her build, and it helped her execute her powers. She couldn't use it when she shifted into a monster form, of course, but all of her equipment had equip added to it, which had cost them quite a lot, but it was necessary for someone who changed shape like she did. They were looking into getting some items that could change shape with her. She had told him that there were item sets that could even change into armor for monster forms, though they were rare. So far, only her awakened weapon could change with her. They packed their food and water supplies, which were probably the most important, since they didn't know how long they would be without contact with civilization, or if they would even have the chance to hunt and look for food and water. They also had a few new items, including some that they had purchased based on adventurer Bastek's suggestion, throwing potions that produced horrid odors which could stun monsters with a sensitive sense of smell, more healing potions, and a few bombs, too. Their plan was to ambush and trap the monster, then have Zack deal most of the damage to it so that he could get his last quest requirement done. That meant that they also had custom-made traps, a few small arrays, and one formation plate. It had cost them a big chunk of their collective funds, but Zack hoped that it was going to be worth it. Finally, they finished with all of their checks. "You ready for tomorrow?" Neha asked. "Yes," Zack answered. "I've been waiting for this for too long." "Just remember that we don't take unnecessary risks. We can always find another dragon." Zack nodded and smiled. "Of course." And with that they went to bed. They had to meet Bastek and the rest of the team early tomorrow. It took them several weeks to reach the territory where the reports of a dragon sighting had originated. It was deep in the inner parts of the island, a wild territory that, while claimed, wasn't developed. There was one small outpost on its border, and a single, barely maintained road leading through it. There had used to be 2 dungeons in the territory. One was wild, which had been conquered a long time ago, and there was one respawning one. From Zack's understanding, that dungeon was destroyed more than 100 years ago in a rare conflict on the island. A scheduling error had led to an adventuring team from the Adventurers Guild clashing with a team hailing from a sect. The cultivators hadn't taken the error well at all, and when the adventurers had been granted priority, they had disagreed vehemently. In short, they had destroyed the dungeon, which, from what Zack had heard, was an extremely hard task. There were spatial barriers around spawning dungeons that prevented the outside world from interacting with its interior. Without the income that came with a respawning dungeon, the territory had been all but abandoned. Now it was a wild and overgrown forest and mountains. The only part that was even remotely connected with civilization was the small road that was seldom used by caravans passing through. The day after they had arrived at the outpost, Zack and his team left for their first scouting trip. Aside from Neha and adventurer Basthek Fuse-Scorch, they had 2 more members. Both were recommended by Basthek, and both were control specialists. Varia Javera and Kathasi Ikor. Varia was a Cretan, with a build geared towards slowing her opponents down and inflicting draining debuffs. Kathasi was a Minotaur, and he relied on stunning his opponents and inflicting debuffs that made his targets suffer penalties for movement. With his and Neha's high damage, paired with Basthek's survivability and overall durability, they had a pretty solid team. For their first outing, they just made their way down the road, taking in the lay of the land. "Something isn't quite right here," Basthek said after an hour of walking. They were surrounded by trees, the blue leaves swaying gently in the breeze. The only sound that Zack could hear was the rustling of the trees and the whistling of the wind. "You sense something?" Zack asked as he bent his knees slightly and readied himself to change his hand into a blade. He looked around, his eyes piercing the darkness of the forest surrounding them. He saw nothing in there but the occasional falling leaf. "No," Basthek said slowly, his hand raising to the medallion hanging from his neck. "And that is a problem." "What do you mean?" Neha asked. "There are no monsters anywhere near us," Basthek said. "Are you sure?" Kathasi asked as Varia stopped, her pale brown exoskeleton plates shifting as she knelt and placed a hand on the ground. "Maybe you just can't sense them." "He's right," Varia said after a moment. "I can't feel anything either." "This territory isn't regulated," Kathasi said. "There should be monsters all over it." Basthek tilted his head as if he was listening for something. Then he turned his eyes to the sky. "Not if there is something big driving them all away." Varia and Kathasi exchanged looks. "A big monster coming in means that monsters get more organized, not that they disappear." "Usually, yes," Basthek said. "In most cases, if a powerful monster comes into a territory, and it was territorial enough, it would just become a territory leader. In extreme cases, it would start a swarm." He paused for a moment, his eyes still on the sky. "In rare cases, a monster is abnormal. It doesn't suffer other monsters to live around it. Its territorial instincts make it hunt other monsters down excessively." "You think that is what happened here?" Zack asked. "Don't know yet. We need to cover more ground," Basthek said, and then he motioned for them to follow. They continued their trek down the road. A while later, Basthek spoke, filling the silence again. "Did you know that dragons are one of the monster types present in every race's mythology, but that hadn't really existed?" the Drake said. Zack blinked at that. "No, I hadn't known that." "Yes, it is quite interesting," Basthek continued. "Of course, each race has slightly different ideas about who and what they were. For my people, they were gods, the creators of everything. For Karura, they were the evil incarnate, the opposite of their Ranhida and Igos." "They existed in my people's history, too," Neha chimed in. "They were usually depicted as old and wise guides, ones who came to my people in times of great need. There are many people that studied the histories of the old worlds, trying to divine some message or secret from clues left over by the framework," Varia added. Zack wondered what all of that meant. There were many secrets in reality, things that they were probably never going to figure out. The conversation didn't continue, but somehow Zack felt like everyone was thinking the same thing, wondering, were dragons more than just myths in their original worlds? By the time night came, they saw no signs of other monsters. They made camp just off the road, in the silence surrounding them. All of them were on edge. The lack of monsters made them even more twitchy than adventurers usually were. There was something alien about the lack of monsters. Zack couldn't remember a time when he was traveling through the wilderness without being attacked. It had become a way of life, a natural occurrence. The 5 of them sat around a small campfire in silence. It was Neha who broke the quiet.
This territory's monsters, they were supposed to be between Tier 8 and 10. Wolves and Kratchkins, both pack monsters, not easy to take down for a single opponent.
Zack nodded. Individually, those monsters weren't powerful, but they were deadly in packs. They had done their research on the monsters in this territory, and they had prepared to fight them. The wolves were a pretty nasty variant called the hungering wolf. They ran in larger-than-usual packs, 1,000 to several thousand monsters. That was a nightmare to deal with, especially since their hunting parties were also larger. A single adventuring team getting caught unaware by a hunting party of several dozen wolves at Tier 8 or 10? It rarely ended well for the adventurers, even some who had high tiers of power and who were platinum-rated or higher. This variant was known for never stopping once they had a scent of prey. They would fight to the last pack member. They were relentless. The Kratchkins were monsters based on animals of the Minotaur homeworld, and were terrible creatures that looked like a cross between a panther and a rhinoceros. They were the size of horses, with 2 horns pointing forward and thick skin that was hard to penetrate. Usually they were solitary and extremely territorial, and defended their territory against all intruders. They were extremely agile climbers, and stealthy, too, despite their size. The variant in this territory was the cloaking Kratchkins, and they could change the color of their skin, making them blend into their surroundings. Despite them being extremely tough, they also hit hard. Their horns were designed for dealing a lot of damage quickly, killing their prey with a single hit. These were not monsters that would have been taken out lightly by anyone. "I know," Bastek said slowly. "A wyvern would have had a difficult time driving out these monsters. Average wyverns are powerful, but taking out an entire wolf pack or driving out the Kratchkins, unless it was extremely geared toward detecting stealthed opponents, it would have had issues against them."
"Are we sure that there are no monsters around?"
Varia asked as she tapped the bracelet around her wrist. All of them were wearing the exact same bracelet, something that Bastek insisted on as they prepared for the hunt. It was supposed to mask their presence from monsters, which was a necessity if they were going to ambush and trap the dragon. "I am certain," Bastek said. "Even if they couldn't detect us, the wolves would have been patrolling, or we would have seen some sign. But I saw nothing, no tracks or waste, nothing at all. It's as if there haven't been monsters around this territory for months." Zack admittedly didn't know much about this side of monster hunting, but even he could see that something wasn't right. They were putting a lot of faith on being prepared for the hunt, on ambushing the monster. They didn't know how powerful it was, but everything could die to a trap, or at least be weakened by it.
"What does this mean for the mission?"
Kathasi asked. The 2 new additions to the mission were significantly more reserved than Bastek. Zack didn't know much about them. They hadn't really exchanged anything more than basic pleasantries. Zack only knew that they were adventurers that weren't affiliated with any group. They were, of course, part of the Adventurers Guild, but they hadn't joined any of the smaller factions that had risen up in the last few years, which was why they were basically working as freelancers. Their original team had fallen apart as one half joined one side and the rest another. At least that was what Bastek had told them. Zack didn't want to intrude. "It means that we need to be more careful," Bastek said. We'll look for the signs of the dragon, and then we will see from there."
"This could mean that the monster is stronger than we thought,"
Varia said. "You were told that a Tier 14 qualified team had gone missing here. The monster was always going to be strong, and this mission dangerous. Every mission where you hunt an unknown monster is dangerous," Basthek told them. Zack agreed with him completely. They had to be very careful. The rest of the team nodded, though whether they understood or not, Zack didn't know. He hoped that they did. After a quick dinner, they set up a watch rotation and went to sleep.
"What is it?"
Neha asked as Basthek came to a stop and knelt in a large clearing in the middle of the forest. Zack walked over and looked over the man's shoulder. He saw what the drake was looking at, just as he responded. "Blood. Old, though," Basthek said. "There are old tracks, Kratchkin tracks, but they stop here. Something swooped down and carried the monster off."
"So there is a dragon,"
Varia said. "These tracks. It was a male, mature Kratchkin. They are big and heavy. I don't see any struggle. And the blood, there's too little. Something took it into the air whole, in a single swoop. It had to be big." "Dragons usually are," Zack said. Basthek grimaced and shook his head. "If it was a dragon that grabbed this monster, it was both large and extremely powerful. So little blood means that it didn't kill the monster immediately. It ripped it into the air without the Kratchkin being able to do anything."
"So a strong dragon,"
Varia said.
"Nothing that we didn't already know."
"Perhaps," Basthek said, then stood up and looked around. "Something that big needs to have a big lair." "Any ideas where?" Zack asked. He was surprised to see Basthek acting so composed. His usual boastful personality had changed to someone driven and focused. "Not the forest. It's too tightly packed," Basthek said as he turned his head to the east. "The mountain." There was a single mountain nearby that Zack could see. He knew that there was a mountain range near the border of the territory, but this mountain was almost in the center of it. Basthek pointed at it and spoke. "I think we have our direction." It took them a full day to reach the mountain, and they spent most of the next day looking for clues, which they did find. With each one that they encountered, Basthek grew more and more concerned. "Things don't add up," he whispered as they climbed the mountain. The clues they'd found were mostly just drops of blood, which had probably fell when the dragon transported its prey back to its lair. It all pointed to the mountain, and they had spotted a plateau near the peak, which looked like it had a large cave entrance. "What do you mean?" Zack whispered back to the drake. "There are too few signs of the dragon. They are smart beasts, but there is too little evidence of its existence. It is almost as if... No. He shook his head. Zack was about to ask him what he was thinking when they finally reached the plateau. The cave entrance was immediately evident. It was massive, large enough for a commercial airplane to fit, if perhaps tightly. Basthek motioned for everyone to be quiet and careful, then pulled an item out of his storage that looked like a wand. He pointed it inside and then turned around. "It's empty. The dragon isn't in there," Basthek said. "Come, we should investigate. There might be clues about the type inside, and we should see what kind of trap we can make inside. But be quiet. We don't know when the dragon might return." Slowly, they made their way inside. The opening and the corridor were both large, with the ladder winding down and curving to the side. Before long, they were too far deep for any light to penetrate, but Zack could still see everything with his eyes. Neha, too, didn't have an issue, and the others didn't show any signs of not being able to see. Basthek led the way, and then they reached a sharp turn. As soon as he turned around the corner, he stopped and froze in his tracks.
"Oh no, this isn't a lair,"
Basthek whispered.
"What is it?"
Zack whispered back as he came behind him and looked. Immediately he saw what Basthek meant. The cavern was massive, and at the end of it, everything glittered.
"This is a hoard of an elder dragon,"
Basthek said as they looked at the items and glowing stones that filled the floor from wall to wall. Then they heard a terrifying roar that echoed through the cave from behind them. Basthek closed his eyes and said,
"We are so fucked."
Chapter 13. Zack. Ambush. The roar of the dragon echoed through the cavern. In the faint light, filled with shadows, mostly produced by a few glowing gems on a pile of items, crystals, and things that Zack didn't even have time to identify, he could see the expressions of everyone around him. Basthek's surprised and worried face morphed into an eager grin, the man that Zack remembered from the tournament peeking through. Varia and Kathasi looked toward the entrance, their expressions calm and expectant. They were monster hunters. This was what they did for a living. Neha exchanged a look with Zack from his side, and he saw the predator in her coming out. All of them had seen the hoard, the massive mound of treasure. It meant that they faced an elder dragon, the rarest of the dragon monster type. It was dangerous, perhaps more dangerous than they had expected, but not necessarily in the way that they had expected. Basthek had provided information on dragons prior to them leaving, and Zack had done some research himself. One thing separated elder dragons from other types. They were intelligent monsters. They could think and speak, just like any of the 9 races. That did not mean that they were stronger, but fighting an opponent who could think and reason intelligently was much harder than fighting a monster that was mindless or just driven by its instincts. The elder dragons were the rarest of the dragon-type monsters for a simple reason. They're hordes. The cavern was filled with treasure, items looted from adventurers and caravans, high-tiered monster bones and crystals and gems of all kinds. That was the reason why they were rare. Adventurers were willing to risk everything to get to them, because they were hunted everywhere. The dragon roared again, louder this time. It was getting closer. "We have 2 choices," Basthek said, turning to Zack. "It's roaring on approach to its lair, which they do to intimidate any monsters that might have remained in its territory. It will take its time to circle around its lair, so we have time to escape. Or we can set up our trap now, quickly." The drake glanced back at the cavern and the treasure. "If we leave, the dragon will notice that we were here. Our protection prevents its power senses from feeling our presence, but it will smell our presence in here. We won't catch it unaware again." She looked at the treasure along with everyone else.
"It's a hoard,"
Varia said with more passion in her voice than he had heard from her before.
"This can set us up for life. If we leave, if someone else finds it, they will take it."
"I've given you the choice," Basthek said, his eyes gleaming. "Regardless of what you choose, I am staying. This is why I became an adventurer." Zack saw Neha look around, then back at Zack.
"We might not find another dragon for years," she whispered. "And with whatever we find here, we can do a lot."
Everyone seemed to be in agreement. Zack nodded. He had never intended to run. They had prepared. This was the reason why they had come. "We fight," Zack said. Basthek immediately gave out orders. "Varia, you and Kathasi are near the entrance. Place your arrays and get ready to use your powers." The 2 control specialists sprung into motion as Basthek turned to Zack and Neha. "The 2 of you, Place your things as we discussed before, then hide and get ready. We are going to hit it with enough powers and arrays to stun it, and you two will need to hit it hard and fast to kill it while it's down. I'll draw its attention if necessary." Zack and Neha moved, setting up inside the cavern, but closer to the entrance. The plan had always been to find the dragon's lair. They had protections that kept them from being sensed by powers, and Basthek had powers and items that could let him check if a monster was nearby. They might not have known how powerful or what type the dragon was, but it didn't really matter. They had brought enough equipment and traps in order to deal with a wide range of opponents. The ultimate decision was Basthek's. He was the monster-hunting expert and the one leading the mission. Zack only knew that fighting a powerful opponent head-on was very different than laying a trap and ambushing one. Zack placed the strength-amplifying array on the floor behind some rocks to hide it. It would double the strength of anyone inside the array. Zack and Neha would be expecting it, but the dragon would not. The plan called for it to be stunned once it entered, and the array itself would disorient it, as having one's strength doubled without notice often was disorienting. Neha's array would silence power use in a small area for 2 seconds, enough for them to strike. The last thing that Zack set up was the formation. It was an engraved plate, which would explode with force essence when triggered, and Zack had the trigger. He placed it on the floor in front of the entrance and hid it by covering it with a stone that he had in his storage just for that purpose. The dragon roared again as they placed other items that they had bought for the trap. Barrels filled with water went behind the wall at the entrance, out of sight, all engraved with formations that removed scents and obscured them from sight. Varia and Kathasi downed several potions, one after another, as they heard the dragon's roar get closer, followed by the thump of it landing on the plateau. Neha and Zack did the same. He downed 3 potions that increased his strength and dexterity, then one that would reduce his ability cooldowns for a short period of time. The last 3 potions that he drank were ones that increased his resistance, one for fire, one that gave him soul resistance, and the last which made his skin tougher. Everyone else did the same. He saw Neha blend into the shadows and disappear from his sight as they heard the dragon approaching. Zack was crouching behind a large rock, waiting. Zack wasn't a good monster hunter, he knew that, but the people he was with were. Fights like this did not last long. The things he had grown up on in books, TV shows, and movies were just a fantasy. Fights were decided in a few key instants, by split-second decisions. He had seen it firsthand in his fights during the tournament. At the start, their fights against monsters had mostly lasted for quite a bit longer, more from their lack of knowledge than power. But here and now they were prepared, and all of them sat and waited for their prey. Then Zack triggered his perks. With True Link, Nehamasa Plane Runner, his awareness of Neha came into being, and he knew exactly where she was. He activated Last Air of Terra and felt his stats double, just as faint whispers woke up inside his head, each of them eager and waiting. The Phantom Avatar increased his stats again, along with his resistance, and the Planar Mantle passive bonus increased his resistances further, as his last visited plane was the ethereal plane. Lastly, he pulled his chi through his body and prepared his lightning strike. Then he glanced at his stats, seeing that with the potions and array he had raised his strength and dexterity to over 10,000. That was about the absolute limit of what he could handle, and it had taken him a while to train himself to be able to utilize all of those stats. The dragon's steps grew closer, and he shifted his hand to his blood blade. The blade's nature was perfect for fighting opponents that might have tough defenses that had small and nearly impenetrable defenses, like dragon scales. Usually only the most powerful of attacks could break through them, but the blood blade was made out of liquid that burst open skin and flesh. It could flow in between the scales and wreak havoc on the soft flesh beneath. Then he prepared his old heritage and waited. The dragon was nearly here. Zack heard it coming, but he didn't dare look over his hiding place for fear of it seeing him. Then sound filled the cavern, announcing tremors and a roar filled with rage and pain. It happened in an instant, and Zack peeked out. The dragon was deep green in color, with blue accents, had 4 legs that ended in curving claws, each the size of Zack's entire arm, that looked like they could pierce through anything with ease, as well as 2 wings that were tucked over its back. Its neck was long and muscled, culminating in a large, elongated head and 2 horns curving backward on top of it. It wasn't as large as Zack had feared, but it was still the size of a big bus. He glanced at the name tag above its head and saw what they were dealing with. Wursix, Heir of the Moment, Tier 12. It was a named monster, as all elder dragons were. Its rarity was relic, and it meant that it would be both smart and powerful. He tried to use his ring on it, but for some reason it didn't work, which Zack just assumed meant that the dragon had some power that prevented that. The dragon was hit by everything in rapid succession. Varia's specialty was slowing down her opponents, but she had a few perks that could speed someone up. That was what she had obviously used, as the dragon seemed to be covered in a yellow net that clung to its scales. The dragon had stumbled forward into the trap as she unexpectedly increased its speed. Cathassi had thrown her debuffs, and Zack could see scales tearing on the dragon's legs as it continued moving forward into the other arrays. It tried to stop itself, its legs hitting the ground hard, and then, as it stomped again, it had reached the strength-amplifying array and was boosted. Its legs smashed into the stone and cracked it. One of the dragon's claws bit into the hard stone at an awkward angle as it barely managed to control its strength, and the claw fractured. One piece of it ripped out of the finger, sending blood flying in the air, while the other ricocheted away. The dragon released a cry of pain and fumbled. The formation triggered, and a sphere of bluish light blasted out of it and hit the dragon, silencing it. That was their cue, and so Zack triggered the last array. A directed force explosion burst up from below the dragon, hitting it in the underbelly. Zack jumped out of his cover and saw Basthek, his form bulging with different monster parts, charging the dragon, while his sense told him that Neha had moved as well. Zack triggered his old heritage, then used his blink to close the distance. Going through the real realm meant that his bonuses switched to those from this plane, and he activated several abilities in quick succession as he came out of his blink above the dragon's head. Planar Wing appeared on his back, and he pointed his free hand, summoning his planar chains, which he wrapped around the dragon's head and snout, preventing it from using its breath and reducing the dragon's physical resistance by 20%. The dragon's eye focused on Zack as he beat his wings and pulled himself with his chains toward the dragon's head. He activated more of his perks, then dropped the chains and summoned an ethereal sword. With his perfect tempest dance, My Blade's whirling tempest, he spun in the air, starting his attack. He prepared to activate double planar strike, and then finally the perk that he had taken from Neha through their true link primal blow, which made his next attack deal 5 times damage. He swung with his blood blade as the dragon's scales started growing, and then Zack realized that in an instant something resembling dark wood was growing out of the monster's scales, covering it like armor. His blade splashed against it harmlessly, but he was twisting in the air, bringing to bear his ethereal sword just over the dragon's eye. He activated both of the perks that he'd prepared, and his sword smashed into the tough wood. The 5 times damage increase and over 10,000 strength meant that he hit with an incredible power. He cut through the wood almost easily, the lightning from his technique charring the wood slightly, and the rest of the armor parted before his attack and hit the scales, cutting them open, but with resistance. The follow-up attack from his double planar strike came right behind, hitting the same spot and cutting deeper. Zack's momentum kept him spinning in the air, and he brought his blood blade back again, intending to hit the same spot he had just cut open with his sword. Then, suddenly, the dragon's head wasn't where it used to be, and Zack got a strange feeling. He frowned as his attack missed, and he saw that somehow the dragon had landed on the floor. One of its wings was heading Zack's way, intended to swat him away, but despite the single instant where it moved fast enough to somehow escape Zack's attack, it was still slowed. Every movement it made injured it further, too, as Cathasi's powers punished it. The wind moved around Zack as he switched to his wind blade, and he had it catch the fabric of his cloak, pulling himself back out of range of the attack. They had heard it with the arrays, and Cathasi had done some surface damage, but it was obviously still capable of fighting. Zack blinked away, evading the wing swat as Basthek reached the dragon, his own wings letting him fly in the cavern. He threw smoke bombs at the dragon's head, which made it roar in anger and distract it. Neha slipped out of the shadow, her dagger cutting into the dragon's back leg, severing a tendon. Everyone knew that Zack needed to do the most damage. She cut and got away immediately as the dragon's legs gave out, and it dropped to a knee on that side. The wood armor lashed out, bare branches growing out like curbed spikes. Zack focused on his blade, and then swung, sending a crescent ceiling slash. It hit the dragon, but he knew it would silence its power for only a fraction of a moment, only enough to stop the growth of the branches long enough for the others to get away. "Pests!" the dragon roared as everyone moved out of its way as it lashed out. In an instant it moved quickly, somehow ignoring the slowing field around it. It turned around and lashed out with its tail, hitting Basthek and sending him flying back to smash into the horde. "You dare!" it spoke as it got its bearings. "You came for my horde, little chosen. Weaklings and thieves." Zack saw that his attack had done a lot more damage than he had thought. He had cut through the wood and the dragon's right eye. The other eye glowed with an emerald fire, and it was focused on him. Zack blinked close to the dragon again, and then he shouted. Rift Shout ripped the air in front of him, weakening the space in the cavern and creating new weak spots. The force of the shout was physical, and it staggered the dragon, which didn't last for long. Before he could move in, the dragon smashed his leg into the ground, and roots broke out of the stone beneath Zack's feet, forcing him to take to the air with his wings. Something about the dragon was bothering him, but he didn't have the time to worry about what it was. Another slowing field hit the dragon, and just like before, its head turned nearly instantly, despite it being slowed and ignoring the small wounds that Cathasi's debuffs gave it every time it moved sufficiently. It looked in Varia's direction and opened its mouth. A blast of green smoke burst forward out of it, hitting Varia before she could react. He saw her fall to her knees, the smoke surrounding her. She coughed and retched as her skin melted and her clothes disintegrated. She died in less than a second, and with her went her slowing effects. Cathasi raised a hand and sent a blast forward that hit the dragon in the head and stunned it. Neha attacked from the shadows again, stabbing with her dagger at the dragon's other leg. Basthek returned and swung hands that had turned into what appeared to be a hammer made of earth. He hit it in the shoulder, cracking bones beneath. "Unworthy wretches," the dragon spoke again as it lashed out with its tail and one of its front legs. The wooden spikes on its armor grew further, seeking to grab anyone nearby and forcing both Basthek and Neha to retreat. Zack and Neha threw bombs at it, cracking its wooden armor, but they didn't do much more. Zack saw that the dragon had been taken off guard by the attack, even while it was physically still able to fight. Their plan had done what they'd wanted. The dragon had been immobilized, and its ability to move was hindered. All Zack had to do was finish it. He blinked back in again, and then he reached out with his hand and pulled as he activated Forceful Rift. The weak spot behind the dragon, one leading into the ethereal realm, ripped open. The blast hit the dragon in the back and made it cry out as the ethereal essence scorched its soul. Taking advantage, Basthek moved forward just as planned. Neha came out of the shadows, and together they hit the dragon in the side, making it stumble back toward the portal. With only a few seconds remaining on his wings, Zack shot through the air straight at the dragon, pulling the wind around him and pushing himself faster. He smashed into the dragon with his wind blade, pushing it further back and into the ethereal realm. The ethereal realm in this place was a copy of the real world, though obviously without the dragon's hoard. As they passed through, the dragon rolled over the ground, and Zack landed and stumbled, falling to his knees. He changed to his time blade and prepared to end this. As the dragon recovered, Zack's wings dissipated, and he blinked forward. Once he was near the dragon's head, he swung his weapon at the hole he made before intending to stab it through the brain. He activated Time Stop to secure his victory. As his blade came near the dragon, everything stopped. He felt the familiar sensation again, and he felt his soul weapon's power, stretching, as if something was pulling on it. The dragon's other eye moved and focused on Zack. "I am Wursix, the heir of the moment," the dragon somehow spoke. It looked like only certain parts of it were frozen. "You dare use the legacy of my ancestors against me?" The familiar sensations that he had been feeling were the use of time-related powers, he realized now. He didn't think that the dragon had intended this, whatever this was. Both of them had to have used powers at the same time, and they had interacted to freeze them in a moment. Chapter 14. Zack. Endings. Zack and the dragon glared at each other. Things were wrong. He could move his eyes and his mouth, and he could even move his feet and the fingers on his left hand, but everything else seemed frozen. His right hand was in the time blade form and was suspended just above the elder dragon's head. Somehow the dragon had power over time. They had both used their powers at the same time, and they had interacted in a way that had done this to them, leaving them both frozen and not. He could feel the time around them fluctuating, tensing up at whatever they had done. He hadn't expected this. He had thought he knew what the dragon was capable of. Elder dragons always had two aspects under their command, which was one of the things that made them dangerous. Zack had thought that it held aspects of wood and some toxic cloud, but perhaps he had been wrong. Perhaps wood and the noxious breath that it used were one and the same. The infinite realm was filled with strange and unique aspects. It could have been one aspect with different manifestations. Zack pushed that out of his mind. They were in a stalemate for now, but Zack's blade was hanging above the dragon's head like the sword of Damocles. The moment this frozen effect ended, his blade was going straight through the dragon's head, and he could feel the time around them trembling. "You will die, chosen," the dragon spoke, its words echoing strangely in the ethereal realm. "The great crime will be avenged. Wherever we find you, we will hunt you." Zack looked at the dragon, at the pure, venomous rage and hate in its eyes and tone. What he knew about the elder dragons amounted to little. He knew that they were intelligent, that they could talk, but he also knew that they were monsters in truth, that they were greedy and bloodthirsty, and that they hated people.
They compulsively gathered anything of value, items, gems, ore, and even the bones of powerful monsters. They created their hordes and protected them violently. He had met many intelligent monsters, including the shades in the ethereal realm and others in the real realm. Now, he wondered, were the dragons another race, like the shades, as with others that most people thought were only monsters? "You hate us. Why?" Zack asked.
"Little pest," the dragon sneered. "We hate you. We have always hated you, and we always will, because you are fragile and unworthy, because we wail at the promise that was broken, because they let us all remember what they had done, because you were chosen over us. I know the pain and the suffering of those who came before, and if we cannot strike at them, we will do the next best thing."
This was the same as he had heard before, although he looked over the dragon, and he saw now what he hadn't before. It wasn't as large as most elder dragons were supposed to be, and he remembered the way its scales were two different colors. A fully grown elder dragon was supposed to have scales of only one color. It wasn't fully mature. True, with its size, that still meant that it was probably hundreds of years old, but it shouldn't remember things that happened before the infinite realm. "That might be why your people hate us, but why do you?" Zack asked. The dragon released a noise that took him a moment to recognize as laughter.
"You kill us. Is that not enough?"
"Perhaps. The framework has made you monsters, fuel for us, the chosen, to use and grow. But you are not without blame. You kill people, too. You, personally, have killed adventuring teams, which I could understand, survival and all that, but you've also attacked caravans that posed no threat to you." "Still," Zack said slowly. He had some concerns with killing intelligent beings ever since he realized that they had been just like the other 9 races once in the ethereal dungeon. He had known about it before, of course, but it has been just a thing in the back of his head from when he'd met such monsters on Earth. The Yeti had changed the way he saw things. He felt sadness for the races who had come before, who hadn't been chosen. But the Yeti had also taught him that just because the former races had been wronged did not mean that they deserved special consideration. On the whole, the other races hated the chosen, and they always wanted to kill them. But maybe we don't need to kill each other. We might be able to come to an agreement." The dragon laughed again.
"My kind are born with the memories of our line. I remember all, back to the beginning, when we were born in the fire of the stars, when we spread to other worlds and ruled the lesser races. I remember the framework's arrival and all that came to pass after. I remember your kind hunting mine. There can never be agreement between us, little pest, even if I wished it. The promise was broken and replaced with a contract that none of us can break. All that is left for us is to serve it and kill you in hope that something of what we once were can survive. I see it in your eyes. You think that you will win once this is over. You will not. I will sink my teeth into your weak flesh and drink your life's blood."
"Well, that's that then." Zack met the dragon's eyes, a being that had the memories of its ancestors, and saw a being ruled by its nature, bound by the framework. He pitied the dragon,
pitied the fact that it was trapped by the framework. But it was not he who had done this to it, and he had his own goals to achieve. Once he would have balked at something like this, but not now. He and Neha had a goal that they wanted to achieve. Enough power to live their lives in the way they wanted. Enough power to stand before anyone who tried to get in their way. Enough power to protect what was important to them. Unfortunately, the dragon was another stepping stone in his path toward that goal. It was going to die. "I am not an adventurer," Zack said to the dragon. "I didn't come to hunt you for a contract or for your hoard. I am sorry for what I am about to do to you, but I think that neither one of us has much of a choice." The infinite realm had changed him, as it had changed everything. The world was not what he'd imagined it to be, nor was it ever going to be fair. He had lost people. He had lost those whom he loved. He had watched others waste away and die. No more. There were horrors in this world that had to be fought, that had to be stopped. The things that he had fought in the tournament city were on his mind constantly. He had seen the people running from them, had seen people's souls get ripped apart. He had fought those monsters, and he had seen how people ignored the threat. Even the wardens had been forced to focus on other things that they deemed more important. It had disappointed him to see that, but he knew that alone he couldn't do anything. He needed power, and the monster in front of him was a way for him to gain that power. The dragon growled, and the effect that kept them frozen trembled again. Zack felt more of his body unfreezing. "You are weak, and I am a dragon." It said nothing more, and neither did Zack. There wasn't more to be said. The world wasn't kind or fair. It was what it was. Zack had to come to terms with that, and he was no longer hesitating. The dragon was injured, but the others had aimed at non-critical areas. He didn't know if it still suffered from other effects, but it didn't matter. Most of Zack's perks were down, including his old heritage, which had run out. He still had a few that he could use, however, though whatever effect was holding him seemed to prevent power use so far. He got ready to act as soon as it was done. His phantom avatar was active, and planar mantle gave him an additional boost since he was in the ethereal realm. In the time he had left, he planned his attack. The freezing effect shattered, and everything happened in less than 2 seconds. The dragon unleashed his breath attack, and Zack used spatial evade to flip midair. The branches from the dragon's armor grew, spikes growing toward him to entangle and stab him through, but Zack ignored them. He activated his amulet, the shield of Elor burning through all of the charges at the same time, and with his left hand he snapped forward as some of the wooden spikes shattered against his shield and others punched through. He released a wave of force from his bracer in a powerful cone attack that hit the dragon in the side of the neck. The dragon was thrown off balance, but it managed to recover in an instant before throwing itself at Zack, which was what he had been waiting for. Once the dragon was committed to a full-on attack, Zack blinked. He appeared behind it, chi surging through his body, and his right hand raised high as he switched to his frost blade, a sharp rapier shaping in his left hand. His right hand punched forward through the wood as he released lightning strike, stabbing the dragon through the neck just beneath its head. He felt it twitch from the lightning chi entering its body, and then he heard it gurgle as blood spilled into its throat, chilled from his blade. He could hear the cracking as the blood froze and expanded, rupturing blood vessels and creating more havoc in the dragon's body. He pulled himself close and wrapped his legs around the neck, using his blade as an anchor, keeping him close to the dragon. The wood that protected it grew toward him, and spikes broke through his armor in places, but Zack's other hand was already moving. With rending strikes, he stabbed his ethereal sword down toward the opening around the dragon's remaining eye. He threw in a dazzling strike for good measure, and his hand blurred as he stabbed 12 times in less than a second. Blood exploded out of the wound as he pierced through the soft eye and through the thinner bone at the back of the socket and into the brain. The dragon twitched, and something hit Zack in the back, but then the monster collapsed to the ground. Zack twisted his sword inside the wound for good measure, then rolled over to the side and groaned as some of the wooden spikes broke off inside his body. All damage that one suffered in the ethereal realm also dealt damage to the soul. Zack was very grateful for his soul resistance and regeneration right now. He remained on his back for a few moments before he got up and started removing the spikes from his body and then downing a healing potion. He looked over at the dragon, seeing its body losing its physical form. The body couldn't survive for long in the ethereal realm. The soul, however, remained. He moved quickly and cut off its horns, then put them into his storage. The wooden armor was no more by the time he was done, and Zack could see the dragon looking as it did in life, but with damage done to its soul. His quest was finished. It didn't require true death, but Zack doubted that the dragon's soul would survive for long like this. Still, he stood up and walked over, raising his blade and then slamming it down several times until he destroyed the soul. He had learned his lesson about allowing dangerous shades to go free. He watched the soul fade away, and then turned around and walked through the rift that he had created. He returned back to the real realm to see Basthek and Cathasi ready to enter, Neha standing a bit behind them. She had known that he was alive, as both of their true links were active. "Is it dead?" Basthek asked. Zack nodded. "It is." The 4 of them stood inside the cavern, looking at the horde. It was bigger than Zack had thought. The floor was dented, and treasure was filling that dent and creating a mound above it. "This is so much," Cathasi said. "It is," Basthek said, then turned to look at Zack. "Our contract was for everything to be split equally between the 5 of us." Zack nodded. "We will need to look through it all, and Neha and I have first pick on everything." They had made a contract for the mission, of course, but it didn't cover anything quite like this. The 2 of them exchanged looks and then nodded in agreement. Cathasi took a deep breath. "Varia's immortality will take a few years. We can leave her cut with the guild. I suggest that the 4 of us cover the price for them holding her part." "We can do that," Zack said. It was the least they could do. "It was a good fight," Basthek said. "It would have been much different out in the open. Dragons are terrifying if they manage to get into the air." Zack knew that the Drake was just making conversation, as none of them were quite ready to start exploring the horde. Zack was slightly surprised at how the fight went, but he knew that adventurers knew their stuff. They had hit the dragon hard from the start. Neha took a step forward and spoke. "We should get to it, then." Zack was rummaging through the horde, all of them looking through different parts of the treasure. Zack had found a chest filled with essence crystals, although the bottom was ripped apart and the chest itself only half filled. There were items spread all over the horde, in between the chests and pieces of rock and minerals. Not all of it was useful. Some things were just shiny that had no real value, but there was a lot of stuff. They had literally discovered a treasure hoard. Basthek had mentioned that the older elder dragons had greater hoards, but this truly was incredible. It was, if he was being honest, almost too much. An item caught his attention in the pile, and he reached down to pull bones the size of tree trunks away and pull it out. It was an axe, looking as if it was made out of black stone with red crystal running through it. Great Axe of Savage Strength, plus 400 to Strength. Once per day, you may activate Savage, increasing your base strength by 1,000 and making you immune to pain. It was a relic rarity item, and it wasn't the only one in there. He hadn't found anything that was useful for him, other than one storage ring that was about the size of a room and filled with a bunch of alchemical ingredients that he could probably sell for a lot of essence. He looked around, searching for more interesting items. He found a few legendary daggers that weren't all that good, or at least weren't useful for him or Neha. He also found a bag that used to be filled with potions and elixirs. Only one elixir had survived, while the rest had been broken and their contents long gone. The elixir was a strange one. It granted someone the ability to think on several things at once for a few minutes. Then he found something really interesting. It was in a box that was half crushed beneath a large glowing gem, but somehow the contents had managed to stay whole. It was an elixir. Elixir of Improved Power. Drinking this elixir will grant the user the ability to upgrade one class perk. Based on class rarity and level, the perk will be upgraded by 1 to 3 tiers of power. This was something very interesting that could help him. He had a few perks that were a bit underwhelming, if he was being honest.
"You found something?"
Neha said from just over his shoulder. He had known that she was there, as he had kept his true link active. They had defeated the dragon, but it wasn't that they didn't trust their companions, but he felt better being able to feel where Neha was at all times. "Yes. Here, take a look," he said, showing her the elixir. She took it in her hand and looked at a window that only she could see.
"You should drink it after you level up."
"You think we should claim it?" Zack asked.
"Of course. Perk upgrades come only with class ups, and on rare occasions such as this one, its value is great, especially for a classer main like you."
Zack nodded and took the elixir back, placing it in his storage. They would go through all the loot together with the others once they had seen all that was there, and then they would decide on who got what. Neha tilted her head at him.
"You didn't evolve your class yet."
It was not a question. "No, I wanted privacy," Zack said. Evolving a class required a lot of reading and thinking about the direction of the evolutions. He had enough essence to probably hit the next class evolution, though he didn't plan on going beyond 15 or 30 levels into his next evolution. Not immediately, at least. Neha smiled at him, then glanced at the others behind them. Both were hunched over, looking through the treasure.
"You should do it,"
she told him.
"I'll watch over you and make sure nothing happens."
Zack took one last glance at the people on the other side of the cavern, and then settled down on the ground, pulling his screens up. Chapter 15. Zack. Lord of the Aspects. Zack was sitting on a piece of ornamental chair, looking at his screens. Neha was nearby, keeping her eye on their teammates. Zack found his class choices and began looking through them. Over the last 3 years, he had unlocked a few more class evolutions, some that were even tempting, but in the end he felt like none of them were truly right for him. Even the evolution that he had just finished the quest for was an unknown in a way. Its description made him feel like it was a good choice, and his conversation with the dealmaker added to that perception, but in the end he wouldn't know until he made the choice. He brought up the class window, since now that he met the requirements, he could see the full description. Class: Lord of the Aspects. Description: Aspects bow to my will. You are a warrior seeking to understand and gain command over aspects. Using your connection with different aspects, you unleash devastating attacks on your foes. Powers: Aspect-born. You may choose 3 aspects as part of your arsenal. All powers using these aspects are 50% more effective. Future perk choices will be largely influenced by aspects chosen. Changes all relevant perks and abilities. Gain plus 15% to strength and intelligence. Gain one of the following. Unknown name. Support ability. Depends on the choice of aspects in the arsenal. Unknown name. Offensive ability. Depends on the choice of aspects in the arsenal. Might and intellect. Gain plus 10% to base strength and intellect. The expanded window showed him the attunement and the bonus choices. The attunement itself was incredible. A 50% increase in power effectiveness was a lot, but he would need to pick 3 aspects that would be impacted by it. He moved the window to the side and looked at his perk list, seeing what aspects his abilities had. There were quite a few of them that were tied to different aspects, but many of his newer ones were more versatile and dependent on the planes that he visited. He didn't know if those would be updated, and, if they were, how they would be changed. The additional bonus wasn't visible and would be determined by the choices of aspects for the attunement. There was no way for him to know what they would be. He wondered if he would have to make the choice blindly. It didn't make any difference, and so he reached out and leveled, picking his evolution. Immediately, a new window appeared in front of him, asking him to pick 3 aspects from a list. A quick glance told him that all the choices were aspects that he had used before, making it certain that his soul weapon would benefit from the attunement too. He looked through the list, trying to figure out which aspects he would benefit from the most. Obviously, he would take those which would give him the most power. After a bit of deliberation, he made his choices, picking the wind, soul, and time aspects. The first 2 were almost obvious to him. He chose the wind aspect because he had several perks tied to it that had fallen behind in power, and, while they weren't hard-hitting, they were useful. Distraction and limited gliding was valuable to him, especially in his fighting style. He chose the soul aspect because he had perks that protected his soul, and he wanted more of them, and also because he hoped that his last heir of Terra might get upgraded too. It was related to souls, or the remnants of ones, at least, spirits. He didn't know if it was really connected, but he was willing to try. The last pick was mostly because his time blade was one of his most powerful weapons, and because of the text that said that future perk choices would be impacted. Time was not something that he could influence himself. Then he saw a new window pop up that asked him to make a choice for the evolution bonus. Powers. Gain one of the following. Aspect shutdown. Support ability. Unleash a wave of power that shuts down the use of all powers related to any of the aspects in your arsenal. Can only shut down one aspect at a time. Cooldown for each aspect is 2 hours. Duration of effect is 15 seconds. Aspect investment. Offensive ability. You may choose one aspect from your arsenal and add that damage to all your physical attacks. Each attack will drain 2.5% of your mental stamina, and the attacks will deal bonus 20% aspected damage. Once used, an aspect will be on cooldown for 2 hours. Might and intellect. Gain plus 15% to base strength and intellect. The abilities were good, and the stat gain was also increased. He didn't quite know what to pick. On the one hand, the stat bonus would be incredible. On the other, both of the abilities were good. He looked them over again. He was leaning toward aspect shutdown, despite already having something better with his skill. The main reason for that was that his skill could be overcome, and it usually lasted only for a short period of time. He knew that it would be unlikely for him to meet someone who would have the exact aspects that he had in his arsenal, but the one main one that he cared about was the soul aspect. What he had seen in the tournament city had made it clear to him that death could come even for immortals. Protecting one's soul was what was most important. He already had some perks geared toward that, but having more protection wasn't going to hurt. He made his choice, and then his class was evolved. A new notification popped up, and he read it through. Perk and ability evolution. Wind's Child evolved to Wind's Mark. Wind Lord evolved to Wind Master. Last Heir of Terra evolved to Last Lord of Terra. Old Heritage evolved to Ancient Heritage. Ethereal Sword evolved to Ethereal Blade. Double Planar Strike evolved to Double Aspect Strike. Planar Fisher evolved to Gate Fisher. Resistant Soul evolved to Stalwart Soul. Planar Blink evolved to Aspect Blink. Forceful Rift evolved to Greater Rift Tear. Planar Whirling Wings evolved to Aspect Whirling Wings. Planar Wings evolved to Aspect Wings. Planar Binding Chains evolved to Aspect Binding Chains. Planar True Sight evolved to Aspect True Sight. He saw how many of his perks were upgraded and smiled. He skimmed through them and was satisfied with the changes. There were some restrictions with his arsenal aspects, but it felt like it was worth it. All of his abilities had been changed with the same kinds of restrictions, but again he felt like they were better for it. Then he turned to his other notification. He had reached the 6th evolution, and a new window with perk choices appeared. Ethereal Walker. You are tied to the ethereal realm. Upon the death of your physical body, your soul will be transported to the ethereal realm, where you would retain all of your powers, faculties, and sanity. You will receive the ability to influence the ethereal realm with your will. You will no longer be able to gain essence and level, cultivate, or evolve your skills, but growth through other means will still be possible. You will be unable to leave the ethereal realm for more than short periods of time. Destruction of your soul will lead to true death. Pillars of the Aspects. You seek to understand the aspects, placing the basis of your being in their pillars. You are able to place 3 pillars anywhere, in any plane, in the infinite realm. Only one pillar can be in any given plane. Upon death, your soul will be sent to the ethereal realm, and you will retain the power of 3 perks. You need to make your way to one of the pillars in order to be reborn. Every future direct class evolution of Lord of the Aspects class will give you 2 more pillars to place and 1 more perk to be retained. If all pillars are destroyed, your soul will move on to the afterlife. The rebirth process takes 3 days, during which time you will not be able to act. When you are reborn, you will not be able to use the aspects in your arsenal for 9 days. Shrine of Rebirth. Your will to live is irrefutable. You are able to place a shrine anywhere in the world. Upon your death, your soul will move to the ethereal realm. If you reach the location of your shrine, you will be brought back to life with the price of 5 levels. If your shrine is destroyed, you will be sent to the afterlife. Immortality. Even now, it didn't seem real. He had lived in this world, and he had known that immortality was possible. He had seen people who were immortal, who had lived for a long time, but it had never felt real to him. And how could it? He had grown up in a world where such things weren't real. Now he was about to become immortal himself. He looked at his choices. The first was obviously because of his connection to the ethereal realm, and it was interesting and powerful, but it was not ultimately what he wanted. The restriction was that he would no longer be able to survive for long in the real realm, and he wouldn't be able to advance, though it did say that there were some ways to still improve. The main largest issue was the risk of true death. The second was obviously tied to his new class. It was a lot better, if he was being honest, and the restrictions didn't seem that bad. Going through the ethereal realm would be dangerous, of course, but the downside of being reborn was small. The only issue he had was the 3 days that made him vulnerable. But perhaps he could get some way for Neha to be able to enter the ethereal realm so that he would have protection if he ever died. Making way to other planes from the ethereal realm would be difficult, but if he could retain the power of 3 perks, perhaps he could make it. The last perk was... he didn't think it was better than the other two. In the end, the perk tied to his class was the best one. He picked Pillars of the Aspects. Then he leveled more, spending the essence that he had earned over the last 3 years to reach level 390, and gained 2 new perks. Portal Form. Once per week you can create a portal between 2 planes without the need for a weak spot. The locations that the portal would connect can only be locations that you have visited before. Distance can't be more than 5,000 kilometers. Unleash Arsenal. Once per day, unleash a powerful attack in front of you, dealing 12 times your intelligence in damage, which is based on one of the aspects in your arsenal. Once you use up one aspect, you can't use it again until you use the others available first. Hunter's Mark. Once per day, you can place a mark on a monster. All damage you deal to it is increased by 15%. The choices were good. The first was based on his current perks and evolutions prior to now, the second came from his new class, and the last was based on his achievements. He dismissed the last one immediately. He didn't plan on being just a monster hunter, and he didn't need that. The first offered good utility, but he felt like he had enough of that. The second one was the best, in his opinion, as he lacked more hard-hitting attacks. Ethereal Sun. Using this perk gains you a plus 35% buff to all power use, plus 30% increase to soul regeneration, and plus 60% mental stamina regeneration while in the ethereal realm. The effect lasts for 1 hour, can be used once every 5 hours. Lord of Grace and Woe. Using this perk grants you a plus 50% buff to overall speed and plus 25% effectiveness to the powers utilizing the aspects in your arsenal. Enemies using the aspects in your arsenal have their related power effectiveness reduced by 25%. You also gain plus 100% stamina regeneration, while your mental stamina is drained at a rate of 5% per second. These effects last until turned off or until your mental stamina is drained. Slayer of Spirits. Gain plus 100% to all power effectiveness when fighting spirits. This perk choice was his evolution-defining one, so he had to make a good choice, as it would inform his future available evolutions. Some classes had perk requirements as well. Out of the 3 choices, he was most drawn by his class one. All of the class choices seemed to be a lot better, in his opinion, at least. Perhaps that was what a relic class got him. The Lord of Grace and Woe was very interesting and powerful, and he could see how incredibly useful it could be. He made his choice and finished what he had planned for his evolution, and then he glanced at his screens to see everything together. Zack Character Sheet Chapter. Titles. First Kill. Kill the first monster in the Framework Run world. 5,000 essence. First to 10. First person in the world to reach level 10, plus 10% to all stats. 10,000 essence. Adventurer. Hunt more than 100 monsters, plus 5 to all stats. 5,000 essence. Hero of Promise. Save more than 10 people with a single action, plus 5 to all stats. 5,000 essence. Chief. Create an outpost, plus 3 to all stats, 1,000 essence. Leader. Upgrade an outpost to a town, plus 3 to all stats, 2,000 essence. One against many. Fight against more than 10 opponents and win, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. First to 60. First to evolve their class in the world, plus 10% to all stats, 100,000 essence. Class Evolution 6. Evolve your class for the 6th time, plus 150 to all stats, 50 greater essence. True Understanding. Evolve a skill to Tier 6, plus 20 to all stats, 20,000 greater essence. Per Tier 6 skill. Apprentice Bounty Hunter, Wardens. Complete 10 faction tasks for people no more than 2 tiers of power below you. +5 to all stats, 1000 greater essence. Crucible of the mind. Go through a harrowing experience to improve your mind by forging it in the harshest conditions possible based on your mind state. +500 to intelligence and wisdom, +2% to all stats. Enlightened, mind perk, 50,000 greater essence. Beyond understanding 1. Focus and specialize your understanding of a Tier 6 skill. +250 to all stats, 100,000 greater essence per focused skill. True Link, Nehamasa Plane Runner. Attain a true link with a type of being, +100 to all stats, 100,000 greater essence. World Feat, Closer of Rifts. Close a rift spanning most of the known world, +200 to all stats, +2% to all stats, perk improvement, 1,000 celestial essence. Journeyman Bounty Hunter, Wardens. Complete 25 faction tasks that are no more than 2 tiers of power below you in difficulty, +25 to all stats, 5,000 greater essence. Elite Bounty Hunter, Wardens. Complete 100 faction tasks that are no more than 2 tiers of power below you in difficulty, +50 to all stats, 10,000 greater essence. Master Bounty Hunter, Warden. Complete 200 faction tasks that are no more than 2 tiers of power below you in difficulty, +100 to all stats, 100,000 greater essence. Perks. Riposte, class perk. Once per combat, gain the ability to execute a lightning-fast attack after being damaged. Speed of returning strike equals double dexterity stat. Wind's Mark, class perk. During combat, every strike with your weapon sends a gust of wind in the direction of your choosing. Wind powers are 20% less effective against you. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Wind Master, class perk. In combat, wind swirls around you, blowing in any direction you choose. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Consequence, class perk. Every kinetic attack you block stores a part of its energy. Once per combat, unleash all the stored kinetic energy. Amount stored depends on strength stat. Second Chance, class perk. Once per combat, upon taking damage that would kill you, you may heal yourself instead. Healing speed depends on vitality stat. Lightning Body, path perk. Your body's reflexes are enhanced, able to utilize your maximum dexterity at a moment's notice. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Lightning Chi, aspect perk. When using techniques, your chi passively enhances you. Gain +30% to dexterity while any technique is active. Quickened Mind, path perk. Your mind is quickened, able to think faster than an ordinary human's. Strength of effect depends on intelligence stat. Last Lord of Terra, class perk. Once per week, you may call upon the Spirits of Terra, which grants you the combined knowledge, talent, and expertise of all the sword masters who had ever lived on your earth. The Spirits of Terra imbue you with heightened senses, doubling your total stats 150% for the duration, and lowers the stamina requirements and cooldowns of your abilities by 30%, 45%. All sword-based skills level 5 times faster. You may pull out up to 3 Spirits of Terra to fight at your side for a short duration. Upon Spirits of Terra's ending, you will be unable to use abilities for 1 hour. Duration and cooldown depend on your highest stat. Formless Core, path perk. Your chi core loses its shape. Instead of containing your chi, it now lets it move freely through your body. You can now use your techniques at a 50% faster rate. You gain +10% to wisdom, and your chi passively enhances your body based on your lightning aspect, giving you +10% to dexterity. You are no longer able to enforce your core or upgrade this perk. Ancient Heritage, class perk. Once per combat, You may activate this perk to borrow the power of all of your ancestors, increasing all of your total stats by 120%, 180%, for 6 seconds. Duration of effect depends on your highest stat. Ethereal Blade, class perk. Summon an ethereal blade in any shape you desire. It lasts as long as you want, but drains you mentally while it is active. The sword deals 20% of its damage as soul damage and 80% as physical damage. As it is ethereal, it can endure only 60%, 90%, of the force that would break an ordinary blade. The quality of the blade depends on your wisdom stat. Dazzling Strike, class perk. Twice per combat, execute a strike that will blind the target for 1 second if your weapon connects with anything in direct contact with their body. Double Aspect Strike, class perk. Once per combat, execute a strike that will copy itself. The copy depends on and will be boosted by one of the aspects from your arsenal. The strike follows behind the first one on a 0.5, 0.2 second delay and deals 50%, 75% of the original attack's power. The aspect that is used cannot be used again until all others are used. Gate Fisher, class perk. Once per 10 days, cut through space with any weapon and open a rift gate that will allow you to fully step into another plane. The fissure will remain open until the gate is destroyed or until you close it. Phantom Avatar, class perk. Transform into the Phantom. You gain plus 50% resistance to physical and special damage, and your total stats are doubled. If used in the ethereal realm, gain an additional 20% to all stats. Lasts until cancelled or until your mental stamina has been completely drained. Whirling Tempest, skill perk. Your My Art Whirling Tempest makes you unrelenting, and a fraction of that power bleeds into your ordinary movements. Slowing effects are 60% less effective against you. Gain plus 20% to dexterity. Enlightened, title perk. Your mind is highly resistant to mental effects and can function at peak condition in all states, even after it is damaged beyond the point where most would falter. Shade Reaver, unique perk. You have gained the Shade Reaver, a soul weapon. It grows stronger with you and allows you to take power from the shades and spirits you kill. Your soul weapon can have at most 9 forms, each with its own unique power. Forms are made from the most dominant aspect of the shades or spirits you take it from. The stronger the target, the stronger the power and form. You can use Source Drain to drain power from shades and spirits. Doing so on living spirits and shades will grant you 10% of all the essence they had ever used in life for advancement, along with all of their unassigned essence in the case of shades, and in the case of spirits, 10% of the essence that comprises the spirit's power. Planar Mantle, class perk. Gain a passive bonus depending on the last plane you traveled from, even when Phantom Avatar isn't active. Real plane, plus 10% bonus to all stats. Ethereal plane, plus 20% reduction to physical and special damage. Essence planes, plus 20% bonus to essence damage of corresponding most dominant essence type. Stalwart Soul, class perk. Reduces any ethereal damage you receive by 30%, 45%, and increases your soul's natural regeneration by 30%, 45%. Aspect Blink, class perk. 10 times per combat, and unlimited outside of combat, teleport to any place in a 25-meter radius around you, or step through a weak rift in the plane you are currently in to blink to another plane. When the blink ends, you gain 15% resistance to all aspects in your arsenal. Essence Sense, class perk. Once per day you may activate this perk to gain a sense corresponding to the last essence plane you visited. Lasts 10 minutes. Essence Elemental, class perk. Once per week you may transform yourself into an essence elemental for 5 minutes or until cancelled. To activate, you will need to visit a part of the essence plane that is of at least 5th tier. Your stats and power will depend on the tier and type of essence you take. Any wounds you have suffered will be healed. You will only be able to use planar abilities and perks for the duration. The transformation will store everything you are wearing in a special storage place inside your soul. Greater Rift Tear, class perk. Once per day, you may forcibly tear a weak spot in the plane you are in, releasing a blast of corresponding essence damage increased by 100% of your intelligence. Greater Rift Seal, class perk. Once per day, you may seal any type of rift or portal that is within 100 meters of you. Rift Shout, class perk. Once per combat, unleash a devastating shout that sends a blast of planar power in a cone in front of you. The blast will deal essence damage corresponding to the last plane you've visited, and it will weaken the area in front of you, creating new rifts leading to the closest essence planes. True Link, Nehamasa Plane Runner, class perk. Allows you to make a link with Nehamasa Plane Runner and enter a linked state. While in the linked state, you gain awareness of Nehamasa Plane Runner, and you gain a bonus of 10%, 15% of her stats added to your own. Allows for the activation of True Link perks. Picking this perk will make it impossible for any other mind-linking perks with other living beings or contract perks to be learned. Depth of awareness depends on your bond with Nehamasa Plane Runner. Warrior's Stamina, class perk. Your stamina regeneration rate is increased by 50%. True Link, Our Power, class perk. Allows your partner to designate one perk and share it with you. You will be able to use an active perk once per 5 days, or a passive one for 4. Once the perk is used, or 5 days have passed, a new perk can be designated. Both sides will be able to use the perk independent of each other. Cooldown depends on your bond with Nehamasa Plane Runner. Pillars of the Aspects, Immortality, class perk. You seek to understand the aspects, placing the basis of your being in their pillars. You are able to place 3 pillars anywhere in any plane in the infinite realm. Only one pillar can be in any given plane. Upon death, your soul will be sent to the ethereal realm, and you will retain the power of 3 perks: Gate Fisher, Last Lord of Terra, Rift Shout. You need to make your way to one of the pillars in order to be reborn. Every future direct class evolution of Lord of the Aspects class will give you 2 more pillars to place and 1 more perk to be retained. If all pillars are destroyed, your soul will move on to the afterlife. The rebirth process takes 3 days, during which time you will not be able to act. When you are reborn, you will not be able to use the aspects in your arsenal for 9 days. Unleash Arsenal, class perk. Once per day, unleash a powerful attack in front of you, dealing 12 times your intelligence in damage which is based on one of the aspects in your arsenal. Once you use up one aspect, you can't use it again until you use the others available first. Lord of Grace and Woe, class perk. Using this perk grants you a plus 50% buff to overall speed and plus 25% effectiveness to the powers utilizing the aspects in your arsenal. Enemies using the aspects in your arsenal have their related power effectiveness reduced by 25%. You also gain plus 100% stamina regeneration, while your mental stamina is drained at a rate of 5% per second. These effects last until turned off or until your mental stamina is drained. Class: Lord of the Aspects, Relic. Level: 390. Combat ability: Aspect Whirling Wings. Movement ability: Aspect Wings. Support ability: Aspect Binding Chains. Additional ability: Aspect True Sight. Additional ability: Aspect Shutdown. Evolution Attunement Bonus. Ethereal. All ethereal-based powers are 10% more effective. All special attacks deal 0.5% of their total damage as soul damage. Gain plus 10% to strength and wisdom. Phantom Hunter. Gain plus 20% to stamina and minus 20% to ability cooldowns when fighting spirits or shades. Gain plus 10% to strength and dexterity. Planar. All planar powers gain plus 20% to their effectiveness. Change your abilities and relevant perks to planar-type abilities and perks. Gain plus 10% to strength and dexterity. Riftborn. Passing through a rift gives you a 20% bonus to total stats and minus 50% to all ability cooldowns for 20 seconds. Gain plus 10% to strength and dexterity. Aspect-born. You may choose 3 aspects that you have used before as part of your arsenal: soul, wind, time. All powers using these aspects are 50% more effective. Future perk choices will largely be influenced by aspects chosen. Perk and ability evolution. Gain plus 15% to strength and intelligence. Passive skills. Perfect Tempest Dance, My Blades, Whirling Tempest. Weakness Sense, evolved to Enhanced Weakness Sense, evolved to Vulnerability Sense, evolved to Greater Vulnerability Sense, evolved to Flaw Perception. Night Eyes, evolved to Greater Night Eyes, evolved to Night Vision, evolved to Greater Night Vision, evolved to Darkness Sight. Mind Resistance, evolved to Greater Mind Resistance, evolved to Clear Mind, evolved to Enhanced Clear Mind. Active Skills. Strike, evolved to Greater Strike, evolved to Flurry Strikes, evolved to Greater Flurry Strikes, evolved to Rending Strikes. Evade, evolved to Greater Evade, evolved to Evading Dash, evolved to Enhanced Evading Dash, evolved to Spatial Evade. Ceiling Slash, evolved to Enhanced Ceiling Slash, evolved to Ceiling Crescent Slash. Meditation, evolved to Greater Meditation. Strength, 3364. Dexterity, 2922. Vitality, 1445. Endurance, 1449. Intelligence, 1915. Wisdom, 1841. Chapter 15. Zack. Lord of the Aspects 2. Once he was done, he stood up and walked over to Neha. "I'm done," he told her. She smiled at him.
"Good. Now you can help us go through all of this."
Several months ago. Bera sat in a room surrounded by people older and much more powerful than her. She was one of the very few that knew that Yrel had been a part of a secret group. Yrel had done a lot in her role in that group, and with her death, a hole had been opened up. The other members had invited Bera to help out, since the new Warden Commander had no idea about them. It wasn't that hard for her to fill Yrel's shoes, as she had already been doing a lot on Yrel's behalf. Now she only had to steer the new Warden Commander in the direction that the group needed. She also knew a lot more about what was going on in the world. "We've come to an agreement," Eratimus, the Lord of Death, said. The table was occupied by 5 people, including her, fewer than usual. Dracael leaned on her elbows and looked at him. "And?" "They've asked for, cooperation. They never worded it in the way that it was truly intended, but they want our help. The forces of the Dome are pushing them hard. They will not hold out for much longer," Eratimus answered.
"I am still not certain this is the right move,"
Celia Hajan said, her face looking tired. Bera knew that her sect was being pushed hard. The confluence of too many events had led to her losing her grip on it. Their enemies and former allies had turned on them, and Bera doubted that they would be able to keep them back for much longer.
"There is still a force of enemy hordes in the heart of our lands. We should focus on them."
Eratimus's current vessel, a hairless Ravzer, shook his head. The others aren't going to unite, and I have a suspicion that some faction has been making sure they don't. We don't have free forces to do this, or can you afford to send an army there now?
Celia grimaced and shook her head. You're right, but what does this gain us?
Everything, Erasmus said. If we succeed, the Dome forces should be far easier to handle.
What is their plan? Drakale asked. We can't send armies to them, even if I could ferry that much. We can barely agree on anything. No one wants to cooperate.
They don't want an army. Their plan is to send a small task force to kill the Dome leader, Hastur. The plan is for them to cross the enemy lines through the ethereal realm and reach the leader. They have an ethereal realm expert who will make the way, Erasmus said. They've asked us to send people that can help them at the level of high rankers, preferably those who have experience fighting the enemy hordes. If we agree, Drakale can ferry everyone to their lands with her ships and stay to provide a path back home.
Drakale chuckled. You think we can get anyone to agree to go? Especially once they learn where?
I will be going in one of my vessels, since I can move back and forth easily enough. For others, I understand that we are needed here. We are all that is keeping the core from imploding, and we need to be ready to take back the tournament territories. But we need to find people that would be willing to go.
You want us to trust their people?
Bera asked. There are issues, I agree. This is why we must be careful in who we choose. Old animosities are going to be an issue, Erasmus answered.
Drakale laughed now. You want trustworthy, powerful people who will be able to work alongside the third iteration? Good luck finding them.
The fifth member of the group raised his hands. I have some ideas, Sigmund signed, but I would be much more comfortable if we had our own way in and out of the ethereal realm. Everyone looked around, and they started discussing who they were going to ask. Zack and his team returned to the White City and found a local guild, a neutral one, which were slowly disappearing. Most people were making their choices and picking sides. Hopefully, Zack and the rest of the team wouldn't have any trouble. They needed a private room so that they could split up their loot and then part ways. Once inside, they made their way to the counter where a guild member was working and asked for a room. The attendant asked for identification, and Zack gave over his warden badge. The Demacy woman looked it over, then used a formation next to her on it. She blinked and then turned back to Zack.
A message has been sent for you from the Citadel. Top priority,
she said, and then placed his badge on a device next to her with formations all over it. A moment later, a piece of paper slid out of the slit at the bottom. Zack took the paper and saw that it had a mark on it that meant that only he could read it. His eyes moved over it quickly, and then he frowned.
What is it?
Neha asked. We've been ordered to head to Brimstone Harbor as soon as able, Zack said, still frowning. We are to meet with Warden Advisor Bera there. No reason for the order is given. Zack wondered what it was about. Their task on the island was done. There was nothing that was keeping them here, aside from the loot. After they were finished with splitting it, they could go. He turned his attention back to the attendant and secured a room. First came the loot, and after that was dealt with, he and Neha could talk about what they wanted to do next. Interlude. Celia. Celia walked into the small clearing alongside Urdania. Neither of them was wearing their masks, as there was no need for them. This meeting was technically related to Cabal matters. In the clearing, 2 people were waiting for them. One was tall, with blonde hair and straight back. Sigmund held his hands behind his back. looking up at the moon and the crest of the territory owner above. It was his territory, a small outpost that he barely ever used. Celia and Erdania approached, their footsteps announcing their presence. The second person in the clearing glanced in their direction. He didn't wear a mask, but Celia knew him. "Friel?" She nodded in his direction, using Void's real name. He nodded back. "Celia, Erdania." Sigmund turned around and looked at them. "What is this about?" Erdania asked in a slightly annoyed tone. The last couple of months had been hard on both of them. Sigmund didn't seem to mind the tone. He raised his hands and signed. "This is concerning the mission to the Third Empire." "We already gave you our answer. We can't—" Celia started, but Sigmund stopped her with a hand and signed again. "That was before you lost your sect." Celia felt Erdania stiffen beside her and raised her hand. What Sigmund said was true, and she knew that he was often too direct. He was careful with his words, signed or spoken. He waited to see if they would speak, and then he continued. "I know where you are going. I know what you hope to do. Recover, plan, and return to take your sect back." He shook his head. "When you joined the League, and even the Cabal, you made a choice to put the greater good above all else. I know that you both feel like you have failed, that you wish to restore your sect, but there are more important things that we need to deal with, because if we don't, no one else will. You know how the others are, and you know that there must be some force that is pushing them to act even more recklessly. The dome is the only thing that matters now, and there are few people that I can trust to go to the Empire. The others who might be strong enough all have a history with them. I need you." Celia turned and met Erdania's gaze. The two of them had so many plans, and all of them revolved around getting their sect back. They had lost the war and their people. The sect wars were not the brutal and barbaric wars of the other factions. They did not spill the blood of their armies unless there was a blood debt incurred that could only be repaid by death. The sects valued honor, valued face, and displays of power. With the death of her grandfather, the sect head, and all the other more senior sect leaders, things had become difficult fast. Celia had been the one to take the leadership of the sect amidst hundreds of little factions seeking to improve their standing within the sect. In a way, what had happened had been inevitable. Their enemies attacked, and their allies switched sides. Factions inside the sect that wanted more turned coat, and Celia was left with trying to put out 1,000 little fires. She and Erdania had power. They could go against any of their foes, but in the end they were just two people. They couldn't be everywhere. An army would invade a territory, their best would fight her best, and if they won, the territory would surrender. The people would swear loyalty to the winners, as they should. If their sect couldn't protect them, if they weren't strong enough to keep them, then they didn't deserve to lead them. And even if her people managed to defend a territory, there were always more people coming to challenge them. It had happened slowly. She would lose a territory, then try and take it back. Sometimes she succeeded, but she never held it for long. Over the years, she was bleeding territories and the faith of her people in her leadership. Everything had just snowballed out of control. More and more people made deals with those who could provide them with better leadership, and in a way Celia didn't begrudge them that. At least her war hadn't turned as violent as what was happening in the rest of the Corps. She had heard stories about entire kingdoms getting razed to the ground. It was times like these that she thanked the heavens that she had been born in a sect. The other factions liked to call them brutal and violent, but at least they didn't murder everyone in their way when they wanted something. Warriors fought, and warriors died. If one was met with a clearly superior opponent, they submitted. There was no point in fighting a battle that could cost them lives. Sometimes blood was drawn, true, and sometimes people died. In the end, though, it was all about face, and taking over people and territories without killing gave more honor. And, sadly, Celia had failed. Perhaps if she had decided to throw her honor away, she could have held the sect together, slaughtered their armies, but that would have only lost the respect of the people in her sect. Celia started, but then she saw the look in Sigmund's eyes. If we do not deal with the forces of this dome, then you getting your sect back will not matter at all, Sigmund signed. The world is tearing itself apart, Vryle added, and Celia turned to look at the Cthulhu's eyes. And there are more domes just waiting to be opened. What does ruling a scant few territories mean in the face of that? Celia closed her eyes. She understood, and yet the sect had been her home. I wish I'd just killed them all, Erdania whispered, sounding defeated. The two of them had made a choice not to break the rules of war as their grandfather understood them. No, you don't, Celia told her. After a pause, Erdania asked, Are you certain we should be going and helping the third? We know that something or someone has been fanning the flames in the core, Vryle said. We've been unable to identify just what it is exactly, but the effects are obvious if one looks closely enough. The leader of the dome is the most likely suspect. From across the world? Erdania asked. We just don't know, Vryle said. Regardless, killing the leader should weaken the rest of the dome's forces, if what the third iteration believes is right. You know what the future holds. We need to get ready. We need to deal with this dome, and then focus on uniting the core. Your sect can wait until then. What even is the plan? Who are we sending? Erdania asked. Vryle glanced at Sigmund, who raised his hands and turned to look at Celia as he signed. I do not know much of the Empire's side, only that they will have a few high-ranker equivalents ready. Erasmus will be sending one of his vessels, and I've picked Vryle and Meleatus to go as well. The two of you, if you agree. Bera has recommended someone who can get us in and out of the ethereal realm, and who has experience fighting this foe, and I believe that his partner will be coming as well. I wanted to speak with you about the last member. Celia tilted her head. The look in his eyes made her suspicious. What do you mean? I respect your privacy, but the events at the arena were seen by many, as were your fights over the last 3 years. Celia looked at him blankly, and when she didn't comment, he continued. You've demonstrated a unique new power, and I know that you haven't advanced yet. I also know that another had done the same in the arena, the Undying Void. The two of you alone held off an army of hundreds of thousands. Be honest with me. How are you connected to each other? Celia grimaced and glanced at Erdania. The two of them hadn't spoken much about what had happened. She had tried to ignore the sensation inside her mind, but even now she could tell where he was, how he was feeling. With every step that they had taken in his direction, the sensation had gotten stronger. Everything was still muted, but she could tell some things from time to time. Most of the time she felt a vast sense of calm. There was this thing between her and Erdania, one they didn't talk about, and it hadn't affected them much. They'd just ignored it. She had spoken with Ryun only a handful of times when they were about to use their perks. He had warned her, and she had done the same in turn. She was grateful for what he had shared, and at the time it had been necessary. She had made this choice, and she didn't regret it, though it had made things somewhat awkward. Erdania had her own history with Rion, brief though it was. Celia turned her eyes from Erdania to meet Sigmund's gaze. Yes, we are connected. He shared a powerful power with me. I assumed that was the case, Sigmund signed. And am I wrong in believing that together you would be at your most powerful? Celia sighed. She could already see where this was going. Yes, that's correct. You are heading in his direction. You are planning on bringing your people to his sect, aren't you? Celia didn't answer. We are, Erdania said. We need someone who has no real ties to our sect, and who would be willing to allow us to stay and recover. Or, rather, we needed that. I assume that we are going to the third iteration now? Celia knew that the question was for her. You want him to come with us? Sigmund nodded. We will need people able to hold back armies. I doubt the Dome leader will be unprotected. Do you think you could convince him to come? Celia shrugged. I don't really know. But I know what you are saying, Sigmund. I understand. I've been wrapped up in the matters of my sect, just like everyone else has been looking only for their own faction. Perhaps we could look beyond our greed. We would have already dealt with the Dome. She sighed. You are right. We need to do this. Vryle stepped forward. We don't plan on abandoning the core. The others will be trying to restore order and figure out how exactly others are getting influenced. Fenera and Sigmund will make sure of it. Yes, Sigmund signed. My territories have remained relatively secure. I will attempt to gather allies and hunt for whatever is manipulating the others. Why are you not coming with us? Erdania asked. You are their descendant. Sigmund waved his hand. I cannot afford to. With the losses that the Cabal has suffered, I am needed. If we stopped interceding behind closed doors, the state of the core would be much worse. Drakale will be transporting you, and Eratimus might be able to move between here and the third iteration, but he will still be distracted. The rest of the League is tasked with monitoring the tournament city. There are reports of entire towns going missing. Something is happening there, and we can't get anyone close enough to learn what. So, what do you want us to do? Celia asked. Go to the Undying Void and ask him to join the mission. You may offer a reward as well. My coffers are at your disposal. After that, make your way to the Golden Coast. Drakale will be waiting there for you with her fleet. You will make landfall beyond the eastern border of the Empire and make your way to them. Drakale will remain at sea, waiting for you to return. The Empire will provide an escort, but I am told that there might be a stretch where you could get attacked by the enemy. Their wall does not stretch beyond the mountains that flank their border. Once in the Empire, they will inform you of the exact plan. We are to follow their plan? Erdania asked. The politics of all of this are difficult. I am hoping that once there, you will be able to give your input. I will not be part of some elaborate plan to kill myself, Erdania warned. Celia nodded. I understand that we will be going to their territory, but we are going to help. Erdania is right. Are we sure that their old grudges won't be an issue? As sure as we can be, Sigmund signed. Eratimus was the one who was in contact with them. From what he told me, things are bad there. They need all the help they can get. Celia had no choice but to trust that. What are we doing about our other plans? The League had its own goals, but they hadn't had many meetings since everything had gone down. Everything is changed now. We cannot do anything that would jeopardize our survival. For now, we work on trying to help and unite everyone. Afterward, we may reevaluate and make a decision." There wasn't much to be said after that. Sigmund was their leader. They all followed and respected him.
"All right, then," Celia said. "We're still a few months away from the Twilight Melody sect. Once we arrive, I will send a message back. I've arranged for a teleporter to be opened and cut your trip time down significantly. Another route will be opened to take you to the Golden Coast once you are ready to depart. But please don't take too long." The only thing that Celia could do was nod in gratitude, and then try to figure out what she was going to say to Ryun. Celia and Erdania stood on top of a hill, watching as their people exited the teleporter. There was just over 1,000 of them, the most loyal of them who had decided to come with them. She was grateful for them, of course, but they were also a constant reminder of her failure. She hadn't been able to hold what her grandfather had built, and that stung quite a bit. She knew that the sect members saw her as powerful, but they also saw her as young. She had seen it during the last 3 years. It was infuriating. She had more than earned their respect, and yet comments and suggestions that tried to steer her in ways that benefited them had been present from the moment she'd taken over. She had spent so much time trying to plan on how she was going to take her sect back that now, when she had a different goal, she felt slightly lost. There was the mission, of course, but even that brought its own complications. She looked at Erdania, standing next to her, looking straight ahead at their people. The route that Sigmund had secured had reduced their trip to take just a few weeks. She had planned on having more time to think, more time to plan on what she was going to say, both to Erdania and Ryun. Now, though, they were almost there, and she could feel Ryun inside her head much more deeply. He was aware of them coming and was curious. "Danny,"
Celia started slowly. Her partner turned and looked at her.
"I had hoped that we would have more time to talk about all of this, but life rarely gives us what we want." "That's an understatement, if I ever heard one," Erdania said, chuckling. "We should talk about him and everything else." "I've wanted to say something for a while now," Erdania admitted. I wanted you to know that I understand, and that what I had with Ryun was just a short, passing moment of fun. I am not going to lie and tell you that I wasn't attracted to him. I was, and still am, probably. But you have this connection that I just don't know what to do with now."
"There is nothing to worry about," Celia said, trying to control her emotions.
I am fine with the past. I made this choice. I knew what it would entail, but now we are going to be near him again."
Celia paused, trying to find the right words. The last 3 years had been so busy that they had barely had any time for themselves.
"Before all of this, we talked about finding someone else, a third,"
Celia continued. Erdania raised an eyebrow.
"We are going on a mission that will probably end with us dying, and this is what you want to talk about?"
she said, but her lips had turned up in a grin. Celia smiled, too.
"If there is anything that the last 3 years have taught me, it's that life is unpredictable and that everything can change in an instant. I think we should strive to live life to the fullest, as if we are going to die tomorrow."
It was something that Ryun had actually helped her rediscover. His outlook on the world and advancement was so different than anything else. It was why she had made so much progress over the last 3 years in figuring out her ascended inspiration.
"We'll see. First, we should make sure that we are welcome. For all we know, he might decide to just send us back home."
The bond inside her head told her a lot about the way that Ryun was feeling.
"I don't think we need to worry about that,"
Celia said. They were only a few weeks away from the Twilight Melody sect's territories, and then, well, as Erdania said, they would see. Chapter 16. Ryun. Arrival. The sounds of a hammer hitting the anvil filled the room, and the force of the impact shook the air itself. Ryun had limited ways of improving his blacksmithing. He had no room for a skill, so the only thing that he could do was to learn on his own. But without specialized skills or other type of powers, his mastery of it would never progress that far on its own. However, there were ways, one of which he was trying out right now. Creating items of greater rarity could be accomplished in many different ways: class perks, skills, even some cultivation techniques. He had none of those, but he could purchase formations that mimicked the same thing. He smashed with his hammer, and the formation beneath the metal flashed and went to work, imbuing essence into the metal he was working on. It wasn't anything special, but it was practice. As he raised his hammer again, he suddenly stopped, as the presence in his mind went from being far away to much closer. He turned his head, abandoning his work and walking out of the forge and then the fort, to stand at the edge of the cliff on top of the mountain. Celia had been moving closer for the last few months, and he had been unsure as to where she was heading. She might still not be going toward his sect, but... He reached out with his mind and spoke. "Celia," he said simply.
"Ryun,"
she sent back. "You are close."
Yes, I was planning on more time to figure out what to say, but we managed to unexpectedly shorten our trip."
"Ah," Ryun sent back. "So this is a talking matter. You've said we. Who is we?"
"Me, Erdania, our people, what's left of them, at least. I'd like to come for a visit, if you will allow us."
Ryun tilted his head. He knew that things in the core were bad, but Celia's sect was supposed to be one of the biggest. He wondered what had happened, but he could tell by the way Celia's emotions were fluctuating that it was not a conversation to have right now. "How many people are with you?"
"I have around 1,000, mostly warriors and crafters who wanted to follow me,"
Celia told him slowly. Ryun wondered what exactly she wanted, but he decided that speaking in person might be better. Their mental connection was private, and with the way they could feel each other's emotions, there was no chance of them hiding something. But also they hadn't spoken this way often over the last few years, and there were things between them that they hadn't spoken about. He didn't know what those things were, but he could tell that they were there. "I guess our talk about everything can wait until we meet in person. I will give you permission to pass through my territories. You and your people are guests, and I expect you to behave in such a manner," Ryun sent to her. The sect rules about guests were fairly clear, and Ryun believed them to be sufficient at the moment.
"Of course,"
Celia returned. "Good. I'll send people to greet you and escort you to my home," Ryun sent. It seemed like things were starting to get more interesting again.
"They are coming here?"
Anrush asked in a tone that Ryun could recognize fairly well by now. It was her being defeated, resigned to her fate. It was somewhat amusing, at least to him. He doubted that she felt the same. "They are. I am thinking of sending one of our patrols out to meet them and escort them here," Ryun told her.
"You want to meet high rankers and an army of her people with one patrol?"
Anrush asked him, her eye twitching. "I don't think it is an army," Ryun answered.
"Regardless, you can't send a small patrol to meet high rankers. Do you want to insult them?"
Anrush leaned forward in her chair, placing both palms on the desk in front of her and rising out of the seat slightly. I don't think she would be insulted. Onrush closed her eyes and sighed in exasperation.
She might not, but her people will on her behalf.
What would you suggest, then? Ryun asked.
I'll go,
Onrush said, as she stood up fully and walked around the table with a slight limp.
You said they are bringing 1,000 people? We should have at least half that, and I'll need to gather representatives from all the major factions in the sect. I'll need to borrow Lesemetrius. He was in the tournament city, and he fought in the tournament. That earned him a lot of respect, which her people will value.
Ryun didn't really see the need. He did understand that it was part of the culture, and he had adopted some of those customs. Ending wars and conquests with just a single demonstration of power appealed to him, for one. He didn't need to lay waste to the entire city just to win. After the news of him being a high ranker and his past came out, no one wanted to fight bloody wars with him. Emberhorn had been the only one, and he had been an old, desperate fool. Fine, if that is what you think best.
And we are not meeting them in Wolf's Grove, Onrush told him.
Ryun blinked. Why not? It's our home base.
Because it is simply too small. You want to add 1,000 people here? This city is underdeveloped. We will escort them to Consequence.
Ryun shrugged. It didn't matter much to him. He had moved here because he could build things that he needed, because they had a source of high-tiered aspect nearby. And, perhaps in some small part, he liked the quiet, because he wanted peace to focus on improving himself. All right, then. You can deal with all of that. I'll just be there to meet them.
I know that they were your friends, whatever, she waved her hand. But I would like to ask you to try and act like a real sect head, at least in the initial meeting. We will have Embesh and other important people there. This might not be a big deal for you, but it is for our people. This will show them that our sect is not only strong, but well-connected and important, I guess. That matters to people who are putting their trust in us, who are trying to rise in our sect.
I can understand that. Ryun nodded. Then I guess I'll put on a show. It took almost 2 months for them to arrive in Consequence. Ryun stood on a balcony on the main fort of the inner part of the city, which had used to be Emberhorn's residence. He looked at the procession coming into the city in the distance, too far away for his eyes to really see anything but a mass moving forward. His senses, though, could reach that far. So, should we be worried? Ryun asked. Tali tilted her head as she looked in the direction of the procession passing through the gate.
I doubt it.
Really? Tali kept her eyes on the gate. She wore a large cloak over her robe, with bulky shoulder pads that gave it more room in the back. It looked weird, but she wore it to disguise what was on her back, her wings, which had begun growing back. She had regained some of her perks, as well as a few skills. The healing process seemed to be accelerating the more exposed she was to the totem, or rather the more time passed. Soon she would be completely healed. Tali turned and glanced at him.
Ierv might have tried to keep my name a secret, but I went out of my way to try and make trouble for him. People knew, but my death happened 300 years ago. Even if someone remembers it, even when I was alive, people used to name their children after me. It would take someone old to know me, to recognize me. I doubt anyone down there is someone I used to know.
Celia and Dardania were born back then, Ryun told her. Tali raised a finger and tapped it against her chin.
I have met a lot of people, but I can't remember most of their names. I think I did meet Celia once, if what I overheard over the years about the Spear of Sorrow is true. I think it was during one of the parties that her sect held. I was talking with one of Zhenxuan's sect heads when a small child ran up. She didn't know who I was, and she wasn't supposed to be there. The sect head chastised her and sent her back to her family. I think he called her Celia. Perhaps it even isn't the same one."
Ryun nodded. He wasn't that worried, if he was being honest. It wasn't like there was any real reason for Tali to keep herself hidden anymore, or at least there wouldn't be any reason in a short while. Her power was coming back, and he was here to protect her in the meantime.
"I doubt anyone could even recognize me with these,"
she said, waving at her face. Ryun couldn't see it so clearly, but he knew that her face was still scarred. He didn't particularly care if someone found her out. If they were a danger to her, they would die. It was as simple as that. He had given her his word that she would be safe in his sect, and she was a part of it, a very important member. Though he did wonder about the future. "Have you given any thought about what you are going to do?" Ryun asked.
"What I am going to do?"
she asked in return. "You know what I mean. When you regain all of your power, will you leave the sect?" Ryun turned to face her. She turned as well and leaned her left elbow on the guardrail.
"If I'm being honest, I don't know. My sect is long gone, and the people that I used to know and care for, they've all probably moved on."
"You think they've forgotten you?" Ryun asked.
"Maybe,"
she said, letting her guard down. It was a rare thing, but Ryun had seen it happen in his presence before, when they were completely alone. "What do you want to do?" Ryun asked.
What I always wanted, to advance and reach the peak," she answered. "It's been so long."
"I understand that," Ryun said with a nod. "I like having you in the sect, and I value your advice, even if at times I don't follow it. I don't want you to think I don't listen." She chuckled.
"Who am I to say anything? The way you are doing things is obviously working for you."
"It is what I believe a path should always be, a personal journey, not something borrowed from someone else," Ryun told her. She looked pensive for a moment and then nodded.
"Yes, you might be right about that."
"So, will you stay?"
I do like this sect, and you've helped me more than anyone else ever had, more than most ever would. I do owe you for that."
"I don't want you to stay because of some debt. You've more than paid it in my mind. If you stay, I will make you a sect leader. I know that it is a step down from what you used to be, but I don't run the sect in the way most other sect heads do. Onrush will always be my right hand and run everything in the Twilight Melody. But I am sure that we could find a territory or two for you to do whatever you wanted, as long as you follow my rules, that is." She turned her eyes to the city. The procession was getting closer to the inner walls.
"I'll be honest. Before, I used to be a part of a group that tried to make the world be the way we wanted it to be. Now, I don't think I ever want to be responsible for so much and so many. Perhaps just being a sect leader wouldn't be so bad."
"Well, the offer is there if you want it," Ryun said as the procession reached the gate and Embesh greeted them. "So, what's your decision? You coming in with me or not?"
"I think, yes. Let's see if anyone remembers me,"
Tali said. Ryun sat in what had been Emberhorn's throne room. Well, the sect head's receiving room. Emberhorn had built his city and buildings in the style of some kingdoms in the east of the settled territories. They had redecorated, and by they he of course meant other people. Onrush had overseen everything, but the end result was perhaps even more pretentious than what it had been when Emberhorn had lived here. The room was long, with pillars on each side. Banners with the colors of the Twilight Melody sect hung upon them, violet and black in color, or at least that's what they told him. On the side walls were murals, for which they had paid more than what Ryun would have, if he was being honest, but he had given Onrush free rein to do whatever she wanted. Consequence was the biggest city in their sect, and while Ryun didn't spend a lot of his time here, it was still a place that Onrush insisted they used for when meeting with foreign dignitaries. It was meant to impress and instill certain feelings in people: awe, respect, even fear. The murals on the walls were depictions of the most important moments in the sect's history. Ryun was almost surprised that there was enough that had happened such that they could make several pieces. The first image on the right was of Ryun, alone in the woods, surrounded by wolves. It was the day he arrived in the Infinite Realm, a exaggerated depiction. In it, he was fighting the entire pack, when in reality he had killed only one of Airclaw's pack. The second mural was again Ryun, fighting against Fier and his warriors, hundreds against him alone, with Onrush and the young Kree behind him. The others depicted other important moments: Ryun's fight against the Black Viper sect in Venoran, the fight against the Monster Swarm, Ierv's fight against Emberhorn, Ryun in the tournament. It was all exaggerated, a fantasy version of the actual events, but it served a purpose at least, though Ryun couldn't enjoy it fully with his eyes. He didn't feel comfortable with most of these depictions, but in the end he understood that such things were important. The warriors stood guard on the sides, wearing violet and black, with light armor that the sect had begun producing from monster hide, and spears in their hands. Most of the warriors were taught the spear, though the sect didn't have strict rules on what cultivation paths and fighting styles the warriors had to follow, unlike some other sects. The Twilight Melody sect did have 3 main cultivation paths, as was customary for many sects. The first was one of Ierv's old paths, the path of the spearman, since the spear was what most learned. The second was Ryun's path, the path of the final end. The last was the path of the unbreakable wall. The current recommendation was for people to pick one of Ryun's improved paths and take the spear-focused path as their secondary. Many of the new generation were all following those paths, except Ryun's. Onrush was yet to give that one to someone. The warriors in the room, for the most part, didn't. A few had the path of the spearman, but most were the old guard from Ierv's days, which meant that they followed the path of the venomous strike. All were High Monarch realm, with 2 of them being in the heavenly realm. Ryun was sitting on a throne at the end of the room, a few steps above the floor, with Tali at his side. The old throne was a large chair made out of stone and precious stones. Ryun had it replaced for a more modest Roman-style throne. It had no back, but it did have 2 armrests on the sides. Behind Ryun was the largest piece of art in the room, a formation-style piece, something that Ryun hadn't seen before. It was visible even to his eyes, though he knew it looked different for him. Behind the throne, taking up the entire wall, was a hole, a vortex of nothingness. The formation worked off of void crystals, by pulling in surrounding air essence and consuming it. To everyone else it looked like, well, a black hole, streaked with violet sparks and mists with the core of black. To Ryun, it was a maelstrom of void essence. Either way, it was impressive and intimidating. Ryun had seen the effects on many foreign visitors who had come to talk with him over the years. Seeing the looks on their faces when they saw it was priceless. For that alone, he was glad that he had let Onrush do whatever she wanted. It was thematic, and he did like it. They called him the Undying Void, so sitting on a throne with a background of a swirling nothingness was fitting.
"Remember what I told you,"
Tali said. "Of course," Ryun replied. The great door at the other end of the room opened, and his visitors entered. Ryun had followed their progress through the palace with his sense, but now, seeing them with his own eyes, was different. Celia was now fully present in his mind, but he tried to ignore her, just as she was trying to ignore him, or rather their connection. Onrush was leading them, Lesemetrius at her side. Behind them came Celia and Erdania. He saw Celia's eyes first meet his, then move over to what was behind him. There was a slight hitch in her step, one that was more pronounced in those behind her, or at least most of them. Erdania didn't even pause. Her steps were sure and firm. With them were 6 people. 2 of them, Ryun had known who they were as soon as they entered his range, Riki and Iari. He had heard people in the city comment on Iari's presence, had heard some call him young master. They had bowed to him in respect, and some even wondered what his return meant, though the former Black Viper population wasn't that especially large in the sect now. Ryun disregarded the guards behind them, though all 4 were immortal. He looked only at the 2 women that were walking toward him. It had been a long time since he had seen them, and the last time, well, they hadn't had a chance to really talk. Erdania was the same as he remembered her, walking tall and sure. He did, however, detect a stiffness to her gait. Celia hid hers better, but with the connection they shared, she couldn't hide anything from him, nor could he hide anything from her. Her expression changed, and she grimaced, as she obviously felt his emotions and knew exactly the same thing he did. They reached the base of the steps, and Onrush stepped forward. "Sect head," she greeted with all of the ceremony that these kind of meetings required. She bowed her head and then stepped to the side, gesturing at the visitors. "I bring you high-rankers Celia Hajan and Erdania Jijan, who have come to our sect in friendship." She didn't call them sect heads or even sect leaders. That told him a lot about what had happened to them. Both of them inclined their heads at him respectfully, the bow of an equal. Technically, that could be taken as an insult, as Ryun was a sect head and they were not. Their high-ranker title did carry some weight, however, and he was one too. That did make them equal in one way. He didn't really care about that stuff anyway. He returned their bow in exactly the same manner and then smiled at them. "Welcome to the Twilight Melody sect," Ryun said loudly. "Your visit is unexpected, but welcome." It was what Tali had told him to say. He wished that he could just ignore ceremony and speak with them in private, but the Twilight Melody sect had become too large for that now. He couldn't fail his people by breaking with all of their traditions. He had changed enough things already. "We greet you, sect head," Celia said, "and we thank you for your hospitality." "Of course," Ryun returned. "We are friends, after all. My home is your home." "Thank you, sect head," Celia said. "My people are tired. I'd like your permission for them to stay in your city, for a while, at least." "They may," Ryun agreed. "Now, since they are so tired, I'll have my people find room for them to rest. You may help them settle, but afterward I would like it if you would be available for a private conversation." "As you will, sect head," Celia said, and they bowed again. The formalities out of the way, they turned and were escorted out. Ryun sighed. He yearned for the times when he could just speak openly about everything. But even he had learned over the years that appearances mattered. Being friendly with them was one thing, but being overly familiar or disrespectful, At least what people in the sects considered to be disrespectful was another, and word would spread fast. At least he wouldn't need to wait long for their chat, and then he would finally learn the real reasons as to why they had come. Chapter 17. Ryun. Private Talks. Ryun sat in the small private office next to the throne room. Its interior was unfamiliar to him, since he had never really used it before, but when he'd asked for a private room for his meeting, he had been led here. He sat behind a wide wooden table, Tali standing at his side. Onrush was in the city, making sure that Celia's people were settled. He did wonder if they were going to have issues. Celia's people were from a coarse sect. He couldn't imagine that they would be happy to take orders from people who were from the frontier. "What do you think happened?" Ryun asked. Tali thought about it for a long few seconds, her hands crossed and one finger tapping over her elbow.
"The state of their people, the fact that they came so far, I can only assume that they lost their sect. If what we've been hearing about the core is true, then I am not surprised. Chaos like that is always filled with disruptions. Sects rise and sects fall."
Perhaps she was right. Celia's emotions did feel conflicted and defeated. He was going to find out soon enough. They didn't have to wait for long before Celia and Dardania were escorted into the room. The guards let them in and then closed the doors, the soundproofing formations activating a moment later. Both of them glanced at Tali, then back at Ryun.
"We were hoping to have a private talk,"
Celia said slowly. Ryun waved to his side and spoke. "This is Tali. She is my advisor, I guess you could say. I do not hold secrets from her." The two glanced at each other, and Ryun took a moment to inspect them more closely. It was clear that there were things on their minds. He could tell from the way that they were standing, though perhaps the fact that Ryun could feel Celia's emotions contributed to him being able to tell. It gave him context to what he was seeing. He wasn't usually that good at reading people. Finally, Celia sighed and turned back to look at Ryun.
"Fine, then,"
she said.
We'd like to talk to you about a few things."
"Like why you are here and what happened?" Ryun suggested. Celia nodded.
"Yes, things like that."
Ryun gestured for them to take seats, and once they had, he leaned back in his chair and gestured for them to speak.
"Things in the core went bad fast. So fast that we were barely able to keep up,"
Celia started.
"Our allies switched sides and old enemies came for us. A lot of what holds the peace in between the sects are the connections between the sect heads. Without my grandfather, those who had debts and obligations to him no longer felt like they had anything to hold them back. We lost."
"I am sorry you had to go through that," Ryun told her. For a moment he debated saying that he would have helped if she had asked, but perhaps that was not appropriate to say at the moment. He might not even have been able to, as he had his own sect to deal with. Celia nodded.
"We came here because, if I am being honest, we had no choice. Most of the core is consumed by war, and I needed a safe place where I could recover. The people who have followed me are the most loyal of those who had served in my branch of the sect, with a few others. They came with me instead of going to one of the many factions that had split up my sect. For that I am thankful to them beyond imagining, and I want to make sure that they will be taken care of."
Ryun tilted his head. "That depends on what you and they want. Is your plan to return to your sect and take it back?" Celia sighed, then glanced at Dardania.
"At the start, that was our plan, yes."
She turned back to look at Ryun.
"Now there are things that must take precedence. Regardless, I want to ask permission for my people to live in your sect until we are ready to take our sect back.
As long as they follow my laws, they are welcome. That being said, many of your people are powerful, and perhaps used to a certain way of living and acting. The way that things are done in my sect is different. If they make trouble for my citizens, they will be punished."
"I will make sure that they understand,"
Celia said. Ryun nodded, then simply said, "There is more." Her emotions told her there was.
"There is,"
she said, then glanced at Tali.
"These things are concerning matters that you might want to keep private."
Ryun almost smiled. He and Tali had gotten a lot closer over the last 3 years. She had opened up about many things that had happened in her life. He knew now that she used to be part of the organization that Zenker and Celia had wanted to recruit him to. He could imagine what Celia wanted to talk about, and he did want Tali's opinion on that. "As I said, I keep no secrets from Tali," Ryun shrugged. He knew that she was confused by Tali's presence. Obviously, her injuries were apparent. Ryun wondered what she was thinking about it. A crippled cultivator acting as his advisor? That had to be confusing.
"Oh, fuck off already,"
Erdania said, waving her hand around.
"Why are we just beating around the bush so much? We nearly died together in the core, and the two of you can literally sense each other's feeling."
Ryun sensed Tali turn around and glance at him. He gave her a small smile. No secrets, but perhaps a few small ones. She didn't know that he had the other part of the aspect of true death, or that he had given it to Celia. It hadn't seemed important at the time. He turned to look at Erdania. "You are right, of course. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You do have a knack for going to the heart of the matter." A flash of emotions came from Celia, too fast for him to fully identify, but one of them was jealousy? Perhaps. He didn't have much experience with that particular emotion. "What is it that you want to talk with me about?" Ryun asked. Celia took a deep breath and then answered.
"It is about the dome, about the monsters we faced in the core. I am a part of a group that tries to help keep the core safe."
Ryun could almost feel Tali trying not to react. "The same group that you and Zenker wished to invite me to?" Celia paused for just a moment before answering.
"Yes."
There was something there that made him slightly suspicious, but he pushed it aside for now as she continued to talk.
"We tried to gather the core to take back the tournament territories and end the threat of those monsters. We failed. Whatever is in there is too entrenched and dangerous for smaller armies, and we've been unable to unite the others. We couldn't convince them of the level of threat. We failed. Perhaps too completely, enough so that we suspect foul play, though we have no proof of that other than a string of suspicious actions. We have people trying to deal with that, and there is more."
She took a deep breath and gathered herself before continuing.
"The place beyond the portal that we closed, the location of the dome that was opened, is... I don't know how much you are aware of our history, but the exiles of the third iteration have built an empire far in the south near where the dome's location is."
Both Erdania and Celia looked at Ryun and Tali with expectation, and when they didn't see what they expected, they frowned.
"You don't seem surprised about that, neither one of you,"
Celia said. "I have known that for a while," Ryun said. "I've had dealings with this empire, or their agents, at least. One of my sect leaders came from there."
"What?"
Erdania asked. "Yes, Naira Orn, who fought in the tournament. She had disappeared after the attack, but I have reason to believe that she had been taken by the agents of the Empire and brought to her previous home."
"Agents of the Empire at the tournament? Are you certain?"
Celia asked. "I am." Ryun nodded. "I believe they had something planned for the tournament as well, an attack. It is my suspicion that they were the ones that blew up the side of the cliff and killed all those present there. Celia blinked.
But it was the speaker for...
She trailed off.
We just assumed that it was him who had done that as well.
Ryun shrugged. He might have just taken advantage of the situation. Celia shook her head.
It doesn't matter now, but this will change things. Regardless, I came here because I have an offer for you, or rather, my organization does. The Empire has been fighting the bulk of the Dome's forces. They are holding them off for now, but they can't keep that up for long. The monsters from the Dome are powerful and unrelenting. We've been in talks with their leadership and have agreed to send them aid. We are sending a team to the Empire with the goal of getting behind enemy lines and killing the Dome leader. We hope that would make the rest of the monsters weaker.
Ryun blinked. That hadn't been what he had expected, but he could see how such a plan might work. What he was surprised with was the fact that the Third Empire had been fighting against the Dome's forces. He wondered what Naira had been doing. She hadn't moved much in the last 3 years, and he hoped that she was safe. "And what does this have to do with me?" Ryun asked.
We want you to be part of that team,
Celia answered. Ryun tilted his head. He was strong. He was a high ranker. But he was also young by the reckoning of most people in the Corps. He was surprised that they would want him. Then he realized why they would want him. "Ah," Ryun said, "because of our perks." It did make sense. Together, their power was much greater. Even if his presence only increased Celia's power, his presence would be worth it.
Yes, but also because of the history between the third iteration and everyone else is a difficult one. You have no part in it, and we are only sending people like you, us, who hadn't taken part in what happened long ago. We will, of course, compensate you in any way we can.
Ryun wondered about that. He did have an issue with the third iteration. Compensate me? There is little that I want or need. But perhaps... Ryun tapped his finger on the table, the crystallized void on his fingertips making a loud sound with each tap. I've been planning to go to their lands for a while now. As I said, I have reasons to believe that my sect leader is there. I intend to bring her home. Promise me that you will help me accomplish that, and I will go with you. Celia glanced at Erdania, then back at Ryun.
Are you sure that is all that you want?
I have no need of anything else, and my word is the thing that is most important to me. Going with you means that I protect my sect. I feel your fear, Celia, and I know that you think things are getting bad. This dome, the things that I've seen in the Corps make me understand the danger. If there is a force larger than what we've faced, with a monster that none of us even know anything about leading them, then I would rather fight them away from my territory and people than wait until they reach me, before it is too late. Ryun knew all about the domes now, as Tali had informed him of everything following his return to the sect. He did understand the danger, and he did understand what Tali's group had been trying to do. He didn't really agree with their methods, but who knows? If this hadn't happened, they might have even succeeded.
Thank you. Your presence will help our efforts greatly,
Celia said. Who else is coming? Ryun asked.
Including us 3, we are sending 8 people. We don't know anything about who the Empire will choose, but regardless, I don't know everyone who is coming. We are to meet them at a port on the Golden Coast as soon as able. The more we delay, the more time we give the enemy to get stronger.
Well then, I guess I need to get my affairs in order.
This will be dangerous,
Tali told him a couple minutes later when they were alone. Most things are, Ryun said. But I've been putting off going after Naira because I felt like I lacked the strength. Now, I might have some leverage to get her back. And if they are too occupied by the dome and weakened, I can demonstrate why taking what is mine is ill-advised."
"I am all for demonstrations of power,"
Tali smiled.
"They've showed our sect disrespect, and that needs to be remedied. But once I would have done as you now plan to do, but I've tried to learn from my past. Promise me that you will at least try not to do anything too stupid."
Ryun laughed. "I promise. You will help Onrush keep things here in check, I assume?"
"Of course,"
Tali said.
"I wish I could go with you, but if the third iteration's old rankers are still alive, I will be recognized."
"Yes, we shouldn't complicate things," Ryun agreed. He knew that Tali had been on the front lines of the war between the third iteration and everyone else.
"Though perhaps you might look for someone there. Who knows, they might even help you out,"
Tali said. "You have friends among them?" Ryun asked, surprised.
"Things are always more complicated than history remembers them to be. I had a close friend among them. Her name is Karya Okuni, a ranker of the third iteration and one of their leaders. If she still lives, perhaps she could help you."
"I'll keep that in mind," Ryun told her. There was so much that he needed to do. Both Celia and Urdania were in a rush to start their journey, and Ryun understood their haste. They didn't have the time to waste. He wished that they could talk more about everything, but they would have enough time during their trip.
"Ryun,"
Tali said, bringing his attention back to her.
"You are powerful and arrogant, or perhaps confident is a better word. Such things often go hand in hand, but you are going to a place that is at war, one filled with people who hate those who live in the core. Even in my time, we knew about the Empire, and their customs and beliefs are very different than the core's. I know that you usually don't care for such things as long as they don't impact you, but in this case, I urge you to at least try. A wrong word at the wrong time can earn you an enemy for life. Everyone can die in an ambush, no matter how powerful they are."
Ryun knew that she spoke from experience. She told him that she had been betrayed by someone she considered a friend, someone who was mad, someone she had tried to help. "How did it happen?" Ryun asked. He had always held back, not wanting to intrude on something that was probably painful, but now she was healing. Perhaps it was time. Tali looked away for a second, then turned back.
"At that time, I was the most powerful cultivator in the world. I had reached the ascended realm first, and I was arrogant."
She smiled at him.
"My friend was focus mad. We didn't understand such things fully then, the limits of it. Her madness had built up over the years, and she developed it doesn't matter. Suffice to say, she hated me for being able to fly. I wanted to help her, but she was stuck in the immortal realm. I hoped that advancement might help alleviate her madness, so I shared my inspiration with her. I raised her to the evolved realm, and she stabbed me in the back."
She closed her eyes, then continued to speak.
"I came to her alone, and she brought an army, formations, arrays, everything and anything that she could think of. I was more powerful than them, and I killed so many, but in the end, no amount of power can defeat numbers and a well-thought-out plan. They wore me down and defeated me. She burned me, crippling me. She intended to kill me. Indeed, she thought she had, but I had secrets of my own, soul protections that allowed me to cling to life. She threw me off a cliff into a river, what she thought was my end. The rest you know."
Ryun didn't say anything to that. There really wasn't much to say.
"Don't make the same mistake I did."
"Do you think you'll be able to get her back?" Onrush asked. "I fully intend to," Ryun answered. "I've told you that I care about Naira as well. She is a friend as well as my sect leader. You have been patient. We both have. But I didn't go because I did not understand or know anything about what I was going into. Now I have people able to fill in those gaps and leverage. If they refuse, well, they are at war and many things can get lost in the chaos." Onrush nodded, looking frustrated. "I know you want to come, but you still need to heal, and I need someone to run the sect." She shook her head.
"Yeah, drop a dozen immortals in my lap and 1,000 core sect members in my lap and then leave. That's about right."
"I am certain you can handle it." Ryun put a hand on her shoulder. "You'll have Tali, and I am leaving Lesametrius with you. He has advanced far, and he is strong."
"He isn't an immortal,"
Onrush said. "Not yet," Ryun said. "I've had Celia and Urdania instruct them of our laws and what will happen if they push things. And I know you feel like you have failed, but you've done a lot of training over the last 3 years. You've gotten stronger, Onrush. You just can't see it yet. Once your leg is healed, you'll see it for yourself. Don't let anyone push you around. You are a sect leader of the Twilight Melody sect."
"Right,"
Onrush said with a sigh.
Just bring her back."
"I promise." Chapter 18. Ryun. Difficult Conversations. The great wolf ran across the endless dark, a white shape keeping pace to his side. The stars flickered around them, tiny spots in the distance. They were hurrying, though they could not be late. A true death was never late. Their target was a being whose death was near, someone who was old and powerful, who might decide not to accept his time. The wolf wondered if he was going to get a chase. It had been a long time since he had gotten a chase worthy of all his power. As one of the first and most important aspects in existence, true death was a foundation upon which all of reality stood. Their power was without equal among the aspects, with only a couple ever being able to act on their level. With another step they knew that it was time, and in the next moment they were pulled through space itself by their purpose. They arrived at their target, a massive mountain the size of some worlds. In its center was a wide and a round hole, a cavity that had been carved out over generations beyond counting by the first inhabitants of this world and all those who had come after. The mountain was filled with people, but none of them could see them. The wolf and the scythe stood in the center, watching the person they were there for. The great dragon of time was old, older than his entire race several times over. His great power and mastery had allowed him to travel through time, to live lifetimes for every moment since the beginning of the universe, to slow down his aging to a crawl. But all things must come to an end, and even time must run out eventually. His body could no longer handle his great power. The twin aspects of true death watched as the dragon civilization wept for their god, as they wailed for his death. The great dragon breathed his last breath, and then, a moment later, it happened. The last effort of a mortal being attempting to cheat true death. The world fell away as they were transported to a place beyond time and space, a realm crafted by a dragon who believed himself to be a god. His body reverted to that of his youth, to the peak of his power, and he opened his eyes. "I did it," the dragon whispered.
"You did nothing but prolong the inevitable," Scythe said.
The dragon whirled around, his eyes locking with the wolf and Scythe. You are them, aren't you? Death."
"We are those who give the gift. We are those who are hated and whispered about in fear. We are those whose name is used to scare children. We are those who all mortal beings must meet."
"I am not a mortal," the dragon bellowed. "I am the master of time."
"Then you above all others must know that all things have their time and place. And this is the moment of your death,"
Scythe said. The dragon's power roared up, and the wolf gnashed his teeth. "At last, a worthy hunt." Ryun woke up and immediately sat up. He rarely slept these days, but from time to time he did get the urge. He didn't think that he needed it, really, but sometimes, when he did, he remembered something of the aspect of true death's life. He focused inward, to the place where he had placed the remnants of the being that had used to be the wolf, the Reaper. It was entwined with his technique, a remnant of a remnant. It shouldn't be anything, and yet there were memories. Sometimes he wondered just what was left of it. A fraction of a fraction shouldn't be anything, and yet it was a fraction of a being 1/2 of the aspect of true death. A fraction of a remnant might still be something. He shook his head, banishing the dream, and stood up. He needed to get ready for the trip. The void pushed inside of his body as he willed it. He was in the Tier 9 area of the void plane. His body had almost fully adjusted to it. It still hurt him, but with his regeneration he could survive for a very long time. He pushed the void essence into his core, overdrawing into his already full core and deepening it. He didn't have much time, so he pushed all of his will into the void surrounding him. It was a strange process. He wasn't even sure if he was doing anything, or rather he wouldn't have been if he couldn't feel the rush of void through his conduits. Regardless, he could increase his intake by a lot, though he tired himself out the more he tried, and that could be dangerous. Overtaxing his willpower could lead to falling unconscious, which would be bad if it happened in the void plane. When he felt himself reach a limit, he stopped and pushed himself out of the void plane. Once in the air, he pulled out a set of robes from his forge and made his way down to the forest beneath him. It was the middle of the night, and the camp they had made was in a small cave off the road. Erdania and Celia were inside, talking quietly. Ryun, of course, heard everything that they were talking about on his way down, but he tried not to react, keeping his emotions in check. He didn't want Celia to think he was spying on them. He made his way down as fast as he could so that he didn't hear too much. He purposefully made noise as he landed, then walked into the camp. "Welcome back," Celia said. "Thanks for your understanding," Ryun said. "I don't know if I will have more chances to do this in the future." Tomorrow they were supposed to take a teleporter that would take them directly to the port city where they were supposed to meet the rest of the team. He doubted that he would be able to visit the void plane every day while they were on a ship. "No problem. I understand how hard it is to cycle when you have responsibilities," Celia said. Ryun took a seat across from them and pulled a void crystal out of his storage. He had filled his sustenance core with the void essence from the plane, but he'd drained a bit of it when he healed himself afterward. He plopped the small crystal in his mouth and chewed for a moment before swallowing. Celia and Erdania grew quiet, as they often did in his presence. Finally, Ryun felt that he should give them a little push. "You want to speak with me about something?" Ryun said, looking at them both over the small fire.
"What do you mean?"
Celia asked. Ryun sighed. "You are good at masking your emotions from me, but you have little experience doing so when we are this close. Small things pass through from time to time, but even if I didn't feel your emotions, I would have noticed that something was bothering you both. And then there is the fact that you've been talking about it when you think I can't hear," he said with a small apologetic smile. "I didn't mean to intrude, but my skills range is very large. I think you've underestimated it by a significant margin. Now, I can't hear you, but I know what you've been talking about. I am not one to delay. I will always respect directness and openness more than anything else. Tell me what you want. Clearly." The two of them exchanged glances. Then Erdania rolled her eyes.
"Might as well just say it if he already knows what we want. We should see if there's anything there for us to consider."
Celia turned to meet Ryun's eyes and then spoke.
"There are many different types of people. Some enjoy a solitary life without needing anyone else. Some are content with living a life with passing and shallow encounters. Others can't imagine a life without a partner. There are many different people with different ideas of what a relationship should be. The infinite realm is open to many different and sometimes even strange arrangements. There are issues, as always, but for the most part, everyone is free to find their own happiness."
Ryun waited patiently as she paused.
"Erdania and I have been together for a long time. We are different, very different. We want different things out of a relationship, and we came to an agreement long ago. This doesn't diminish our love for each other at all. We accept all that we are, but if we look at our past, at our history, the times we were the happiest was when we were in a partnership of 3. Over the years, we have tried this with many different people, but no one ever came close to what we had before, what we lost."
Ryun nodded. He did understand loss.
"Over the last couple of years, things have gotten more difficult. The past 3 years in particular have been hard, especially with this perk and our connection."
"What exactly are you asking me?" Ryun asked, despite already knowing. Erdania leaned forward to look at him.
"We want to see if there can be something between the 3 of us."
"Why me?" Ryun asked. Erdania shrugged.
"You are strong, near our equal."
She paused, looking away for a moment, and then sighed.
"You want the truth? We are terrified of loss, both of us. It's why I'm never with anyone for more than one night. It is, perhaps, at the core, the reason why we've never really committed to anyone we've tried to bring in before. You are—"
As she trailed off, Ryun raised an eyebrow. "The undying void?"
"That is a part of it, of course. Being hard to kill matters to us, as we don't want to ever again feel as we felt before. But beyond that, we like you. Is that not enough?"
Ryun closed his eyes. "This kind of thing was never my strength. I knew nothing of romance or even love before the framework arrived on my world. And after, well, I knew love once, and I lost it, just as you two did. So I understand the pain, that feeling inside of an emptiness where that other person used to be. It is hard for me now." Ryun turned to look at Celia. "Because she used to carry the other part of the perk that you now hold. That perk isn't... It has nothing to do with love. It binds us, yes, and I know how much that makes things between you two awkward. You don't need to do this just because you feel like this connection changes things."
It isn't just because of that, Celia said. Both Erdania and I are agreed. We need another in our relationship. It has been too long, and things between us are fraying.
Ryun shook his head, trying to find the words, the way to express himself without hurting them. Celia, we've gotten to know each other at the tournament. We've spoken as friends and fought together. I do like you, but there is too much between us, so much that we don't know about each other, that prevents true openness. Things that you kept for yourself, which I do understand, but I will not be with someone who I don't know fully. Ryun then turned to the other side. Erdania, you've helped me more than I can express in words. I was filled with sorrow and unable to move on. You've been a key piece in helping me discover things about myself. But one night does not love make. I don't think that just doing this as a way to fix what is happening between you two is a good idea. The two of them exchanged glances, and then Erdania turned to look at him.
Wow, I didn't think we would be turned down.
Ryun chuckled. It is not that I am turning you down. It is that I want you to understand what I want and need. You want us to try and see if there could be something between us? Then you need to know what I expect. Truth, directness, openness, trust. We would need to know all that there is about each other, the easy things and the hard.
That is a difficult thing to ask,
Celia said. Love is difficult. It is ugly. It is pain, hate, and rage. But it is also beautiful, and it is trust, security, and comfort, Ryun said. Those were all the things that he used to have, that he had lost. It was the loss of love that had turned him into who he was today. It was the root cause of the things that he had done on Earth. I thank you for the sentiment, Ryun told them. But things like this need time, which we might have on this trip. If you want to pursue this seriously, then you now know what I expect. If something can happen, it will happen naturally, and if not, well, the two of them looked at each other and then nodded. The silence returned again, and no one spoke until it was time to leave. They arrived to the port a day later through the teleporter, having not touched on the topic of their conversation in the cave again. The city was made mostly out of wood, with a large fort on top of a hill. People walked about hurriedly, carrying crates or pushing them on elaborate carts and a few floating contraptions. The three of them made their way through the people to the docks. Once they got close enough, Ryun saw a ship from the Infinite Realm for the first time. There were many of them in the harbor, but one drew the eye more than any other. It looked like a modern ship, being sleek on the sides, with a flat top on the front and the back, while the middle had something that resembled a pyramid with open decks. The flat parts had massive turrets, which, from afar, looked like they were modern, but on closer inspection were something entirely different. The turrets weren't turrets at all, but only prongs resembling tuning forks, with no opening for anything to fire. The ship had 6 of these turrets, with 2 of them being around twice the size of the others. The sides of the ship, near the center where the pyramid was, were outfitted with additional armor, which looked like wings that were folded over the sides. The entire ship looked like it was made out of a single type of essence. With his sense, he could feel the people walking about even from this distance. The ship was massive, at least a kilometer long, if not more, and it was surrounded by hundreds of other ships of all kinds of make. Some were made out of wood, resembling ships that he had learned about in Earth's history. Others were unique and unlike anything that he had ever seen before.
"That's our ride,"
Erdania said, startling him. "It is impressive," Ryun told her.
Erdania nodded. "The deadliest ship on the ocean. It could lay waste to half the Golden Coast in an instant, if pushed to its limits."
Ryun knew that the Golden Coast stretched for a few thousand kilometers, but he didn't doubt it. The ship just looked dangerous. They made their way down and caught a ride on a small boat to the ship. There they were met by a couple of people. The one in front was a large drake woman, to whom both Celia and Erdania bowed their heads in greeting.
"Drakale?"
they said.
"Finally,"
the drake woman, Drakale, said.
"We've been waiting for months." "Apologies," Erdania said. "We had to make sure that our people were safe." "Well, at least you're here now." Then her eyes turned to look at Ryun. "And this is the last member of our team, I assume?"
Ryun stepped forward and inclined his head. "I am Ryun Noct."
"Ah, the undying void," Drakale nodded. "I guess we might test that name by the time we are done."
She turned around and gestured at the people standing behind her.
"These are the rest of the team."
Drakale gestured at the closest one.
"This is Vryle."
A tall Cthulhu met Ryun's eyes and then nodded. Ryun could tell that there was something familiar about him, not the person itself, but the sense around him, though he couldn't quite place it. The drake woman moved on, pointing at a ravzer with bright white fur and a slim build.
"And this is Meleatus,"
she said, as the man grinned at Erdania and Celia. "Hey, girls. You miss me?" Erdania and Celia ignored him and looked at Drakale.
"I thought Erasmus was coming as well." "He is," Drakale said. "We have one of his bodies in a coffin in storage. There is no need for him to be here for the trip itself. He has enough stuff to work on."
"Ah," Celia said. "You wound me," Meleatus said as he put a clawed hand over his heart.
"And the last two members of our small team."
Drakale turned to look at the side, ignoring the ravzer as well. Near the passage that led into the ship, the last two stood apart, glaring in their direction. Ryun had already sensed them there, but didn't look in their direction. As she pointed, he turned around.
"Zachariah and Nehemasa of the Wardens,"
Drakale said. Ryun and Zach looked at each other. For a moment, everything else fell apart, and there was only the two of them in the entire world. It seemed like this trip was going to be even more interesting than he had assumed after his talk with Erdania and Celia. He hoped that it wasn't that long of a trip. Chapter 19. Kale. Fury of the Sun. The sun shone down on the mountain that held their secret base. Kale stood on top of a cliff, his eyes closed and deep in meditation. It had been 3 years since the night when they had opened the dome and unleashed its forces on the core. Things hadn't gone exactly the way he had expected them to. The portal was closed, and while the monsters weren't defeated, they were almost forgotten. But there was a silver lining. The core had turned on itself. The loss of many of its leaders had caused unrest, and wars had broken out. It wasn't exactly what he had wanted, but the effect was similar. People were thrown into situations where they were forced to fight, to grow. Many were dying every moment, but those who survived would flourish. He wanted to change things, to give everyone true freedom. The framework bound them, made them follow paths that pushed them to be less than they could. He had no way of changing that. The framework was beyond his reach, for now. It was now the time to encourage freedom. He and his people were hunted, yes, but few really had the resources to even attempt to catch them, not when they were so preoccupied with their petty greed. It was sad. He had painted himself as a villain, and they still couldn't unite, not even to punish him. It was why they weren't worthy of leadership. He had done hunting of his own, finding and killing those who oppressed others. It was almost easy. With all the wars happening around, his people could move freely. Most of them were in one of their safe strongholds, preparing for the next mission. Kale, along with Maya and Talisa, were the only ones who had stayed back. He knew that it was a risk, staying in one place for too long. This mountain was supposed to be their meeting spot, hidden in between several territories of little importance. Most of his people who had been on missions had checked in, aside from one. Feetham was days overdue, and Kalis was growing impatient. He feared that something had happened to him. Everyone in the Unchained knew that death was a real possibility, that they might be called on to give their lives for the cause. Kalis thought of them all as brothers and sisters. He wept for every death that came to those who followed him, but he knew he couldn't stop. He owed it to everyone else who was exploited by those who held more power, who were lied to by them and told that they could never reach far. He knew how damaging it could be to grow up being told that you would never hold power, that you would never make anything out of your life. People followed rules made by leaders who did not deserve to lead. In a world where everyone could become strong, having leaders in the first place was idiotic. They had an infinite world, room for everyone, and yet they allowed others to hem them in, to put them behind fences that didn't even exist. He wished so hard that there was any other way, that he could avoid the needless death. But those on top had created a society where they were revered, their words trusted above all else. Sometimes he wondered if perhaps he should just pick a direction and leave, take his people and make something new for them. But, always, he remembered walking through the great cities in the core, seeing resignation on the faces of the people walking around the streets, trying to convince themselves that their lives were happy and meaningful. He shook his head and stood up, stretching his hands over his head and spreading his wings. His body had felt different ever since he reached the evolved realm. It was an adjustment, he had to admit. He felt like every part of his body had improved significantly compared to what it used to be. It was as if he was, for the first time ever, truly one with his aspect. Tranquility filled him, calmed him and his mind. It was incredible. Footsteps announced a visitor running toward him, and Kale turned just as Maya ran up. "Kale! Quick!" she yelled from across the plateau. Kale tilted his head and yelled back. "What is it?" "It's Feetham! He's back!" Maya said. By her expression, he knew that something was wrong. He spread his wings and flew, passing her and going down the pass between two jagged cliffs, falling toward the lower plateau on the other side of the mountain. It didn't take him long to reach his destination. He found Talisa kneeling on the ground and holding a bloody and twisted shape. She poured a potion down the figure's throat, but it didn't seem to do anything. Kale landed and knelt next to them. It took him a moment to recognize Feetham. The Cthulhu was covered in wounds. Melted flesh and burns covered all of him. His clothes had fused with his skin in places, and the rest was just a twisted red mess. His right hand was gone, with only a charred bone peeked out of twisted meat. His face tendrils were all burned off, and half his face was unrecognizable.
"Feetham,"
Kale started.
"What happened?"
Feetham tried to speak, to say something, but it came out only as a garbled mess. Kale leaned down, putting his ear next to Feetham's face. "Sorry. I'm so sorry," Feetham rasped.
"You have nothing to be sorry about, my friend," Kale said, pained at seeing him so injured.
He made me, Feetham whispered again. Sorry. Feetham repeated the word over and over, and Cale froze. He sensed a presence and turned around, his eyes looking up at the sky. I have found you at long last, Heor Darkhoof, the beloved of the sun, said as he raised his hand. Cale turned around and grabbed Talisa and the injured Feetham. His wings beat against the air, pushing them away as he used greater soaring to fly away. The sound cut off for a moment, and then the world turned into bright light and the noise of 1,000 burning fires. Wind billowed from behind them, smashing into Cale and sending him tumbling to the ground. He rolled, trying to keep his people safe, but he lost his grip on them. Cale recovered quickly as Talisa used one of her techniques and, twisting wooden roots, reached out of the ground to cushion their fall. He turned around and saw that the entire plateau where they used to be was gone. Only a molten hole remained. Maya came down the mountain in a torrent of wind, and Cale yelled out, "Take Feetham and run!" "Cale!" "Now! You can't help against him," Cale said, and then flew up in the air. Heor Darkhoof, the son of the leader of the Adventurers' Guild, the former leader that was, and one of the most powerful adventurers in the world. He was dangerous beyond compare, and Cale didn't know that much about him. Only 2 things were known about his power: that he used the power of the light and sun, and that it grew stronger during the day. No one had gotten out from an encounter with him with more than that. Cale didn't like fighting opponents that he knew nothing about, but he had no choice now. Heor was still above him, his back to the sun, making it hard to see him clearly. His golden hair was waving in the wind, and his hands held loosely by his side. "I'm surprised you aren't running away, little rat," Heor sneered at him. "But I am thankful for it. Murderer. I've been dreaming about this for so long. Today is your last day. Make peace with your life. Weep and despair for the choices you have made, for they have all led you here to this moment." Cale took advantage of his enemy's monologue to prepare his techniques. He prepared his waking dream, and then, as Heor finished speaking, he let the technique go. Tranquility chi flowed out of him, tendrils of it stabbing into Heor's mind, intent on creating the illusion of Cale attacking. As the first tendrils stabbed into his mind, creating a state of dreamlike visions, Heor would see himself being attacked, and Cale waited for when Heor moved. Then his hand moved to block an attack that wasn't there, and Cale got close, raised his claws, and swiped at Heor. His attack was blocked. Heor's eyes were still clouded over, yet somehow he had been able to see the attack coming. Cale attacked again while he prepared another technique. Heor couldn't block properly, and Cale managed to score several gashes on his opponent's flesh. Then Cale unleashed the second technique he had been preparing, Dream of Tomorrow. The tendrils grew in size and power, stabbing into his opponent's mind, and then he heard a chuckle. Heor's eyes focused on him, all haze in them clearing. His wounds sizzled and closed up. "I am disappointed. Your power over the mind is formidable, but unrefined. You rely on your aspect more than mastery of your techniques, and the sun burns all illusions." Cale saw his tranquility chi tendrils evaporate out of Heor's head and burn away from Heor's body. He moved away immediately, getting more distance between them. He knew that he couldn't let him take the initiative. Despite knowing that, he was too slow. Heor raised his hand, and a beam of yellow light hit Cale in the shoulder as he twisted himself to evade. He moved chi through his body, activating his tranquil fury, increasing his stats. More beams of light came at him, and Kale flew, evading close to the mountainside. The beams scorched and melted the rock of the mountain, and Kale could already feel the heat of it. He beat his wings and used perfect spatial evade as whisper in the wind to move away from the mountain. His threat assessment was telling him just how great of a threat his opponent was, but there was nothing that he could do. No one could escape him, not during the day. Kale turned sharply, and with greater soaring sped toward his opponent. With Wraith Lash he reached out, snaring at Hayor's soul. The spectral web in his hand fell on Hayor, passed through him, and caught on his soul. As he tried to pull, he felt his hand burn as the web ignited, his soul screaming in protest. Kale recoiled for just a moment from the unexpected pain. Then Hayor flashed to light and was in front of him. His hands were glowing with light that was too bright for Kale to look at, and Hayor struck out. With of wrathful claws and tranquil body, coupled with his tranquil fury, and even with his insight telling him where his opponent was going to strike, he was just barely fast enough to react. He blocked the first 2 strikes, and the next 6 he barely deflected, each strike hitting him hard enough that it singed his scales and burned his feathers. Then Hayor was through Kale's defenses, and punches rained down on his body. He unleashed his tranquility aura, but immediately he could feel that Hayor's power was burning the tranquility chi the moment it reached his mind. The only reason he wasn't beaten to a pulp was his calm form, which made each of Hayor Strike's power perfectly distribute across his body, and his ataraxia body, which let him mitigate the physical portion of the damage. It was too bad for him that Hayor's glowing fists still did a lot of damage. He could lessen the damage, but soon enough he started to feel the pain spreading over his entire body. He focused his mind, moved his chi, and prepared a technique. Ferocious blow filled him, and his power soared. In one moment he was able to overwhelm his opponent's strength and focus his mind on perfect greater blow, my fist, weight of a mountain. He slammed his fist into Hayor's chest. The air cracked as the power of his strike exploded forward. Hayor was thrown back, flying through the air as shock waves rocked everything around them. Ripples of wind and space distorted the region between them, but then Kale saw his opponent, and he realized that the blow hadn't been nearly enough. His opponent stopped in the air, and his eyes met Kale's, glaring with pure yellow light. In those eyes, Kale saw his death. A moment later, he activated his evolved form, Dracogryph. His wings grew, and his body shifted as a plume of feathers surrounded his ankles, wrists, and neck. His scales became tougher and larger, covering the majority of his body as he grew. A second set of wings sprung out of his back, and his snout narrowed down into a beak. His robe changed with him, his stats increased, and he used Wind Step to come out above his opponent. Tranquility chi fell from his body, calming everything in his surroundings. Even the air itself stilled. All things came under the effect of his tranquility chi. The light in Hayor's eyes dimmed, and his lids half closed. Kale beat his wings and swooped down, opening his beak wide for a killing blow. Just as he reached his opponent, Hayor's eyes cleared, and then, Oath of the Sun God, churning nova. Kale barely managed to turn in time. He escaped the initial blast with perfect spatial evade, as whisper in the wind. Heat scorched his back, his scales melting by the first wave. The feathers on the rest of his body ignited and burned up. He pulled from his storage burning talismans and single-use items to help him survive. A fortune was gone in an instant. The pain would be crippling, but with his unyielding, he managed to fly. His wings beat, and he glanced back. He saw his opponent as a blazing being made out of yellow fire that consumed everything. The liquid in his eyes evaporated, and he went blind in an instant. He turned and focused on getting away, throwing away treasures just to survive. The thunderous sound of blowing fire and straining space filled the air, and then Haor was next to him. The heat itself nearly killed him. His scales cracked from the heat and then started to melt. The shape next to him raised a hand, and fire consumed him. Kale's body burned, liquefying at an incredible rate. Reject. Kale's body healed, and the fire around him vanished, but only fire that was the result of his opponent's body's effects, not Haor's body itself. He still burned like the sun. "Pathetic," the being that shone like the sun said. "Die." Haor reached for him with his hand, and Kale used his fruit technique. Release all restraints. His stats exploded, his body swelled. His tendons strained, his muscles tensed, his mind quickened. In an instant he turned and hit with his tail, and using perfect greater blow, my fist weight of a mountain, his opponent was blown back even as his tail melted from the strike. A moment later, Kale sped away, flying as fast as he possibly could while his technique fueled him with a calm and allowed him to act far beyond his usual capabilities. In seconds he had crossed the mountain range, the air parting in front of him as if he was cutting it with a knife. Words blossomed inside of his mind. Sunfall. Then everything turned white. Kale stumbled, grabbing hold of a nearby rock to steady himself. His body had been destroyed. One of his arms was nearly entirely gone. He had spent all of his items, everything that he had kept and planned on using for greater things. In the end, he had spent his people's wealth just on trying to save his life. He shook his head, wishing that there was another way. He was at the bottom of a ravine, a small river flowing next to him. He hoped that he had gotten far enough away from his opponent. Haor shouldn't have been able to follow him. Kale had used unique items that were worth a fortune apiece in order to lose the beloved of the sun. He had been very careful in his actions. He had never attacked anyone who he didn't think he could beat, but there was a reason why he had never gone after Haor or his father. High rankers' powers varied widely. Some were only perceived to be powerful, while others were far more powerful than their ranks indicated. But what Haor had done, he had to have been hiding his full strength from everyone. Kale hadn't heard a whisper of what he had seen and experienced. He was grateful for this, for the lesson. He lacked sufficient power if he was going to achieve what he wanted. He knew that he had to advance faster than he had ever planned to, and he knew exactly where he could find the power that would make him capable of achieving everything that he wanted. Now he had reason to risk it. Chapter 20. Ryun. Troubled Waters. Ryun leaned over the railing on top of the center part of the ship. The Kraken Slayer was a very unique ship, at least from what Ryun had seen. It was made of metal, in many ways resembling a modern ship, or perhaps what Ryun had seen in movies back on Earth, a highly advanced warship that looked intimidating and powerful. It was massive, with a large crew, enough so that Ryun's sense could barely count them all. Its appearance didn't surprise him that much, though. He had been expecting something like this for a while. The Infinite Realm was far less primitive than it appeared at first glance. Formations, arrays, and powers that could shape stone and wood were common. Every commodity that Earth used to have could be found in the Infinite Realm. It was, in many ways, more modern than Earth ever was, and it was still developing. The core philosophies of this world were far different than Earth. Everything was about taking and controlling territories. It was why people built fortresses, and why cities had walls. The only way to really take land was to gain control of the interface. He had seen a lot of modern-looking things, though that word didn't really appeal to Ryun. Everything in the Infinite Realm built on what the 9 races had done in the past. They just used new tools and played in a world with different rules. They had to rediscover the rules, to build things from different building blocks. The ship itself looked menacing. The turrets, or rather what appeared to be turrets, were on both sides of the ship, 3 at the front and 3 at the back. Ryun didn't know what they did, but to his eyes, every part of this ship seemed to be made out of the same type of essence. It was strange. There were traces of other kinds of essence, but he had some suspicions about what the vessel could be. They were surging across the waves, faster than he expected, with almost 4 dozen additional ships sailing all around them. None of them were as large as the Kraken Slayer, but he had seen many different types. A few looked like old Roman ships, with some modifications, if he wasn't mistaken. He didn't know anything really about sailing and boats, other than what he had learned through the media, and those memories were old. But there were also some entirely unique-looking vessels. This journey was inconvenient, in the sense that he couldn't go up to the void plane and cycle. He did have a bit of void essence in crystals, but he preferred to use essence from the plane itself. He had done his evolved inspiration, and had cycled a bit, but not enough, if he was being honest, especially with the way that his core now worked. He could overdraw and increase the amount that his core could hold. He had, however, already increased his chi capacity by a large margin. He would need to get into a really prolonged encounter in order for him to drain all of his chi. In the end, there was no need for that just yet, and he did want to get as much as he could from each stage. He turned his eyes to the night sky. There was no crest around the moon, as no one ruled this territory, but he did know that it was a territory, as every part of the Infinite Realm was. He was curious as to how someone would own and get something out of a territory that was only water, though. Then he remembered the story he overheard in the classroom. Still, it was a passing curiosity. The ships around them were all running dark, as apparently there were some monsters drawn to light. They had been on the water for a bit over a day already, and had been attacked by some strange flying monsters a few hours before night, and apparently there was an island near to a place they had passed that they nested on. They hadn't really been an issue, however. A few of the ships on their outer formation had dealt with them easily enough. With his senses, he could tell that most of the crew were resting, and in some cases sleeping. The ship did something to muddle his senses, but it didn't nullify them completely. Erdania and Celia were in their quarters, talking softly, but they had an item or something that completely shut his sense out, so he couldn't tell what they were talking about. Overhearing what they had been talking about during their trip had to be the reason for their precaution. Or perhaps it wasn't targeted at him at all, but at the other crew members. Zack and his partner were on the other side of the ship from Ryun, as far away as they could get. They hadn't even exchanged any words. Ryun understood and respected that. Despite the fact that their last encounter had gone, well, how it had, this was a very different situation. Perhaps after a few days they might exchange more than a look, and if not, Ryun would respect that. From among the other members of their team, he hadn't spoken with anyone either. From his senses and context, he knew that Celia and Erdania were familiar with 2 of them, and that the third was, somehow, in a coffin. But they didn't interest Ryun that much. What was intriguing to him was one of the 3 members, Vryle Klar. The man was a Cthulhu and wore an all-black robe that covered most of his body. Ryun had sensed something strange about him when he first met him. Now he was certain that the man's body was somehow connected to void essence. It was a strange sensation, unlike anything that he had felt before. He didn't spend a lot of time near classers, as this man obviously was. He could feel no chi from him, but instead it was something similar to the void plane. He had been near other classers, but he had never felt something like that from them. Perhaps it was his familiarity with the void that made this possible. He didn't know. He wanted to broach it with the man, but he was unsure how to even begin that conversation. Fortunately, it seemed like he wouldn't even need to. The man was heading his way. Ryun remained in place and waited as the man walked out on the deck and headed in his direction. The Cthulhu came to a stop next to him and looked out in silence. Ryun stood patiently, intending not to be the one to speak first.
"We were not properly introduced," the man said. "I am Vryle Claw."
Ryun glanced in his direction. Ryun knocked. The Cthulhu looked at him for a long moment and then spoke again.
"You are a void cultivator."
"I am," Ryun said.
"And yet you are not a crafter," the man said. "Most void users are."
Ryun tilted his head, then shrugged. "Never tried my hand at that, and I am the only void cultivator I know. I have no reference for what others use it for." The man's eyes narrowed at Ryun.
"Combat void users are rare, both classers and cultivators."
"Really? Why?" Ryun asked.
"It is difficult to master that power effectively. It is one of the most purely destructive powers in the world. Most who try to go down that path end up doing more damage than they intended, or they end up killing themselves."
Ryun could see that. Void was highly destructive. He had found things that were resistant to its effects, but nothing was ever fully immune, though he didn't quite understand how the class powers even worked. "And yet you are a void user, too," Ryun commented. The man nodded.
"It is rare for me to meet another who utilizes the void in the same manner as I. If I am not mistaken, you are a 7th iteration ranker. You wouldn't have known about the aspects prior to arriving here. How did you decide to use it? How did you even find it? If you don't mind me asking, of course."
Ryun thought about whether he wanted to respond or not for a few seconds. Ultimately, he didn't see any harm in it, and perhaps the man would reciprocate. "The path that I follow is called the Path of the Final End. I felt that the void was appropriate. How I found it? Well, each ranker brings with themselves a one-use aspect, or several of them, rather. I combined what I was given."
"Really? I never knew that," the Cthulhu said. "I guess that would be something that rankers wouldn't want to be widely known. Still, cultivating void essence must be difficult, yes?"
"It is more challenging than difficult, at least for me."
"I've always been amazed at what cultivators have to do in order to increase their power," Vryle said. "It is admirable."
"How does one do it for a class, then?" Ryun asked. Vryle looked away, his eyes landing on the ships illuminated by the moonlight.
"It is difficult to obtain a void-related class, and most of them are useless for combat. More are geared toward utilizing the void to cut off pieces of space, or purging certain elements, which lends itself well to crafting certain types of items, like spatial storages. I would prefer not to reveal anything about my particular class, you understand, but suffice to say that my people know the requirements for the more combat-related class. I am, however, the first of my people to have taken it this far."
Ryun couldn't really tell the man's level, not without using his ring, but he didn't want to invade his teammates' privacy any more than he already was. His sense allowed him to unwillingly spy on everyone, and only a few bothered with some prevention measures like what Celia and Dardania used. He was certain that the man was high level. He could feel the essence of the void, or perhaps it was more precise to say he could feel its echo. "I understand," Ryun said. "I have always wondered how it was for classers in terms of where their power comes from. A cultivator creates techniques through chi and conduits, while for classers it seems like it just happens." He had always wondered how class abilities and perks worked.
"It does,"
Vryle told him.
"Well, not really. Where a cultivator takes essence and converts it to chi, a classer converts their own resources into essence. The higher in level the classer, the higher in tier the essence created."
Ryun nodded, as it made sense. Chi was essence that was under the complete dominion of the cultivator, and cultivation perks were, in most cases, improvements on the body. Classes had much more variety and could have effects that were more unique. "So, what does a void-related combat class look like?" Ryun asked, not really expecting an answer. Vryle surprised him with an answer.
"We are going to be working together, and I know that Eratimus planned for us training together and familiarizing with each other's powers. So, I guess there is no harm in telling you ahead of time."
He paused for a moment and closed his eyes.
"A void class is about the denial of every other power, about the obliteration of everything in its way. It is nothingness, an oblivion."
Ryun concurred with his description. Void was all those things, at least what his own understanding of it was. He felt like cultivating void was different, though. He took that essence inside his core and felt it, experienced it destroying his body from the outside in and from the inside out. It made him understand it better. In his mind, the void in the infinite realm was a physical essence manifestation of the concept of oblivion. It had tangible presence. It was there.
"Yes,"
Ryun said. "It is all that."
"I have always wondered what a cultivator would think about it. To me, void always felt like a force of nature, something that almost had a will of its own, something that didn't care about anything or anyone else, as if it were above everything."
Ryun tilted his head, trying to wrap his mind around that. In a way, he could see it. Void was untouched by everything else, or rather it didn't concede to the influence of anything else. In a way, it was like him, so perhaps it was just his own experiences and ideas that influenced that belief. He wasn't quite sure, but he did know that different people could look at the same thing and draw completely different conclusions. That was true for everything in life: experiences, memories, events, and sources of power. For me, void is a... Ryun paused as he gave it some more thought. His ideal felt close to the answer, but it was more geared toward the end of his path, the thing that he wished eventually to become, to see the end of all things. It fit, because void was what, in his mind, would remain until the end, and perhaps beyond. The void is the power to end all that are in your way.
Vryle said. "Yes, it is that."
Ryun felt strange discussing this. He had never had anyone who he could talk about his power in such a way, but now the conversation felt like it had reached its natural conclusion, and he didn't quite know what to say next. After a few seconds, he opened his mouth and spoke. "Why are you on this mission?" Ryun asked. Vryle glanced at him before answering.
"Why, indeed? Because I understand that this threat needs to be dealt with. Because there is an opportunity here for great rewards, and at the very least an increase in power. Killing a dome leader will be an achievement worthy of a grand Tier 9 class."
That Ryun understood perfectly. Gaining power was always a worthy goal. It was what living in the infinite realm was all about, at least in Ryun's opinion. Power did not always need to be destructive. Crafting, information, and many other different things were power too. People just needed to find a way to leverage the power that they had in order to gain more of it. Ryun relied on his strength, on his capability for cultivation. It was what he knew to do, and he did it well. And yes, his main reason for coming on this trip was in order to find Naira, but he was also coming because he sought power. Fighting monsters from the dome would grant him that, would push him to greater heights. He had taken the last 3 years slow, improving himself as much as he could, devising ways to utilize his power that he hadn't thought about before. He was satisfied with what he had accomplished. He had learned a lot about himself. For one, he would never be a great martial artist. He was decent, but he relied on his overwhelming stats more often than not. He wasn't conflicted about that. It was an advantage that he had, and it would be foolish of him not to use it. He hadn't been able to change his sword art, but he hoped that combat might change that. He had always been able to grow more while in direct conflict, when he was fighting for his life, when he was killing.
"What about you?"
Vryle asked.
"Why are you here?"
"You know Celia and Dardania?" Ryun asked in turn.
"We are allies, in a way. We've worked together before, yes."
"I am here because of them." Ryun paused. He didn't wish to reveal anything about their perk, though many that had seen what they had done had probably inferred something about it, but there was no need to explicitly reveal everything. "They asked, and we've already fought the monsters from the dome before, but I also have my own business in the Empire, which made coming an easy decision." Vryle raised his brow.
"How could you have gotten involved with the 3rd iteration? Most people don't even know of their existence, and you are from the 7th iteration."
"They've taken something from me," Ryun said. "I intend on retrieving it." The Cthulhu seemed like he was about to ask, but then changed his mind.
"Well, I hope you succeed,"
Vryle said. "As do I," Ryun said.
"Thank you for this conversation. It is rare for me to be able to speak with people who use void as the main component of their build,"
Vryle told him. "Of course," Ryun replied. "When you are free again, I would love if we could speak more on the topic. I am attempting to get a better grasp on what void is." The man inclined his head and turned to leave. Just then the ship suddenly lurched, and light pierced the night as the ship's turrets opened fire. At the corner of his sense, Ryun detected a fast-moving shape heading straight for the formation of ships. Ryun turned his eyes in that direction, but he could see nothing through the haze that so much firepower from the ships created. His sense, however, told him that a massive shape was heading toward them, larger even than the Kraken Slayer.
"A sea monster,"
Vryle said.
"Looks like a serpent of the depths."
"Should we help?" Ryun asked. Vryle shook his head.
One alone is not a threat to the fleet. We should let them handle it.
Then, suddenly, he felt several things happen at once. Battle roar. Ryun felt his stats increase. He detected a dozen more serpents heading in their direction.
Now,
Vryle said,
we should get ready to help.
Chapter 21. Zack. Night Attack.
You've been quiet.
Zack raised his head and saw Neha looking down on him. Her basic form took some getting used to, but in the end it was Neha. Her double horns curved back, and her black hair swayed in the wind. Zack was sitting on the railing of the ship, with his feet dangling over the edge. He was trying to think, but, as always, it was somehow still too hard. They were standing on one of the ship's upper decks, looking out at the ocean and the ships sailing next to them. His eyes allowed him to see in the dark, so he could make them out clearly. The ship they were on, the Kraken Slayer, was a mix of what Zack would imagine futuristic modern ships to look like. The decks were small and ran in a circle around the central pyramid. The other ships were a variety of all kinds, from those that seemed to be powered by formations to those with sails. He had stopped here to get some peace and quiet. The inside of the ship was loud with the voices of all the crew, but up here the wind drowned everything else out as they almost soared on top of the waves, faster than he had ever traveled before.
"There isn't much I can say," Zack responded.
Once they had reached Brimstone Harbor on the island of Dungeons, Bera had met them and explained the mission. Some of it, at least. They were being sent to the Empire of the Third Iteration, where they were fighting the bulk of the Dome's forces. It was an offer, not an order, but Zack knew that he couldn't have refused it no matter what. The monsters from the Dome were a threat, even though most had decided to ignore it. Zack believed that they shouldn't leave them to grow and become a bigger threat. Yet he was one man, and there was little that he could do, not without having a lot more power. This mission was the best way for him to achieve two things. He would be working to protect people by eliminating the threat, and it was an opportunity to grow in power. It was as simple as that.
"Can you be clear of mind for this?"
Neha asked. "I've already worked with him before," Zack answered.
"This is a bit different."
Neha put a hand on top of his shoulder.
"We were in a situation where we did not have much time to think and make decisions. Now, we are going to be traveling together for a while before we enter combat."
Zack shrugged.
"I am tired of this, Neha. The world is not fair. There is never going to be justice for the monstrous things that he had done. What does killing someone mean when they are immortal, and what kind of justice is a swift death? Even if I could manage to destroy his soul, what guarantee is there that there is nothing beyond that? The infinite realm is filled with secrets. I doubt we know everything."
He shook his head.
"You and me. That is all that we need. We can grow in power, then go out and find a place that we can carve out for ourselves and do something to make things better."
Neha smiled and leaned forward.
"Move forward, but be better than we were yesterday."
"Yes," Zack said.
They were the words that she had spoken to him a while ago, the words that had begun to be a guide for the way he lived his life. He would fail in that, but he always wanted to protect the innocent. He would never stop trying to do good. He gained nothing by attempting to find justice. What did a dead world care for this new one? There was no one left to feel the satisfaction of vengeance, of seeing justice done.
"We do this mission because it is something that we want, because we can be of use, and I do not want to turn it down when we can help. And because we can gain from it, but also because it is right."
Neha nodded. Then a voice from above them startled him.
"Wow!"
Zack turned immediately and saw a Ravzer man sitting on top of the deck above them. He hadn't even sensed him there. That was some speech right there. A moment later, the man flickered, and then he was standing in front of them, peering with his slitted eyes. The Ravzer was of the type that didn't have a mane. Instead, his fur was white with a few lines of black near his eyes and ears on top of his head. Where Neha's Ravzer form resembled a lion-like biped, this man looked more like a snow leopard, only without the spots. He had a slim build and wore simple garb, brown trousers and a red shirt. He had somewhat of a cocky expression on his face.
"Listening in on private conversations is rude,"
Neha told him, her expression neutral. For some reason, Zack was almost sure she was trying very hard not to react. "I apologize," the man said. "I was just out for a short night walk. I didn't mean to interrupt." The man was one of their teammates, Meleatus Ennis. Zack didn't know much about him. They had only been introduced a few days ago when Zack and Neha arrived. The two of them hadn't even had the chance to speak with any of their other teammates. Granted, only two of them had been on the ship, the Ravzer and the Cthulhu. The third was apparently in storage somehow, though Zack wasn't quite sure if he had understood. Bera hadn't known much about who their teammates would be, but she did mention the two women that had arrived with Ryun the day before. Zack and Neha knew them, though they had never really spoken much, as there wasn't much time in the tournament territories when they were fighting for their lives. He did know that they were high rankers, that they were cultivators, and that apparently they were somehow involved with Ryun. "So," Meleatus spoke again, "you are wardens?" "We are," Zack answered. "I am curious as to why you've been chosen for this mission. I've heard that wardens had been hit hard by what happened in the Corps. I didn't think they had anyone strong enough to send. Celia and Erdania are high rankers, and even that 7th iteration ranker is one too. You? I don't think that I've ever heard anything about you two." Zack wasn't surprised. The stories from the tournament rarely mentioned him. He was just some low-tier warrior who was unimportant. Few people knew that he was the one who had closed the portal, not that Zack cared. "We have experience fighting this foe," Zack told him. "We have expertise, I guess you could say." "Well then, I suppose Erasmus will explain, once he decides to grace us with his presence." Zack knew that Erasmus was the name of the person who was in storage. He wondered what it meant, people both talking as if he was here and not at the same time. "And you? Why were you invited on this mission?" Zack asked. "You don't know who I am, do you?" Meleatus asked. "I, too, am from the 7th iteration, so no, I don't know who you are." The man grinned at them then. "Well, perhaps I was invited because I am ruggedly handsome."
"He is Meleatus Ennis, one of the most notorious thieves in the world," Neha said. "A while ago he broke away from the Thieves' Guild and has been on the run from them ever since."
"I take offense at that," Meleatus said with a dangerous glint in his eyes. "I am not on the run from anyone. I simply decided to do something else with my life than serve the cowl in the dark." Zack frowned at the end of his sentence. The way he said it made him think it was a title. Regardless, it didn't really matter to him. They already had a genocidal murderer on their team, and a thief was nothing compared to that. "Well, I'm sure you've been chosen for this mission because you have something to add, the same as us." Meleatus tilted his head. "I guess you're right about that. Those who gathered this team together do know what they're doing, I think." "You don't know?" Zack asked, wondering who exactly had arranged for all of this. Bera hadn't told him much beyond the basics. They had been told that they would have a briefing after they were underway, and Zack had been impatient to learn more. "Well, I know their choices were limited, so I guess we're the best of those who could be sent." "What do you mean?" Zack asked. Meleatus shrugged. "The third iteration and the old rankers of the first and second iterations have a lot of baggage between them. It was smarter to send people who are as far removed from them as possible, I guess. I am descendant of the people of the fourth iteration, and you are seventh. It is better to send us than anyone even remotely connected to the first or the second. Not that the old bastards would even want to help. They are all too busy fighting their pointless wars or hiding behind others to help. Few of them strive for anything more than to keep what they had achieved long ago." Zack glanced at Neha, wondering if the two of them would ever turn into someone like them. He doubted it. "Do you think we can accomplish this mission?" Zack asked. Meleatus snorted. "You are going to need to learn that people in this world rarely do things they believe would lead to certain death. Risk is always weighed against reward. We are here because we can add something to the team. It's as simple as that. Anyway, half of the old rankers are not even remotely as powerful as they like to pretend to be, so perhaps we might have a better chance than they. We are still hungry for power, after all." That Zack did agree with. Power was what he needed now. His new class was powerful, but he needed more. "And what do you know about the others on the team?" Zack asked. "I am most familiar with Vryle, Celia, and Erdania. They are strong. Vryle is an asshole, Erdania is fun most of the time, and Celia is a frigid bitch." Zack blinked at the descriptions. "I thought that you were friends." "We are," Meleatus grinned. "The last member, though, I guess you would know more about if you were from the same iteration. I heard some rumors about that, actually, that no one from the seventh iteration arrived." "Only the two of us arrived," Zack told him. "Really? What, the others couldn't make the power threshold? I think there is one, right?" "The reason why is that only the two of us survived by the end." Meleatus blinked. For a moment, Zack saw him on the verge of laughing, but he had to have understood Zack's expression and realized that he wasn't joking. "You're serious?" he said, clearly surprised. "I am." Zack wondered if he should explain more. He didn't want to create problems between his teammates, but he also didn't want to conceal the truth. "How did that happen?" Meleatus asked. Zack took a deep breath and spoke. Meleatus could make his own opinion about Ryun now, but the past was the past, and it was what it was. "My world was consumed in fire and war. He decided that he was going to kill anyone in his way, and by the end he had caused everyone's death. He murdered an entire world. I guess that isn't such a big thing here, where people with power can do whatever they want." "Huh." Meleatus glanced behind him at one of the ship's walls, almost as if he could see through it. "Well, I don't have anything smart to say about that." "And you are willing to work with him?" "I've learned that life rarely cares about what is right or fair. I have no intention of fighting the nature of existence itself. I have my own goals, and if fighting by his side is going to get me closer to achieving them, then I have no choice." "Admirable," Meleatus said. "I guess he does have some power. I heard that he is a high ranker, too. The Undying Void." "You didn't watch the tournament, I am guessing," Neha interjected. "No, I had another mission at the time," Meleatus said. "He fought in the high division," Neha said. "He is strong.
From what I've seen, the name he is known by is aptly given.
I guess we'll see what we're all made out of by the end of this. Zack nodded. Do you know anything more about the Empire's side of things? Nope. Meleatus shook his head. I'm guessing that we'll learn more once we arrive. Zack wasn't sure if he liked that. He didn't know if those who had set all of this up knew or not, but he wasn't a fan of not knowing anything about the plan. Oh, he did know the basics. Go behind the enemy lines and kill the Dome Leader. But what he was worried about was everything in between. He hoped the people in the Empire knew more about their foe. You're not worried that we're going into the unknown? Zack asked. Meleatus spread his hands. I tend not to worry about things that I can't control. I live my life moment to moment. Why worry when I can just experience?
I guess that's one way to live life, Neha said pointedly.
I don't remember criticizing your move forward but be better than we were yesterday. Zack chuckled at that and put his hand on Neha's forearm. He knew that she was a bit protective of what they had, and that she didn't like people who took life lightly, though Zack suspected that there were hidden layers to Meleatus. He seemed like a person for whom everything was a show. All that they had seen from him was what he wanted them to see and learn. Zack opened his mouth to speak, and then the ship lurched. A moment later, light and noise filled the air as the weapons of the Kraken Slayer opened fire on something on the other side of the ship. Battle roar. Zack felt the perk take effect and increase his stats. Looks like we have company, Meleatus said, and then flickered, disappearing. Zack and Neha both sped around the deck, heading to the other side to see what was happening. By the time they'd arrived, a battle was being waged on the other side of the ship. The Kraken Slayer's weapons fired at many large monsters. They looked like serpents, long and sinuous, with massive jaws and scales that looked like roughly sheared stone. Bright red beams of light hit and annihilated one of the monsters. Other ships were firing too, and a curtain of weapons fire of all kinds had filled the air. He saw the wreckage of a ship in the distance at the edge of their formation, and he narrowed his eyes on one of the enemies, reading its tag. Serpent of the Depths, Tier 9. And then a beam of violet and black speared one of the massive monsters through the head. Zack's eyes turned up to the sky, and there he saw him. Ryun was jumping from cube to cube, one shaped beneath his feet just as he jumped off another that dissipated. His hands were pointed in the direction of one of the monsters, disintegrating it with his beams. Nearby, another shape was floating in the air, a large staff in his hand. 3 spheres the size of a house orbited him, and then flew off to hit a monster and simply erase anything that they hit, tearing holes through the monsters that were at least several 100 meters long. The Kraken Slayer's rate of fire increased, and of the dozen or so monsters that had been heading their way, only 2 remained. Zack watched from the ship as Ryun and the staff-wielder fought against them. I guess he is strong enough, Meleatus said from the side. Zack hadn't even noticed him there. He looked around and saw that the other 2 members of their team, Celia and Erdania, had gotten out on deck as well. All of them looked into the distance as the monsters died. Zack saw Ryun land on a dying beast and lay his hand on top of it. Then he pulled. Immediately Zack recognized the ability. White mist pulled from the monster, and Ryun consumed it. Zack watched as the 2 of them returned to the ship and landed on the deck. Ryun landed near Celia and Erdania and exchanged a few words that Zack couldn't quite catch. Then his eyes turned in his direction. 2 empty holes of nothing but darkness. Somehow Zack was certain that he had known that Zack was there from the beginning. Ryun walked over and looked up at Zack. "Zachariah," he started, "can we talk?" Zack took a deep breath and then nodded. Chapter 22. Ryun. Moonlit Conversation. The sky was still dark, with only the moon illuminating the ships traveling at speeds higher than anything that a modern Earth ship could have ever hoped to achieve. The silence was interrupted by the sounds of the waves as the ships cut through them, and the wind that whispered of things it had seen. The atmosphere itself had weight to it, a deep and dark thing that swallowed a part of the deck. There, two figures stood. They had known each other once, loved each other, had been best of friends. But that had been a time when the world was simpler, when one's path was far easier to choose, when children had the privilege of being free to choose what they wanted to grow up to be. An entire society designed so that people could only play in the sandbox that was created by others. A set of rules with the manners of expression, laws, and opportunities, all decided by the few who had the will and skill to deceive an entire world into thinking that the rest had a voice, that their ideas could change the world. It was, of course, not that simple. Their world might have been constricted, people pushed to grow into neat molds that those above decided were appropriate and normal. But there was still freedom to express, the freedom to dream, worlds to escape to. They lived like that, simply because they never knew that there could be a way that was different. The two figures came from that kind of world. They had grown up in the sandbox, seeing only the constructs made out of sand contained inside of it, never understanding that more could exist outside of the box. One of them was content to play inside the confines that were given to them, not that making such a choice was wrong, and the other had never been able to decide what he wanted to do, as the knowledge given to him was limited, and he yearned for something that he couldn't even imagine. The sandbox had been their reality, all of their universe. They'd had no choice but to play by those rules. And then everything changed. The sandbox was shattered, and things other than sand were brought into their world. Many died simply because they couldn't adapt to having their entire universe shattered, and others who were strong and able to adapt died simply because of chance, one day of bad luck. People who had the tools and knowledge to survive died too, some because of the things that they believed in, others because they were betrayed by those they trusted. Regardless, death had become commonplace. The rules changed, and nothing was ever the same. They were both looking out over the edge of the deck in silence, neither one of them speaking. Zack didn't even know what he could say. He had grown numb, almost. Over the years, the pain and all the things that had originally kept him going had felt increasingly shallow. The infinite realm demanded all that a person had. There was no room for Zack to cling to the past, to feel for what was lost. He glanced at Ryun, seeing him fully in a long time. The last time they had met, the circumstances hadn't allowed for him to really study him. He was so very different than the boy, really, who had been his friend. Beyond that, he was different from all the other versions of himself that he had been afterward. The easiest thing to notice was, of course, his body, the cracks in his skin that leaked violet mist, and the darkness beneath it. Everything about him was different, something he hadn't noticed before. The way that he walked, that he carried himself. It was as if he was floating on air as he moved, as if steps were simply a formality, as if gravity or the wind don't even touch him. It was eerie and inhuman, but then again, none of them were really human in the way they were when they had been born. His hair was chin-length, a wild and wavy mess of black. His face was free of any hair and smooth. The tips of his fingers were tipped with violet and black, looking almost like small crystal claws, and his eyes. They were two pools of deep blackness that gave Zack a sensation of almost looking into nothingness. It made him seem untouched by anything around him. His clothes were simple, but obviously well made. It was almost impossible to match the image of the man before him to any of his previous versions. It was a completely different person, in appearance and bearing. Zack remembered what Ryun had told him the last time, when they had first met after arriving here. His words were confusing and cruel in a way that Zack doubted Ryun understood. How could he understand? The first thing that he had told him was that he was glad that Zack had survived. How could someone do the things he had, murder so many, and then say something like that? Even if he was not in his right mind, even if... No. Ryun clearly knew what he had done, and he had to know the way that Zack felt. He had said that Zack had every right to hate him, and he was correct. But hate... sometimes it grew too heavy. Zack had exhausted himself with it, and there was nothing inside of him strong enough to hate. Now the only thing he felt was weariness. "What did you want to talk about?" Zack asked, finally deciding to break the silence. "What even is there to say?" Ryun turned his eyes to meet Zack's, looking up at him and tilting his head. "We are going to be on the same team, traveling for a long while and fighting side by side. We should talk about anything that might prove to be an issue." "Is that what we are calling our past now? An issue?" Zack asked. "Perhaps not." Ryun nodded, then pushed himself from the railing and turned his body to fully face Zack. "I know the gravity of the past. I simply wish for us to understand each other. We cannot afford old matters to interfere with this mission. You know what we face, and what losing would mean for this world." Zack turned away, looking over the water. For a long few seconds he watched the light of the moon break against the waves in ways that it had never done on Earth. Essence, everything in this world was made of it. In most cases it emulated the physics of Earth, but then there were moments like this, when he saw the tiny differences that indicated something grander. The infinite realm was a beautiful world. But it was filled with monsters. Zack glanced at Ryun and spoke. "Do you even feel regret? Do you even understand what you did? How many lives you cut short, and for what? Vengeance? You've killed the guilty, got what you wanted, and then you killed the innocent 1,000 times over. How can you walk like you do, live like you do, knowing how much evil you've done? There was a time when I could never even imagine you doing something like that." Ryun's expression turned pensive for a few moments, and then he answered. "What do you want to hear, Zachariah? That I am sorry? That I regret it? Maybe you hope that I was not myself, that I had been controlled by another. Or perhaps you just want to understand why. Nothing I say will change things." Ryun shook his head. "I am sorry for some things, but not everything. I regret a few deaths, but not all. I was influenced, but I was not controlled. All that I did was inside of me already. I just stopped caring to hide it from everyone else. I was born in a world where I didn't fit, a world where I had to follow in the footsteps others decided that I should follow. The framework freed me. Melody was the only thing from the old world that I still clung to, the only thing that I cared about enough to still pretend. I loved her, and she loved me. I knew that she understood, but we made a mistake. We allowed ourselves to be tricked by the memory of Earth. We still skirted the rules that Earth before the framework taught us. and we paid a price for that. When she died, there was no longer any need for me to follow anything but my own will. I did what I wanted to do when I wanted to do it. I might have been half a person, but at least I was true to who I am. You see, Zack, there is nothing that can change what happened on Earth."
"Then you are just an evil monster,"
Zack told him. He could hardly imagine a way of thinking like that. A monster that feels nothing for anyone else. "I am a monster," Ryun said. "I accepted that long ago. I do not suffer anyone to stand in my way. That is what makes me monstrous. But what does that even mean? Being a monster is subjective." Ryun waved his hand. "Evil and good are such idiotic concepts. What is evil and what is good? Who decides that? Morality is not a law, it is a construct. A lion isn't evil for killing an antelope calf. It could have gone for the old and infirm, and yet it snuffed out a life that was yet to begin. Is that evil? Is it good? It is what it is."
"Philosophy? Is that what you wanted to talk with me about?" Zack glared.
"Perhaps that is the only way we can understand each other. I don't live life based on the rules that Earth had, and I've never even wanted to. Earth, before the framework, stifled me. It constricted me into a shape of a normal member of society. That is something that I never was."
"A lion is part of nature, a cycle of life and death," Zack said. "The things that you did had nothing to do with nature."
"Perhaps not the nature of the old world, but the moment the framework arrived, the nature of the universe changed," Ryun told him. "By the virtue of my power, I was able to make the rules by which I lived." He chuckled then. "It is ironic, in a way. Earth worked the same way. If you had power and influence, you were the one that decided how the world was. I did the same."
"So what? We were all fools for trying to help people? For trying to save as many as we could?" Zack asked.
"No." Ryun shook his head. It was admirable. You only failed in controlling those beneath you. You lacked the power."
"Yes, and you killed an entire world for a crime committed by a handful."
Zack waved his hand.
"You could have stopped when you punished them. You could have helped the others, protected the innocent. Instead, you bathed in their blood. You called them fuel for the strong."
Ryun paused, then closed his eyes. "Yes, I did believe that."
"And now you lead a sect," Zack said. "How many of them will you harvest to fuel, or do you no longer think the same?"
"It is different." Ryun nodded, then opened his eyes. "The people on Earth, yes, some shouldn't have died. But in the end, it was their own failing that led to what happened. I killed them because they were in my way, because they continued to pursue me. I understand why they did that. I would have done the same. But in the end, you, did not embrace the framework. You could have become so much more powerful. Instead of trying to keep what you knew from before, you should have tried to learn more about what came after. Put simply, none of them were powerful enough."
"What about my family? About children? About Linda?" Zack asked. "You act as if you've never cared about anyone else but yourself, but now you are supposed to be different? You have a sect, and what about those who are in it? I doubt that all of them are strong. Do you not care about them at all?"
No," Ryun said. "Earth was the test. This is the reward. Those on Earth failed the test. People here do not live by the same rules. My sect is mine. Its people are under my protection because they serve me, Because I have made them a promise. Zack turned away.
It's all so simple for you, isn't it? You believe your way of thinking is right no matter what.
Of course, Ryun laughed. As long as I have power, as long as I can defeat anyone who thinks differently, who can say that I am wrong?
Yes, Zack whispered.
He saw now what Earth was for Ryun, just a step in his path, a moment in his life. It didn't matter to him.
I've seen what the infinite realm and the framework do to people.
So you understand? Ryun asked. Zack didn't answer immediately. Instead, he tried to think. It was cruel, in a way, that he could understand. He knew how Ryun viewed the world. It was the same as when they were young. He remembered them as children, running around the neighborhood. He remembered Ryun questioning the rules that they were all forced to follow. The moment the framework arrived, Ryun was never going to be anything other than what he was now. Perhaps, if some set of circumstances occurred, he wouldn't have caused the death of everyone. But this was always going to be him. A person who believes in power and might, in living his life in the way he wanted to, unaccountable to anyone else but himself. Zack shook his head and answered Ryun's question. Ryun waited for Zack to answer. It was hard to talk with him this way. It was hard to find the words to explain. How could he? Zack was someone who had known him before, who had lived through the same 10 years on Earth. He was witness to all the things that Ryun had done. Many of them were horrible by the standards of morality that Earth used to keep, but Ryun had never truly fit in it. So how could he tell him that he didn't remember killing Linda, that the faces had blurred together so much that he couldn't tell one from another, that the words that they spoke were just noise in his mind? Earth was something that he had left behind, had abandoned the moment he no longer had a use for it. Zack was the opposite. Where Ryun had never seen Earth as his home, it was everything to Zack. He could see it now, in his words, in his eyes. Earth had shaped Zack in his notions of what was good and right. He might have changed and adapted to what the infinite realm required, but deep down he believed in some of the things that Earth stood for. Ryun could respect that, just as he respected Zack's hatred of him. Finally, Zack decided to answer. I understand that you live a life by a different code. I can never forgive you. You've done too much for that. That is enough, Ryun told him. He knew that time would heal almost anything. Ryun had made peace with his past, and now he could see that Zack wanted to do the same. Earth was a moment in time, a place where all of us made mistakes, a place where we were put through a grinder where only the strongest could survive. I played a part, yes. I added myself to the gears that ground everything else, but it was still the will of the framework that led to that end. 10 years were all that we had been given to prepare for the infinite realm. We could have had more. We could have had peace, and Zack trailed off and then shook his head. It doesn't even matter anymore. They are dead, and nothing that I can do will change that. What was, was. We still have the future to think about, Ryun said. Yes, we do, Zack sighed. So, will we have any issues? No, Zack answered. But I can't do this anymore. Do what? Ryun asked. Live my life by chance, he whispered. Dance between who I was and who I am becoming. Ryun didn't quite understand, but it wasn't really like he could ask Zack to elaborate. Zack, Ryun said, we view the world through a different lens. On Earth, that had caused us to fight. It caused people to hunt me and me to kill them. But the infinite realm is a new beginning for us both, and it is large enough for all viewpoints to exist at the same time. The world has no end. The infinite realm honors only power, Zack said, his words quiet. Yes, I know this. Fine, then. I am on this mission because I want to help people, because I want to protect them. That is all that I ever wanted. And if I have to stand by your side to do it, I will. Those who are innocent matter more to me than you and your crimes. Ryun inclined his head. Very well, then. So long as we are in agreement. We will fight together, Zack told him. But do not expect us ever to be friends again. And should you ever turn into the same kind of monster that you were on Earth, I am going to put you down. Understood, Ryun answered. There was too much in the past for them to ever be anything more than this. Ryun didn't need to push for more. This was enough for now. Zack turned around and walked away. Ryun followed him with his eyes and his sense. Their trip would take a while. There would be more chances for them to speak. Zack walked away from Ryun. He was surprised that he didn't feel any anger. There was no uncontrollable hate inside his chest, no urge to kill. There was only apathy. Ryun was who he was, just as Zack was who he was. Perhaps in time things would change, but for now this was enough. The dome and its monsters were more important than Zack and Ryun. He walked back toward his quarters. Somewhere along the way, Neha came out of the shadows and walked next to him. "Are you all right?" she asked him. "I am," Zack said, surprising himself. "I understand him, which is what makes all of this so hard." "How so?" Neha asked. "Because he is like every other powerful person I've met in this world. He makes his own rules and doesn't care for anything else. And it's hard because I am not like that, and yet I must stand at his and others' sides and pretend that I am." "In time, we will be powerful enough that you won't need to pretend," Neha said. "I await that moment eagerly," Zack said. "I know what I want to do now." "What is it?" she asked. "To change the world," Zack said. "Really?" "Yes, really," he answered. "I know that we can't change the people in charge, or those who grew up around everything that this world is throwing at them. But perhaps one day we will be powerful enough to shape how people view the world itself." "One day," Neha agreed. The two of them reached their room, and Zack immediately made his way to the corner of the room. He sat down and pulled an item out of his storage. "You are going to use it now?" she asked. "Yes," Zack nodded. For him, Earth was a transition. For me, even with all that happened, I loved the security that it provided. It wasn't perfect, but there were things that Earth had done better. The infinite realm changed me, but I still want to hold true to my ideal of protecting others. In time, we will be strong enough to protect the innocents. Even if we fail, we will never stop trying to do good." Zack looked at the vial filled with liquid. Elixir of Improved Power. Drinking this elixir will grant the user the ability to upgrade one class perk. Based on the class rarity and level, the perk will be upgraded by 1 to 3 tiers of power. It was one of the greatest things that he had gotten in the Horde. Both he and Neha had taken a lot of powerful items, and a few more elixirs. This one, however, was what he had been waiting to use for a long time. One of his plans had been to wait, to use it on one of his future perks, something that might be stronger. But now he felt convinced. The memory of Earth was one of his most important things, and he never wanted to lose that. For Ryun, Earth had been nothing but a step. For Zack, it was what had formed him into who he was. He pulled a perk to the forefront of his mind and drank the elixir. It burned through his body, then moved away from his stomach area. He could feel it doing something, but then the sensation started to radiate everywhere, making it hard to think. Then, finally, it was done, and he pulled his notification up. Congratulations, you've upgraded a perk. Last Lord of Terra evolved to Last Sovereign of Terra. Quickly, Zack navigated to his screens and pulled the window containing his new perk. Last Sovereign of Terra. Once per week you may call upon the spirits of Terra, which grants you the combined knowledge, talent, and expertise of all the sword masters who had ever lived on your Earth. The spirits of Terra imbues you with heightened senses, doubling your total stats, 150%, for the duration and lowers the stamina requirements and cooldowns of your abilities by 30%, 45%. All sword-based skills level 5 times faster. You may pull out up to 3 spirits of Terra to fight at your side for a short duration. The spirits of Terra will have half of your current total stats, and each will be able to use up to 3 of your perks, currently designated 0. While they are using your perks, you are unable to. Upon Spirits of Terra's ending, you will be unable to use abilities for half an hour. Duration and cooldown depend on your highest stat. A good upgrade. He couldn't tell how high the upgrade went, but he did know that his spirits being powerful was going to be incredible. Losing the perks might be an issue, so he would need to think about this and make sure to be careful with his selection of perks. He was very glad that they had fought that dragon, that they had gotten the Horde, giving them enough items that they were equipped like true adventurers of their rank. He turned to look at Neha, who was waiting patiently for him to finish, and made his screen visible to show her.
"That is good?"
Neha asked. "Very," Zack said. The masters inside his head had been learning alongside him, getting more and more from every battle. With this, they would be deadly, and able to act as more than just bait. They also learned about his power use. Being able to give them that power would be incredible. He knew that he needed to go and train as soon as possible.
"Are you sure that you are all right with fighting by his side?"
Neha interrupted. Zack shrugged. "It isn't like I have much of a choice."
"There is always a choice, Zack,"
she said. "That is true," Zack admitted. "But at this point in time, he is the lesser evil." Zack would fight next to him, because the alternative was far worse. Zack knew Ryun's strength, and he knew that they were going to need it. He accepted that and made peace with the past. Now it was time to look to the future. Chapter 23. Threat. The village burned, the villagers screamed. Those that were still alive, at least. Kyle watched the carnage from a nearby hill, surrounded by his minions, feeling the essence just flow into him. He had always known that it could be this easy, had always known that he could be this. And yet he had always been forced to limit himself, to be lesser. Now there was nothing stopping him. The Corps was too consumed with their petty wars to notice, and who of them would even care about a few frontier sects? Kyle had free rein here. The last villager died, and with his dominate lesser minds he recalled his minions, ordering them to carry the corpses to him. And with that small raid his army grew again. He smiled to himself. There were no limits on him now. No one to enforce the rules. He had no need to ask for permission to take a corpse of a sentient. Contracts and deals, stupidity. He was a necromancer. he shouldn't need to hold himself back from practicing his craft. He knew why they limited his kind, while they pretended like they didn't, because they feared what they could do, with no resources, with no support. Kyle had in less than 2 years done what it took others a decade. He had an army, vast and expendable. He could topple a city in a night, and with the death, his army only grew larger. Kyle wondered how many cities he had already reaped. He had lost count after the first few dozen. And it was all so easy, especially with all the chaos in the core. He had been able to raise so many corpses under everyone's noses, enough that he had an army that could rival the strongest of factions, in numbers at least. His zombies shuffled over, dragging the corpses from the village. Kyle knelt down to them and looked the corpses over. As he had suspected, most were weak, though he did find a handful of ones that had true bodies, which made his gamble worth it. It was why he had come here in the first place. In the sect-controlled frontier, his class was great at raising a lot of bodies, but he had few tools that would let him empower his undead. They would be as physically strong as they had been in life, only without any of their perks and powers, which was why he had come here to find and raise cultivators. Their bodies were permanently changed and improved by their advancement. A cultivator with a true body was at least a tier more valuable as an undead than a class or skill user that had been the same tier of power in life. This particular cultivator's true body seemed to make his skin as tough as stone, making it another great addition to his army. Sadly, he couldn't give precise commands to his undead, which meant that in most cases the people they killed were savaged, covered in wounds, bite marks, and claw marks, their skin hanging open, but that didn't matter, not for his type of necromancy. He didn't have the mastery of the Lord of Death. He couldn't carve formations into the bones of his undead to make them stronger and better. He couldn't infuse souls into them. He couldn't raise great and powerful monsters. What Kyle could do, however, was raise more weaker undead in a shorter period of time. Raising the recently departed with his perks turned them into zombies, which were the core of his build. He couldn't make them stronger, but their decomposition released putrid clouds that would poison anything in their immediate area. He did have one perk that allowed him to raise a corpse with some of the power it had in life, but it was limited in the way that he could only have a small number of such undead, and they were as unthinking as the rest of his undead. He had to control them directly in order for them to be any better than the rest. Those undead surrounded him now, his ever-present guards. Out of the 6 of them, 1 was far above the others in terms of power. The gem in his undead army filled with pebbles. The undead was a former high ranker, and Kyle had been lucky to have found him. Redegat the Wallbreaker stood in silence with the eerie pale gaze of an undead. Kyle himself had reached the 9th tier of power, but he wasn't as powerful as a high ranker. He could have never been able to kill someone like Redegat. He had found his corpse in the aftermath of a battle. Several factions had clashed in a mighty display of power and violence. Most of the participants died, Redegat among them. Kyle had taken advantage of the abandoned battlefield. It was where he had started his army, and where he obtained Redegat. He glanced to the side at the strongest of his undead, a tall minotaur carrying 2 large hammers. He still wore the armor he had worn in life, enchanted with a rays that made him nearly invulnerable to physical damage, though the minotaur's face and body was covered with burns. It was how he had died, cooked inside his armor. His horns were blackened from it, too. The undead was not a pretty sight. Still, he served his purpose. Kyle started raising the corpses from the village, adding them to his army. It took a few minutes, but when he was done, he turned back and returned to where his main army was staying, silent and unmoving. The entire valley filled with unmoving shapes, a faint cloud of green mist covering them. Kyle smiled at his creations. He had enough now to begin, to do what he had always wanted to rule and hold territory of his own. No longer would he be forced to use his zombies for menial tasks, to clear pests. No, now, when everyone was occupied with something else, now was the time when he would be the one on top. With a mental command, he ordered his army to march. Tali sat in the chamber, letting the power of the totem infuse and heal her. The sensation was strange. She could almost feel her soul being healed, parts of it that had been burned out, growing back. And then her body healed a step after, once her soul was healed enough. She could tell that she was close to regaining access to all of her power. Her core had been recreated, her conduits regrown, though she couldn't touch them quite yet. It all made her feel impatient. It had been such a long time since she had last felt anything like this. She wasn't quite sure what she was going to do once she had her power back. Before, she would have wanted only revenge. She would have left and sought out her former friend and killed her. But her time in the Twilight Melody sect had changed things. She saw her younger self in Ryun, herself before she let her path fall to the side. Once she lived for advancement. She felt her path as intuitively as she drew breath. And then she had let herself be drawn into other matters, politics, rule, friendships, and love. All of that had made her lose sight of what had always made her truly happy. Her book was another thing that had led her astray. She had relied on what she had seen, on doing things that the book told her to do, to the extent that she never even entertained the idea that perhaps she never needed it in the first place. All the things that the book told her, Tali had done herself. The visions that she had been granted had only confirmed that she was on the right path, but in the end, Tali was the one that had to do all of those things. It was amusing to her now to remember her old self. Losing power had humbled her in some ways, but meeting Ryun had done the opposite. It was inspiring to see someone who followed his path with such conviction. How many times had he taken what she had taught him and done something else? How many times had he proven her wrong? He understood what his greatest strength was and what his talent was. He blazed a path through the unknown on his own, disregarding the well-traveled paths of others. And by now, Tali was used to that, and she missed doing the exact same thing. Once she had been like him, walking through a fog on her own, lighting a path for those that came after her. She had no teachers. All that she knew and had accomplished, she had done on her own. She resolved herself to do that again, to follow her path. It wouldn't do for her to be eclipsed by someone hundreds of years her junior. Though, if she was being honest with herself, Ryun was a real monster. There was no way around that. She had met others who were like him in some ways, perhaps not such talents in cultivation, but she had stood side by side with monsters that were unmatched in the mastery of their weapons, and those who advanced fast and seemingly without any bottlenecks, and most of them had died. In the beginning, they didn't know anything about the dangers of the infinite realm or about focus and madness that could come from advancement. She wondered how many Ryuns had died in the early days of their arrival. How many had died in their sleep because they didn't know that certain monsters could enter dreams. How many had died exploring new and strange territories, not knowing that the monsters in them were several tiers of power higher than them. So many had lost their lives in those first few years simply because they lacked knowledge. And those that came after came into a world that was already tamed, a place where they didn't have to fight and struggle in the same way. How many of those who had the same talent as Ryun had chosen to become merchants or bakers? It was something to think about. She took a deep breath and opened her eyes. Both of them worked now, as did most of her body. She still had scars covering her skin, but that was surface damage that she didn't really care about. Once, perhaps, she would have been bothered by it, but physical appearance had stopped mattering to her a while ago. She stood and walked out of the room. The totem healed, but it also drained. It made her soul feel sore, which manifested in her body feeling heavy and hard to control. Thankfully, that didn't last for long. A couple of hours after a session, she usually felt like she was back to normal. Tali walked through the corridors of the building. She was in Wolf's Grove, which in her mind she considered the private home of the sect head. She knew that Ryun and Onrush preferred to think of it as the main hub of their sect, but such titles weren't really important. The heart of a sect was wherever its leadership was in a given moment. With that, her thoughts turned to Ryun. He had left around a week ago, heading for the Empire of the Third Iteration. Tali didn't know if she really agreed with his decision, but she knew that no matter what she said, Ryun would always do what he thought was right. She respected that, and knew that his philosophy had gotten him far in life. She also understood the danger that the dome posed. It was obvious from what she had learned about the core in the last 3 years that no one else was going to bother to deal with it. It was insanity. They were playing with the lives of everyone. But, even just based on her own history, she knew how things could have reached this point. It was a failing of the people in the infinite realm, that they always sought to gain more personal power. She understood how that way of thinking developed, and she did partially agree that it was important, but they had to be better. She wondered what the Cabal was doing, if they even existed still. From Ryun, she knew that Yrel and Zenker were probably dead, and she heard nothing about Erasmus and others. Sometimes she wondered if she should reach out to Sigmund, but she always lost her nerve in the end. Though she hadn't even been able to contact anyone during her time as a slave, and after Ryun set her free, it was hard. Too much time had passed, and then there were her other fears. A part of her was worried about him seeing her as crippled, of seeing pity in his eyes. She knew that he would take care of her, but she didn't want that, didn't want to be a burden. And now she was going to be whole again, so she pushed her decision off until then. Tali knew that time was quickly running out. She could almost taste her power now. It wouldn't take long, a few days, weeks, maybe, and she would at least be able to use her cultivation. As she walked through the building, people inclined their heads to her, knowing that she was an important part of the sect. Few really knew who she was, but they all understood that she had the ear of their sect head. She was an advisor, a trainer, a confidant, friend. It was a strange position for her to be in, especially with her past. But she had grown accustomed to it. She had no real responsibilities, other than training Kree, but that she could do in her sleep. The girl did have talent and potential, which made Tali eager to see how far she could go. Ryun had made it clear that he wanted her advancement to be tough, that Tali was to push her to accomplish as much as possible on her own. But that was Hard to do with the sons and daughters of those who were powerful. Cree had access to things her mother and Ryun didn't, and it didn't make sense for them not to use them. Tali had seen how that could turn the young heirs arrogant and entitled. So far, Cree seemed to have been able to avoid most of the worst attributes that one could develop. She walked out of the building and into the courtyard, only to see a frantic movement all around her. Warriors carrying crates and loading carts, others tightening up their armor and checking their weapons. She saw one of the sect monarchs standing nearby giving out orders and made her way to him.
"What is happening?" she asked immediately.
The man turned to look at her, his mouth open and ready for a rebuke when he recognized her. His expression calmed immediately, and he pulled out a rolled piece of paper. "Just got word from Consequence, from the sect leader," he said, not offering her the scroll, probably because people still thought that she was blind. "One of the neighboring sects is under attack by the undead, an entire army of them. Refugees have crossed into our lands, harried by small packs of zombies. The sect leader is mobilizing all of our warriors. It seems like the undead army is substantial." Tali blinked, then tilted her head.
"Do we know if the undead are wild or if they are being controlled?"
"There have been some unconfirmed reports about necromancer sightings, but based on their choice of targets, we assume that they are under someone's control," the warrior said. Tali grimaced. Necromancers were powerful, though their craft was often hard to advance. It required death and bodies, and few in the infinite realm would allow them to practice it freely. There were only a few factions that were predominantly ruled by necromancers, and all of them had strict rules. A necromancer could quickly spiral out of control if allowed to use their power without restriction. What bothered Tali was the fact that they hadn't heard anything about this until now. Necromancers that decide to go on conquest sprees were easy to see from leagues away. You couldn't hide disappearances and death on such a scale. Then she understood. You couldn't hide it unless the entire world was consumed in war and chaos. She cursed their idiocy. All that chaos would allow many of the darker elements of the infinite realm's population to act freely. Who knew what else would crawl out of their hiding places?
"What does the sect leader plan to do?"
Tali asked. She wondered what Onrush planned to do. Undead were generally weak, especially zombies, but over time they could grow to be a threat that could not be easily overcome. And if there was a necromancer behind them, then that meant that they had a goal. Leaving them alone to do and grow their army as they wanted was always a bad idea. "Our orders are to gather as many warriors as possible at Consequence. I don't know anything beyond that," the warrior answered. Tali looked over the warriors gathering and getting ready to set out. She doubted that anyone in the Twilight sect knew how to deal with the undead. She closed her eyes and reached down, hoping to be able to touch her chi. It was almost there. She could feel it, but she couldn't touch it. She needed just a bit more time.
"I'm coming with you," Tali said, "and I'm going to need your best warriors as escort."
Transporting an eternal item would be a risk, but she could put it in her storage ring. If no one knew that it was there, perhaps the danger would be minimal. Onrush stood on top of a hill, looking out in the distance as the moon shone from behind thin clouds. It had rained for a couple of days prior, and the ground was yet to dry. Beneath the hill was a large plain, soaked and muddy. She saw fire torches burn in the distance as her warriors prepared the battlefield. She was anxious. The undead had pushed through 2 sects at a speed that was alarming. The reports from the refugees varied, but most agreed that the army of the undead was large. The numbers weren't confirmed, but they were anywhere from several 100,000 to 1 million or more undead. They were too large for the smaller sects to handle. Onrush glanced to the side, where Riki, formerly of the Zhenquan sect, stood, looking out in the distance. The visitors had many powerful warriors among them, but Onrush hadn't asked them to fight for them. The reasons for that were many. For one, she didn't know them, and didn't know if she could trust them at her side. And if she did, the Twilight Melody sect would lose face, lose reputation. If they couldn't defend themselves and relied on their guests, it would mean that they were weak. Still, some had volunteered, and she had accepted. She wasn't that stupid. As long as it didn't look like they asked for help, the sect's reputation would remain intact. Perception was what mattered to sects. Both Riki and Iari had asked to come, but Onrush had insisted that only Riki and a few of his warriors were enough. In the end, she didn't trust their visitors. They were from a sect that had been on top for a long time, and though most of the people that had come to her sect were younger, they still had slightly different ideals and way of doing things than the Twilight Melody sect. Riki and Iari seemed to be in a leadership position more by virtue of their strength, and Onrush felt better with Iari remaining back in consequence with the Zhenquan sect's people. He was affiliated with them, but he was still Ierv's son. She didn't think that he would let them make any problems while she was away.
"How long do you think?"
Onrush asked. Riki tilted his head.
"The advance parties are becoming more frequent. It won't be long now,"
he answered. Onrush grimaced. The reports indicated that the army wasn't being tightly controlled, but rather was just targeted. A mass of undead let loose in a direction. It wasn't a cohesive formation, and some of the undead were ahead of the main army. They had already been fighting advanced parties for 2 weeks. Some had been pursuing people who were running away, while others just seemed to be aimlessly charging ahead. But today was the day when the main horde would arrive. Onrush wasn't quite sure what to do, really. She didn't have a lot of experience in leading an army, but then again, none of the other sect warriors did either. It was not how sects fought wars. It wasn't how they trained. They trained to increase their personal power, trained to dominate and demonstrate supremacy, power, and strength. They trained to fight in small squads, preparing to fight together in a way that let them be free but close enough to support one another. The Twilight Melody sect warriors in the valley beneath were spread out, squads of warriors waiting with torches illuminating it before a large forest that spread in front of them. She hadn't been able to wait for all of her forces to arrive before she'd been forced to set out, but most of them were here. Tens of thousands, some foundations, other lords, led by monarchs and heavenlies. They had rushed here because it was the only place where they could funnel the undead, where their numerical advantage was somewhat lessened. Behind Onrush's position was a mountain range with one wide pass going through. It was a few thousand meters across, but it would prevent the undead from surrounding them, which was one of the greatest dangers when fighting them, or so she has been told. "Don't worry," Riki said, grinning. He didn't seem concerned, but Onrush understood. It wasn't his sect that was in danger. Fighting the undead is straightforward, or at least this type is. Whoever this necromancer is, he is no lord of death. His army is merely a mindless horde, his undead stupid and weak. The only advantage they have is numbers, and that noxious cloud that they bring with them. She nodded in understanding. The numbers they were countering by the choice of the battlefield. The mountains behind Onrush had bases that were hastily raised and prepared so that they could be defended. The pass was the width of the entire valley, so they couldn't just raise walls to block it off, unless perhaps they had people with builds that could do that, or if they had hired geomancers, but there just hadn't been any time. The many bases were where they had their support people, where they could retreat to heal and resupply, get rest. Basically small forts. The warriors of the sect were spread out all over the pass. They would attempt to rotate and kill undead as they came in. Their poison they had countered in other ways. The Black Viper sect had been poison and venom-focused, and that legacy remained in the Twilight Melody sect. Their alchemists had examined and sampled the poison from the undead that the sect warriors had captured, and they had concocted an elixir that would give them high resistance to the type of the poison that these undead brought with them. They stood in silence, watching and waiting for everything to start.
"You should go,"
Onrush told him. They had spread their strongest over the defense line.
"Right."
He cracked his neck.
"Good luck."
Onrush looked at him as he jumped away, soaring through the air, then leap again once he hit the ground. He was an immortal, just like her, but he was more powerful. Sometimes she did feel like it wasn't fair, the fact that some people were just better than others, that some gaps couldn't be narrowed no matter what. Still, she tried her best. She had spent the last 3 years training, despite her injuries, or perhaps because of them. It was hard. She had been in pain, in agony, really, but she had pushed through. Now she was nearly healed, and she no longer had the limp, though sometimes she did feel pain through her leg if she stepped on it wrong. It didn't bother her that much. Some sharp pain was nothing compared to having your soul burned. That experience had made her appreciate Tali much more. She respected the woman more now, compared to how she viewed her before, a freed slave, a cripple. What Onrush had gone through had been horrible enough. She couldn't imagine the strength it took for Tali to hold on to her life after what had to have happened to her. She was nervous, but at the same time she was eager. This was the first time that she would be responsible for defending the sect on her own, without Ryun there to deal with everything. It was a test, and she was eager to prove herself. After what happened with Naira and that man, she needed this. She was already feeling like a failure for not being able to go after her, for losing to that man in the first place. She knew that it didn't make sense, that the man who had taken Naira was more powerful, and probably older. But at the same time, she knew that if Ryun had been there, things would have been very different. He rarely cared about the scale of the problem or the opponent in front of him. He just pushed through. Now it was her turn. She had advanced her second path over the last year and had trained, risen in the sect as a capable, at least in her opinion, sect leader. She couldn't let this be the moment where she failed. She noticed footsteps behind her, but didn't turn around. "The forward parties sent word that they are nearly here," Lesametrius said. Onrush glanced to the side, seeing the Ravzer standing there with Cree, her daughter. The mother in her worried about her child, but the sect leader knew that they needed everyone they could get. Cree was only early lord, which did put her in the mid to upper bracket of their forces. Still, she was young, so Onrush had stationed her at the back of their defensive line, further into the pass. Lesametrius was the one who was going to command that part of the line, as they did expect undead to get past the front line. It was inevitable. There were just too many undead in the horde. "We are as ready as we can be," Onrush said, then turned to Cree. "You ready?" Cree had her hands gripping her spear tightly. This would be her first real battle of this scale. Onrush had seen battle like this before in the core. She wondered if the undead would be more terrifying than the dome monsters. "I am ready," Cree said, just as a loud horn blared through the air. The undead were here. Onrush nodded to herself, then glanced at Lesametrius. "You should get back." With one last glance at Cree, Onrush put on her helmet and started down the hill. The shadows danced in the torchlight as she approached the front line. Warriors from her sect surrounded her, all carrying their weapons of choice and wearing armor or robes in the colors of the sect. There wasn't any cohesive command. There wasn't even a line, but only a bunch of small groups of people gathered around with a few solo warriors standing in between them. Onrush was like them, without a team. Her power didn't play well with most of the others. A few of the other solo warriors were like her, having paths or aspects that didn't work with close combat team fighting. They stood in silence. Everyone already knew what to do. There was no one shouting orders like in the armies of kingdoms and other non-sect factions. The forest before them was deep and dark, and Onrush kept her eyes on it. She heard them before she saw them, the sound of thousands of feet running over the ground. She raised her eyes above the tree line, trying to watch for any of the flying undead. The reports said that they had seen some Karora zombies flying around the army. She could see nothing. The light of the fires made it hard to see beyond what they illuminated. That didn't even matter, as they had a few anti-air groups in the line and 2 flying groups ready to fight. The Twilight Melody sect was predominantly human and Demacy, but they had members of other races as well. She turned her eyes back to the forest, waiting as the noise became louder and louder. It sounded exactly as she remembered, an army on the march. It was louder than the monster swarm, and as loud as the charging of the monsters in the tournament city. And then she could see shapes moving through the forest, moving fast. She, and every other warrior in the line, pulled out elixirs and started drinking them. The most important among them was the poison immunity one, which Onrush downed first. She drank others that would boost her stats and stamina regeneration, but she didn't have a lot of them. The first of the undead charged out of the tree line. A zombie, eerie blue light shining out of its eye sockets. Half of its face was decayed, and it was missing one arm, while in the other it carried a short sword. The armor that it wore was broken, with arrows sticking out of it. Another charged out, wearing a simple farmer's clothes, its state of decay much better. Another noise filled the air, an eerie, low rumbling of air moving through throats without any attempt of making proper sounds. That in itself was like an assault on the mind, and perhaps it was some low-tier attack. More of them were coming out in a staggered fashion, dozens spread out with no formation or guidance. The warriors waited. The few undead that crossed the clearing beyond the tree line reached them, but died quickly. The warriors didn't advance. They waited for the enemy to come. Onrush pulled Kagehime out and hefted her large diamond-shaped shield. It was night, so her stats increased by 5% from Kagehime's ability. "This isn't much of a challenge," Kagehime said. "There is no mastery to them, just savage onslaught." "But there are so many of them," Onrush said. "That is a challenge." "You sound like Ryun and his wood-cutting, but I guess you're right. There's a lot of them." Kagehime quieted as an undead reached Onrush. Moving quickly, she stepped to the side and cut its head off. The ground was shaking. Her sense picked up on it, and she knew that the bulk of the undead was near. And then they exploded out of the tree line. Hundreds, thousands of them, moving like a single living beast, ravenous and ugly, covered with mist that leaked out of them and covered them like a blanket. Onrush didn't have to give out the order. As soon as the undead neared the front line of the defenders, flaming arrows were released from somewhere behind her. The arrows fell on the charging undead, and they missed, hitting their real targets. The oil-soaked ground ignited, and fire exploded in a line stretching the entirety of the valley. Onrush watched as the undead burned, and still came forward. The fire didn't pain them, but it did kill them eventually. The burning undead zombies fell as the fire burned through their sockets, and their brains cooked inside their heads. Then the wind picked up from behind her as warriors and support personnel with air and wind powers used them and blew the blazing flames back into the forest, catching the trees on fire, burning even more of the undead. It wasn't going to keep for long, she knew. The rain had soaked the trees and the ground. The fire was going to burn only as long as they used their powers to keep it burning. It was something, at least. Still, the flaming undead continued to charge through the blaze. Onrush was ready as the undead started reaching her line again, a handful at a time. A zombie swung an axe at her head, but she smashed it away with her shield, sending the undead flying away. Most of them were weak, raised from low-tier people, and she didn't even need to use her abilities in order to fight them. Nevertheless, they were unending. Onrush activated her technique, and glacial armor surrounded her, covering her metal armor with a layer of crystallized absolute cold chi. And then she used Arctic Ward to imbue Kagehime with cold damage. A zombie that was in a terrible state of decay reached her, somehow without being on fire, probably because the drake didn't have any clothes on. Its scales were falling apart, the flesh beneath putrid and rotting away. The drake's snout was missing the bottom half, and its tongue was hanging out. The claws on its hands were narrow, and half of them were broken. Its eyes were blazing with a harsh blue light as it charged without any heed to danger, a mindless monster following a single instruction: to kill anything in its way. Green gas was leaking and surrounding the drake, the poison that some of the zombies had. Onrush didn't know if that was one of the necromancer's powers, to imbue or cause some of his undead to leak it, but it didn't matter in the end. With the elixir that she had drank, she was highly resistant. Zombies were as strong as they had been in life, only without any restrictions. They didn't feel pain, didn't stop if you cut off their limbs or impaled them. They didn't care if they damaged their own bodies. The only way to stop them was to destroy their brain. The drake leapt at her, its claws reaching out. Onrush activated defensive stance and raised her shield. She took the entire weight of the undead on her shield, then bent her knees, feeling a sharp pain in her leg, but ignoring it with her stance's increased pain tolerance. Then she pushed up, throwing the drake back into another group of undead coming at her. They tumbled to the ground, but didn't stay there for long. She saw a few dozen of them gathering, some on fire, others not. The blaze in the forest had already died down, and the warriors all over the line were engaged in fighting scores of the undead, while hundreds more came through the fire and mud. The drake charged again with a group of 10 other zombies. Onrush took a deep breath, then released her absolute cold aura. Her chi left her core, and the temperature around her began to drop quickly. All her cold-related powers were boosted by her Grand Absolute Cold Transcendent perk, and her stats increased because of her attunements, both of them increasing her stats when fighting in the cold. She could feel the effects of it all immediately. The mud beneath her feet started to frost and freeze, and the fire on the monsters charging at her started to die out. The drake swung at her. She stepped closer and took the attack on her shield, then retaliated. Her chi moving through her body, she activated her Arctic Onslaught technique. It was a channeled technique, which meant that she wouldn't be able to use anything else, but she had her greater chi anchor for that. With her strength raised, she swung Kagehime and cut the drake's head in half, destroying the brain. The other zombies swarmed her, and she waited for them to land the first strike. The moment they did, she moved, cutting through them like they were made out of paper. A blurred form smashed into her from the side, and she barely managed to get her shield up in between them. She was pushed back, but her feet dug into the mud, and she halted the attack. She pushed back, throwing her attack away, and looked to see a large minotaur with bulging muscles and strangely twisted legs. Immediately she realized that it had to be some kind of true body, and she cursed. The cultivator zombies were far more dangerous than the others, because all the physical changes that the body went through were retained in undeath. A classer zombie would only have the classer's stats, but a cultivator would have both the stats and every passive power that the body itself held in life. The Minotaur zombie wasn't as decayed as the others, so she presumed that it had been recently raised. The zombie charged again, moving incredibly fast. Onrush released one of her 5 anchors, and with glacial shaping, she froze the air in front of her. The zombie entered the area, and it came to a near stop as its feet froze in the mud on the ground. She charged, and let it swipe at her shield before she cut it in half with Kagehime. The upper half still moved as she stomped on its head and smashed it to pulp. Her sense warned her just before it was too late, and she jumped back. A flying Korora zombie swept down from above, hitting the ground hard. She saw more of them flying above, fighting her warriors and being taken down by arrows, javelins, and powers. She focused her mind and used her Grand Frost Shields perk. 3 shields made out of ice formed around her, orbiting her and protecting her from attacks. She focused on the zombies around her and let the small shields protect her from attacks coming from other directions. A group of zombies near her overwhelmed one of her warrior teams, and she used Grand Frost Charge through the zombies attacking her. Spikes made out of ice rose in her wake and impaled the undead that had been surrounding her. She reached the team, and her aura slowed the zombies enough that she could interfere. She cut 2 down and saw one of the warriors about to be in trouble. She used frost reinforcement on her shield, and a layer of frost covered it, increasing its durability just as she activated Intercepting Block and charged across the field at 3 times her usual speed. She used Greater Block to stop an attack from an undead carrying a large 2-handed hammer intent on smashing a sect warrior's head. The attack had enough power to push her to her knees, even with her skill, and she grimaced. It was another cultivator zombie, one with very high strength, or some kind of body that made its strikes stronger. She pushed back and threw the hammer away, then used Crescent Swipe to cut through the hammer's handle and cut off the undead's head. It didn't know how to move away, how to survive. It cared only to attack. She raised her eyes to see everyone around her fighting. Zombies reached her, but her aura damaged them even before they could take a swing at her. During the fight, a stronger zombie would come from time to time, but she was more powerful, and the undead were dumb and straightforward. Then a sea of undead exploded out of the forest, hundreds of them just in front of her. The long-range capable warriors of the sect fired in the distance, hitting the mass of the undead, but doing little to stop or even slow them. The undead were climbing over their own fallen. They were just a mass of limbs flailing in her direction. She hefted her shield and triggered another of her anchors. A copy of her, made out of chi, rose next to her, standing in the same position. Before she could do much else, the mass of undead hit her. She braced her shield in front of her, but was still pushed back. The undead surged at her and around her, most simply moving beyond her position. Her aura was freezing the weakest around her. She caught a few skeletal-looking undead have their bones freeze and just stop moving as ice covered their joints, preventing them from working. The zombies were lashing out at her with weapons and limbs and teeth, but her armor, covered with her chi, held. One side of her was covered by her avatar, and the others by her shields. She focused her mind and used Frost Ring. A ring of frost exploded out of her, amplified by her aura, freezing the ground and the undead's feet, crawling over their bodies. She moved, pushing all around her and hacking with her sword, bashing with her shield, and her avatar did the same. The brittle undead shattered. She was still in the center of a large mass of undead, and they ran across the fallen, reaching for her. She triggered another of her anchors, and both she and her avatar unleashed Arctic Sword Storm. Blades made out of chi came into being around them, and then attacked on her command, hacking the undead apart. She and her avatar were killing dozens every second, but it didn't matter. Hundreds were surging all around her. The other warriors were stemming the tide too, but she could tell that many had gotten by them. This was a weakness of the sects. They didn't fight like a cohesive force, and they couldn't hold the line as well as other factions could. They had to rely on their power over everything else. Onrush tried to think only about killing the undead, knowing that every one that she killed was one less for those behind her to worry about. She didn't know for how long she fought, but she was getting overwhelmed. Her avatar was buried under a mountain of undead and immobilized, and the only reason she'd managed to stay standing was because of her aura and the fact that in the cold she grew stronger. She fought almost mechanically, blocking and retaliating, destroying undead heads or cutting off limbs when she couldn't get to the brain. A lucky spear thrust got through her block and hit her armor in a spot where her glacial armor had been broken before, punching through the weakened metal and into her flesh. She cut the shaft of the spear with Kagehime, leaving the spear inside her hip. She didn't have the time to get it out, as an axe hit her shoulder and bit into the armor there, almost getting all the way through. A dozen small wounds appeared on her body, and while her regeneration was boosted by the cold and her chi, it wasn't enough. She activated her fighter's heart, ignoring all the pain for the rest of the combat. She knew that it was dangerous, that pain gave valuable information, but she had little choice. She used Frost Deflect and bashed another attack away, sending a wave of cold in that direction that froze a couple of the undead. Then she used Frost Dash to smash into another with her shield. Cold around her was released again, the temperature reaching such low points that even the air was damaging the undead. Every zombie that neared her stumbled, slowed, their skin starting to crack and break. What little fluids they had inside them froze and grew into crystalline shapes that damaged them from the inside. And still they came at her. The weaker ones couldn't even approach her now, as their brains froze the instant they neared her, but the others just climbed over them or pushed their bodies forward. Onrush felt like she was being suffocated by the bodies of the dead. Horrible faces with flesh torn and scales hanging from them, rotting skin and frozen blood, all surrounded by a cloud of poisonous gas, all made it hard for her to even think. Each breath filled her lungs with its putridity, and despite the elixir, she was starting to feel its effects. Her body was slowing, her grip loosening. She roared, a sound made out of frustration and sheer weight of everything around her. She couldn't die here, not like this. She had too much responsibility, too many people who trusted her, even when she herself hadn't always lived up to that trust. She activated Grand Frost Endurance, and her skin hardened into ice. Her endurance surged, increasing by 500%. She felt her regeneration stop, and knew that she wouldn't be able to use her abilities anymore. She triggered her Grand Frost shields again, replacing the ice shields that had been broken, and used them to gain room as she was being pushed from all sides. She swung her sword, using Fighter's Strike with her crescent swipe to cut a dozen undead down, giving herself more room. She pushed with her feet and soared up into the air, above the undead. She saw just a mass of undead, and her heart faltered. The darkness was everywhere, and the torches were gone. She saw light flashes as the warriors fought surrounded by the undead that seemingly had no end. It was enough for anyone to give up, but she wouldn't. She had learned from those around her that, no matter what, she should always push forward. No matter how bleak things appeared to be, how hard it all was, she just needed to stand and survive. She raised her sword up above her head and used her perk. Grand Frostfall activated, and a massive blade made out of ice came into being above her. A moment later, she sent it flying down toward the ground. It hit in the middle of the undead, throwing them back with the impact and cracking the ground as it impaled deep into it. Then a wave of sharp frost expanded around it, and spikes rose from the ground, impaling every undead for 100 meters in all directions. Onrush fell to the ground, breathing hard. Her core still held a lot of chi, but she had expended a lot of her stamina. She was regenerating it fast, but she knew she couldn't fight like this for a long time. Her warriors managed to get into the clearing her attack caused, and she saw them push the tide back slightly, but there was still no end in sight of the undead. She wondered how the other parts of the line were doing, how many undead had gotten through the pass. They knew that some would get through. It was never their intention to stop them completely, but only to merely cripple the army and then deal with the stragglers. Zombies ran over the spikes and around them, heading toward her. Onrush raised her sword and got ready to fight. Then her greater threat sense blared a warning. She barely managed to raise her shield and use her greater block when a zombie charging at her exploded, sending a blast of green energy in all directions. The force of the attack impacted Onrush's shield and picked her up, throwing her through the air. She fell on the undead corpses, hitting something sharp with her back. She groaned and rolled as she heard more explosions all around her. She raised her head and saw zombies charging the warriors and exploding, destroying even their own in the process. She coughed, feeling sick, and realized that the explosion had also released the poison. She managed to get back to her feet and look around, seeing warriors dying and the undead overwhelming them. The necromancer was here somewhere nearby. He had to be, in order to do whatever it was that had caused some of the zombies to start exploding. She tried to look and see if she could spot him, but the weak light from above, as the moon slowly turned into the sun, was insufficient for anything other than to show her just how many undead there were all around them. The mass of the undead was coming for her, through the green mist surrounding them. Their eyes blazed with unlife, a lack of care for anything. Their bodies shuffled in a twitching and broken manner, their mouths opened with wheezing sounds coming through, creating a symphony that spoke only of death. Onrush hefted her shield and Kagehime. All she had to do was stand and never give up. Then the sky broke apart. Tali. Tali stood on a cliff overlooking the pass in between mountains. The battle beneath had been raging for hours. The torches blazed and the fire that the defenders had set had dimmed, but still burned in places. They had arrived just after the battle had started, too late for her to give Onrush any input. She knew that their plan was a good one, as far as it went. There wasn't much else that they could do, or that she could offer. The necromancer had grown his army uncontrollably, and just unleashed it in a single direction. They were lucky that he wasn't the type who could upgrade his undead, or otherwise this would have been a much harder fight. Still, he had the numbers, and sometimes strength didn't matter compared to that. She knew that firsthand. The battle wasn't going too well, something she could see as it went on. There were too many undead, far more than they expected. She saw a great display of power in one part of the battle line, the world twisting itself as someone used something powerful to shatter the line of the undead and take apart a good few hundred meters of the forest in front of them. It was an amazing display, but it didn't matter when more undead just filled the gap, crawling over their bodies. She closed her eyes and wondered what she was going to do once they fell, once the undead went through the sect. The warriors who were left behind wouldn't be able to defend against this. They would die and join the necromancer's army. She suspected that many would flee, and perhaps she could go with them. She opened her eyes and realized that she was just fooling herself. She was not who she used to be. She remembered her talks with Ryun, and knew that she agreed with him on many things. One didn't leave what belonged to them, and as much as she tried to pretend, she was a part of the sect. It was hers, too, now. The 4 warriors around her were looking down at the battle. The others had all gone to help, but these 4 had insisted on protecting her. All were in the Lord realm, and she knew they wished they could fight. And so Tali made a decision. She turned away from the battle and sat down. She couldn't help as she was. Her power felt so close, but it wasn't yet there. Once she wouldn't have done this. Once she would have valued one eternal item over the lives of an entire sect. She pulled the totem out of her storage and placed it in front of her, not caring that anyone could see it. The warriors around her all came from the Wolf's Grove. They were those who had joined Ryun when he first came into the Infinite Realm. She trusted that they would not betray their sect, despite the fortune that was now in front of them. She felt the totem affect her, and she focused. She had never attempted this before. She was too afraid that she was going to mess up her healing process. Now she was willing to risk it. All things in the Infinite Realm were essence, and so it stood to reason that the totem healed her somehow with essence too. She remembered the way that Ryun spoke of cultivating, of pulling in the essence into his core by extending his willpower over it. Slowly, tentatively, she expanded her will and reached out. Her skills had recovered, but she hadn't tried to use them yet. Now, as she focused her will for the first time in 300 years, she felt the strain on her mind, on her soul. She didn't stop. She pulled at the essence around her, trying to focus only on what the totem was releasing. And then she found it. With an effort of will, she pulled that in, and she felt it entering her body, her soul. The healing sensation intensified, her body straining under the effect. It was hard, not exactly painful, only it felt as if she was trying to move a mountain with her bare hands. She kept at it, focusing her will, pulling, excluding everything else completely. The battle and the warriors around her might as well not have existed. She was inside her own small universe, pushing toward her power that was just there under her fingertips. And then she felt it give, her soul healing enough that her cultivation was finally freed. She felt her cores and the power inside of them. Everything changed in an instant as her perks came back fully. The world changed. She opened her eyes and sighed. She felt for her core, seeing the small amount of chi inside of it. Some of the chi had to have regenerated as she healed, but she had expected them not to be full. She stood up and saw the warriors around her look at her strangely, as if they were seeing her for the first time. Perhaps they were. The moon had turned into the morning sun, and still the battle continued, the undead filling the valley pass. More time had passed than she had realized. An Italian Farsola pushed her cloak away, releasing her hidden wings. She unfurled them and stretched. She wasn't healed fully, she knew. She was feeling drained, but there were things that she had to do. She glanced at the warriors and smiled, then stepped off the cliff. For the first time in a long time, she felt the wind surging around her. She closed her eyes and enjoyed it for a moment before she spread her wings and flew. She pushed her strained will and used "mine are the winds and the sky" to let the air move her, finding the right current with perfect air current sense. She moved quickly, getting above the center of the battle. The flying undead came for her, and she evaded, reaching for her first core, pulling her sky chi and moving it through her body. It came slowly, the unused conduits straining with just the little sky chi she was trying to use. She knew that she couldn't risk doing too much. She couldn't risk damaging herself. Finally, she had enough chi, and, as the undead came, she used one with the world. She felt it fill her, her stats increasing, and her connection with the sky around her was established. Her chi was that of a concept, of everything that filled the space above ground. The wind and the clouds, the rain and the air, the grand sensations that people felt when they looked up. All of that was hers to command. The undead came, and she slapped it away, shattering it to pieces. She commanded the sky, and so when she told it what to do, the essence around her obeyed, and she sent the rest of the undead tumbling down toward the ground. Once she was free, she looked around, seeing an area where ice and cold reigned. She tried to think of how much she could risk. Her will was already drained, and she didn't think that she could use her fruit techniques to their fullest. In the end, she knew that she had to risk something, and so she settled on her will, not wanting to strain her cultivation more than she was already. She flew above the forest, where the bulk of the undead were. She focused her mind and reached for her willpower. I shatter the sky. The world around her broke apart. The sky tore open. Cracks appeared in space and spread all around her, reaching for the ground and hitting the forest. Essences of all kinds exploded out of the cracks and caused everything to shatter. The trees broke apart, the air twisted itself, and light bent. Everything went insane for a moment in time. The boundaries high above her cracked, and void slipped through, but only for a moment. Her skill lasted for barely an instant, far less than she had been capable of before. Her will ran out, but it was enough. The main body of the undead was broken. The ground turned in on itself, and the enemy was torn apart. The cracks in space healed, and whatever was beyond it dissipated. She breathed quickly, trying to both keep herself in the air and her mind awake. She saw the warriors of the sect fighting again, pushing the undead, but there were still too many of them for it to be done so easily. She focused on her eyes, closing them for a moment. Then she opened them and saw. She looked at the connections between the undead, the chi concept that rested in her second core. The bond essence was faint, invisible to all but those who had it. She followed it from the undead horde to a hill behind the forest, the place where the originator of the bonds resided, the necromancer. She flew away, moving the last of her bond chi through her body and readying a technique, so slowly that it was almost painful for her to hold it. But she knew that she wouldn't have the time to shape a technique in combat. She found the necromancer on top of a hill surrounded by a handful of undead, each undead equipped with armor and items that were obviously of good quality. She landed in front of him, surprising him. The necromancer had an almost shocked look on his face. He had seen what she had done. He had to have known that it was her. Her technique ready, she waited. The necromancer recovered quickly. He didn't speak, which she respected. Fools wasted words, and in situations like this, you acted or you died. He raised his hand and sent his undead forward. She saw that by the way they moved, they weren't zombies. They were smarter, better than that. Perhaps they were revenants, or maybe something else. She didn't know enough about all the different types of undead. They were strong, all immortal, at least in life. The necromancer had stolen their bodies, and perhaps inflicted true death on them if their bodies were required for their immortalities. She sensed them activating their powers, and she spread her hands as she released her main path's fruit technique. Empty world spread out of her. Bond chi hit everything and broke apart the bonds that held things together. The ground collapsed into dust as the bond of dust essence, of stone and metals, broke apart, and the ground merely became a collection of individual essences. The undead collapsed as well, their armor breaking apart into fine mineral fragments, their bodies breaking apart into flesh and blood and bone, falling apart, flowing away in their individual components. The wind around them broke apart into individual air essence and remained stationary. She didn't reach the necromancer. She was too weak to make her technique large enough. He watched as the ground rolled away in something resembling a sand avalanche, taking with it the pieces that had used to be his undead. She was breathing heavily, her wings keeping her in the air as the necromancer stared at her in disbelief. She forced herself forward, flying at him. Her other technique, one with the world, was still active, and she slammed into the necromancer before he could react. She sensed him try to do something, but before he could, she grabbed his head in both her hands and squeezed. His bones cracked, and she crushed his skull between her fingers, blood and gore exploding in all directions, covering her face. She landed on the ground and gasped, her technique leaving her. Then she collapsed to the ground, and everything went dark. Chapter 24. Onrush. After the battle. Onrush looked over the valley pass beneath her. It had been 2 days since the big battle, and they were still fighting the undead. The pass was filled with corpses, which had to be burned, or else they would risk the fighting going on even longer as the undead rose again. The undead were still everywhere. The death of the necromancer had cut their strings, but that didn't mean that they were no longer dangerous. They were split up, no longer pushing in a single direction. They wandered the territory, hunting monsters and even fighting amongst themselves. Too many had also managed to get through the pass, and Onrush had people hunting them, and others warning the villages and towns in the area about the danger. She hadn't moved from the pass, since the bulk of the undead were still on the other side of it, and they were still protecting it. It was easier now, as the undead weren't just coming without end, but smaller bands of them were gathering and trying to attack them. They had set up a big camp high into the pass, on top of a ledge on one of the mountains. From there, Onrush could see far in the distance, the smoke rising from the burning pits, and warriors moving about. The only good thing about so many undead was that everyone was getting a lot of essence as rewards, and some of the undead did have good items on them which the sect could use. Even things that weren't so good as to be used were useful as scrap, and with so many undead they were gathering materials pretty quickly. She turned her head from the pass and looked at the camp. One tent drew her eyes, the one where they kept their wounded. Onrush wondered how long it was going to be until Tali woke up. They had found her next to the corpse of who they believed to be the necromancer. He was dead, but they of course worried that he was an immortal. They were currently keeping his body in a cave nearby, guarded and weighed down by a slab of stone. If he was an immortal, they had no idea what form his immortality would take. Since his body was still present, however, they were going under the assumption that he would need it in order to resurrect. Some had wanted to destroy the body just in case, but Onrush had come to make a different decision. She had sent word to other sects, searching for an expert that could inspect the body and let them know if the soul was still there. There were things that Onrush wanted to know. Every person in the camp knew that the only reason they had survived was because of Tali. On the other side of the camp she saw the tents raised by Riki and his people. Her display of power had been incredible. Onrush had never even imagined that she could be that strong. Tali had always been just this arrogant, crippled woman valued by Ryun, who had clearly been a good cultivator once, but was no longer. Now, there were questions that Onrush wanted to ask, that everyone wanted to ask. Riki had approached her with questions, as his people had obviously not known that the Twilight Melody sect had someone else powerful aside from Ryun. She could see that the knowledge had put them slightly on the back foot. Before, they had been content to not step on any toes, but it was obvious that they believed themselves better than the people in the Twilight Melody sect. Now they were not afraid, precisely, but perhaps apprehensive. Tali hadn't woken up since the fight. The healers told Onrush that she was exhausted, that her body was, well, in their words, it was still a mess. It did make sense. She might have regained her power, but she was still injured. Onrush had brought the totem to her tent to help her heal. Tali had left it with the guards, who had quietly brought it to her. She was thankful for their loyalty. Some others might have decided to just take it and leave. Selling something like that could set them and their families up for life. Though perhaps it might have led to their death, too, as others would want it, and they were not strong enough to survive for long if people found they had it in their possession. She had put those guards in charge of keeping Tali safe and not allowing anyone inside her room. They couldn't risk her. She was as valuable to the sect as Ryun himself was. Onrush shook her head and went into her tent, getting out of sight as quickly as possible. She didn't want to give anyone a chance to ask for something. She was getting tired of answering questions. Once inside the tent, she collapsed into a chair behind a desk filled with papers. The work never seemed to stop. One of the lists was filled with names of the fallen. She had a hard time going through it, but she knew that she had to. The families of the fallen warriors would be compensated, taken care of. It was a hard thing. Onrush had been lucky. Kree had been too far away from the brunt of the fighting, but she had seen combat, more than Onrush had intended when she had picked her position. She shook her head and pushed the paper away, not in the mood to go through it at the moment. Instead, she looked at her screens. She had enough essence that she could level up, though she knew from Tali that she should be careful on how she did so. Something about balance and focus. She was currently on the 6th tier of power in her cultivation, and 3rd in her class, at level 239. Her class evolution choices had changed after the battle, but she didn't know if she should evolve it quite yet. On the one hand, it was power. On the other, she wanted to make sure that her build was properly formed. She glanced at her full screens, looking at everything and trying to figure out what it was that she lacked. Onrush Character Sheet Chapter. Titles: Adventurer. Hunt more than 100 monsters, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. 1 against many. Fight against more than 10 opponents and win, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. Beaten but not broken. Survived torture for more than 30 days, plus 10 to endurance, 5,000 essence. Class Evolution 3. Evolve your class for the 3rd time, plus 10 to all stats. Lord. Reach the Lord stage, plus 5 to all stats, 100 essence. First Pillar. Second best contribution in the Reign of 3 Territories scenario, plus 5% to all stats, 5,000 greater essence. Alchemical Tester. Use more than 10 alchemical concoctions to improve yourself, plus 2 to intelligence, 500 essence. Heartstone Core. First to clear the Heartstone Core dungeon, plus 2% to all stats, 50,000 greater essence. Monarch. Reach Monarch Realm, plus 10 to all stats. Heavenly. Reach the Heavenly Realm, plus 30 to all stats, 50,000 greater essence. Immortal. Reach the Immortal Realm, plus 50 to all stats. Aging process halted, 100,000 greater essence. Apprentice Sect Leader, Twilight Melody Sect. Improve 10 sect holdings in your care, plus 5 to all stats, 1,000 greater essence. Journeywoman Sect Leader, Twilight Melody Sect. Improve 25 sect holdings in your care, plus 25 to all stats, 5,000 greater essence. Perks. Hardened and Resistant Body, Path Perk. Your body is hardened. Gain plus 10% resistance to physical damage, plus 5% resistance to disease, poisons, and toxins, and plus 20% resistance to cold. Gain plus 20% to endurance. Quick Steps. Class Perk. You gain 10% bonus speed while in combat. Fighter's Heart. Class perk. Once per combat, ignore pain until the end of combat. Fighter's Strike. Class perk. Once per combat, your next attack deals double damage. Absolute Cold 6. Chi. Aspect perk. When using infusing techniques, your attacks inflict cold damage. Cold Chi courses through your body, making you resistant to cold. Gain plus 50% to frost resistance. Gain plus 20% to endurance and wisdom. Enduring and Cold Mind. Path perk. Your mind is sturdy, minus 30% to any mental damage against you, and mind-manipulating effects are less effective against you. Any emotion-altering effects on you are 50% less effective while you have a technique active. Gain plus 15% to intelligence. Frosted Bottomless Core. Path perk. Your chi is a bottomless well of cold. Increase core capacity by 350%. Reduce chi replenishment rate by 90%. Gain plus 25% to wisdom. Increases essence draw-in rate based on 2 times wisdom for all cold-related essence. Greater Chi Anchor. Path perk. You are able to prepare your techniques in advance and trigger them at a moment's notice, unleashing them without the need to change your breathing form. Techniques can be anchored to 5 points in your body. An anchor lasts 3 days. You can set the anchor whenever you want. Gain plus 15% to wisdom. Fighter's Stamina. Class perk. Minus 20% to class abilities' stamina requirements. True Body. Enduring Crystal. Path perk. Your body retains all the abilities granted by Enduring. Enduring Crystal is your truest self. Your body is soaked in absolute cold chi, and you may assume the state of Enduring Crystal. While active, your body is hardened into a crystalline state and gives off an essence of absolute cold, increasing the effects of your absolute cold chi-based techniques by 20% in your immediate surroundings. While in the Enduring Crystal state, you gain plus 80% increased resistance to special attacks, but you also become 40% more vulnerable to physical attacks. While Enduring Crystal is active, you lose 25% of total speed. Running out of chi while in Enduring Crystal will make your body brittle. Entering the Enduring Crystal when your physical body is damaged will stop the progression of your wounds, and you may regenerate your body through a regenerative meditation and the drawing in of essence. Gain plus 15% to wisdom and vitality. Aspect Manifestation. Absolute Cold Aura. Path perk. Manifest your chi in the form of an aura around you, dealing cold damage equal to 0.7 times, 0.4 times your wisdom per second. After the initial blast of cold, the temperature around you will continue to drop at a speed that is based on your wisdom. Gain plus 10% to wisdom. Physical appearance. Extended age. Path perk. You have reverted your body's age to its prime and have gained an increase of 70% to your lifespan. Gain plus 15% to vitality, endurance, and strength. Cold Regeneration. Class perk. Your regeneration scales with the temperature around you. The lower the temperature, the greater the increase to your vitality. Scales up to a 100% boost. Defensive Stance. Class perk. You may trigger this perk and enter a defensive stance. In this stance, you gain plus 40% to endurance and vitality, and you also gain increased balance and pain tolerance. You will be able to anticipate your enemy's movements 0.01 seconds in advance. You will be able to sense the power of your opponent's strike. While in this stance, you will be unable to attack first, only respond. Perk ends when cancelled. Can only use one stance at a time. Cooldown 5 minutes. Intercepting Block. Class perk. Twice per combat, you may charge across a field at 200% current speed in order to intercept an attack being made against another. Frost Resistance. Class perk. You gain a 60% resistance to all cold-related effects. Ruler's Eyes. Grand Frost Eyes. Path perk. You have achieved a great power, and your eyes reflect your achievement. Their appearance reflects your inner spirit. Anyone looking into your eyes feels the chill of frost, and you can activate an additional effect and lower their speed by 2%. Strength of the chill effect depends on your wisdom stat. Gain plus 10% to intelligence. Deep Frost Core, Path Perk. Your core is a bastion of cold. You gain plus 25% to your current core capacity. Powers utilizing cold-related chi are 10% cheaper. Gain plus 15% to wisdom. Greater Enduring Stamina, Path Perk. Your stamina is enduring. Gain plus 50% to total stamina and plus 25% to stamina regeneration rate. Gain plus 15% to endurance and vitality. Grand Absolute Cold Transcendent, Path Perk. Your chi channels and core are immune to all damaging effects of the absolute cold. Your body has transcended and adapted to your absolute cold. All absolute cold techniques and powers deal 50% more damage. Absolute cold rejuvenates you. Being in areas with low temperatures increases your vitality by 10%, and moving chi through your body achieves the same effect. Gain plus 15% to wisdom, endurance, and vitality. Grand Rebirth in Frost, Path Perk. Your body has adapted to survive in a cold environment. You gain immortality. In the case of death, your soul will anchor itself to your dead body for a period of time. If your body is brought to a place of intense cold and left there for a period of 3 days, it will regenerate, and you will come back to life. Upon death, your body will now be ensnared in a crystal made out of your own chi that will have durability equal to 8.75 times, 5 times, your wisdom. The amount of time your soul will remain anchored and the amount of body needed for your soul to anchor itself depends on your tiers of power. Current, 88% and 12 days. Destruction of the last piece of the body will release the soul from its anchor and send it to the ethereal realm. Gain plus 15% to vitality and endurance. Shadow's Favorite, Bond Perk. When standing in shadows, your form blends into the surroundings. Strength of effect depends on the depth of the bond with the awakened object and the darkness of the shadow. Frost Reinforcement, Class Perk. 5 times per combat, cover any item with a layer of frost, increasing its durability by 50% for 10 seconds. Frost Ring, Class Perk. Once per combat, you may unleash a ring of frost expanding across the ground, freezing anything it touches. Frost Cut, Class Perk. Cuts with your weapon deal plus 25% cold damage, lowering your target's regeneration by 2% per cut to a maximum of 10%. Grand Frost Charge, Class Perk. 5 times per combat, you may charge in any direction. Spikes made of ice will grow behind you in your path and deal damage equal to 2 times your strength. Grand Frost Shields, Class Perk. 3 times per combat, create 3 shields made out of ice and have them orbiting you, intercepting any attacks coming your way. Shields will have durability equal to 3 times your strength. Grand Frostfall, Class Perk. Once per day, you may summon a blade 10 meters in length made out of ice in the air above you and send it falling toward the ground. Upon impact, the sword will radiate a sharp frost aura and create a field of ice spikes rising from the ground around it. Grand Frost Endurance, Class Perk. Once per day, you may increase your physical endurance by 500% for 10 minutes by turning your skin into hardened ice. During this time, your regeneration is stopped, and you can't use any abilities. Frosted Conduits. Your chi conduits are made for channeling cold-related chi. Moving chi through your conduits vitalizes your body. Gain plus 15% to vitality and wisdom. Class: Grand Frost Knight, Epic. Level: 239. Combat ability: Frosted Crescent. Movement ability: Frost Dash. Support ability: Frost Deflect. Evolution Attunement Bonus. Frost. Gain plus 20% to stamina and plus 20% additional effectiveness to all cold-related powers when fighting in cold environments. Gain plus 10% to endurance and strength. Grand Frost. Gain plus 40% to stamina and plus 20% additional effectiveness to all cold-related powers when fighting in cold environments. Gain ability changes and a 10% reduction to your ability cooldowns. Gain plus 10% to endurance and strength. Cultivation. Path of the Sword, Epic. Stage, Mid-Immortal. Aspect, Absolute Cold, 6. Base Technique, Arctic Ward. Branch Technique, Arctic Onslaught. Fruit Technique, Arctic Sword Storm. Cultivation. Path of the Unbreakable Wall, Epic. Stage, Early Immortal. Base Technique, Glacial Shaping. Branch Technique, Glacial Armor. Fruit Technique, Avatar of Frost. Passive Skills. Combat Mastery, evolved to Sword Mastery, evolved to Sword and Shield Art, 10 of 10. Danger Sense, evolved to Enhanced Danger Sense, evolved to Threat Sense, evolved to Greater Threat Sense, 10 of 10. Echo Sense, evolved to Greater Echo Sense, 10 of 10. Active Skills. Swipe, evolved to Greater Swipe, evolved to Crescent Swipe, 10 of 10. Dodge, evolved to Enhanced Dodge, 10 of 10. Block, evolved to Greater Block, 10 of 10. Strength, 1516. Dexterity, 936. Vitality, 1473. Endurance, 2470. Intelligence, 800. Wisdom, 1111. Chapter 25. Onrush and Tali. Awake. After a while reading through it, she just closed everything, feeling exhausted. She needed more power. She was leading a sect. She needed enough power to protect her people. She was powerful. She knew that. She was an Immortal Realm cultivator with more power than most. But when she saw people like Tali, like Ryun, those were the heights that she would be hard-pressed to achieve. A rustling at the entrance to her tent alerted her that someone was coming in, and she raised her head to look at one of her sect's warriors. "Sect leader, she is awake." Onrush blinked and then immediately stood up. Tali. Tali woke up slowly, feeling like she'd had a mountain dropped on top of her. For a moment she was disoriented. She couldn't see anything and was stricken with fear. It took her a few seconds to realize that her eyes were closed and that she hadn't gone blind again. The pain that she was feeling was great, but it was nothing compared to the pain she had felt before. Even the memory of it hurt more. She was on her knees, formations pulling her down, stifling her, surrounded by the dead and fire. She remembered Awirin standing above her, and then the horrible golden fire that burned her very soul. She had survived because of Awirin's arrogance, because Awirin did not think that anyone could go through what she had done and survive. No one else could have. The only reason Tali had was because of her bond aspect, and because of her perk, because the bond between her soul and body was too strong to sever. It had kept her alive when others would have died, and it had caused her to be crippled. But now... She stood up, grimacing at the pain in her stomach. She felt for her power and had it respond, but her conduits were strained, her core close to breaking. She wasn't going to use any of her chi any time soon, but it was there, and that made everything better. Her power was back. She smiled and then looked around. She saw a healer standing nearby and motioning with his hands, but she couldn't hear him as her ears were ringing. She grimaced and pushed her feet off the bed and to the floor. "I'm fine," she said. She had lived through worse, and there was nothing that this healer could do to help her. Tali could tell that he wasn't strong enough to be able to help with what she was experiencing. She saw him stand back and then bow deeply before quickly leaving the room. She frowned at that. She hadn't expected him to leave. But then she recognized the look in his eyes, the fear and the knowledge of how powerful she was. It was what she had seen all her life before she had lost everything. People in her sect giving her recognition and respect. She didn't know how to feel about it now. She knew that she could speak, and everyone around her would listen. For 300 years she had been a crippled slave, of no consequence, and now she was who she used to be. She shook her head and then glanced at the corner of her vision where a notification waited for her. It had been so long since something like that had happened, and so she pulled it out slowly and then read it through. Congratulations, you have gone through a crucible. New title available, Crucible of the Soul. Only one notification, one thing that she had gained for 300 years of suffering. She chuckled to herself. It wasn't like she had expected anything else. If she was being honest, she had learned more, far more than she ever could have before. It wasn't her suffering that had taught her anything. It was the people whom she had met because of it. She raised her hand and looked at it, closing her fingers into a fist. Her power was back, and with that came the ability to advance. She had been stuck in the same realm for a long time. Once she had a dream of getting to the end of her path, and now perhaps she would be able to reach it. She pulled up her screens and looked at them all for the first time in a long time. Anatolian Character Sheet Chapter. Name: Anatolian Farsola. Race: Demacy, Enhel, Iteration 1. Titles: Adventurer. Hunt more than 100 monsters. +5 to all stats. 5,000 essence. Hero of Promise. Save more than 10 people with a single action. +5 to all stats. 5,000 essence. Alchemical Tester. Use more than 10 alchemical concoctions to improve yourself. +2 to intelligence. 500 essence. Transcended. First cultivator in the world to reach the foundation stage. +10% to all stats. 100,000 essence. First body of control. First cultivator in the world to forge their body. +20 dexterity. 10,000 essence. Chief. Create an outpost. +3 to all stats. 1,000 essence. Leader. Upgrade an outpost to a town. +3 to all stats. 2,000 essence. One against many. Fight against more than 10 opponents and win. +5 to all stats. 5,000 essence. Lord. Reach the Lord realm. +5 to all stats. 100 essence. Monarch. Reach the Monarch realm. +10 to all stats. 1,000 greater essence. Ruler. Become the sole ruler of a territory. +5 to all stats. 5,000 greater essence. Small mansion unlocked. Town upgrade. One against Horde. Fight against more than 100 opponents and win. +10 to all stats. 10,000 essence. Alchemical Experiment. Use more than 100 alchemical concoctions to improve yourself. +10 to intelligence. 5,000 essence. Heavenly. Reach the heavenly realm. +30 to all stats. 50,000 greater essence. Hollowed Mountain. First to clear the Hollowed Mountain dungeon. +2% to all stats. 5,000 greater essence. Immortal Sign. First in the world to reach the immortal realm. +10% to all stats. 200,000 greater essence. Immortal. Reach the immortal realm. +50 to all stats. Aging process halted. 100,000 greater essence. True Understanding 5. Evolve a skill to Tier 6. plus 20 to all stats, 20,000 greater essence, per Tier 6 skill. Beyond Understanding 2. Focus and specialize your understanding of a Tier 6 skill, plus 250 to all stats, 100,000 greater essence, per focused skill. Evolved Rise. First in the world to reach the Evolved Realm, plus 10% to all stats, 300,000 greater essence. Evolved. Reach the Evolved Realm, plus 100 to all stats, 200,000 greater essence. Redwood Burrow. First to clear the Redwood Burrow dungeon, plus 2% to all stats, 5,000 greater essence. The Ruler of the Empty Sky. Unique. Reach at least a combined power level of 9 tiers and embody an ideal, plus 1,200 to dexterity and wisdom stats, plus 5% to all stats, Empty Sky, 100,000 greater essence. Monster Hunter. Kill 5,000 different monster types, plus 50 to all stats, 50,000 greater essence. Skill Lord. Evolve 3 skills to Tier 6. For every 3 skills evolved to Tier 6, gain plus 2% to all stats. Broken Eye. First to clear the Broken Eye dungeon, plus 2% to all stats, 5,000 greater essence. Ascended Soul. First in the world to reach the Ascended Realm, plus 10% to all stats, 400,000 greater essence. Ascended. Reach the Ascended Realm, plus 200 to all stats, 400,000 greater essence. Aspect Mastery 2. Master your secondary aspect and improve it to Tier 9, plus 300 to all stats, 500,000 greater essence. Combined Understanding 2. Combine 2 of your Tier 7 skills, plus 50 to all stats, 100,000 greater essence, minus 1 skill slot, per Tier 8 skill. Eternal Understanding 1. Improve a Tier 8 skill, plus 50 to all stats, 10,000 Celestial Essence, per Tier 9 skill. Dragon Peak. First to clear the Dragon Peak dungeon, plus 2% to all stats, 5,000 greater essence. Kraken Slayer. Kill one of the rulers of the deep, plus 250 to all stats, 200,000 greater essence. Dragon Slayer. Kill one of the rulers of the sky, plus 250 to all stats, 200,000 greater essence. Crucible of the Soul. Go through a harrowing experience to improve your soul by forging it in the harshest conditions possible, plus 2% to all stats. Soulful, Soul Perk, 50,000 greater essence. Perks. Grand Clear Mind, Path Perk. Your mind is clear and sharp. Mental attacks against you have their effectiveness reduced by 50%, and your mental resistance is increased by 50%. Gain plus 10% to intelligence. Sky-Forged Core, Weight of the Sky, Path Perk. Your core is vast and great as the sky. Your core capacity is increased by 50%, your chi density by 20%. Gain 20% to wisdom. Your core carries the weight of the sky, making those who can sense it experience a sensation of great weight. Strength of effect depends on the quality of chi. Your core holds the entirety of the sky. Sky Chi, Aspect Perk. Your chi passively enhances you with the essence of the sky. It allows you to switch states incredibly quickly, going from calm to stormy and active in an instant. While Sky Chi is moving through your body, you are less susceptible to movement-restricting effects. The power of the effect depends on the strength of attack. Your chi is oppressive, reducing the movement speed of anyone caught in your techniques by 20%. Techniques using Sky Chi are 20% more effective. Gain plus 25% to endurance and wisdom. Greater Chi Controller, Focused Threads, Path Perk. Your chi control is perfect. You are able to finely manipulate your chi and use up to 4 techniques at the same time. Gain plus 25% to wisdom. Control depends on wisdom stat. Your control is without match. You weave techniques as the sky itself shakes. Aspect manifestation, sky cloak, path perk. Manifest a cloak made out of sky chi around you. It protects you from weak to moderate projectile attacks and increases your control in the air. Any sky chi techniques used while the cloak is active are 10% more effective. Physical appearance, improved, path perk. Your body and features are improved. Any physical defects are removed. Enhances your current capabilities and extends life expectancy by 10%. Gain plus 20% to strength, dexterity, and vitality. Ruler's eyes, sky pressure, path perk. You have achieved a great power, and your eyes reflect your achievement. Their appearance reflects your inner spirit and allow you to instill the pressure of sky on those who look you in the eyes. The weight will manifest as both physical and mental attacks. Effects depends on target's power. Gain plus 15 to strength, intelligence, and wisdom. Vast Imperium Core, endless sky, path perk. Your core is vast and Empyrean, filled with sky chi. Your current core capacity is increased by 200% of current total. The effect of your core on those who can sense it is increased by 100%. Gain plus 25% to wisdom. Great and endless sky follows you. Sky-formed stamina, path perk. Your stamina is strengthened by your connection to the sky. Your stamina consumption is reduced by 25% as long as you are surrounded only by sky-related essence. Your stamina regeneration is doubled. Gain plus 20% to endurance. Forging of body and aspect, vastness of sky, sky-sworn, path perk. Your body is forged by your aspect and your path. Your body is made for the sky. All effects of sky-related essence have 80% reduced effects against you. While on the ground or surrounded by essence that is not related to sky essence, your stats are lowered by 15%. While in the sky, your stats are increased by 15% and your chi regeneration is increased by 200%. Effects of your sky powers are increased by 20%. Gain plus 20% to strength, dexterity, and intelligence. Gain plus 60% to wisdom. You belong to the sky. Immortality, daughter of sky, sky heart, path perk. Your body is tied to the concept of sky. You no longer age. Upon death, your body will fall apart into basic essences and erupt into an explosion of sky chi, and your soul will be transported to the sky for recovery. Your soul will be able to act and will have access to the full power of the weight of sky. By using the weight of sky on the essence around you, you may reconstitute your body. Once sufficient essence has been gathered, your body will be reformed. Effect can occur once every 3 days. If your soul is sufficiently injured during that period, it will continue on to the ethereal realm. Gain plus 25% to wisdom and intelligence. You love the sky, and it loves you in turn. Wind Blast, skill perk. Your My Will wind control allows you to control the winds. Once per day, you may unleash a powerful blast of wind in any direction around you that will deal damage equal to 150% of your intelligence. Gain plus 10% to intelligence. Reality Crack, skill perk. Your My Will sense reality lets you feel the boundaries of space around you. Once per week, you may unleash a powerful attack that will shatter space in front of you and let other overlapping planes to seep through. The attack deals damage equal to 200% of your intelligence. Gain plus 15% to intelligence. Hold the Sky, skill perk. Your My Might, Sky's reflection, fills you with power. Once per day, you may shroud yourself with sky essence, deflecting any attack sent your way for 10 seconds. The durability of the defense is equal to 500% your intelligence. Gain plus 10% to intelligence. Know the Sky, skill perk. Your My Winds True Soaring lets you fly through the sky as if you were born to it. Your flying skill, reactions, and ability to read the sky are improved. Gain plus 10% to intelligence. Grand Enduring Conduits, path perk. Your chi conduits are made for extreme stress and can endure nearly anything. Increases the amount of chi able to pass through your conduits without damaging them by 200%. Gain plus 25% to wisdom. Grand Free Mind, path perk. Your mind is as grand as the sky. Resistance against mind invasion powers is increased by 200%. Gain plus 25% to intelligence. Evolved Form, Grand Minakawa, Sky Lord, path perk. Assume your evolved form, that of a 6-winged Grand Minakawa. All techniques have their effectiveness increased by 100% while in the evolved form. Your control over your aspect is increased by 100%. Gain plus 100% to all stats and plus 50% to all stamina and chi regeneration. As long as you are in the sky, your wounds heal at an accelerated rate of plus 200%. Gain plus 25% to wisdom and intelligence. You rule the sky, and all must bow to you or be thrown to the ground. Empty Sky, title perk. Once every 2 months, you may unleash the power of the sky all around you. The blast will stifle any active power use by 90% for 10 seconds and will physically push everything away from you with a power equal to 30 times your strength. Reality Rending Will, skill perk. Your My Winds Shake Everything make it so all of your sky-related powers deal damage to the space around them, weakening the boundaries between planes. Gain plus 20% to intelligence. Domain, Sky Expanse, path perk. Summon your realm into the real world, bringing the expanse of the sky into your surroundings. The sky expanse is a vast and seemingly unending landscape of clear, bright blue sky. Gain plus 20% to intelligence and plus 25% to wisdom. Master of Sky and Bond, Sky Bond Ruler, path perk. You may exert influence on sky and bond essence around you. The strength of effect depends on the tier of your chi. Gain plus 20% to intelligence and wisdom. You rule your aspects, commanding them as if they were your own body. Bond Chi, aspect perk. Your chi passively enhances you with the essence of the bond. It makes your body stronger, increasing your stats by 10% when bond essence is used. As long as you have bond chi in your core, the bonds between your body and soul are more solid, making it harder for your soul to be expelled from your body. You are less susceptible to effects that intend on breaking things apart. Techniques using bond chi are 20% more effective. Gain plus 25% to endurance and wisdom. Knowing Sky, skill perk. Your Mine Are the Winds and the Sky gives you a great power while in the sky. All your senses are improved while you are in the sky. Gain plus 20% to intelligence. Shattering Sky, skill perk. Once per week, you may unleash a powerful attack that will drop all the sky essence around you directly to the ground, flattening everything in its way. The amount of damage depends on the current composition of the sky. Gain plus 25% to intelligence. Ascended State, Sky Bond Ascendancy, path perk. Enter your ascended state, which increases your chi regeneration rate by 20 times, your chi speed by 10 times, and your stamina and health regeneration by 5 times for a short period of time. Gain plus 20% to wisdom and intelligence. Sky Bond Storm, path perk. You may manifest the core principles behind your power. During this manifestation, you may summon a storm filled with sky and bond essence that will act according to your will. Gain plus 15% to wisdom. Soulful, unique. Your soul is highly resistant to damage, and it can function at peak condition in all states. Even if it is highly damaged, it will not sever your connection to your power. Cultivation, the path of the empty dominion, masterwork. Stage, peak ascended. Aspect, sky. Base technique, empty dominion. Branch technique, empty detonation. Fruit technique, empty world. Cultivation, the path of the clear sky, masterwork. Stage, early ascended. Base technique, one with the world. Branch technique, tempestuous sky. Fruit technique, one bonded sky. Passive skills, perfect air current sense. Mind shield, evolved to greater mind shield. Evolved to mind fortress. Evolved to greater mind fortress. Morale, evolved to greater morale. Evolved to inspire. Evolved to greater inspire. Evolved to inspiring presence. Danger sense, evolved to greater danger sense. Evolved to threat sense. Evolved to greater threat sense. Active skills. I shatter the sky. Mine are the winds and the sky. Focus, evolved to greater focus. Evolved to meditation. Evolved to enhanced meditation. Evolved to meditative trance. Evasion, evolved to greater evasion. Evolved to sky evasion. Evolved to greater sky evasion. Strength, 52-55. Dexterity, 62-73. Vitality, 47-25. Endurance, 53-10. Intelligence, 80-25. Wisdom, 10,053. Chapter 26. Tali. Awake 2. Her reading was interrupted as someone stepped into the tent, forcing her to look up. She saw Onrush walk in, her body bandaged in places and her eyes looking her over.
"How are you feeling?" Onrush asked. "Like I've woken up for the first time in ages."
Tali smiled. Onrush nodded.
"Thank you for coming, for helping."
"It is my sect, too," Tali said, and realized that she meant it. Onrush nodded.
"The healers say that you are in dangerous territory, that you can't use any of your powers, at least not for a while." It was so hard for her to accept that. Her power had been denied to her for so long, but she would have to be patient for a while longer. For now she should rest and perhaps help Onrush deal with this crisis. She might not be able to use her power for a while, but other people didn't know that. Face was important to the sects, after all, and she had gained a lot from her one display of power. Chapter 27. Airclaw. The Hunter and the Hunted. Airclaw ran through a forest made out of mushrooms the size of trees, making no sound as he sped across the pink grass. The light in the forest was dim, and there was little sound anywhere around him. The denizens of the forest knew well enough to keep quiet. Something was hunting them, and it was not him. He didn't know how long he had been here in the ethereal realm. Sometimes it felt like decades. Time did not move at a constant rate in the ethereal realm, nor did anything else follow the same rules. Even after so long in this place, Airclaw was yet to figure out how things worked. Sometimes the entire world would change just because he had taken a step, and other times it changed with the spirits that walked this realm. He had stalked a stag once, long ago, that moved with an entire forest following his every step. It had been nearly impossible for him to stalk it, and after what seemed like months, at least, he had been forced to give up. It had been so long since he had died in the real realm, or at least it felt like it. His immortality was nothing like what Ryun's was, as it should be.
Airclaw was not the same. Upon his death, he had woken up here in the ethereal realm. He was changed. He was not a soul, at least not as far as he understood it. He had his power and more. He had been changed into something that resembled his inner self. Not quite the two-legged form that he had earned, nor the one he'd had before, but something in between. His limbs were longer, his teeth sharper, stronger. His fur was red and black with violet streaked through it. His power had changed, too, though that had happened after a while, after the first few of his hunts. His immortality gave him this almost spirit form. In order for him to live again, he needed to hunt. He had a sense of how many more hunts he had to do, although not a precise number. He didn't have a counter, but it didn't feel like he had too many more to go. He had hunted at least 24 times successfully, and he had nearly died a true death a few times. He did not get to go into the afterlife. The ethereal realm was his only choice, and once he finished his hunts, he would have a choice of embracing the ethereal realm fully and becoming a true spirit, or going back to the real realm. He wasn't yet sure what he was going to do. He didn't quite fit in the real world among the others. He wasn't like them, but it was a choice he had made in order to gain power, and he did have an obligation to Ryun. He didn't know how his choice would impact that, or if it even would. Could he remain a contracted partner while living in the ethereal realm? He didn't know. And it didn't matter now, not when he had far greater things to worry about. A while ago, Airclaw had moved into another territory. Even the ethereal realm had them, though their size varied greatly. He had been in territories that were the size of a small room, and those that seemed to stretch forever. The way that he knew that they were different territories was because the rules and the feel of the world around him differed between them. He would go from a forest that was filled with deep darkness to a bright, sandy dune that moved like an ocean. The mountains that were made out of tiny pebbles stacked on top of each other to an island on the back of a giant tortoise spirit. He had seen spirits so tall that just their feet were mountains that pierced the skies, moving aimlessly and leaving craters that were immediately filled with water, creating lakes. Once one was even filled with liquid fire. The ethereal realm was filled with wonder, but also danger. In his early days experiencing the ethereal realm, he had seen a minotaur shade, sitting as still as a rock next to a waterfall, whispering to himself. It was the first shade that Airclaw had seen, so he had observed it for a while, trying to decide if it would be worth to try and fight it. He had a sense of those opponents worthy of a hunt, and that one had made his sense ring loud. Before he made his final decision, though, a spirit had wandered into the area. Airclaw had seen some pretty powerful people and had fought against them. The shade tore the spirit apart in moments. It was one of the first moments here when he realized the danger that was everywhere in this realm. But danger and adversity allowed for growth, and Airclaw wanted to take advantage of what he could. He had been cautious, perhaps overly so, but it had kept him alive so far. Or rather, it had let him hold on to his second life. He had slowly traveled, searching for prey that he could handle. He fought spirits made out of fire, and others that were too strange for him to even try to comprehend. He had survived all of those encounters, and had learned more about himself and his power. Once he had thought himself as a wolf, then as something else, something more. Now, in this ethereal realm, he understood. He was Airclaw. There was no need to think about anything more. He was. He didn't need to be like anyone else, didn't need to try and fit in with other people, to try and understand them. That was a lesson that he had learned in life and understood in death. It was how Ryun lived his life, what had drawn Airclaw to him in the first place. He remembered that first moment when he had laid his eyes on him in that forest, standing with his eyes closed and face turned to the sky. Ryun didn't care about making himself fit. He carved out a place for himself on his own. Airclaw came to a stop, his ears twitching as he scanned for any sound. In the distance he heard a crunching sound echoing through the forest. He knew better than to rely on his hearing, as the rules in the ethereal realm sometimes changed from moment to moment. Right now, he couldn't trust that what he was hearing was in fact real. It could just as well be an echo of something that had happened ages ago, only now being heard. Still, it was something, and he proceeded with caution. He couldn't afford not to, for there was something in this forest far more dangerous than him or anything else that he had encountered in the past. Something was hunting spirits and shades, and Airclaw was in its territory. He had first noticed something strange when he had walked into a clearing only to find pieces of a spirit, too mangled for him to even be able to piece together what it had been, or even just what it looked like. It had been pulled apart, methodically, with pieces missing. It was as if something was harvesting it in some peculiar way. It wasn't a hunter, or at least Airclaw didn't think that it was. The bodies of spirits were strange. Some were all made up of a single element, while others were more akin to monsters, except that their lifeblood was different. He had fought and killed the spirit of a small shrine that was made out of cloud and strange green stones. When it died, the cloud remained, changing into a soft, thick substance. But whatever was killing here didn't seem to have any pattern that a hunter could see. Airclaw had found pieces of trees, of mushrooms, of even the ground itself torn apart. The ethereal realm was mostly made up out of things that came from other realms, and the earth was here, only somehow different. If Airclaw knew more about what connections there were between souls and the ethereal realm, perhaps he could have been able to figure out more, but in the end it didn't matter to him other than to satisfy his curiosity. He had more important things on his mind now. He had tried to escape the territory, but the edge of the forest was covered in a mist, and every time he tried to go through, he found himself back where he started. He knew that it was something that happened in the ethereal realm. Sometimes areas just closed down. But this was the worst possible time for it. He was trapped in this territory until the ethereal realm decided to shift and change again, or until he found another way out. The sounds faded away, and Airclaw continued. His eyes scanned everything around him, looking for anything out of place. One could never know what things really were in the ethereal realm. Once he had entered a small burrow beneath a tree and exited in a cave at the bottom of a lake. He hoped that he could find something like that again, because whatever was in this territory was killing everything off, and Airclaw wasn't sure if he could continue to be one step ahead. His stealth abilities were powerful, even in this spirit-like form. Ryun's power's influence was greater here, as the void seemingly devoured all of his presence when he wanted it to, but eventually his skill and luck would run out, and he would get caught. An hour later he had crossed an incredible distance, but his surroundings had barely changed. For a moment he feared that the ethereal realm had screwed with his perceptions and that he had just been running in circles. It wouldn't be the first time, but then his sense alerted him to something nearby. The sense that told him that something was near was the newest one that he had, the one tied to his immortality, the one that told him that something or someone was worth a hunt. Usually it ringed softly in his mind, but this time it throbbed, a loud sensation that nearly drowned everything else. Whatever he was feeling, it was more dangerous than anything that he had ever encountered. He wanted to run, But he also knew that if he was going to survive, he needed information. Slowly, he started making his way toward the source, all his stealth powers active. It didn't take him long to reach a small cliff with a clearing beneath it. He crawled to the edge and then looked over it. The clearing was a scene of death. 3 shades and multiple spirit bodies were arranged in a circle, all dead. The spirits had their bodies torn apart and pieces removed. The shades were all stripped of their gear, and one, a large 4-legged and 2-handed one, had fingers missing on all limbs. In the center of them was a being, a yeti. It wore gear that seemed to be amalgamated from pieces of all kinds of different parts. It was mismatched, with parts of it glowing with symbols that Airclaw didn't understand. The Yeti was leaned over something in his hand that Airclaw couldn't really see, and all around him items and pieces of the spirits floated in a circle, falling apart and clicking together with other pieces. Glowing symbols flashed into existence and then disappeared just as quickly as they appeared. Airclaw wasn't sure who the Yeti was. They were monsters, like he used to be, so perhaps it was a shade or something similar, but beings from the real world could visit the ethereal realm as well. Who the Yeti wasn't important. All that did was what Airclaw knew deep down, that this was someone who was extremely dangerous. Airclaw started to pull back when the floating objects froze, and the Yeti tilted his head. A moment later, he turned and looked straight in Airclaw's direction. It was a shade. Airclaw's eyes saw the rings even from the distance. For a moment he stilled, ready to run, but then the shade's eyes slid over him and looked around, but still in the same general area where he was hiding.
"What is this?"
The Yeti spoke as he stood up and turned to face him fully. Airclaw could tell that he couldn't quite see through Airclaw's stealth, but he knew that he was there.
"This tastes like..."
The Yeti closed his eyes, tilted his head, raised his hand, and drew a symbol in the air that flashed and disappeared.
"Tastes like nothing. Void and hunt. That could be useful. There is no use in hiding. I know that you are there and that you can hear me."
Airclaw wondered what he should do. The Yeti seemed to be looking intently, searching for him. He gestured again, and several pieces of his armor broke off and twisted around, clicking together into something that quickly started to resemble a window. Airclaw realized that he was making something to help him look for him, and when the Yeti started to look through his creation, immediately